Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, Soul Society. Thank God it's still the same old blue sky. That was the first sentence that came out of Hima Ayang's mouth after he opened his eyes. Wait a minute, am I missing something? Hima Ayang was lying on the ground as he looked up at the sky, and after a while, it finally sank in. The sky is blue indeed. But the sky in Beijing is not supposed to be this blue. He was about to reach out to his glasses and push his glasses frame back up when he realized it was no longer there. Where are my glasses? But wait, how come I can see better without glasses? He burst into joy when he realized that he could finally get rid of the annoying glasses he always had to wear, but he did miss pushing the glasses frame back up like an anime character. However, he was starting to wonder where he was right now, and the look on his face gradually changed when he recalled what had happened to him. Oh, crap. I died trying to save an old man and end up dead. Why does it have to be right after I confess her? She hasn't even given me a reply yet. I died a virgin. Hima Ayang burst into tears while still looking up at the sky. He has just confessed to the most popular girl in his school today. And the girl didn't reject him on the spot, which made him brimming with confidence since everyone who has confessed to that girl was rejected on the spot. Although he wasn't as handsome as a Hollywood actor, he was quite good looking, so there was a chance that the girl was attracted to him. However, when he was still over the moon on his way back home, he saw an old man who was about to get hit by a car. He rushed without hesitation and pushed the old man away, but he couldn't get away in time and die in his place. I remembered pushing away the old man. I sure hope he's still alive. However, the main question now was, what kind of place was this? After looking around the dense forest around him and realized that the sky seemed completely different from the sky in his hometown, he sighed heavily, wondering where he currently was. After 2 hours, Hima Ayang leaned back under a big tree and let out a heavy sigh. He saw a thin man wearing ragged clothes earlier and planned to ask him what kind of place was this when that man suddenly took out a knife and rushed toward him. Hima Ayang was startled by this sudden turn of event and ran away without hesitation. He has been running for more than an hour and finally managed to shake the man off. That might be the so-called adrenaline rush. Hima Ayang was a hardcore otaku who never exercised at all, yet he managed to run for more than an hour. Hima Ayang, who heard a rustling sound from the bush in front of him, immediately stood back up and watched the bush closely. As the sound was getting closer and closer, someone came out of the bush. Hima Ayang frowned as he silently looked at the person in front of him, who turned out to be the thin man in ragged clothes earlier, and pleaded. Dude, I'm sure this is the first time we met, so you should have no reason to hate me, yet why did you keep chasing me around? Give me a break already. The man just held the knife in his hand tighter without saying a word. Although he seemed so thin and about to fall at any second, he firmly approached Hima Ayang. Seeing that the man wouldn't give up even in that state, Hima Ayang lamented his fate. Would he die again? He screamed in his head. Move. Run. But his body could no longer move. After running for more than an hour, he could barely stand at his point. Every ounce of his strength left his body the moment he let his guard down earlier. Hima Yang could only close his eyes powerlessly as the madman approaching with eyes full of bloodthirst, raising the knife in his hand, ready to stab him. Huh? Why am I not dead yet? Hima Yang, who was confused at first, slowly opened his eyes and saw that the man who had chased him for more than an hour was lying down powerlessly in front of him, but he still clenched the knife in his hand tightly. Hima Yang almost thought that it was some sort of protagonist's special privilege or something. After thoroughly confirming that the man in front of him would no longer pose any threat to him, Hima Yang walked around him to have a clear look at his face, and that was when he saw the man was glaring daggers at him, scaring Hima Yang shitless. Only after Hima Yang realized that the man couldn't get up that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, and asked. As I said earlier, why are you after me? I've never picked a fight with you, right? The man was still glaring at Hima Yang, and Hima Yang almost gave up when the man suddenly answered with a hoarse and low voice. What are you talking about? This is Kusajishi district. It's either kill or be killed here. Kusajishi district. These words echoed in Hima Yang's mind that he didn't quite catch the remaining words. Kusajishi district? Soul Society? Shinigami? Hollow? Did this man just say that he might be able to see Ichigo, Hirako, Kenpachi, Rinjaku, Retsu, and the others? Isn't that? Hima Yang couldn't contain his excitement and asked, Kusajishi district? Is this Soul Society? Does 13 Division of Imperial Guards really exist, and Captain Commander Yamamoto, is he here too? Are you a new soul or something? Of course, this is Soul Society. 13 Division of Imperial Guards and Captain Commander Yamamoto do exist, but I've only heard rumors about them. He looked at Hima Yang with a confused look and then continued. Are you really a new soul? You don't know this is Soul Society, yet you know about 13 Division of Imperial Guards and Captain Commander Yamamoto. That's odd. Oh, by the way, why are you in such a sorry state? Hima Yang tried to contain his excitement and asked curiously about the man's situation. This is nothing new. I'm sure you'll end up in the same state within a few days. I can faintly sense the spiritual power within you. Those who possess spiritual power will need food to replenish their strength, but that's the exact thing we lack here in Kusajishi district. Even I had a hard time finding food, so it shouldn't take long for you to turn into Rishi just like me. I don't know why you're so excited after knowing that it is Kusajishi district, but one thing for sure is you will die soon, either killed or starved to death. The powerless could only wait for their death in this ruthless world. Especially people with spiritual power like you that might attract Hollow. Who knows, a Hollow will eat you, he. Hima Yang, who was excited at first, suddenly shivered after realizing the situation he was in. He realized that this world was not only about the sexy Rinjaku, Jendel Ratsu, Tsundere Soifan, ridiculously cute Inoue, but also strong terrifying Kenpachi, villainous Aizen, and various Hollows. What can I do to stay alive? Hima Yang could only feel that his future was bleak as he looked at his weak limbs. Chapter 2, Swordsman of Kusajishi. Noticing the distressed look on Hima Yang's face, a smile was drawn on the corner of the man's mouth. It's survival of the fittest, that's all. You have to be harsh on yourself and show no mercy to your enemies if you want to survive in this ruthless world. Seeing the constantly changing expression on Hima Yang's face, the man flashed a playful smile. It's either kill or be killed, simple isn't it? Hima Yang began to wonder whether that was really the case as he recalled the original plot in the anime and concluded that the man was right. Kusajishi and Zaraki district, in particular, was the most chaotic district in Rukongai. Hima Yang also knew that these districts reeked of blood from the mass killings on a daily basis. How could he even survive in a place like this? Cough cough. A burst of cough snapped Hima Yang back from his deep thought. What is happening to your body? Hima Yang panicked. The man in front of Hima Yang gradually became transparent and turned into Rishi, dissolving into Soul Society. This is the fate of every soul, turning into Rishi. I'll become one with this world. Ah! This warm feeling. It's as if being embraced by my mother. Let me tell you one last thing before I go. It's more like a warning, though. Don't even try to step foot into the Zaraki district if you value your life. Be careful of the beast of Zaraki. That one is a real beast. Even Hollow is like a cute plushie compared to him. Beast of Zaraki? Is it Kenpachi? Hima Yang murmured. Seeing the person in front of me turned into Rishi and dissolved into the Soul Society without any trace left, how would anyone know that someone just died? Besides, dissolving into Soul Society? Could that be called happiness? Although the man earlier has chased Hima Yang for more than an hour even though he has never done anything to him, watching him slowly disappearing into this world was heart-wrenching. This was his first time seeing someone died right in front of him. Clang, the sword that the man earlier held so tightly fell into the ground because no one held it in his place. Apparently, that sword was the only thing in the man's possession. Picking up the sword, Yang looked at the sword that almost took his life. It seemed like an ordinary sword, the so-called Asaki, Yang secretly thought. Yang said determinedly as he picked up the sword, "In any case, I had no intention to die in vain like you. Even if I do end up dead, I will at least leave something behind so people know that I used to live in this world. Of course, I want to live a good life if at all possible. I want the whole Soul Society and Hueco Mundo to know my name. I want my enemies to tremble when they hear my name." Yang seemed so cool with a determined look on his face when all of a sudden, growl. Growl. The growling sound coming from his stomach ruined the moment. "Of course, I have to do something about this first," Yang said while rubbing his stomach. Tap 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 tap. A footstep sound was getting closer and closer. Shua shua shua. Two pairs of greedy eyes vigilantly watched the new visitor. However, after realizing who it was, one of them immediately hid himself looking completely terrified, while the other one was ready to jump out anytime. Seeing his companion was so gung-ho in robbing the visitor they just saw, he immediately pulled his companion back and scolded in a low voice. "Are you trying to get us killed? If you want to die, go ahead and die on your own." The sound of the footsteps suddenly disappeared, followed by a sharp gaze sweeping through the area. Realizing this, the man who just scolded his companion earlier was like being choked by invisible air. Not a word could come out of his mouth, and a few drops of sweat dripped down from his forehead. The place became dead quiet as the sound of the footstep disappeared. Even the atmosphere suddenly became heavy, only repressed breathing could be faintly heard. As the footstep sound once again echoed in that place and slowly disappeared in silence, the atmosphere also returned to normal as the sharp gaze was no longer eyeing the surrounding. There were other people other than those two in that place, but even after the footstep sound disappeared in the distance, those people still waited for a while before they sighed and returned to their own activity as if afraid of something. One of the two men earlier sighed in relief as he wiped the sweat on his forehead. After catching his breath, he then scolded his companion beside. "Are you that eager to die? We're almost killed because of you. Be careful next time, don't bite more than you can chew, especially that person just now. Don't even think about mugging him, just lay low the next time you see him." "Brother, who is he? Why are you so afraid of him? His eyes are indeed scary, but I think he's no big deal." "Pa." The man smacked his companion's head. "Damn, keep your voice down, will you? No big deal? Who almost peed his pants earlier?" the man asked mockingly, and his companion's face suddenly turned red. As the man gazed at where the silhouette disappeared, there was a trace of fear mixed with admiration in the man's eyes. "That man is called Swordsman of Kusajishi." "He is Swordsman of Kusajishi? The man who beheaded 100 people with sheer power?" the little brother said, flustered when he heard the boss. "Yes, he is the one who killed 100 people in a rage. This happened a few years ago, but it still feels like yesterday. Unlike us, he's the man who was born for greatness. That guy has gotten stronger again. I hate to admit it, but we stand no chance even if we gang up on him now." "How can you say that? We lost the moment we give up, you know." "Stop it, Yingsuke is right. We can barely stand the moment we felt the murderous intent earlier. Besides, he was no longer in the same league as us. He was basically as strong as a ranked officer Shinigami, and not the low-ranked one. He was at least as strong as the 7th or 8th seat Shinigami." "What? 7th seat? You don't have a cracking joke?" "My eyes couldn't have deceived me. A 7th seat Shinigami once came here for a mission, and that Shinigami could barely hold his ground against him, the swordsman. Perhaps the Shinigami underestimated him, but in any case, we are no match against him, so just forget about Makihara." "What? Brother, you... Makihara, he... Forget it. It was Makihara's fault for picking a fight against him. I have already said that he must not mess around with the swordsman, but he thought the swordsman is a good prey since he's a newcomer. But this brat he... Forget it, Shangtai, don't talk about it anymore. Brother is right, let's stop this bullshit revenge. We can't risk our life. Besides, even brother can't deal with him. Are you suggesting us to throw our lives?" "Okay, let's stop here. There's no need to beat yourself. It's not that we don't want to avenge Makihara, but he picked the wrong opponent this time." "Ah." A silhouette that has been standing in the alley for quite a while finally showed himself. No, it was more appropriate to say that those people finally noticed his presence as the moonlight hit him. "Well, if you say so, I don't mind if we leave the water under the bridge," a low voice said faintly in the alley. As the moonlight shone on him, everyone finally realized that it was the swordsman of Kusajishi, Yang. Chapter 3, Am I Gonna Lose? When Hima Ayang arrived at his home and had a meal, he couldn't help but remember what happened earlier. After sensing a pair of vigilant eyes monitoring him, Hima Ayang pretended to leave in order to let their guard down while secretly eavesdropping on their conversation. Swordsman of Kusajishi? Hima Ayang chuckled. Since when did I have such an awesome name? People seemed too afraid when they heard my name too. This is not bad at all. As for those lot. Hima Ayang's eyes suddenly became frightening, recalling what happened a few years ago. On the same day he got his hands on the sword, he tried to find anyone who could provide him the information regarding his surroundings as he planned to go to Shino Academy. He passed a few small villages along the way and only stumbled upon a few people. Almost all of them were outlaws who had to risk their lives just to put a little food on their table. After surviving several life and death battles, Hima Ayang clearly felt that his strength increased by leaps and bounds, and not just his battle sense. After each battle, Hima Ayang always felt some kind of force deep within him got stronger, which Hima Ayang believed to be spiritual pressure. At first, Hima Ayang complained that he had no golden finger whatsoever. He wasn't even blessed with a crazy amount of spiritual pressure or other kinds of early advantage that most characters who crossed another world had. He thought that God was unfair at first until the sudden and rapid increase in his strength after his first battle. Later he learned that the more dangerous the battle was, the stronger he got as a result. He once sustained a severe injury and got twice as strong afterwards, even though that was partly because he wasn't that strong at that time, making Hima Ayang started to wonder whether he had Saiyan blood within him. Hima Ayang made his way until he was now in the largest city in Kusajishi district, and he was basically invincible here after building up his strength along the way, but he made sure to keep a low profile. However, a guy named Makahara, thinking Hima Ayang was a perfect prey, decided to bring his lackeys to mug him. Hima Ayang tried his best to resolve it peacefully but to no avail as an inevitable fight broke out. Hima Ayang ended up killing Makahara and all his lackeys in a fit of rage, hence the name Swordsman of Kusajishi. Oh, beautiful sword, can you tell me your name? Hima Ayang said to his sword as he wiped it affectionately as if caressing a woman's soft skin until it was sparkling. Hima Ayang hasn't gotten that much stronger since he killed 100 people in a fit of rage at that time. Although in most people's eyes he had become stronger, only he knew best that he simply could utilize his strength better than before, but he wasn't any stronger, and Shikai was undoubtedly the next step to boost his power further, so he was desperate to learn his Zanpakuto's name now. After sheathing his sword, Hima Ayang leaned against the wall and closed his eyes while holding the sword. No one dared to actually sleep at night here in Kusajishi district since it was so dangerous that anything could happen if they fell asleep for even a second. Without anyone realizing it, a hole was ripped open in Kusajishi district, and powerful yet sinister spiritual pressure surged wildly from the hole. This spiritual pressure. It's hollow. Run. Help. Sensing the powerful spiritual pressure left everyone in a panic, especially those who have already seen hollow with their own eyes since they knew the spiritual pressure belonged to hollow. Look at all these foods. It's been a long time since I smelled this many delicious souls, as expected of Soul Society. The hollow that just ripped open a hole on Kusajishi district's sky was intoxicated by Soul's tempting fragrance and rushed straight towards the crowd. Hima Ayang sensed the hollow's spiritual pressure the moment it ripped a hole in Kusajishi district. This was the first time he sensed a hollow's spiritual pressure, and as he expected, it really was powerful and sinister. This spiritual pressure is almost as strong as mine. I'm not sure I can defeat this hollow. Although I have been through several battles and become stronger since then, there's no telling how strong this hollow is or just how many souls it had devoured. What should I do, fight or escape? While Hima Ayang was still busy considering his choice, the hollow has already rushed to the crowd. Seeing the person that hollow targeted would surely die if it got close enough, Hima Ayang had no time to dawdle around and quickly rushed forward. Clang! The hollow's sharp claw met head-on with Hima Ayang's Zanpakuto, igniting sparks in the process. I'll take you on, damned monster. Hima Ayang aggravated the monster on purpose even though he realized that the hollow in front of him was stronger than him from exchanging blows earlier. Shinigami? Now that's a delicious soul you got there. Give it up and let me tear eat that soul of yours. The hollow stuck out his tongue, excited by the thought of devouring Hima Ayang's soul. Hima Ayang sidestepped the hollow's sharp claw, and he was shocked when he noticed that the hollow's attack left a huge hole on the ground. If that one hit him just now, he might not be able to stand still right now. Hima Ayang swung his sword with all his might, but the hollow managed to block his strike. He then immediately ran to the woods while provoking the hollow, catch me if you can, monster. The hollow's eyes flashed with fury. You've done it now, Shinigami. The hollow's body turned into a shadow and followed Hima Ayang towards the woods. Swordsman of Kusajishi. He saved us and led hollow away? This should be far enough. I don't sense nearby. I'll defeat you here. Hima Ayang challenged the hollow after confirming that there was no one nearby. Ga 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 ga. Defeat me? The hollow laughed as if it just heard something funny. Adelaide, Adelaide, you better remember that name. You're pretty strong, Shinigami, but nowhere as strong as me. I'm just one step away from evolving into Jillian, and you'll be the perfect stepping stone for that. Just one step away from evolving into Jillian? TSK, can I defeat this thing in my current state? The look on Hima Ayang's face instantly changed. The hollow had no plan to waste any more time and struck Hima Ayang head. Hima Ayang evaded the attack as all kinds of thought entered his head, but he wasn't worried. This is all you got? That won't be enough to defeat me. Hima Ayang, who thought his opponent was no big deal, was surprised to find the hollow in front of him turned blurry, followed by a sudden pain from one side of his body as he was sent flying while watching the hollow reappearing behind him. Hima Ayang's eyes widened in surprise. That's Sonito. How can this be? Sonito? What is that? A voice said from Hima Ayang's side. I'm moving so fast that your eyes can't keep up with my speed, that's all. This is the gap between our strengths. The hollow immediately struck Hima Ayang once again midair, sending him to the ground. Cough cough. The impact made Hima Ayang spurted a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. He shivered as he saw the hollow approaching him slowly while drooling. Am I going to die just like this? I haven't even been to Siriate AI yet. I haven't even seen one of the anime's characters yet, and I'm gonna lose to this mob? No way. Hima Ayang roared as he looked at Hollow's claw that was already right in front of him. Chapter 4, Zunpak to my pride won't allow me to lose to this nobody. I haven't even seen the characters from the anime. There's no way I'm gonna die here. A faint azure spiritual pressure seeped out from Hima Ayang's Zunpakto towards Hima Ayang's body. I don't wanna die. I'm the man who will become 13th Division of Imperial Guards Captain. The spiritual pressure that seeped out from Hima Ayang's Zunpakto eventually shrouded his body, and burst forth to the sky while blowing everything around him away. What? What's with this ridiculous amount of spiritual pressure? I would be no match for him even if I evolve into Minnows Grand at this rate. Adelaide, who was shocked by the sudden change in Hima Ayang's spiritual pressure. How did this happen? Just who the hell is this guy? Hima Ayang's figure emerged as the towering spiritual pressure that burst forth to the sky fading. When he felt the immense spiritual pressure welling within his body, he coldly smiled and rushed toward Adelaide. Now it's my turn. At first glance, there was no change to the Zunpakto in Hima Ayang's hand, but upon closer look, it turned out to be covered by countless lightning arcs. I'm sorry, but it's about time for you to leave this stage. You should be honored since you'll be the first to witness my Zunpakto's power. Seeing Hima Ayang's overwhelming spiritual pressure and Zunpakto, Adelaide realized that he'd die in one hit if Hima Ayang managed to land even one blow on him. Run. That was the only thing Adelaide had in his mind. Adelaide then made up his mind without the slightest hesitation. I'm not that stupid. I'll have to escape this time, but worry not since I'll come back and kill you the next time we met, Shinigami. And by then, I'd have evolved into stronger Minnows Grand. Adelaide said as he used Garganta, tearing the space in Kusagakure district open for his escape. Next time? Hima Ayang coldly smiled. You're so naive. There's no next time for you. Azure trail of light followed Hima Ayang as he rushed and thrust his Zunpakto toward Adelaide. Realizing his fate was sealed as Hima Ayang was already in front of him and there was nothing he could do, he could only shout desperately, no. I want to be a Vasta, oh Lord. I don't wanna die here. That was the moment when Hima Ayang slashed him relentlessly, destroying his ambition forever. It's finally over. Hima Ayang murmured as he watched Adelaide disappear and then looked at the sword in his hand. Hima Ayang's eyes glittered with excitement. Is this my Zunpakto? PRSSS. Hima Ayang suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood as his body lost balance. Hima Ayang hurriedly used his arms and legs to prop himself, preventing him from falling to the ground while covering his mouth. He could feel his heart beat so fast as if it was about to burst. Various pains immediately hit him one after another. What's going on? I wasn't supposed to be that seriously injured during the fight just now. Did that hollow do something to me? Damn, my consciousness is fading. Am I still going to die even after I defeated Hollow? I finally grasped the power of my Zunpakto, and I'm gonna die just like that? Damn it. Hima Ayang was losing his consciousness and fell to the ground helplessly while clenching the sword in his hand. It's the same blue sky again. Wait a minute, where am I? And I'm still alive, what about that hollow? Where is it? Hima Ayang was awake when he felt the sunshine and found himself was lying in the middle of a forest, but it was completely different from where he battled the hollow earlier. In addition, there was no trace of battle at all, and Hima Ayang almost thought that he crossed to another world once again. You finally woke up, brat. Now, stand up. Hima Yang was shocked that there was someone else there, not to mention right beside him without him noticing his presence at all. He shivered at the thought that this man was an enemy since he would have died if that was the case. Who are you? Hima Yang said as he turned his head to where he heard the voice earlier, but surprisingly, he found nothing there. Now, there's no need to be on guard. You don't want to twist your neck by accident, do you? A playful voice said behind him. Hima Yang turned his head behind immediately in surprise and finally saw the owner of the voice only to be rendered speechless. It was a breathtakingly handsome man with wavy azure hair, plain white gown. He seemed indescribably elegant with a folding fan in his hand. Hima Yang was so jealous of the man's handsomeness to the point that he almost forgot what he was about to ask. He coughed twice to conceal his gaffe and then said awkwardly, "Stop popping out of nowhere randomly, will you? I almost got a heart attack here. Besides, who are you?" The man at first had a bored look on his face the moment Hima Yang asked the question as he stopped fanning himself with the folding fan in his hand, but immediately smiled afterward. "Whether you can learn my name depends on yourself. Fuck you. I'm just being nice here, it's not like I actually want to know your name, and you just have to be all high and mighty, huh? Just who do you think you are?" Hima Yang said in his heart. Do you know where this is?" Hima Yang said hesitantly. The man smiled. "You don't know where this is?" Seeing Hima Yang's confused look, the man folded the folding fan in his hand and finally answered, "This is your inner world." "My inner world?" Hima Yang said in disbelief as the world was filled with forest, meadow and bright sunshine. "It's a beautiful world, if I say so myself. Clearly I'm such not only handsome but also cheerful." Hima Yang narcissistically said. "Since this is my inner world, then this guy is my Zanpakuto? Are you my Zanpakuto?" Hima Yang looked at the man with excitement, to think that such a handsome, elegant, and clearly powerful man was his Zanpakuto. Looking at Hima Yang's expectant look, the man slightly nodded. Seeing the man's confession, Hima Yang's eyes glittered with excitement and immediately asked, "Now, tell me your name." There was an awkward silence until the man said, "I refuse." A faint voice came. "What? You refuse?" "No way." "Yeah, I refuse." The man smiled. "I'm positive I heard that you don't want to know my name earlier, no? How did you know? I mean, that's just a joke. Why are you doing this to me?" "I'm sorry, can you please tell me your name?" "I refuse." "Say no more. You are not qualified to know my name just yet. This time is an exception. You only managed to draw out a small portion of my strength because you almost died, and even then, it caused a serious after effect on your body. It's way too early for you to wield my power, you're not ready yet." "I see, so that's the reason behind the injury earlier. I know I'm not supposed to be that badly injured from the Hollow's attack, turns out that's the cause." Hima Yang said as he knew that the injury he sustained during the fight with Hollow wasn't that severe. "But I still want to know your name, tell me, pretty please. You have nothing to lose anyway, right?" Hima Yang looked at the man that was supposedly his Zanpakuto with hopeful eyes. "Okay." Hima Yang's hopeful expression made it hard for him to refuse. "My name is..." I can't hear you." Seeing Hima Yang showed no sign of giving up, the Zanpakuto consoled him, "Don't beat yourself too hard. You're already on the right track. With some more training, you should be able to hear my name the next time you come back here." "Alright, I'll be sure to make you spell your name next time I'm here." The man folded the folding fan in his hand while watching Hima Yang's figure slowly disappeared from that world and said gently, "I wonder how far you'll go next time? Don't get me wrong, I simply love this world and its scenery, and if you're discouraged, terrible things will happen in this world." Chapter 5, Kimura Kazuya. The moment Hima Yang regained his consciousness, he felt as if his whole body was crushed. He never felt this much pain before. "You finally wake up, brat." Hima Yang suddenly heard an elderly voice. "Youngsters these days really don't treat the elderly with respect, huh? Don't you feel bad for occupying this fragile old man's bed after I went to the trouble of saving you?" Hima Yang sweated when he heard how blunt this old man was. "I'm really sorry for troubling you and occupying your bed. I will get up right away." Then, Hima Yang sat up, giving the bed back to the old man. "Ah! God!" As soon as he tried to sit up, Hima Yang felt the pain intensified by a few hundred times, and he couldn't help but wail. "Ha ha ha." The old man burst into laughter upon seeing Hima Yang was in pain. "Turns out you're one interesting fella. Is it so painful that you feel like you're about to die?" Hima Yang turned his head and looked at the sly smile on the old man's face. He didn't show it in his face since the old man saved his life, but he was cursing the old man. Hima Yang just laughed it off, trying his best to resist the urge to beat this old man to a pulp, and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'll live." He secretly lamented his encounter with the old man, although he himself couldn't do anything about it. He was determined to stay away from this old man as soon as he recovered. He was so annoyed that he might turn the other way if he happened to see the old man again. "I'm just messing around with you, kid. It has been a long time since I saw such an interesting fella, and the look on your face just now was priceless, ha ha ha." The old man looked at him and said with a smile, "You sustained a severe injury, you must have pushed yourself too far. It'll take at least a few days for you to recover. You should rest here, don't worry, I'll take care of the food." The old man walked out of the door but immediately returned as if remembering something. "I almost forgot, I put your sword above your pillow. You've been holding to it really hard even when you're unconscious. It must be extremely important to you, huh?" Yang turned his head, and after he saw his sword above the pillow, he said weakly, "Yeah, it's as important as my life." The old man smiled, and his eyes were teary as if remembering something nostalgic when he heard Yang's answer. He then said in a gentle tone, "Yeah, tell me about it." Yang was thinking about his inner world while sitting on the bed quietly. As Yang looked at his Zanpakuto, he secretly made up his mind, "I'll be sure to hear your name next time." "That's one hell of a face you got there, what are you thinking about?" a voice said, followed by the appetizing fragrance of porridge. Yang came back to his senses and said to the old man in front of him, "It's nothing serious. I'm sorry for the trouble." Yang felt something was off since he didn't notice the old man coming. Was it because he was so deep in his thought? My name is Yang. It's a little late, but thank you. I'll take you in your offer, and I'll be in your care for several days. May I ask your name?" Seeing Yang's troubled look, instead of mocking him like earlier, he said with a smile, "Kimura Kazuya. That's my name. You can call me whatever you want." Yang was curious about the sudden change in the old man's attitude. Since when this old man became this kind? However, since he still felt guilty for not asking his savior's name, he didn't pry any further. "Well, I'll call you Mr. Kimura, once again, thank you. You even went through the trouble of cooking this porridge for me. No need to thank me, just focus on getting better for now, eat well, and rest well. Let's continue where we left when you get better." "Well then, have a good rest, I'll leave you for now," the old man said as he walked out and closed the door. Turns out he's such a nice old man, although he's kind of annoying at first. The sunlight awakened Yang from his dream. "I've never slept this soundly ever since I came to this world. How could I sleep so soundly? I always make sure that I'm on guard, so why did I suddenly let my guard down as if there's no threat here? It's that old man, Kimura Kazuya." Yang couldn't believe it at first, but he couldn't think of other reasons. The sly old man. I knew there was something weird the moment I see that fragile-looking old man living for so long in Kusajishi district. Yang felt more suspicious the more he thought about it. He missed these details yesterday because he was so absorbed in his thought, but he was convinced that the old man was stronger than him. That old man, Kimura Kazuya, is hiding his true strength. With that thought in mind, Yang inspected the bedroom he was in carefully once again. The layout is simple and tidy. Judging from that, the owner should be a serious and disciplined person. It made no sense since the old man just seemed straight-out rude, which confused Yang. He was so curious about the old man, and since he felt much better and was not in as much pain as before, he decided to get up and check out what he could find outside. There was a small pond in front of the house with grass growing on both sides and a lush forest in the distance. What a beautiful place. Is there such a place in Kusajishi district? Isn't his Kusajishi district? Which part of Kusajishi district was this again? Those thoughts immediately filled Yang's mind. "Ah, is it okay for you to be up and about already? You're pretty tough, kid." Yang didn't even notice the old man's presence. He was convinced that the old man really was no ordinary guy. "My body is still sore here and there, but I'm starting to get bored inside, so I decided to go out, checking out the scenery or something." "Since when you've been here, Mr. Kimura?" "When? I've been here the whole time, didn't you see me?" "What? You've been here all along?" Yang's pupils dilated. How was that possible? Even now that he saw the old man with his own eyes, he couldn't sense the old man's presence at all. What is going on here? If I didn't concentrate all my senses, I can't even sense this old man's presence. That was even scarier than instantaneous movement. Yang secretly thought in his mind. "You're no ordinary person, are you, Mr. Kimura? Are you blind or something? I'm just a fragile old man, youngster nowadays really are. Is this Kusajishi district? Are you seriously? Kusajishi district? Of course, this is Kusajishi district. Where else do you think this is? If you really are a fragile old man like you said, then how did you survive in Kusajishi district this whole time? Heck, you seem to live so comfortably here too. Youngsters these days really are not adorable at all. I knew it. So you admit that you're not an ordinary old guy, right? Why are you so hung up on this, anyway? Since you're no ordinary old man, please be my mentor. Looking at Hima Ayang in front of him, Kimura Kazuya was silent. As Hima Ayang grew anxious, Kimura Kazuya finally said something. Why? Why do you want to become stronger? After hearing Kimura Kazuya's question, Hima Ayang thought for a while and firmly said, survival, and freedom. I want to survive. And I have no intention to leave my life to luck, nor do I want to be pitied by others. I want to pave my own destiny with my own strength. Chapter 6, Kendo. Kimura Kazuya was baffled by Hima Ayang's answer. Surviving with your own power is the easiest and, at the same time, the hardest thing to accomplish, Kimura Kazuya murmured, looking at Hima Ayang with a firm look. I won't take you in as my apprentice. However, upon seeing the disappointed look on Hima Ayang's face, Kimura Kazuya added. However, I don't mind offering you some advice based on my experience. Hima Ayang was suddenly overjoyed and immediately thanked Kimura Kazuya. Thank you so much. And while we're at it, as you can see, I'm pretty old. It wasn't a problem to put food on the table for myself, but now that there's another mouth to feed, I'm really in a pickle here. The slight tone that Hima Ayang hasn't heard for a while finally returned. A drop of sweat dripped down from Hima Ayang's forehead as he humored the old man. Just leave it to me, consider it the accommodation fee, while secretly cursing the old ma. He really is a vexing old man, and what he did before was just an act. What accommodation? Are you planning to take my room from me again? Kimura Kazuya looked at Hima Ayang with a look of contempt. I don't know you're that cheeky. Then where should I live? After you leave this house, turn right. There are a bunch of trees there. It's still pretty early in the morning right now, and if everything goes well, you should be able to build a hut before dark. At least you can use it to rest, and don't forget to cook. Hima Ayang resisted the urge to clobber the old man in front of him. He knew that he couldn't win against him, so he just cursed him in his heart. Hima Ayang's house basked in the setting sun's afterglow. He called it a hut, but it looked nothing like one. How does it end up like this? It looks nothing like a hut. Hima Ayang muttered. It's the foundation. A faint voice startled Hima Ayang. Kimura Kazuya continued. The foundation of the hut you built is weak, that's why it looks weird. Of course, it applies to everything else in this world, not just a hut. Looking at Hima Ayang contemplating what he just said, Kimura Kazuya snapped him back from his thought. Okay, let's have dinner first. You can stay in my house for the time being until you build your own. But I feel bad for using your bedroom again. Kimura Kazuya squinted at Hima Ayang as if watching an idiot. What are you talking about? Of course you'll be sleeping outside. This damned old man. Okay, let's set the whole building a hut thing for now. You can't build a proper one that quickly anyway. Hima Ayang paused for a while upon hearing Kimura Kazuya's word, and Kimura Kazuya immediately added. Let me teach you something first. Hima Ayang was excited because no one has taught him anything until this point. He had to learn everything on his own through battle. As Kimura Kazuya said last night. Weak foundation. That was his biggest problem at the moment, which will halt his progress, so it couldn't be helped if Kimura Kazuya suddenly said that he would teach him. Sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, Shinigami's 4 basic techniques. Among them, Zan refers to sword art, which is sword fighting techniques for the Zanpakuto. The most basic fighting technique, Ken refers to hand-to-hand combats, which is an unarmed fighting technique that makes use of one's own body in a fight, so refers to flash steps, which is high-speed movement, in this case, flash steps, since that's what Shinigami uses. He refers to Kido, a battle style in which Shinigami used advanced spells that require strong spiritual power. Kimura Kazuya, who realized that Hima Ayang was getting bored from this explanation, added. Among these 4 basic Shinigami fighting techniques, I couldn't use both hand-to-hand combats and Kido. Technically, I could use flash steps, but only to some extent. However, it's safe to say that no one could best me in sword art in the entire Soul Society. Hima Ayang was disappointed for a moment when he heard Kimura Kazuya couldn't use both hand-to-hand combats and Kido. However, he was a little relieved upon hearing Kimura Kazuya could at least use flash steps to some extent. Although the old man was annoying, he seemed to be telling the truth, and since he said that he could use flash steps, then his flash steps should be pretty good. Last but not least, Hima Ayang was surprised when the old man said he was the best in Soul Society in terms of sword art. If this old man was really telling the truth, then his strength really is immeasurable. Kimura Kazuya smirked upon seeing Hima Ayang's surprised look and then said, And what I want to teach you is mainly kendo and some flash steps skills. What do you think a sword is? What is kendo? Sword? A sword should reflect one's gentleness, benevolence, and righteousness, so kendo is the way of gentleness, benevolence, and righteousness. Hima Ayang said hesitantly after recalling a book he once read. Wrong. Looking at Hima Ayang seriously, Kimura Kazuya said. Sword is the means to fight, and kendo is the way of killing. Swords are not toys. You must not draw your sword lightly. The moment you draw your sword, a bloodbath will surely happen. Remember, the sword itself is made to kill. Hima Ayang was shocked by Kimura Kazuya's answer since he has heard various answers to that exact question from TV and books, and all of them were profound. As Hima Ayang contemplated Kimura Kazuya's answer, he recalled his journey so far while stroking the zanpakuto on his sash, and as Kimura Kazuya said earlier, whenever he drew his sword, a battle would always occur. Looking at Hima Ayang's eyes clearing from doubt, Kimura Kazuya said with relief, it seems that you've already figured it out. It will always be a battle with your life on the line whenever you draw your sword, so don't draw your sword on a whim. Hima Ayang then grinned and said, what about the zanpakuto of the medical division? They are saving people with their swords. Kimura Kazuya was baffled by Hima Ayang's comment and immediately scolded him out of embarrassment, don't interrupt me. That's an exception anyway. Can't you at least differentiate that? Kimura Kazuya cleared his throat and said in serious tone while staring at Hima Ayang intently, I have two styles of swordsmanship, one is for a show, the other one is for practical killing. Which one do you want to learn? Didn't you say that kendo is the way of killing? Then why can you use the exhibition swordsmanship? Hima Ayang jokingly said, but as Kimura Kazuya glared at him, he once again stopped joking, do you have the elegant and practical one? Seeing Kimura Kazuya was about to snap, Hima Ayang instantly shut his mouth and then muttered, don't be angry, I'm just joking. Can't you at least differentiate that? So? Which one? Do you really have to ask? Of course, I want to learn the swordsmanship for practical killing. Hima Ayang said with determined eyes. Besides, why would I pick the exhibition swordsmanship? Am I supposed to please them with that so they can spare me? Now that you have chosen this path, don't regret it. Rest assured, I will teach you properly myself. I'll be sure to drill it into your body so that you'll never forget it. Hima Ayang shivered when he heard Kimura Kazuya's words. I did say kendo, but we'll be using zanpakuto. The sword technique that you'll learn emphasizes fast, accurate, and ruthless. Since this is the swordsmanship meant for practical killing, it mainly relied on techniques such as cleaving, slashing, stabbing, thrusting, blocking, intercepting, etc., so you'll have to pay attention to small details when it comes to movement, and that's where my flash steps comes along. Your physical prowess is a decisive factor to exhibit powerful and effective swordsmanship, and at your current state, it may be difficult. Looking at the worried expression on Hima Ayang's face, Kimura Kazuya smiled insidiously. But don't worry, I'll properly teach you and strengthen your physique to the point where you can practice these. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. You may get tired or injured during the training, but I believe you can do it. Upon seeing Kimura Kazuya's frightening grin, Hima Ayang realized that there must be something fishy about this old man's training regime later, especially when he recalled this old man's personality. Hima Ayang realized that he was done for as he looked at Kimura Kazuya smirking at him. Chapter 7, 1 Year Swordsmanship 800. 881. 882. 996. 997. 998. 999. 1000. This is killing me. Hima Ayang collapsed to the ground with his whole body covered with sweat. Seeing Kimura Kazuya was casually making tea, Hima Ayang said dissatisfiedly, hey, old man, it's been a year, and all you taught me was these boring exercises. What's this for? Kimura Kazuya took a sip of his tea and savored it, this fragrance. This taste. It's simply exquisite. Some veins on Hima Ayang's head popped as he ran out of patience and finally shouted, hey, damned old man, I'm talking to you, don't ignore me, bastard. Kimura Kazuya glanced at Hima Ayang, who just collapsed to the ground and said indifferently, are you talking to me? Realizing that Hima Ayang couldn't figure it out on his own, Kimura Kazuya put down his cup and said, didn't I tell you already? This training shaped up your body. With your weak body, let alone proper swordsmanship, you won't even be able to pull off a basic move. Seeing Hima Ayang still looked at him in disbelief, Kimura Kazuya went on and said, this training effectively strengthened your body as a whole. With powerful arms, you can swing your zanpakuto harder, strong legs allow you to move swifter, and your waist is the most important one. It affects your body's flexibility since that's what connect your upper and lower limbs. Suddenly, The look on Kimura Kazuya changed from serious to perverted. Besides, a strong waist is more important on the bed, right? Kimura Kazuya said as he winked meaningfully at Hima-Yang. This perverted old man. Hima-Yang retorted right away but immediately laughed afterwards. But you do have a point. It seems I do have to shape up this waist of mine. Well, it's decided. I will do another 1,000 sit-ups. The old man and the youngsters looked at each other and laughed pervertedly. However, is this really okay? All I have been doing is basic training, and I haven't fought properly for a year. Don't you think I would get rusty? As if seeing through the anxiety in Hima-Yang's heart, Kimura Kazuya said with a smile, don't worry, I can say for sure that you didn't get rusty. In fact, you became twice as strong than a year ago. How can you be so sure? Seeing Hima-Yang still had a hard time believing him, Kimura Kazuya explained, strengthening your physique is not all there is to this exercise. Up until now, your biggest flaw was your weak foundation, and this training eliminates that weakness. Your foundation is very solid right now. Moreover, thanks to this training, your body coordination is also improving, and you should be able to control every part of your body by now. Kimura Kazuya looked at Hima-Yang seriously like never before and said, remember, the power you cannot control at will can't be called your own. So don't be blinded by your pursuit of power. The power that you can't handle will only lead you to destruction, after all. Realizing Kimura Kazuya was being serious for once, Hima-Yang no longer smiled and earnestly said, relax, I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Hima-Yang speculated that it might be like Ichigo's hollow power. He didn't really understand it himself, but he was convinced that if he was in Ichigo's shoes, he wouldn't be able to get away with it unscathed like Ichigo did since he wasn't the main protagonist, so of course he would try his best to control his power. Hearing Hima-Yang's serious answer, Kimura Kazuya sighed in relief. He knew that Himing was brimming with potential at first glance, so he was afraid that he would be led astray. Now, he could rest easy because once Hima-Yang had agreed or determined to do something, he'll see it until the end. That was just how he was. Just like this sparring training, despite complaining all the time, he'll see it until the end once he has made up his mind. As Kimura Kazuya saw Hima-Yang collapsing due to exhaustion, Kimura Kazuya was relieved. He felt so lucky to be able to meet this child at the end of his life. Kimura Kazuya then picked up his teacup and savored his tea earlier while watching the sun setting on the horizon and Hima-Yang, who began his sit-ups. Kimura Kazuya snapped back from his deep thoughts when he heard Hima-Yang panting, and upon seeing Hima-Yang was completely exhausted, he laughed. If you can do 1,000 additional push-ups just to be strong on the bed, you should be fine, kid. It seems that these sports can't satisfy you anymore, so I'm thinking about increasing your training regime starting tomorrow. Sports my ass. Hima-Yang immediately retorted when he heard Kimura Kazuya's words. Don't you see I'm out of breath? Are you planning to kill me? So you don't want to? I was thinking to teach you sword art tomorrow, but if you don't want to, then forget what I just said. What? Sword art? Hima-Yang, who was slumping down the ground, immediately jumped excitedly. I'm just kidding, let's do it. Finally, I can say goodbye to this boring training. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Really? I'm looking forward to it too, your expression that is. Kimura Kazuya smiled meaningfully. The next day. Is this your so-called sword art training? Hima-Yang grumbled. Move your hands instead of your mouth. First of all, 1,000 vertical slashes. Concentrate. Look straight ahead. Put everything you got into each swing. Not this boring training again. Hima-Yang was dissatisfied, but he still swung his Zanpakuto with all he got. With each swing, Hima-Yang could sense a tingling sensation inside him, although faintly, and the more he swung his Zanpakuto, the stronger that sensation was, but he just couldn't wrap his head around it. Eventually, Hima-Yang felt as if he and his Zanpakuto were the only ones there. Kimura Kazuya was shocked when he watched Hima-Yang was so immersed in each swing. How is this possible? I had a feeling that he's a genius, but to be able to stumble upon the true meaning of swordsmanship this quickly is simply unbelievable. At this rate, it won't be long before he fully grasps it. Hima-Yang suddenly looked confused when that mysterious sensation disappeared. He then immediately looked at Kimura Kazuya and asked with a confused tone, Old man, while I was swinging my Zanpakuto earlier, I felt this strange sensation. It's as if I'm all alone with my Zanpakuto in this world, but that sensation suddenly disappeared. What was that? Turned out it was just momentary. Was it just a fluke? Or was he really talented? Nevertheless, it was remarkable to be able to reach such a level right off the bat. Hearing Hima-Yang's question, Kimura Kazuya answered after a brief pause, you have to know that unlike us souls, techniques are inanimate. I will only teach you the basics. Everyone has their own style, And teaching you my techniques will do you no good since there's no guarantee that it will suit you. You need to come up with your own moves. After all, what suits you is the best. Aizen agreed with Kimura Kazuya and nodded. However, that did not answer my question at all. Cough cough. Kimura Kazuya cleared his throat in embarrassment. As for the mysterious sensation that you mentioned earlier, it is a realm that can only be grasped after one reached a certain level of kendo. Realm? What realm? Man and sword are one, man is the sword, and sword is man. Are you kidding me? Haha, not really. After you reach that realm, your Zanpakuto will be like another part of your body that you can move freely. Once you're in that state, you'll be considered a master swordsman provided you can perceive everything with your mind. Chapter 8, Anohana Yachiru. So, have you entered such realm, old man? I did, although it was just a fluke. Kimura Kazuya said humbly, but he couldn't hide the smug on his face. Is there anyone else besides you who has achieved this realm? Aizen deliberately ignored the amazing, right? Look on Kimura Kazuya's face. Kimura Kazuya, who obviously was not happy with Aizen's attitude, couldn't help but glare at him and then said after a brief thought, Yamamoto Genryusai, being the strongest Shinigami and 13 Division of Imperial Guards' Captain Commander, he obviously had achieved this realm. Not to mention his sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, has reached the highest level. Another one that I can say for sure was the head of the Kusajishi clan, one of Seoul Society's 4 noble families. Only those two? Aizen was puzzled. He obviously knew Captain Commander Yamamoto since he was the strongest Shinigami, but he didn't know who the current head of Kusajishi clan was. Aizen realized that reaching Kendo's highest realm was not a simple feat, but if they were the only one who managed to do so, then this damned old man was clearly stronger than he thought. Well, actually, there's one more, and she may be even more powerful than the rest. Kimura Kazuya said as if remembering something nostalgic, but followed by a hint of horror. Who is it? Anohana Yachiru. Kimura Kazuya said solemnly. The most diabolical criminal to ever exist in Seoul Society since 1,000 years ago, who claimed to had mastered all sort of swordsmanship, thus named herself Yachiru. Later she was recruited by Yamamoto Genryusai's 13 Division of Imperial Guards as first Kinpachi. Although I have never challenged her myself, I watched her fight, and I speculated that she should be evenly matched with me, but I don't know whether that was her full power or not. If she is still alive now, the level of her kendo must be higher right now, and I should be no match for her. Anohana Yachiru. Is she somehow related with Retsu Anohana since they both had the surname Anohana? Aizen wondered. He said verbally, 1,000 years ago? Even if she's alive, she would be an old hag by now. Do you not know for sure whether she's still alive or not? I don't know. Some people think she is dead, some say otherwise. After all, she is the infamous captain of the 11th Division, who bears the name Kinpachi, the strongest Shinigami. It was said that there's only one Kinpachi throughout generations, and the current 11th Division captain is the 7th Kinpachi, so it stands to reason that she should be dead, but I just had a hard time believing someone as strong as her to be killed. Besides, Siriite AI has not officially announced her death, so some people think she is not dead yet and simply changed her identity. 7th Kinpachi? Who is it? Wait a minute, which timeline is this? Aizen was completely baffled. He never asked such a question because he was afraid of hearing bad news. He was afraid that he'd have so little time left before the anime's main plot began. However, he realized that it was the exact opposite. As he wondered who the 7th Kinpachi was, he remembered that Zaraki Kinpachi was the 11th generation Kinpachi, and it would take quite a while before the main plot started. If I remember correctly, the 7th Kinpachi was called Kuruyashiki Kinpachi. Speaking of which, he is also a respected guy, not only by his division but also by other Shinigamis in 13 Division of Imperial Guards because he wasn't arrogant despite his strength. As for your other question, I don't know what you are talking about, but I'm pretty sure it is about time for dinner. Aizen speculated that it would be about 200 years before the main plot kick-started, considering there would be another 3 Kinpachis before Zaraki became one, and the plot began 10 years after Zaraki became the 11th Kinpachi, so Aizen had a lot of time to train himself. He might even become strong enough to alter the plot even though he wasn't the main protagonist in this story. Brat, what are you thinking? Did you hear what I just said? Kimura Kazuya's dissatisfied voice snapped Aizen back from his thought. What? Did you say something? Kimura Kazuya then immediately smacked Aizen on the head. That hurts, old man. Aizen seemed grumpy as he rubbed his head. Brat, listen to me carefully. Kimura Kazuya suddenly looked all serious, ignored Aizen, and said, if my hunch is right, Seoul Society's first Kinpachi, Anohana Yachiru. Should not be dead yet. She must be alive somewhere that even 13 Division of Imperial Guards didn't know in the Soul Society. Kimura Kazuya was quite satisfied when he noticed the look on Hima Ayang's face and immediately added, "Promise me that you won't lay a hand on her if you met her by chance. She's not someone you can stand against in your current state." It's true that she was later recruited by Yamamoto Genri Uzai as one of 13 Division of Imperial Guards as captain, but it won't change the fact that she used to be a bloodthirsty criminal. Huh? Hima Ayang immediately nodded without hesitation. That goes without saying, I'm not some psycho who's so eager to die. That's good. Although you look honest, I know you're not a pacifist. I'm really afraid that you will recklessly challenge her one day. No way, old man. I'm as much a pacifist as I'm honest. Is that so? Kimura Kazuya immediately changed the topic. Hurry up and cook, will you? It's about time for dinner. You're such a slave driver, old man. Hima Ayang grumped at Kimura Kazuya, but he stood up and began cooking dinner nonetheless. You're getting better and better at cooking. Of course, I'm good at everything I did and cooking is no different. At this rate, I'll have a hard time letting you go. Hima Ayang froze. Hey, old man, you know it's hard to say no to that, don't you? Well, it can't be helped. You, youngster, have your own path to tread. There's no way you can stay with this old man forever. Hima Ayang wanted to say he didn't mind staying with the old man, but he couldn't say it. He knew that Kimura Kazuya was right. He will be going to Siri Itai, 13 Division of Imperial Guards, Hueco Mundo, even human world. In short, he could not stay here and keep Kimura Kazuya company forever. There's no need to be so sad. Besides, this training is pretty hard that I won't be able to leave anytime soon, right? Seeing Hima Ayang didn't seem as troubled as earlier, Kimura Kazuya said with a smile, however, there's one thing I'm concerned about. Kid, your name is Hima Ayang, right? We've lived together for so long, and you barely remember my name? Just how rude you can get, old man. Hima Ayang said dissatisfiedly. Well, I mean he is a strange surname. Since they were in Japan, the surname he was indeed a bit weird. Why don't you be my grandson and use my surname? Get lost. Damned old man, like hell I will. Ha, come on, brat. Do you really have to be that against it? That kind of hurts my feelings, you know. Go to hell. Chapter 9, Ma Ayang's strength early in the morning, as the sun shone through the window, followed by several insects that rose early, hopping through the grass and birds chirping on the tree. Shua shua shua, the sound of a sword being swung around interspersed between the birds chirping. It was Hima Ayang who intensely swung his Zanpakuto under the tree. As Hima Ayang swung his Zanpakuto again and again, a faint breeze swirled around him, but Hima Ayang was too immersed in his training that he didn't notice anything around him, including the breeze. Before he realized it, Kimura Kazuya was already behind Hima Ayang. He nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Hima Ayang swinging the Zanpakuto in his hands again and again. Upon perceiving the breeze surrounding Hima Ayang, Kimura Kazuya frowned. Is this his Zanpakuto's power? It seems to be a wind type. His spiritual pressure was already on par or even better than those of a lieutenant with just a few years of training. He is also getting better at flash steps even though his flash steps was no match to those of On Mitsukido at his current state. Although I can't teach him anything about hand-to-hand combats, his reflex and physical finesse isn't bad. It'll be up to him to learn Kido since I can't teach it to him either. He may pick it up if he goes to Shino Academy. However, Kendo is a whole different matter. Kimura Kazuya's eyes were filled with pride as he looked at Hima Ayang, who was swinging his sword. His Kendo wouldn't fall short to those of a captain. Heck, he may even come out on top. Oh, how long have you been here, old man? Hima Ayang said without looking back while sheathing his Zanpakuto. Oh, so you can at least perceive my presence now. It's no big deal for a genius like me. Hima Ayang boasted shamelessly. Have you sensed your Zanpakuto's presence? Kimura Kazuya casually ignored Hima Ayang's boasting and asked him such a question. The prideful look on Hima Ayang's face instantly changed into despair when he heard Kimura Kazuya's question. Sigh, no luck on that, why do you have to ask such a depressing question? Kimura Kazuya seemed a little puzzled. That's not supposed to happen if you really did enter your inner world around 10 years ago and conversed with your Zanpakuto. Although you couldn't find out its name back then, it stands to reason that you should have qualified to activate Shikai. Moreover, you are more than 10 times stronger than when you first came here 10 years ago. Although you are still nowhere near a captain's level now, you should be able to hold your own against a lieutenant, except for that fool who always follows Yamamoto Genri Uzai around. Huh? Am I that strong? Hima Ayang was so excited to hear that he would be able to beat Lieutenant. Wait, the fool who always follows Captain Commander Yamamoto? Ah. Is it Chojiro Sasaki? He doesn't seem that formidable in the manga. Hima Ayang muttered. He certainly is one hopeless fool, but I have to say that he is an amazing guy. Kimura Kazuya said with a hint of nostalgic look on his face. Hey, old man, don't leave me hanging and reminiscing the past on your own. It was more than 1,000 years ago. Again? Just how long has this old man lived? Hima Ayang was exasperated back then. He was just a high-spirited and vigorous youngster at the time, and Yamamoto was already a well-known figure in the Soul Society. At the time, Yamamoto was still called Yamamoto Shigakuni. He was the Genryu founder and Genji School's head instructor. Because of the scar on Yamamoto's forehead, that youngster referred to him as a Jizaidano, which was known throughout the Soul Society. He admired Yamamoto Shigakuni like crazy, and he was determined to become Yamamoto's right hand. Although he was not Genji School's student, he almost went there every day to see Yamamoto even after Yamamoto scolded him, which drove others crazy. Despite reprimanding him so often, everyone knew that he really appreciated the tenacious fool. However, Yamamoto once reprimanded him, and he didn't go to Genji School for a month since then. Everyone thought he gave up, but to everyone's surprise, he came again after a whole month of training and Bunkai. In just 1 month, he has entered the domain that most Shinigami couldn't touch in their whole life. Ever since then, he had served as Yamamoto's right hand, fought for him, and shared his concern with him, making a name for himself throughout Soul Society in the process. The name of that youngster is Chojiro Sasaki. He is currently 13th Division of Imperial Guards 1st Division's lieutenant. He has held this position since 13th Division of Imperial Guards was formed. Although he is only lieutenant, as a person who has learned Bunkai more than 1,000 years ago, he is definitely more powerful than some of 13th Division of Imperial Guards captain. Kimura Kazuya glanced at Hima Ayang before continuing. Although he has not used his Bunkai since 1,000 years ago, you'd undoubtedly lose against him in your current state. Ha ha ha. Hima Ayang laughed dryly while recalling the plot in anime. As far as he knew from the anime, that old man was nothing special, yet why did Kimura Kazuya value him that highly? He was determined to challenge that old man once he met him because he was convinced that old man was no big deal. Realizing Hima Ayang was eager to challenge Chojiro Sasaki, Kimura Kazuya sighed and immediately reprimanded him. Brat, let me warn you, don't lay a hand on him. You don't know the extent of that man's power. Hey old man, that again? Ah. Is it because you're acquainted with him? Is he your old friend or something? Judging from that nostalgic look on your face earlier, that's gotta be it, right? Hima Ayang said perfunctorily. Kimura Kazuya suddenly fell silent. How about it? Did I hit the mark? Shut up. Kimura Kazuya yelled but immediately smiled and said. Come to think of it, you've always wanted real combat training, right? Come, I'll be your opponent. Take your stance. What's with you all of a sudden? The sudden change in Kimura Kazuya's attitude surprised Hima Ayang, but it was too late at this point. Come on, what are you waiting for? Give me your best shot. You're not gonna draw your sword? Hima Ayang was puzzled when he saw Kimura Kazuya just stood in front of him without drawing his sword. I'll draw my sword if I really have to. You've done it now, old man. The next second, Hima Ayang suddenly disappeared from plain sight and appeared right in front of Kimura Kazuya in the next second and thrust his Zanpakuto to Kimura Kazuya's waist. Where are you looking? A playful laugh came from behind. There. Hima Ayang immediately tried to strike where the voice came from with his elbow and hit nothing but thin air. You'll never be able to hit me with that speed. Kimura Kazuya was already about 10 meters away in front of Hima Ayang with hands behind his back and said, let me show you how it's done. Kimura Kazuya disappeared from Hima Ayang's sight right after and emerged beside Hima Ayang in the next second, kicking him on the chest. Hima Ayang was sent flying, and Kimura Kazuya kicked him once again midair before he landed. Hima Ayang struggled to stand back on his feet only to see Kimura Kazuya, who stood in front of him with his hands still behind his back. Realizing the gap of strength between them, Hima Ayang stroked his chest and said, can't you at least hold back, old man? That's really immature, you know. I am holding back. Otherwise, you would have died by now. Now, old man, I'm not even serious yet, so don't think you've won just yet. Really? Suddenly overwhelming spiritual pressure burst out of Kimura Kazuya's seemingly fragile body. Hima Ayang almost fell due to the sheer pressure of the spiritual pressure. No way. This spiritual pressure is on a whole different level. Chapter 10, Play Your Melody, Shi'an. Kazuya's sudden burst of spiritual pressure overwhelmed Ma Ayang. He could barely breathe while sweating profusely. Ma Ayang tried hard to endure the pressure of Kazuya's spiritual pressure. He knew the old man in front of him was no ordinary old man, but he just had a hard time believing such a nasty and rude old man had a power beyond his understanding. Yang began to think that he really shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Yang couldn't even muster the will to fight due to the sheer pressure of Kazuya's spiritual pressure. Where did that confidence you show earlier go, brat? You're coming or not? Shut up, old man. Yang realized that he might be crushed to death by Kazuya's spiritual pressure alone if he carelessly rushed toward him right now. If you're not coming, then I will. Then, Kazuya walked towards Yang, and the pressure of his spiritual pressure intensified twofold with each step he took. Yang could barely stand while sweat dripping from Yang's cheeks when Kazuya was only 1 meter away from him. An ordinary guy would have fainted from the spiritual pressure alone. Sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, is indeed Shinigami's 4 basic fighting techniques, but there is one more thing that is even more essential in combat, that is spiritual pressure. Be it Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy, or something else, spiritual pressure is always the most basic thing. As you see now, no matter how good your sword art is, you're completely powerless against my spiritual pressure. Unlike sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, spiritual pressure can hardly be enhanced through training. Noble was born with immense spiritual pressure inherited from their ancestor, but that was not the case with average people. Physical training can slightly enhance your spiritual power's growth. That's why I always nag you to do your physical training, since it would increase your spiritual pressure. So, get over yourself, brat. You're at a disadvantage compared to those noble. If you want to become stronger, you need much more effort. In the eyes of a truly skilled Shinigami, you're nothing but an infant who can finally walk. Kazuya's words kept echoing in Yang's mind, stimulating the proud otaku's self-esteem. Ah! What is this place? Why does it feel so familiar? Bright sunshine, green grass, lush forest, and the faint floral fragrance in the air. You're finally here. I have to say, though, you really are an incompetent master. A voice mocking Yang behind him suddenly said. Fuck. Why does everyone keep sneaking behind me? Can't they talk to me like a normal person? Yang grumped helplessly. He lightly chuckled. The figure behind Yang casually ignored him and observed him from the top of his head to the bottom of his toe for a while, then said mockingly, upon a closer look, I realize you really are such a useless master. This is all you have to offer after 10 years of training? How disappointing. Seeing the guy in front of him casually ridiculed his efforts after more than 10 years, the veins on Yang's head popped. Seeing Yang seemed annoyed, the blue-haired man said casually, now, don't think too much of it, I'm simply looking down on you, that's all. I'm so going to kill you. Yang, whose pride was completely shattered, snarled. Wait a minute, I suddenly forgot my name. Upon hearing those words, Yang, who has run out of patience, suddenly turned 180 degrees. No, please recall your name. The blue-haired man chuckled, you're funny. The blue-haired man fanned himself with the folded fan in his hand. After thoroughly observing Yang for a while, he shook his head and sighed helplessly. What's wrong? Yang asked anxiously when he saw this reaction. You're still not strong enough. What? You've gotta be kidding me. Yang was baffled by his Zanpakuto's answer. According to Kazuya, he should be stronger than most lieutenant by now, and even that wasn't enough for him to learn Shikai. The blue-haired man seemed to be deep in thought as the look on his face was constantly changing. After quite a while, he lifted his head and looked at Yang. It can't be helped, I'll help you for now. Did you say something? I didn't catch what you just said. It's nothing. He looked at Yang once again, which threw Yang off. He had an identity crisis for a moment because he was bewitched by his own Zanpakuto's handsomeness. He then realized that Zanpakuto was a manifestation of its master's deepest desire, making him think that he might be gay. Because of that, he had this weird look on his face. Like I said. What? Just call me Xian. Xian translated as purple cloud. Is that your name? Yang secretly ridiculed his Zanpakuto's name because it sounded girly. Yeah, let's just say that's my name. What do you mean, let's just say that's your name? Is that your real name or not? Yang began to doubt his Zanpakuto. Stop asking every little thing and just call it that. Xian, tentatively, said dissatisfiedly. Tell me. Yang thoroughly observed his Zanpakuto from the top of his head to the bottom of his toe and said, there's nothing purple about you, so why Xian? Are you lying to me? Why not? I have purple underwear. Purple underwear? Hearing this answer, Yang felt like being struck by thunder in the middle of the day. You really are an asshole. After that, Yang looked at his Zanpakuto with disgust. Are you gonna waste your time joking around? Last I check, you don't seem to be doing so well in the real world. Yang finally realized that he was fighting the old man, so he immediately asked, how can I get back? That's a question you should ask yourself. This is your inner world, after all. After hearing Xian's answer, Maiyang's consciousness gradually disappeared from his inner world. Of course, he made sure to glare at Xian before he left. Sigh, he's still too weak. It'll be a while before I can wield my true power at this rate. A faint voice said in Maiyang's inner world. The moment Maiyang opened his eyes, Kazuya was already only one step away from him, and his body felt like being torn to pieces by Kimura Kazuyui's intense spiritual pressure. Don't you think you're too close, old man? Kazuya was surprised after he noticed Maiyang, who was like in a trance just now, was like a completely different person to a moment ago. Old man, I'm not an infant who has just learned how to walk. Maiyang placed his Zanpakuto right in front of his chest. Don't tell me. Kazuya seemed to have noticed what happened to Maiyang. Play your melody, Xian. Chapter 11, The Ability Play Your Melody, Xian. The Zanpakuto in Maiyang's hand instantly let out a screeching sound and radiated dazzling light, followed by a burst of spiritual pressure that repelled Kazuya's spiritual pressure that overwhelmed Maiyang. Kazuya had to close his eyes due to the blinding light. As he sensed the powerful spiritual pressure coming from Maiyang, Kazuya slightly smiled. At least in terms of spiritual pressure alone, he has reached a captain's level. He really is something else. Us elderly really can't help but admire a youngster's vigor and growth. The blinding light and the screeching sound gradually subsided, and that was when Kazuya could finally have a clear look at Maiyang. The first thing Kazuya noticed was the Zanpakuto in Maiyang's hand had changed shape into a kung fu sword with purple handguards. It seemed nothing special at first glance aside from the blood that was embellished on its blade, which gave it a completely menacing vibe. ZZTTTZZZTT. Countless dark purple lightning arc also circulated around the Zanpakuto. Kazuya gasped for a second because of how intimidating the Zanpakuto looked. He even began to doubt whether Maiyang could handle it or not. Is this my Shikai? Maiyang couldn't contain his excitement when he felt the surging spiritual pressure in his body and looked at his Zanpakuto that has already changed shape. Haha, you won't be able to keep me down with your spiritual pressure like what you did earlier, old man. Maiyang said challengingly to Kimura Kazuya while brandishing the Zanpakuto in his hand. Not bad, brat. Your spiritual pressure seems pretty good too. To think that you could use your Shikai this early, I really can't let my guard down around you. Hee hee. Maiyang's Zanpakuto let out a screeching sound once again as he kept brandishing it before saying to Kazuya, Here I come, old man, be sure to take a good look at my counterattack. Maiyang instantly disappeared right after saying those words. He's fast. Several times faster than earlier. Kazuya gasped after noticing how fast Maiyang has become. Nonetheless, he easily dodged Maiyang's strike and even pushed down Maiyang's hand that his Zanpakuto was driven down to the ground. Is this all you got? Did you really call this a counterattack? Kazuya teased Maiyang. Of course not, Maiyang said as he pulled out his Zanpakuto from the ground. I just can't fully adapt to this sudden power surge within me yet. Ah, I see. Do you want me to give you some time then? No, fighting is the best way. Maiyang said as he simply rushed towards Kazuya without using flash steps. Maiyang relentlessly waved his Zanpakuto, but Kazuya dodged every single one of his attacks effortlessly. What's wrong? Have you given up now that you realized you couldn't defeat me? Well, that's a correct decision. Kazuya couldn't help but say this once Maiyang stopped attacking. Maiyang shook his head and said with a smile, You jest, surely. I haven't even forced you to draw your sword yet. I almost adapted to my Shikai now. Sit tight, and I'll show you something interesting. Oh. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder if you really can force me to draw my sword? You can look forward to it. In the next second, Maiyang was already right in front of Kazuya and slashed him down. Haven't you learned your lesson? You won't be able to hit me with that speed. Kazuya chuckled as he slightly backed off to evade the strike, but the blade sped up in an instant, forcing him to back off further than he planned, and he could feel the gushing wind from the blade as it almost grazed his forehead. Kazuya looked at the edge of Maiyang's blade with a lingering fear as a strand of his hair fell where he previously stood. Whoa, that was close. Are you trying to kill me, brat? Didn't your mother teach to respect the elders? Kazuya immediately cursed Maiyang. What are you talking about, old man? How could a polite and well-behaved man like me disrespect the elderly? Maiyang looked at the strand of hair that he cut earlier smugly. You haven't even drawn your sword. I'm sure you're still holding back. Maiyang was so proud deep down upon seeing Kazuya's priceless expression when he noticed Maiyang managed to cut a strand of his hair. Here I come, old man. Don't blame me for not warning you later. Maiyang kept attacking Kazuya, and the speed of his blade skyrocketed at certain times for only a moment as the battle went on, making Kazuya wondered whether his Zanpakuto was a speed type. However, at that moment, not only its speed but its power was also drastically enhanced, which made Kazuya confused. As the battle dragged out, Kazuya began to doubt himself even more. The momentary speed and power enhancement on Maiyang's Zanpakuto really did a number on him, since it became hard for him to predict Maiyang's movement. Kazuya was really annoyed because of how troublesome this ability was. Here, noticing a split moment of distraction, Maiyang immediately boosted his speed to the limit and thrust his Zanpakuto into Kazuya's chest. Not good. Kazuya was surprised when he came back to his senses and realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge in time, so he immediately drew his Zanpakuto without hesitation to block Maiyang's attack. Haha, you finally draw your sword, old man. Maiyang said smugly, but the next moment the look on his face became villainous. Hee old man, are you ready to suffer? Maiyang had no plan to give Kazuya a room to breathe. Dang 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 dang, the sound of sword collision filled the air, and it went on for quite a while, until... Each time Kazuya's Zanpakuto hit Maiyang's Zanpakuto, he could feel the faintly numbing sensation on his hand. How can it be? This brat's attack is not supposed to be that heavy. Upon closer look, Kazuya finally noticed countless nearly transparent dark purple lightning arcs circulating on his Zanpakuto, and that was when he realized that the Zanpakuto's power was lightning. Oh, so you've noticed? Maiyang stopped attacking, raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, and said to Kazuya, this guy is called Shiun, and it's a lightning element Zanpakuto. However, it's a support type Zanpakuto, not the offensive type. It can stimulate by utilizing lightning, enhancing its own strength and speed. Moreover, depending on the lightning's intensity and which part was stimulated, different effects can be generated. So, theoretically, the enhancement type was infinite. After listening to Maiyang's explanation, Kazuya nodded and sighed. It really is an excellent ability, but this enhancement placed quite a load on your own body. Kazuya's words are crucial. You have sharp eyes, old man. Maiyang praised Kazuya for his insight. In addition, the lightning attribute spiritual pressure around the blade will gradually numb the opponent's body in the fight. Although it's faint, and the numbing effect only lasted for a moment, that exact moment can determine life and death in a high-level fight. Kazuya nodded. Well, that's true. I admit that your Zanpakuto is really amazing. Of course, it's mine after all. Since your Shikai's ability put a heavy load on your body, you must train harder in the future to improve your physical ability. I do think it's time for you to do some weight training. No. Chapter 12. Finally parting. Ding dang ding dang, the sound of two swords clashing reverberated in the air even though both of the swords were too fast to the naked eye. Well, it seems like all that time you spent training like a hopeless idiot wasn't in vain after all. Kazuya, who seemed out of breath, said. Of course. I've been training so hard that it shouldn't come off as a surprise, haha. Maiyang panted while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Kazuya just smiled slightly without retorting like usual. It seemed that he was quite impressed by how well Maiyang did this time. Maiyang stuck his Zanpakuto to the ground and said as he massaged his own body, it seems maintaining the enhancement for a long time really takes a toll on my body, old man. Even just twofold enhancement is a bit overwhelming and my whole body is sore now. You're pretty tough, brat. You'll be fine after a night of rest. Kazuya said lightly. Are you even human, old man? Kazuya just squinted his eyes. He didn't bother retorting since he was used to Maiyang's insult at this point. Now that you've caught your breath, go and cook for dinner. You are so inhumane. Maiyang pointed to Kazuya and complained. Yeah, I have stopped being a human long ago, so are you and everyone in Soul Society. Maiyang couldn't refute Kazuya's argument since he was technically right. The ability to enhance your own body. It really is a splendid ability. Lightning attribute is an extremely strong element. Too bad your Zanpakuto's ability can only target itself. Lightning attribute's attack power is unique, after all. A bit unfortunate. The powerful lightning element Zanpakuto. Kazuya said as his voice grew inaudible, and he seemed to be lost in thought. Hearing Kazuya's words, Maiyang partway thought Kazuya had some suggestion for a finishing move of some sort, but it turned out he was just lost in thought. After a while, Kazuya came back to his senses and stared at Maiyang, who was still sitting there, looking puzzled. Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to cook? Fuck. Old man, you're like about to say something important and then left me hanging halfway through. Did I? Ha 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 exclamation mark, don't mind me, just cook. This damn old man. Maiyang got up grumpily and walked towards the kitchen. Brat, I've been thinking, and I believe that's not all there is to your Zanpakuto's ability. I suspect it has other abilities, but it's all up to you to figure it out and make it your own. Other abilities? Maiyang seemed confused because that thought never crossed his mind. Your Zanpakuto's lightning can only be used to enhance itself by enveloping it in lightning. It's quite formidable, but it lacks destructive power. If only the lightning can be unleashed to strike the opponent, it would definitely make a difference. I'll do what I can, but I can't make any promises. Maayang said after pondering for a moment. Hey, brat. Kazuya called Maayang to draw his attention. However, before he could even say a word. No. I don't want to be your grandson. You really are persistent, old man. How many times have we had this conversation? Ever since Kazuya joked about adopting Maayang as his grandson, he has been mentioning it, again and again, which made it sound no longer like a joke, making Maayang uncomfortable that he always argued vehemently. However, he eventually got used to it to the point that he didn't even bother retorting anymore. Perhaps deep down, Maayang has already considered the old man as his family. Upon hearing Maayang's blunt refusal, Kazuya was instantly dejected. I haven't even said anything yet. You really don't know how to respect the elderly, you know. Maayang ignored Kazuya's whining. This was not the first time he heard this kind of tantrum from Kazuya, so he wouldn't be bothered after all this time. The next day, after having breakfast, Maayang began his daily training as usual. As he did his training regime, Maayang felt something was off with Kazuya that day. Normally, Kazuya would be laughing at him while he was training, yet it was so quiet today. Maayang, who believed that something must have happened, secretly glanced at Kazuya only to find him sitting quietly below a tree with erratic eyes. That old man wasn't in love or anything, right? No, that can't be. He's just a perverted old man. What's with you, old man? Maayang could no longer bear seeing Kazuya's unusual behavior. Ah. Kazuya was like being snapped back after a long daydream and looked at Maayang blankly. Is your daily training over already? How time flies. Maybe it's because you just sat there daydreaming. It's not for me, though. As you can see, I'm exhausted. Ha, it's the training for you, after all, right? Kazuya laughed. How time flies. Kazuya sighed. Seeing the change in Kazuya's expression, Maayang stopped joking since he knew what was happening here. You have been learning Shikai under my guidance for several years now, more than 20 years I believe. Hey, old man, what's with you all of a sudden? Maayang already knew what was going on. Although he already knew that this day would come sooner or later, especially after he has awakened his Shikai. Now that the day actually came, he still had a hard time making up his mind. Although Maayang has always looked forward to going to Sairei AI in order to see 13 Division of Imperial Guards and other characters in the anime, he still felt reluctant now when the time came. After all, he has spent quite some time with Kazuya during his time in this world. Despite the old man's terrible personality, he could feel his kindness. Aren't you a self-proclaimed genius? You can at least figure that out yourself, right? Kazuya laughed as he saw the complicated look on Maayang's face. You've always wanted to see 13 Division of Imperial Guards, right? Why do you even hesitate because of this old man? Seeing that Maayang was still in low spirits, Kazuya said, I have nothing left to teach you, so it's time to let you go. Unlike me, you are still young. The young are supposed to go out there and have fun. Don't waste your youth, and more importantly, don't waste your talent. Show it to the whole world. Go. Go to Sairei AI, see the 13 Division of Imperial Guards and this world with your own eyes. Maayang was confused by Kazuya's few words. The emotions that he had contained in these years burst out at once. He wished to go to Sairei AI as soon as he could. Well, old man, I'll be leaving then. Maayang said as he turned around and took a step forward. You heartless brat. Hold your horses. At least make me lunch first before leaving. Maayang turned and looked at Kazuya, who was standing at the door, and waved his hand. Old man, I'll be leaving this time for sure, take care of yourself. Be sure to eat regularly. Maayang then turned around and left without looking back, showing only his broad back. You've really grown up into a fine young man. Kazuya was relieved upon seeing Maayang's back that gradually disappeared from sight. Chapter 13, Zaraki. Is it just me, or does this place seem awfully familiar? Maayang muttered when he saw the giant trees in front of him. I feel like I've seen these trees before. Maayang thoroughly observed the trees and his surrounding for a while and scratched his head in distress. Fuck. What the hell is this place? Kusajishi district's geographical layout was indeed quite complicated because there was barely any building around, just some tall trees with no distinct difference and nature trails formed due to people passing through, and even that was jumbled up. Maayang has never been to this place before, so he just kept walking based on instinct for quite a while and finally realized he was lost. Fuck. Shit. Maayang was puzzled when he saw the intersecting path in front of him, pondering which path led to Sairei AI. Maayang sighed when he saw the sun was about to go down while he was still stuck in Kusajishi district. Luckily, Kazuya was not there. Otherwise, he would have been rained down with mockery. Whatever will be, will be. After pondering for a while, Yang chose the widest path and continued his journey. There's not even a signpost, let alone a map. As if that alone is not bad enough, there is no one to be found. How can I ask for direction? Is everyone in Kusajishi district dead or what? Dang dang dang, the sound of swords clashing followed by a scream broke the dead silence. Yang, who was dejected, snapped back to his senses because he finally heard a human's voice, even though it was a scream. Yang rushed to the place where he heard the voice with consecutive flash steps. Upon arriving at the vicinity, he couldn't help but gasp even though he has seen quite a fair share of stuff during his time in Kusajishi district. It was simply hell on earth, even though there was indeed hell in Soul Society. There were corpses as far as he could see. There must be at least 100 corpses there, and almost none of them was intact with the smell of blood that wouldn't disappear. Although Yang has killed many people, this was the first time he saw this many dead bodies piling up in front of him, and almost all of them were dismembered. Kill him. We have the numbers, and he's alone. The voice of someone shouting drew Yang's attention. In the distance, he saw another 100 people charging toward a person out of desperation. Fuck. Ganging up on one guy, aren't they ashamed of themselves? Seeing this scene, Yang recalled that he was also ganged up when he first arrived in Kusajishi district, so he wanted to help the guy being ganged up on. Wait, what? Suddenly, Yang was stopped in his tracks upon seeing the next scene that unfolded before his eyes. It was a massacre. The lone man decimated the 100 people charging straight at him. A nearly 2 meters tall man obviously stood out among other men there despite being surrounded by so many men. Another noticeable trait in his appearance was a long, thin scar running down the left side of his face and across his left eye. He had a wild and aggressive appearance, especially when he smiled menacingly while waving a thin, chipped and seemingly worn-down zanpakuto in his hand, cutting down everyone in his path. There's no doubt about it, it must be him, Kenpachi Zaraki. Although he looked relatively young, around his 20s, Yang couldn't mistake the beast like Kenpachi Zaraki at first glance. Seeing Zaraki massacring everyone he saw, Yang had mixed up feelings. He was the first character from the anime that he encountered, so he was obviously excited. However, upon recalling his uncontainable desire to fight in the anime, he didn't know whether he should be excited or not, especially after realizing Zaraki had noticed him from afar. He is a demon, a devil. He is not an opponent we can defeat even with our numbers. Run away. Run. Everyone immediately ran for their lives. Even those whose limbs have been decapitated tried their best to escape while Zaraki, who was unscathed, still held his zanpakuto firmly, leaving only Zaraki and Yang there. You seem pretty strong. You should be able to withstand my strike, come and fight me. Zaraki said to Yang while brandishing his zanpakuto. Huh? Yang was speechless because he was still thinking about how to say hello to Zaraki. He immediately raised his hand and refused. I'm just passing by. Please don't mind me. Passing by? What's with that excuse? Fight comes first, talk later. Zaraki has already rushed to Yang as he raised his zanpakuto menacingly, ready to strike Yang down. Fuck. Seeing Zaraki has already rushed toward him, Yang panicked for a second but immediately used flash steps to dodge Zaraki's first attack. After successfully dodging Zaraki's strike, Yang looked back and gasped when he saw a huge ravine that was caused by Zaraki's attack. That's his normal strike? As expected of Kenpachi Zaraki. Yang muttered. I said, we don't have to fight. Yang said to Zaraki, trying to quell his thirst to fight, but that seemed to fall into deaf ears. Ha 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 ha. Zaraki laughed heartily and turned around with eyes full of excitement as the grin on his face became wider and wider. I know you're on a different league than those scumbags earlier. Come on, let me enjoy a good fight for once. Shit, it's no use. Seeing the grin on Zaraki's face, Yang knew there was no use to run or convince him. Is this for real? Yang held his scabbard with his left hand and gripped the hilt with his right hand while planting his feet deep on the ground and solidified his stance. It looks like there's no other choice but to fight you. He did say that, but he didn't know whether he could beat Zaraki in a fight. Either way, he had to give it a try, and since Zaraki was still in his 20s, he shouldn't be as strong as he was when he was the 11th Division's captain later. Moreover, Kazuya did say that he should be able to hold his own against a captain, so he should be fine. With that thought in mind, Yang finally could calm himself down a bit. He adjusted his breathing and concentrated all his energy on the enemy in front of him, Zaraki. Seeing Yang seemed ready to fight, Zaraki cracked his neck and swung his hand that didn't hold the zanpakuto. His eyes were solemn, but his grin was so sinister. Interesting, finally a person worth cutting. Seeing Zaraki getting closer and closer, Yang firmly gripped the hilt, not letting his guard down for even a second. Zaraki struck down heavily, aiming for Maiyang's forehead. Dang, Maiyang blocked it with his Zanpakuto, and their spiritual pressure clash resulted in a hurricane blowing throughout the battlefield. Chapter 14, Hearty Battle. Ha 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 ha, now this will be a good fight. It's been so long since I can enjoy the thrill of a fight. Come. Let's enjoy this fight some more. Zaraki shouted like a madman after Maiyang inflicted a bunch of wound on his body, but all of them was minor that he barely bled. Although technically, he wasn't human, he was more like a beast in this case. Maiyang was panting as blood dripped down from the wound on his shoulder, dyeing his clothes red. The guy in front of Maiyang was indeed beyond his comprehension. Instead of losing his will to fight, Zaraki became even more vigorous after Maiyang inflicted minor wounds on him earlier. Haha, after laughing, Zaraki lowered his head and found wounds that Maiyang inflicted, which seemingly excite him even more because he smiled at Maiyang right after. Amazing, it's been a while since someone can cut me, you really are something else. But it's not enough. Nowhere near enough. Zaraki laughed tearily as he stuck his tongue out and licked the blood on the word. I haven't had enough fun just yet. Let me enjoy this some more. Zaraki shouted as he rushed towards Maiyang and struck relentlessly. Even after fighting for quite a while, his movement didn't become any slower. In fact, it became even faster, and each of his strikes became heavier. This guy really defied logic itself. Maiyang was forced on the defensive. Maiyang, who was only 1.78 meters tall, had his hands full blocking Zaraki's attack since he was 2 meters tall. Moreover, Zaraki's strike was so heavy that Maiyang's hands were numb each time he blocked it. Is this guy a Saiyan or what? Such a ridiculous thought crossed Maiyang's mind because he got stronger after finding out he had a worthwhile opponent. Although Zaraki's attack seemed sloppy and out of rhythm at first glance, it was fast, heavy, and he seemed to know where to attack, giving Maiyang a run for his own money. Aren't you going to fight back? Why did you keep defending? Zaraki said as he stopped attacking and looked down at Maiyang. It might sound condescending and arrogant, but he had no ill intent and simply wanted an evenly matched fight. Hearing the condescending question from Zaraki, Maiyang was annoyed. He instantly disappeared and reappeared again behind Zaraki. SSSSKK blood spurted from Zaraki's shoulder. Zaraki licked his lips as he watched the blood spurting from his shoulder. Despite the pain that he was supposed to feel, he grinned at Maiyang. That's more like it. This is the battle I wished for. Zaraki suddenly disappeared, tearing half of his sleeves, and broke free from Maiyang's Zanpakuto only to reappear a moment later to strike Maiyang down. Maiyang, who managed to block it, smiled. He was raring for a good fight too deep down, just like Zaraki. After blocking Zaraki's counterattack, it was Maiyang's turn to be on offense. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to Zaraki when it came to reaction speed. The sound of swords colliding echoed throughout the open space. No one knew how many times those two have exchanged blows, but the clash of their spiritual pressure surely left a devastating impact. Amazing. This really is an awesome fight. Before Maiyang realized it, he was completely absorbed in the thrill of the fight. So far, he has only fought Kimura Kazuya, who kept holding back in their fight, not to mention he kept taunting him during their fight, which was annoying. He has never experienced an evenly matched fight until now. This was the first time he felt the thrill of fighting with his life on the line, which he wouldn't be able to experience when he played online games in his previous life, and he was completely absorbed in it right now. So this is how it feels. Maiyang sidestepped Zaraki's thrust. He trembled with excitement when the edge of Zaraki's Zanpakuto almost grazed the tip of his nose as he thrust his Zanpakuto into Zaraki's chest, which left a gaping wound. PRRSS, the blood spurted into Maiyang's face that was smiling terrifyingly. Is that all you got? Come on, don't let me down. I'm nowhere near done just yet. The pain that he felt due to the wound on his chest made Zaraki even more excited. This is what I've been looking for. The thrill of a fight with my life on the line. Zaraki roared excitedly as his eyes were filled with madness. It has been a while since Zaraki faced an opponent that could make him this excited. Almost all of his opponents so far were too weak for him to enjoy the thrill of a fight. So he couldn't contain his excitement upon encountering someone as strong. No, stronger than him. Zaraki was completely lost in the pleasure of fighting. He swung the Zanpakuto in his hand relentlessly without a care for the blood that kept spurting from the wounds on his body. Ah, feeling. The last time I feel this excited was with you. Zaraki muttered as he unconsciously recalled his fight with Anohana Yachiru. A long time ago and went into a tranced state. There. Maiyang dodged all of Zaraki's relentless strikes and immediately thrust it into Zaraki's throat upon realizing that he was in a trance. Dang, Zaraki's Zanpakuto blocked Maiyang's strike from an impossible angle. What? Maiyang shouted incredulously. At that moment, the speed of Zaraki's Zanpakuto suddenly increased, blocking Maiyang's attack that wasn't supposed to be possible to block from that angle. Even though Ma Yang also briefly cut the momentum of his strike before impact, so he didn't leave himself open, Zaraki's reaction speed just now was simply unbelievable. Zaraki himself couldn't believe the fact that he actually lost his consciousness just now. It has only happened once during his fight with Anohana Yachiru. He couldn't believe that he could feel that sensation again. Suddenly, a wound appeared on Ma Yang's chest, and blood slowly dripped from the wound. How can it be? Is this for real? It is as if he is a completely different person. Be it reaction speed, strength, and even spiritual pressure, all of them are on a completely different level. What is going on? Ma Yang couldn't believe his eyes. He thought he has already blocked Zaraki's attack, but it turned out he was still injured. Moreover, that attack just now was on a whole different level so far. It was just a random slash, yet it inflicted the biggest wound since the fight began. Hadn't he knew that Zaraki couldn't use Shikai, he would have thought that Zaraki used his Shikai just now. Although I don't know why I suddenly became stronger, this should make it even more interesting. A powerful spiritual pressure burst out of Zaraki as he raised his Zanpakuto. Upon sensing the powerful spiritual pressure, Ma Yang knew he couldn't afford to hold back anymore and raised his Zanpakuto as well. Play your melody, Shion. Chapter 15, When Play Your Melody, Shion. Ma Yang shouted while pointing Shion towards Zaraki. Upon chanting the release incantation, Ma Yang's Zanpakuto immediately changed shape into a completely different type of sword with purple lightning circulating around its blade and a sliver of blood adding its menacing aura. After feeling the surge of spiritual pressure and power surging inside his body, Ma Yang's confidence skyrocketed. With the spiritual pressure surpassing that of Zaraki's and his Zanpakuto's abilities, he believed dealing with Zaraki wouldn't be so hard now. Zaraki was clearly excited since he couldn't help but grin. That's Shikai. Are you a Shinigami? Not that it matters as long as I can enjoy this fight. Hearing Zaraki's words, Ma Yang slightly smiled and brandished the Zanpakuto in his hand as he said indifferently, "Be careful now, I won't show mercy like earlier. Try me." Ma Yang started off by using the lightning on his legs, enhancing his speed significantly. He disappeared from sight and reappeared in front of Zaraki, thrusting his Zanpakuto into Zaraki's waist. Dang, Zaraki blocked Ma Yang's first attack in the nick of time. However, Ma Yang backed off so fast that Zaraki didn't have the time to counterattack. Oh, so you can keep up with my speed. Not bad. Ma Yang slightly smiled. He would commend his opponent if they did deserve it. Haha, it's nothing really. You're pretty fast, the last one was pretty close. Oh, really? Knowing he was being taunted, Ma Yang smiled and said. What about this one then? Ma Yang suddenly moved so fast that a dozen or so afterimages surrounded Zaraki. It's a child's play. Zaraki said mockingly. Is that so? Well, stop this then. Ma Yang immediately stormed toward Zaraki along with his afterimages. It was like a dozen people were ganging up on Zaraki. Despite mocking him earlier, Zaraki was cautious of Ma Yang's attack. Dang, Zaraki did his best to block the attacks directed at him, but even he couldn't keep up with all the afterimages as he was wounded in various parts of his body and his clothes were torn apart. Ma Yang then shook his head while waiting for Zaraki's response. Sure enough, it's child's play. You're fast indeed, but your strike lacks power. It doesn't even hurt one bit. Ma Yang hated to admit it, but Zaraki was right. He hasn't mastered his Zanpakuto's abilities yet. At his current state, he couldn't harness his Zanpakuto perfectly. If he enhanced the speed, he'll be lacking on strength. Zaraki indeed received many wounds, but all of them was insignificant as it was minor injuries. TSK, I still have ways to go. Ma Yang cursed his own shortcoming and raised his Zanpakuto. He believed that he could defeat Zaraki even though he hasn't mastered his Zanpakuto's abilities yet. Ding dang, the fierce battle once again resumed. Ma Yang originally thought that he was better than Zaraki in every aspect, and he should be able to easily defeat him, but he miscalculated one thing, willpower. Although he has been through a lot of this after coming to this world, including killing 100 or so people that has somewhat boosted his willpower, a half-ass willpower like Ma Yang's wouldn't be able to best Zaraki. Their prolonged fight finally took a toll on their body as they both panted, trying to catch their breath. Both Ma Yang and Zaraki almost hit their limit, but Zaraki was in a better state due to his personality that would excite him the more thrilling the battle he was in. I completely underestimated you. Ma Yang said as he wiped the sweat from his face. Ma Yang didn't have a room to breathe like earlier. The wounds on his body were still throbbing. Although the bleeding has stopped, it significantly hindered his movements, especially the wound on his chest, the biggest one so far. Meanwhile, Zaraki was in no better condition. With 2 mortal wounds that he suffered, he was only a few inches away from losing his life. At first, Ma Yang thought that he should defeat Zaraki without killing him so it wouldn't affect the anime plot in the future, But after fighting him firsthand, Maayang immediately scratched out that idea. Considering Zaraki's personality, Maayang would die for sure if he let his guard down for even a second. As Kimura Kazuya said, once one drew their sword, the bloodbath would follow, and one may not spare any effort once they've drawn their sword if they wanted to survive. That was how you show respect to your opponent as well. Since we both almost reach our limit, let's settle this with the next attack. Maayang said to Zaraki as he was afraid his body couldn't take it anymore. So, one strike decides everything? Count me in. The ground shook and yellowish spiritual pressure that resembled a skull burst out of Zaraki's body. A faint azure spiritual pressure also burst out of Maayang's body. Although it didn't seem as flashy as Zaraki's, it was no weaker for sure. With both hands clenching his Zanpakuto, Maayang used everything he got to intercept Zaraki's attack. Their fierce spiritual pressure collision set off a gust of wind, destroying everything around them and created a big hold where they stood. Zaraki fell down along with his Zanpakuto. With a thump, Zaraki fell to the ground, and Zanpakuto fell weakly in his hand. Seems like it's sure when Maayang murmured as he watched Zaraki fell to the ground. Brrrss Maayang vomited a mouthful of blood as fell to the ground, using his sword that he embedded into the ground to support his body that has lost its strength. I lost despite having the upper hand in every aspect. As expected of Zaraki. You managed to push me this far even though I'm supposed to be stronger than you. Maayang sat while looking at Zaraki with mixed feelings. He was the first character in the anime that he encountered, and that encounter was not very pleasant as it was a battle to death right off the bat. As a bunch of thoughts occupied Maayang's mind, the fatigue caught up and he fell asleep before realizing it. Chapter 16, Kimura Maayang. The prolonged battles exhausted Maayang, and he was finally awakened by hunger. Yo, are you awake? A hoarse voice startled him right after he was awake. He immediately knew it was Zaraki's voice. He couldn't forget such a distinctive voice, especially right after fighting to the death with that voice's owner. Maayang immediately held the hilt of his Zanpakuto. He was wary of Zaraki, who might be still itching for a fight. Now, if I really want to kill you, I wouldn't wait until now, would I? Zaraki casually made an innuendo. Maayang realized he was mistaken because he remembered Zaraki's personality. He wouldn't do anything cowardly such as killing his opponent in their sleep. Even though he did realize his mistake, Maayang was too embarrassed to admit it. It can't be helped, right? You charged straight at me all of a sudden and challenged me to a fight for no reason. TSK. Zaraki just clicked his tongue without saying anything back. Maayang was at a loss for words because Zaraki just straight out ignored him when something was thrown his way. It turned out that was a piece of bread that Zaraki threw. He almost mistook it for a stone since it was so hard. Maayang stared at Zaraki doubtfully, but Zaraki once again ignored him, which really put him on the spot. He took a bite of the bread, and it almost knocked away his teeth. Why are you here, by the way? Shouldn't you be at Zaraki district? Maayang looked at Zaraki with a puzzled look. Zaraki frowned and said, This is Zaraki district, and what do you mean by that question? Did you know me? What? This is Zaraki district? How did I end up here? Maayang was shocked. He planned to go to Siriite AI but ended up in Zaraki district and brawled with the infamous violent fighter, Zaraki. Fate really took an interesting turn. But at this point, Maayang was too busy thinking of a reason for his blunder earlier. About that. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't. It's not important anyway. What? Maayang was shocked by how easily Zaraki let it slide. Did he simply not care, or was he just an idiot? There Maayang was, racking his brain to find the plausible reason to convince Zaraki, but the one he tried to convince wasn't concerned about it at all. Maayang bit the bread with all his might as he realized that Zaraki was more annoying than Kazuya in a way. Kazuya enjoyed teasing and mocking him, especially during their spar. Meanwhile, Zaraki could easily annoy him without him realizing it right after their fight to the death. Maayang tried to regain his composure by convincing himself that Zaraki simply got a screw loose, unlike most people. You are strong. I did lose just now, but I'll beat you next time. Zaraki said seriously at Maayang. Maayang panicked, followed by sweat dripping from his foreheads at the thought that Zaraki would challenge him to a fight every time he saw him. Maayang was thinking about changing Zaraki's mind, but after giving it some time, he figured out that he wouldn't be able to convince a man like him who had nothing but fight in his mind. By the way, what's the deal with those lot earlier? Why did they gang up on you? After racking his brain for a while to find a topic, he decided to ask Zaraki this question. He was the strongest character in the anime, after all. Even though he was hard to approach, it wouldn't hurt to try. After looking at Maayang dumbfoundedly for a while as if Maayang just asked a completely dumb question, Zaraki finally replied, This is Zaraki district. It was a simple answer, But it definitely answered Maiyang's question, since Zaraki District was the most lawless district in Seoul society, and whatever happened there shouldn't come off as surprising any longer. But the look on Zaraki's face made Maiyang lose his patience. He couldn't say for sure he wouldn't cut this guy down if he stayed there for another minute, so he immediately stood up and decided to leave even though he wasn't fully recovered yet. Well, I'll take my leave then, Zaraki. Zaraki? Kenpachi? Zaraki was startled when he heard Maiyang's words. Maiyang realized he just messed up once again. At this point, Zaraki didn't even have a name yet, let alone became a Kenpachi. I'm just a person without a name, and Kenpachi is a title that I don't deserve yet. It was Maiyang's turn to be surprised this time. He thought Zaraki was just a country bumpkin, but it turned out that he knew about Kenpachi. It seemed that there were some things that he didn't know. Are you going to Siriite AI? What's your name so that I can find you? Yeah, why don't you go with me? Maiyang casually blurted out, which he regretted almost immediately. If Zaraki went to Siriite AI with him now, who would save the cute Lilai, Yachiru? Fortunately, Maiyang's worry didn't come to pass. No, I won't be going to Siriite AI for now. I will save that until I'm strong enough to take the title Kenpachi for my own. Zaraki said something else after that, but Maiyang did not quite catch what he said. Nonetheless, he was relieved that Yachiru's life wouldn't take a different turn because of him. You haven't told me your name. My name is He. Maiyang suddenly stopped as he remembered what Kazuya once said. It didn't seem like a good idea to have a Chinese name in that world since it would draw unnecessary attention, and it was against his principle. While Maiyang was at a loss, the image of Kazuya's wretched smile when he said, "Be my grandson," entered his mind. Looking back now, he realized there was warmth behind those words. He what? Zaraki frowned. My name is Kimura Maiyang. Maiyang, who suddenly became Kimura Maiyang now, said to Zaraki with a smile on his face. Kimura Maiyang? Alright, make sure not to die before I cut you down next time we meet. Maiyang was speechless upon hearing Zaraki's words. Aren't you going? Well, I don't think I've recovered yet. I guess I'll wait for a while. Zaraki eyed Maiyang weirdly and said, do whatever you want. Maiyang had a feeling that Zaraki knew something that he didn't. He regretted only watching the anime without reading the manga. Well, he figured that he would stick around for a while and see what he could find. Chapter 17, Siriite AI View. At long last. Siriite AI? Maiyang burst into tears the moment he laid his eyes on the orderly streets of Siriite AI. Due to his suspicion of Zaraki, he decided to stick around to see if he could find something out of Zaraki, which was the beginning of his misery. At first, since they both were stuck with their injuries, he was merely annoyed at Zaraki because of his personality. Even so, the two eventually got along to some extent. However, once they recovered from their injuries, Zaraki kept pestering him for a fight. They would fight until they were black and blue and fought again once they've recovered. This cycle repeated for 1 year. Upon recalling that year never failed to bring Maiyang to tears. In the end, Maiyang couldn't find out anything and simply sparred with Zaraki for a whole year. Even though he has learned a lot under Kimura Kazuya's care, he realized that he still had ways to go when it came to actual battle during his times with Zaraki. It was during the 1 year with Zaraki that helped him in actual battle. He could feel his strength amplifying with each battle with Zaraki, and now after 1 year, he was confident that he would be able to stand on equal ground with captains as long as they didn't use Bankai. However, just as Maiyang grew stronger significantly because of Zaraki, Zaraki also grew stronger because of him, and at a faster rate than Maiyang too. So, after realizing that he couldn't learn anything else from Zaraki, he decided to leave Zaraki district and headed for Siriite AI before Zaraki became even stronger than him. I would have lost to him if we sparred a few more times. Running while I'm still winning, as expected of yours truly. Maiyang mumbled when he recalled his days with Zaraki. But really, though, what's the deal with that guys? It's like he has bottomless potential. Is he a legendary Super Saiyan? Kimura Kazuya thought as he walked into Siriite AI, completely unaware of the stares from everybody around him as they were trying to guess whether he was bold or just a complete fool. The sound of a heavy object cutting through the air snapped Maiyang back to his senses. Upon realizing it was directed at him, he instinctively drew his Zanpakuto and launched a shockwave through to repel the attack and sheathed it right after. What happened afterwards was the spectator gasping one after another. Upon leveling his gaze, he saw a gigantic man with an intimidating face standing in front of him. What? He destroyed Danzō's weapon with one blow. Has there always been a man that strong in Rukongai? So strong. Unbelievable. Anyone knows that guy? He may be from a district around here. Like Zaraki district? Maiyang immediately became the topic among the bystanders. After all, that was their first time seeing someone defeated the guard of the Black Ridge Gate. Siri AI has always been the place that everyone admired. So, a lot of people had mixed feelings about Shinigami. They idolized them and envied them at the same time. Hey, who are you? Why did you attack me all of a sudden without saying a word? Maayang said, but he noticed the man in front of him seemed kind of afraid. I. Seeing the man's terrified look, Maayang began to wonder why would a person as intimidating as him so afraid of him that he couldn't say a word. Good grief, you're something else. Since when did he? Maayang was startled when he heard the lazy voice coming from behind. He realized that an average captain wouldn't be able to do this. Upon turning around, a bright color entered his view. It was a middle-aged man with thin facial hair around his mouth and his cheeks, wearing a Sujigasa straw hat and a pink, flowered lady's kimono draped across the man's shoulder and over his captain's uniform. Kiraku. Maayang blurted out in surprise. Huh? Kiraku was stunned. Do you know me? You insolent. How dare you call the captain's name so casually? A cursing was heard behind Kiraku. Maayang was sweating like crazy. He actually dug his grave once again by saying unnecessary things, and Kiraku was not like a simple-minded Zaraki. Lisa-chan, no need to be so angry about it. But, Captain. A shy voice earlier said. Kimura couldn't believe that he met both Kiraku and Lisa, his lieutenant. It's rude of him to call you without honorifics, Captain Kiraku. Say, do you know me? That's. I heard about you from some people. The captain who wears flowery robes. Captain, it seems your bad reputation has spread even to Rukongai. Is that so? Kiraku seemed a little skeptical, but he didn't pry any further. See Captain Kiraku. A trembling voice suddenly interrupted. Ah, it's you, Denzamaru. Kiraku turned around and looked at Denzamaru, who was standing rigidly on the side. What's with the commotion? I happened to pass by and saw what happened. Did this young man do anything wrong? Passing by? Aren't you going to the bar to have some drink, Captain? Lisa's exasperated voice immediately retorted. Kiraku laughed embarrassedly and waved his hand. Lisa-chan, you shouldn't badmouth your captain in front of others, you know. That makes it hard for me to leave. Denzamaru glanced at Maayang with a hint of fear and said, he entered Siri AI without having the pass. Ah, come to think of it, I haven't quite caught your name yet. It's rude of me. My name is Kimura Maayang. Kimura, was it? It was like something came to Kiraku's mind. Well, Mr. Kimura, what business do you have in Siri AI? The look on Kiraku's eyes suddenly changed as he held his straw hat. I'm sorry, I don't know that I must have a pass to enter. Maayang said as he scratched his head, and then he added. Actually, I plan to go to Shino Academy. Shino? Kiraku clearly doubted Maayang's words. Although he did not know the extent of Maayang's strength, considering he could launch a shockwave and destroy Denzamaru's Zunpacto in one blow, he should be at least as strong as a lieutenant. Why bother going to Shino Academy? This thought crossed Kiraku's mind, but he didn't show it in his face. You're pretty strong as you are. Why do you want to go to Shino? You should be able to join 13th Division of Imperial Guards in your current state. Really? After hearing Kiraku's acknowledgement, Maayang couldn't contain his excitement. Unlike Zaraki, who was still young, even this senior captain acknowledged his strength. However, well, I've never had any proper training as a Shinigami, so I figured I should go to Shino Academy. I see. After pondering for a while, Kiraku then said. I'll take you to see Old Man Yamamoto. In any case, whether you want to join 13th Division of Imperial Guards directly or go to Shino, you'll have to get Old Man Yamamoto's approval first. Captain Commander Yamamoto? Maayang almost forgot to breathe because he was nervous that he was about to meet the Captain Commander himself. Follow me. Kiraku led the way to 1st Division without giving Maayang a chance to think. Wait for me. Seeing that Kiraku had left, Maayang quickly turned around and glanced at Denzamaru, who was still standing there. Seeing Denzamaru's broken sword, Maayang apologetically said, I don't know there is such a thing as a pass to enter. I'm sorry for destroying your weapon. I'll be sure to pay you back next time. Maayang then immediately used flash steps to catch up with Kiraku. Chapter 18, Inquiries and Arrangements. Reporting in Captain Commander, Captain Kiraku has brought that Rukongai man to 1st Division Barracks. Let them pass, and tell Kiraku to come here right away. Understood. Yamamoto's eyes, which were partially closed slits most of the time, were slightly opened as he gazed at the clouds on the horizon. Captain Commander Yamamoto could sense that in terms of spiritual pressure alone, the man that Kiraku brought was already at captain's class. He couldn't say for sure whether this would be good or bad for Siri Itai, but if that man proved to be hostile, he personally would take care of it personally. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes and the spiritual pressure that Yamamoto restrained oozing out, causing the rise of temperature in the surrounding. Captain Kiraku, Can you slow down? Wait for me. Ma-Yang said as he finally caught up with Kiraku after using flash steps in succession. He's pretty fast. Is it just me, or is his flash steps extremely practical even though it's not as refined? Seeing flash steps of Ma-Yang, Kiraku secretly thought. So fast. His flash steps was faster than mine, and I can barely catch his movement with my eye. I surely still have ways to go. Lisa was depressed upon seeing Ma-Yang's flash steps. Captain Kiraku, are we going to the first division? Ma-Yang asked as he was now standing shoulder to shoulder with Kiraku. Lisa wanted to warn Ma-Yang that it was rude of him to walk side by side with Captain Kiraku. However, before she changed her mind as Kiraku's eyes glanced at her, she just clicked her tongue since Ma-Yang didn't know his place. Yeah, we're going there to consult old man Yamamoto. To be honest, you can become a lieutenant as you are now, especially now when 13th Division of Imperial Guards is short-handed. Really? Hearing Kiraku's explanation, Ma-Yang sighed in relief since he was afraid that he was in trouble. But he was nervous nonetheless when he thought of seeing Yamamoto in person because he was no ordinary old man. Kiraku couldn't help but laugh when he noticed the nervous look on Ma-Yang's face. Realizing that Ma-Yang was no different than the kids around his age, he finally let his guard down and relieved him. No need to be all nervous. Old man Yamamoto is quite amiable. Just think it like visiting an ordinary old man. But after saying those words, even Kiraku couldn't find it but slightly funny because no one would believe that old man Yamamoto was a kind old man, considering his intimidating appearance. However, when Kiraku glanced at Ma-Yang, who kept up with his pace with no problem, he smiled slightly. He still had to see what the young man beside him got so old man Yamamoto would have an easier time making his decision. Now, Kimura-san, old man Yamamoto should have already known that we are coming. We should pick up the pace, can't let the old man wait after all. What? Then let's hurry, Captain Kiraku. Kiraku turned at Lisa and said. Lisa-chan, we're going to pick up the pace. You should go back ahead of me. Don't look down on me, Captain. I can keep up just fine. Lisa felt like Kiraku underestimated him, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. However, before she could do so, the two men in front of her immediately disappeared, and she could only see their silhouette. Lisa was annoyed and muttered, setting Captain aside, how was that lowly brat so fast? This is just unpleasant. I guess I will find Hueco and invite him to drink. Kiraku was surprised when he noticed that Ma-Yang still managed to keep up with him. It was 70% of his top speed, yet Ma-Yang still followed closely behind him, although he was slightly out of breath. He realized that he underestimated Ma-Yang earlier because just based on his flash steps, he knew that he couldn't generalize Ma-Yang's strength at lieutenant level. We're here. Ma-Yang immediately stopped, slightly panting. That pace just now was quite exhausting for him. He realized that there was still quite a gap with a veteran captain, and hats off to Kiraku, even at that speed and distance, he didn't seem tired at all. Captain Kiraku, Captain Commander told you to see him at once. A figure that suddenly appeared in front of Kiraku said. I figured old man Yamamoto already knew. Let's go, Kimura. Oh, okay. Ma-Yang followed closely behind Kiraku as they walked toward the 1st Division barracks. There were only 2 of them in the empty aisle. The entire 1st Division had this tense atmosphere, which made Ma-Yang tense again. I'm here, old man Yamamoto. I brought you a new recruit. A slight hunched silhouette stood on the top of the stairs. Although it is not tall, it had this majestic rising from within him. The figure already emitted massive pressure on Ma-Yang by just standing there. Brat, have you never learned any manners? A stern voice came from Captain Commander Yamamoto. Oh. I'm Kimura Ma-Yang. Pleased to meet you, Captain Commander Yamamoto. Kimura Ma-Yang? Yamamoto immediately turned around toward Ma-Yang with his eyes slightly opened and closed them again. Are you from Rukongai? Do you wish to become a Shinigami? It sounded more like an affirming sentence rather than a question when Yamamoto said it. Yeah, I came from Kusajishi district and wanted to go to Shino Academy to become a Shinigami. Kusajishi district. Now that's a chaotic place to come from. Kiraku interjected. In all seriousness, though, who taught you? Why would you go to Shino with your current strength? I'm not qualified to become a Shinigami without a proper education after all. Ma-Yang said due to his seriousness, and then he added. As for my skills, I learned it from a certain old man. An old man? It was as if seeing Captain Commander Yamamoto knew who Ma-Yang was talking about because his sharp gaze was suddenly directed at Ma-Yang. However, Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes were back to partially closed slits like usual, and he didn't pry any further regarding this matter. Ma-Yang didn't know what Captain Commander Yamamoto was thinking at this moment. Kazuya has been living on the corner of the Kusajishi district for so long. Yang wondered whether that old man had made some sort of fatal mistake or not. If there was any enmity between him and Captain Commander Yamamoto, it wasn't impossible for Yamamoto to order someone to assassinate him. Fortunately, he didn't pry any further because Yang didn't know what to say if he did. I'll have you attend Shino Academy to learn some basic. In any case, you'll be the one taking him to Shino Academy tomorrow and make the usual arrangement, Shunsei. 13 Division of Imperial Guards is in dire need of capable hands right now. Learn the basics as fast as possible and join 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Yamamoto made his decision without asking Yang. Yang himself was about to say something, but Kiraku immediately dragged him away. Just leave it to me, old man Yamamoto. Captain Kiraku, what's with the hurry? Yang looked at Kiraku, puzzled. There is nothing more to say. Once old man Yamamoto has made a decision, it can't be changed. Might as well leave as fast as possible before he begins his lecture. Well, I don't want that either, so where are you taking me? And where do I have to stay tonight? Of course, we're going to have a drink. This is the best time for drinking after all. Really? I don't think so. Yang said as he noticed the sun was still high in the sky. He realized that Kiraku was such a hopeless drinker. We should go now before we run out of seats. First Division, Captain's office. A silhouette suddenly appeared behind Yamamoto. You sense it too, right, Chojiro? Yes, Captain Commander. It's Kazuya's spiritual pressure. Although faintly, I couldn't possibly mistake his spiritual pressure that came from that kid. An old man, huh? Yamamoto said softly with a smile. But since he is Kazuya's apprentice, he should be fine. Besides, you'll be keeping an eye on him. Of course, I will watch his growth closely. Chapter 19, Please advise. Good grief, Lisa-chan. That's so cold of you to leave your captain and drink by yourself. Captain. Lisa's cheeks were flushed. Her captain sure didn't hold back, even though Hueco was sitting in front of her. Whether it was intentional or not, upon seeing Lisa's flushed face, Kiraku said with a concerned look, Lisa-chan, don't tell me you're drunk already. If you're a light drinker, keep it in moderation, you hear? Lisa rolled her eyes as she left Kiraku and returned to her seat. Afternoon, Captain Kiraku. Good day, Captain Kiraku. Don't mind me, guys. This is a tavern, after all. Kiraku waved his hand to make sure everyone wasn't tense because of his presence as he introduced Yang to everyone. Let me introduce you. This is Kimura Yang. Kimura Yang was excited when he saw all the familiar faces around him. But he has learned from his past mistakes now. So despite his excitement, he would pretend this was his first time seeing them. Hueco Shinji, 10th Division 4th Seat. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. I may not be much of a help, but what are you hitting me for all of a sudden, Hori? Hori, a girl with freckles on her face, looked at Shinji and said while raising her fist, the look on your face pisses me off. She then turned at Yang and smiled, revealing 2 cute snaggly teeth. Don't mind that baldy, I'm Hori. 12th Division 5th Seat. You can ask me anything you want. I'm pretty sure I'd be more helpful, at least more than Shinji. Okay, I'll call you Hori. Thanks for your consideration. You seem really close with Hueco. Are you blind or something? His face is just so satisfying to step on, that's all. Shinji seemed displeased when he heard Hori's words. Hey, Hori, what do you mean by that, huh? It means exactly like how it sounds. Hori said as he kicked Hueco right in the face. Hori. Hueco yelled furiously, and so the two of them squabbled. Yang was speechless as he knew that these two were always arguing. Don't mind them. That's just how they are. My name is Muguruma Kensai, 2nd Division 9th Seat. This one is Kuna Mashiro, 4th Division 9th Seat. Kens, you big dummy, I can introduce myself just fine. The lime green-haired Mashiro strangled Kensai's neck as she yelled her hearts out. The vein on Kensai's forehead bulged as he was losing his patience over Mashiro that suddenly strangled him. Apparently, Kensai and Mashiro were not that much different from Hori and Hueco, so Yang just sighed in his heart, trying to convince himself that this was nothing unusual for them. Calm down, don't mind them. That was just how they were. However, he did feel their banter was somehow nostalgic, as if it was some fleeting memories in the past. Upon turning around his head, an eccentric-looking mane came into his view. The man was wearing a pair of mirrored sunglasses, with a classic rounded afro and long sideburns. Yang almost failed to contain his laughter the first time he saw this man's hair. My name is Love Akawa, Kimura Yang, is it? Let's have a seat over there. Love, your hairstyle is really... What about it? It's pretty cool, right? I think so too. Ah ha 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 ha. Yeah, it's really cool. Yang said while wiping the sweat on his forehead. He lost the chance to blatantly convey his opinion. Is it that hot? Why are you sweating? Love asked when he saw Maiyang wiping his sweat. No, it's just so lively here, that's all. Well, everyone is perky for sure. Come with me. Let's sit with Captain Kiraku. Sure. Maiyang followed Love, ignoring Hueco and the rest, who were still exchanging banter with each other, and approached Kiraku, who happened to be with Lisa. Upon noticing what Kiraku was drinking, plus having Lisa pouring it for him, Maiyang was so envious of him. It was clear that a captain's lifestyle was nothing like ordinary Shinigami. Humphrey. Lisa was disgruntled when she saw Love brought Maiyang over. It seemed that she didn't really like being around him. Maiyang smiled wryly, without knowing how he offended this erotic manga reader. Although she seemed mature, she was such a tsundere girl. Have you introduced yourself to all of them? If you have, try the sake, it's really good, you know. Do you like sake? You too, Love. Have a seat, no need to hold back. Let's have a drink together. Yes, they are all good people. I have never tried sake yet, but I do want to try. Yes, they are all talented indeed. Had you come 10 years sooner, you'd be our peers and graduate from the academy together. To be precise, I have graduated for 10 years, and we didn't exactly graduate at the same time. Some of us are at different grades. Love interjected. No need to sweat such a small detail, Love. Kiraku slapped Love's back while laughing. So you guys have only graduated recently? Yet, you've all become seated officers in your respective divisions. That's amazing. Especially Lisa, who has become a lieutenant. Hearing Maiyang's words, Lisa fiercely glared at him, leaving Maiyang confused. He wanted to compliment Lisa, but it seemed that his attempt in flattery had taken the wrong turn. Lisa-chan is not a lieutenant yet, but we don't have a lieutenant in the 8th division, so Lisa-chan is basically like our temporary lieutenant, Kiraku said with a smile. Maiyang was surprised that his compliment backfired. Kimura Maiyang. Lisa sounded surprisingly calm. What's the matter? Maiyang had a feeling that something bad was about to happen because Lisa sounded completely calm. Sure enough, Lisa's next sentence proved his suspicion. I'm pretty sure Captain Commander said you'd be going to Shino, right? That makes all of us here your senpai then. Lisa thought that even though Maiyang might be stronger than her and his flash steps was faster than her, she was still his senpai in this case. Maiyang realized that Lisa was right, but wouldn't it be awkward for him to call them senpai? Kimura, are you going to Shino? That makes me your senpai. Don't worry, I will look after you in the future. Tori immediately left Hueco alone when he heard Lisa and jumped in front of Maiyang. Meanwhile, Shinji was circling around Maiyang, seemingly deep in thought. What are you looking at, bald Shinji? Tori asked as he kicked Hueco's ass. Tori, you little. Hueco wanted to scold Tori but refrained from doing so once he saw Tori raised her fist. He then looked at Maiyang instead and said, despite feint, I can sense your strength to some extent. Why did you want to go to Shino Academy at your current state? Ah, I wanted to ask that as well. I'm positive that you're no ordinary man. Kensai added. Is he? Even though he seems so scrawny. Tori doubted. Captain Kiraku? Love looked towards Kiraku. You'll see for yourself eventually. I won't say a word. Let's just have a drink. Seeing Kiraku's secretive attitude, they gave up asking and poured Maiyang a drink. The tavern seemed to be effective in closing the distance between them all. Maiyang even managed to get closer with Lisa. At least she shouldn't seek his fault in every little thing now. Of course, this didn't come cheap as he couldn't sleep in his room. Chapter 20, Spiritual Academy. Damn, my head hurts. Maiyang drank too much last night because of the heat of the moment. Seeing the tidy room, he was trying to guess where he was and who brought him there. As he opened the door, the blinding sunlight forced him to squint. TSK, you're finally awake. Lisa's displeased voice was heard right after Maiyang pushed the door open. Oh, what time is it now? I have to go to the academy. Maiyang immediately asked. Thank God you at least remember about that because the school already started while you're asleep. What? The look on Maiyang's face changed once he heard what Lisa just said. Although the courses were basically optional, the thought of skipping his first day at the academy left him speechless. Seeing Maiyang seemed at a loss, Lisa chuckled and then explained, relax, you're not even a student there yet, so it doesn't matter. I'll take you there and explain your circumstances. You will? How about Captain Kiraku? Humphrey. Lisa grunted. Are you saying that I can't handle it? That's not it. I'm just asking what happened to Captain Kiraku, that's all. Lisa, who seemed even more annoyed, just said. Follow me as she walked away. Maiyang was kind of hungry, but he dared not ask about breakfast after seeing Lisa was in such a bad mood even though he didn't know what he did wrong, so he just followed her while keeping his mouth shut. Damn, where did that good-for-nothing captain go? Not only did he shove every division-related affair to me, but he also asked me to take this guy to Shino Academy. Just wait and see, I'll find all of your sake and drink it myself. Kiraku, who was lazing around on the roof, suddenly felt an ominous wind. What's that ominous feeling just now? Screw it. I've got Lisa-chan to take care of everything. How fortunate I am to be blessed with a capable subordinate. Kiraku was lazing around without knowing that the capable subordinate he just mentioned planned to teach him a lesson. Is this Shino Academy? Maayang was in awe once he laid his eyes on the building in front of him. This was the place that gave birth to the most skilled Shinigamis in Syriite AI. Almost all of 13 Division of Imperial Guards' members graduated from this academy. It was the cornerstone of Soul Society. The thought that crossed his mind made him admire Yamamoto even more because he was the founder of this academy. Come on. I will take you to Vice Headmaster and explain your situation to him. You even know the Vice Headmaster? That's amazing. Maayang pretended to be amazed. Lisa just glanced at Maayang without saying anything before she walked away. Maayang immediately shut his mouth as she couldn't afford to make the situation even more awkward. Maayang barely had any experience with women, be it in the past or present life, so he didn't really know what Lisa was thinking. Women were fickle creatures to begin with. Finally took care of that guy's business, and I'm almost done with the division-related affairs. I guess it's time to find those good sakes that Captain hid and drink it with Shinji. Lisa seemed to be in a good mood after taking care of Maayang's registration as she planned what she would do once she got back. Lisa caught something in her peripheral vision and stepped back to make sure. As she looked to the right, the veins on her head instantly bulged. Asuka. So this is where you're lazing around. Lisa said while gnashing her teeth. The person that Lisa called was leaning against the wall, dozing off. However, he suddenly lifted his head and wiped his drool. Why is it so cold even though the sun is still high? Lisa couldn't contain her anger any longer. She had to do everything while her captain was slacking off, and now she even found that Captain's subordinate was also slacking off. Lisa immediately drew her Zanpakuto and slashed the man who leaned against the wall. This bloodthirst. The man's eyes were wide open all of a sudden, and he immediately rolled to the side, dodging Lisa's strike. He wanted to say a piece of his mind, but once he saw Lisa was the one who attacked him just now, he was ready to run away. I dare you to run. Let's see if you can dodge the next one. Lisa's warning stopped him in his tracks. The man named Asuka was on the verge of tears as he turned around and called out Lisa's name. Humphrey. Realizing Asuka had no intention to escape anymore, Lisa sheathed her Zanpakuto and blew her fist as she walked towards him. Seeing Lisa had no intention to spare him, Asuka was even more terrified. Can you at least not hit my face? Asuka pleaded. You should have known better. Pa 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 pa. After beating up Asuka's face to her heart's content, Lisa dusted off her hands and said casually, I can at least let you rest for 2 days now after seeing that face of yours. If you run again the next time you see me, you'll know what's coming. You can run, but you can't hide. Asuka couldn't do anything except gently stroking his beaten-up face while watching the smug on Lisa's face. Captain Commander has already explained everything. You'll be starting from first grade, but Captain Commander mentioned that you would be graduating with 6 other students next year. That being said, there are only 9 months left, but since Captain Commander said so, he must have had his reasons. Huh? 9 months? Are they trying to set a record or something? Even Toshiro, Byakuya, and Jin graduated in 1 year. No one has graduated in 9 months so far. Maayang felt like a genius for skipping grades. Okay, your dormitory and other stuff will be taken care of by someone else, so you may go. After half an hour, Maayang put on his Shino's Academy uniform and looked at himself in the mirror. Maayang had mixed feelings. It has been about 30 years since he came to this world, and now he finally arrived at Shino Academy and became Shino's student, and eventually became an official Shinigami in 9 months. As Maayang looked at himself in his academy uniform, he realized that he missed school and his life as a student. He looked forward to it even though he didn't know how Shino's education system worked. Moreover, he would be dubbed as a super genius who would graduate in 9 months, which was really unprecedented in the history of Soul Society. Although it didn't match with his low-key principle, he couldn't help but find himself drowning in pride. Chapter 21, Genius Kimura Maayang Humphrey. Watanabe Ichiro was disgruntled upon hearing the students around him talked about Maayang. Just ignore those ignorant lot, Watanabe-sama. You're the true prodigy of Soul Society, while that fellow is just a peasant from Rukongai. He's not even worth comparing with you. That's right. You are the true genius. The other students just don't know that you got your own Zanpakuto in the first grade. Yes, those ignorant people. That's enough. Watanabe Ichiro's eyes were full of disdain as he heard the empty and fake flattery from the people around him. The rest of them immediately shut their mouth as they were afraid of displeasing Watanabe Ichiro any further. Seeing their reaction, Watanabe Ichiro dismissed them with a disgusted look. Look. It's Kimura. For real? Where? So cool. Some love-struck girls were looking at Maayang with awe. What's so special about him? TSK, say that right to his face if you dare. Why wouldn't I? After hearing how everyone admired Maayang, a young man planned to challenge him to prove that he was much stronger than him. You seem really confident in your skills, huh? Another student said as if complimenting the young man's guts. However, by the next second, his knee was shaking. I heard that even Asino-sensei was no match for him. You must have been really confident. Asino-sensei, the sword art instructor? Yeah, it was last night. Kimura wanted to ask for a grade skip again, and Asino-sensei said he would test him himself. In the end, the teacher lost even though he didn't use Shike, but that goes the same for Kimura. It can't be. I heard that teacher Asino used to be 9th Division's lieutenant. Are you saying Kimura is as strong as a lieutenant? It's hard to say. It's not completely impossible either. After all, he is the strongest prodigy in the history of Soul Society. The young man who wanted to challenge Maayang was sweating like crazy. He went ahead and boasted that he'd challenge Maayang, but after hearing he was as strong as a lieutenant, he got cold feet. He couldn't even handle a seated officer, let alone a lieutenant, so he was racking his brain to find a plausible excuse to get out of this predicament. Ah, are you okay? It's not that hot, so why are you sweating? The person beside the young man asked with concern. Huh? Ah. My stomach. I've got a stomachache. Maybe I ate something bad this morning. Excuse me, I'm going to the toilet. The man ran while stroking his stomach. Seeing the young man ran in panic, the rest of them couldn't help but laugh since it was such a bad excuse. However, no one looked down on him. After all, no student could handle Maayang. Maayang has long been accustomed to everyone's respect and admiration for him. It just couldn't be helped that everyone admired him. After all, he skipped all the way to 6th grade in merely 3 months, which has never happened in the history of Soul Society and probably never will. Even geniuses like Toshiro and Jin graduated from Shino in 1 year. Hadn't he watched the anime, he wouldn't know there would be an absurdly strong character named Ichigo Kurosaki, who managed to stand toe-to-toe with a captain in merely 1 year of training and learned Bankai in just 3 days from Kusagakure. He also had to keep in mind that there would be a terrifyingly powerful man named Aizen in the future, so he couldn't let his guard down. The smarter you are, you would feel you know less, and the stronger you become, the weaker you felt. Maayang was undoubtedly strong, but it was precisely because he knew what he was at that he feared Aizen. After all, he easily toyed around with the whole 13 division of Imperial Guards. It might sound like an exaggeration, but his strength was undeniable. In short, Maayang became the way he was now because he looked at most things objectively. Watanabe Ichiro was overwhelmed with hatred and jealousy when he saw Maayang casually ignored all the praises and admiration everyone directed at him. He used to be the Academy's prodigy. He was second to none whether in sword art, hand-to-hand combats, Kido, and flash steps. However, after Maayang came, all his achievements were overshadowed by Maayang's, and everyone admired Kimura Maayang now instead of him. Maayang opened the door, and he found everyone has already with their close friends, chatting. Even geniuses had their own problems, like solitude. He has been attending the academy for 3 months, and he still had no one that he could call a close friend. Of course, it was partly because he kept skipping grades, but even so, he was sort of lonely. He suddenly missed Hueco and the others because they were the first friends he met. Can I sit here? Maayang turned and saw a handsome young man standing next to him, with long hair in a shawl, pointed nose, and fair skin. He was a handsome man for sure, said Maayang in his heart. Maayang nodded and let him have a seat beside him while pondering what his intention was. My name is Maru Shishin, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Maayang was amazed by how straightforward Maru was, but after seeing his sincere eyes, Maayang reached out his hand despite hesitant for a moment. Kimura Maayang, the pleasure is mine. Tavern. Kiraku, about the person you brought last time. That guy has become the hot topic among everyone lately. Haven't you at least heard the rumor, Ukitake? Kiraku immediately replied before Ukitake finished his question. I have, but I still have a hard time believing it myself. To think that a student can skip grade to 6th grade only after 3 months and even defeat a Sinnoh by sword art alone, is that even possible? Now, Ukitake, I forgot to mention that Kimura is far stronger than a lieutenant even before enrolling at the academy. What? Why didn't you say that earlier? I forgot, it's not important anyway. Kiraku. Ukitake couldn't do anything but sigh helplessly because he has been close friends with Kiraku for so long. I've heard that he was a genius, but to think that he was more skilled than a lieutenant. Oh. I overheard your conversation just now, and that guy piques my interest. Can you tell me more about it, Captain Kiraku? Are you interested, Hikaifuun? Captain Anohana asked out of curiosity, and then after a brief pause, said. If my memory served me correctly, the 12th Division doesn't have a lieutenant, right? Yeah, our 12th Division lieutenant position has been vacant for a while. Yeah, your lieutenant has retired a few years ago, right? Kiraku put down his glass, and his face became unusually serious. Well, as far as I can remember, his spiritual pressure is basically at captain's level, his flash steps is pretty impressive, and needless to say about his sword art. He did defeat the Sinnoh by sword art alone, after all. However, at first, he didn't know how to use Kido at all. The other three captains just looked at each other as they were surprised by Kiraku's evaluation. At first? So, how does he fare in Kido now, Captain Kiraku? Captain Anohana went straight to the point. He picked up Kido pretty quickly. It's no exaggeration to say that he truly is a prodigy. But, Kiraku, that's... Yes, even as he's now, he can be assigned as a captain, but I don't think he can use Bankai yet. The rest of them were silent as they were perplexed by Maiyang's capability. That makes me think though, Captain Kiraku. You seem to know quite a lot about him. Why didn't you recruit him to your 8th Division? I recalled that 8th Division did not have lieutenant yet. Hikaifuun Kiryu asked right away because it's impossible that recruiting such a genius didn't cross Kiraku's mind. Well, old man Yamamoto didn't trust him to me, so it goes without saying that I know quite a lot about him. However, I already had Lisa-chan for lieutenant. Although she's still immature, she'll be ready to become a lieutenant in a few years. And just like Kimura, maybe she will be promoted to captain within a few years. Hearing Kiraku's explanation, Retsu Anohana and Hikaifuun Kiryu immediately understood why Kiraku didn't recruit Maiyang to his division. Well, it seems that the 12th Division will get our hands on him. It just happens that my Kido pretty good. Then let's congratulate Hikaifuun on finding a good lieutenant. While Maiyang was still trying to get acquainted with his new classmates, his future has already been set in stone out there. Chapter 22, Aran Maru Shishin. I've heard the rumors about you, Kimura Maiyang. Everyone says you are the unprecedented prodigy of Soul Society. Even though he was used to the praise and admiration, when someone he just knew said it right to his face, it was still embarrassing for him, so he just said humbly, you flatter me, but everyone is just exaggerating. Well, I think so too. Eh? What was it again? You think so, too? Maiyang suddenly raised his head confusedly. Although he didn't show it in his face, he definitely snapped right there. There he was, playing the humble guy, hoping Aran Maru would play along, but Aran Maru didn't seem to think of the same thing as him. Yeah, you can't be an unprecedented genius. After all, you were already strong even before coming to the academy. Although what Aran Maru said was on point, Maiyang was still baffled by how straightforward he was. You took that right out of my mouth. I am indeed not a prodigy like everyone said. Noticing Maiyang seemed a bit frustrated, Aran Maru consoled him, well, don't let it get you down. Although you are no prodigy, that strength of yours is the real deal. Maiyang was even more annoyed because it was as if Aran Maru couldn't stress enough that he wasn't a prodigy. By the way, Kimura, you will be graduating in a few months. Which division do you want to join after graduation? Maiyang pondered for a while because he hasn't really thought about it. He didn't really want to join the 8th Division even though he was familiar with Shunsei. Besides, Lisa didn't seem to be fond of him. Meanwhile, Kansai and Mashiro always exchanged banters, so they were out of the question as well. Love Akawa crossed his mind for a moment, but he immediately threw away that thought because of his hairstyle. Hiroko might not be so bad. Tori seemed pretty decent too since she was honest with her feelings. I don't know. I guess I'll cross the bridge when the time comes. How about you? Which division do you want to join? Maiyang returned the question. With such a handsome face, he should be able to attract some chicks from the 4th Division. It's such a waste, Kimura. With your capability, you can join whichever division you want. Me? I'm going to join the 11th Division. I've admired Captain Kuruyashiki Kenpachi for quite a while, and I plan to follow him forever. Huh? Maiyang realized that he couldn't judge someone by appearance. To think that a hot guy like him wanted to join the brawny 11th Division. Speaking of which, Kuruyashiki Kenpachi was truly a charming figure that even a Shino's student admired. You're pretty ambitious. That's not it, really. It's simply because I can enjoy even more fight if I follow Captain Kuruyashiki. Bloodthirst flashed in Aran Maru's eyes, and Maiyang could sense the spiritual pressure seeping out from him. Looks sure could be deceiving. Despite having a hard time keeping himself awake, Yang managed to tough it up through the morning class. He thought the class would cover some important lessons now that he was in the 6th grade. To his dismay, it was still some basic stuff. After sorting his belongings, Yang decided to talk to the vice headmaster so that he'd be exempted from attending the next class because he'd rather spend that time learning more about his Zanpakuto. Kimura, see you in the afternoon. Yang waved his hand without saying anything because he wouldn't attend the next class. The vice headmaster knew that Yang's strength was the real deal, especially after he defeated the Sinnoh. He realized that there was nothing left Yang could learn from the academy, and he should be able to wing it, so he was more than happy to comply with Yang's request. As Yang stepped out of the vice principal's room, breathing a sigh of relief. The next thing he had to do was find the perfect place to learn more about his Zanpakuto. Although he could use Shikai now, he hasn't mastered it. Once he did, he then learned Benkei, which made him really pumped up. As Yang left the academy's vicinity and headed toward the forest, a familiar voice greeted him. Yo, you're here too, Kimura. What a coincidence. Yang immediately turned his attention toward where the familiar voice came and saw Uranmaru was leaning against a big tree while holding his Zanpakuto, sweating excessively. Yeah, what a coincidence. Are you training here? Yeah, I'm training my Zanpakuto and sword art. Zanpakuto and sword art, how about Kido? Uranmaru scratched his head. I don't know anything about Kido. Ah, sorry. Yang felt sorry for assuming that Uranmaru could use Kido. Don't mind about it. Anyway, I heard you're pretty good at sword art. Can you teach me? Uranmaru looked at Yang expectantly. Seeing the hopeful look on Uranmaru's eyes, Yang had a hard time refusing his request. Okay, but I can't teach you, let's spar. After sparring for a while, Uranmaru slumped weakly to the ground as he looked at Yang, who didn't seem out of breath at all, as expected of the one who defeated the sword art instructor. You're really formidable, Kimura. I can't even touch you. It's nothing, really. I simply learned sword art earlier than you. Besides, your sword art is pretty good. At least I haven't seen any student with stronger sword art than yours. Really? Uranmaru asked excitedly after hearing Yang's honest opinion. Of course. Yang affirmed as he recalled that even some 6th grade or 2nd grade student was nowhere near Uranmaru's level. Uranmaru was delighted to hear Yang's straight answer even though he had a hard time believing it. Oh, Uranmaru Shishin. Just call me Uranmaru. Okay, Uranmaru, how do you train in Zanpakuto? Jinzan. Jinzan? He felt like he had heard it in anime, but he forgot what it was. You don't know? Uranmaru looked at Yang weirdly and explained. The so-called Jinzan is... What? Yang had the urge to beat him up after hearing Uranmaru sounded like he was looking down on him. I don't know how to explain it. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Can I punch you, then? Please, don't. Uranmaru racked his brain and tried to explain. I can't explain properly, just place your sword on the lap, and then meditated to enter your inner world and communicate with your Zanpakuto. Meditation? Yang wondered. Is there any special meaning behind it? I don't know, simply because it's easier to enter your inner world that way, that's all. So that's how it is. Well, you can go now. You have a class coming up, right? You're just disposing of me after you're done with me? Yang sweated profusely. If someone heard that just now, they might get a wrong idea. What time is it now? Ah. I'm late. I know. Aren't you coming? I spoke with the vice headmaster, and he said that I could skip classes. Ah. Uranmaru screamed all of a sudden. This afternoon class is a Kido class. I suck at Kido, and on top of it, I'm late. Sensei is gonna be pissed for sure. Uranmaru glanced at Yang and clicked his tongue, looking a little displeased, and then hurried to the classroom. He still had so much time before the plot started, so he was not in a hurry to learn Kido. He'd rather learn Jinzan first and see for himself if he could develop his Zanpakuto abilities. With that in mind, Kimura found a secluded place, sat cross-legged as he placed his Zanpakuto in his lap, and his mind became one with his Zanpakuto. Chapter 23, Goodbye Shion. Upon opening his eyes, Yang could see a bright blue sky with white clouds. He could feel the breeze and the refreshing smell of grass on his face. Yang could hear someone whispering his name right in front of his ear. After getting up, he found Shion a dozen meters in front of him, fanning himself with a folding fan. There was this majestic aura about him, which really baffled Yang. TSK, as pretentious as always. Yang clicked his tongue out of jealousy for Shion's handsomeness and elegance. You're finally here, Shion said while smiling as if he didn't hear what Yang just said. Even though there was quite a distance between them and Shion didn't speak loudly, for some reason, Miang could hear it clearly as if Xian was talking right in front of him, and he wanted to ask about this. However, he realized that he had more important things to do and this was not the time to ask for such a trivial thing. Now, tell me, Xian, how can I learn Bankai? Hearing Miang's question, Xian had this baffled expression written all over his face, so he said with a smile, Bankai? You want to learn Bankai even though you can barely use Shikai? It's too early for you. Huh? Miang was puzzled when he heard Xian mocking him and then asked. What are you saying? I can use Shikai pretty well. Xian shook his head as he looked at Miang. He had this indescribable look on his face that Miang had a hard time figuring out what he meant until he said, Shikai? At that level? Stop joking, will you? Your Shikai was nowhere near the true power of your Zanpakuto. Hearing what Xian said, Miang had mixed feelings. He thought he had a rough idea about the ability of his Zanpakuto, and it was indeed quite powerful. But now that Xian said it himself that it was nowhere near the true power of his Zanpakuto, it basically denied all of his efforts until now and crushed his pride into smithereens at the same time. It turned out he was just a complacent guy who knew nothing. However, putting it another way, even now, his Zanpakuto was strong enough, and if that was nowhere near its true power, then he couldn't imagine how strong it would be once he could fully use its power. This thought sparked joy and excitement within Miang. Seeing the look on Miang's face, Xian smiled heartily. Anyone would have the same look on their face once they realized the same thing as him. So, Miang looked at Xian nervously. What exactly is my Zanpakuto true power? And how can I master Zanpakuto it? Hee hee. Xian just chuckled upon seeing the greedy look in Miang's eyes. Hee hee? Looking at Xian's cynical smile, Miang could not help but remember how Hori kicked Hueco in the face as he really wanted to do the same to Xian right now. What do you mean by hee hee? You think I'm joking right now? Ah, I thought you would have understood my personality by now. As if I would tell you. Xian still had a faint smile on his face, which made him look even more handsome, but Miang wanted to tear that face apart so bad right now. Seeing that the annoyed look on Miang's face, Xian realized he has taken the joke a little too far and raised his hand slightly with a smile. I don't mind, however, to help you master Shikai as soon as possible. Hearing Xian's words, Miang's mood instantly changed. No one knew the Zanpakuto's power better than Xian himself, so if he helped Miang, he'd undoubtedly become even stronger. However, Miang suddenly looked at him doubtfully. What's with the sudden change of heart? I just don't want people to think I'm a useless Zanpakuto just because my master is incompetent, that's all. A couple of veins popped on Miang's forehead. He was hailed as the unprecedented prodigy in the history of Soul Society, yet his Zanpakuto called him incompetent, so he was obviously pissed. However, he immediately took a deep breath because if what Xian said was true, then he really was incompetent. What do you want me to do? Miang looked at Xian and asked him with a serious-looking face. Oh? Looks like you've figured it out, or have you come to your senses? It doesn't matter either way, as long as you've realized your own shortcomings. Xian nodded as he noticed the look on Miang's face. That was the correct mindset if he wanted to become stronger. Let's spar. I believe you will understand once we do. Hearing Xian's words, Miang's eyes lit up. Although he did say that Xian might be right, it was annoying to be called incompetent nonetheless. Now that Xian himself asked to spar, Miang was determined to beat the hell out of him and made sure he took back those words. Miang smirked and drew his Zanpakuto immediately, while Xian didn't, so he reminded him, aren't you going to draw your Zanpakuto? 'Cause here I come. Xian lightly shook his head while smiling. Thanks for your concern, but I'll be fine. I will draw it once I have to, and honestly, I don't think you can graze my cloth, let alone forcing me to draw my Zanpakuto. Is that so? Miang was so annoyed that he started to wonder whether Xian was really his Zanpakuto or not. Well, if you say so, play your melody, Xian. Using Shikai right off the start is a wise move indeed. However, Xian shook his head in dissatisfaction. That's not it. Besides, do you think that's gonna be enough? Miang suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Xian in the next moment, thrusting his Zanpakuto into Xian. It was so fast that flash steps alone wouldn't be able to allow such a feat. However, to his dismay, he suddenly felt a folding fan tapping on his shoulder, and Xian's figure in front of him already disappeared. He instinctively swung his Zanpakuto behind him, but he felt someone grabbed a hold of his arm, preventing him from doing so. Is this the speed and strength that you're so proud of? Xian's low voice echoed in Miang's ears. Even though Xian said it softly, it really stung his ears. After letting go of Miang's arm, Xian stepped back without saying a word, giving Miang a little time to think for himself. After a while, Miang turned around and looked at Xian, who seemed as collected as always, But the same couldn't be said to Miang. Teach me. Even though he seemed to be on the verge of bursting into anger, upon realizing that Xi'an's power was the real deal, he swallowed his pride and said these two words. Xi'an smiled slightly as he folded his folded fan. I'll just tell so beforehand. Do you think Xi'an's power is merely to enhance your body to gain speed or power during the battle? That's nothing but the most basic way to use its power. Let me teach you how to use Xi'an's power properly. Chapter 24, Invitation from Lisa Dam, That Hurts. As soon as Kimura Miang returned from his inner world, his whole body was sore as he recalled what Xi'an told him. Using Xi'an to grant you explosive speed and strength is not a bad idea, but that's not where it truly shines. As you know, Xi'an is a support type's Onpacto, and it's supposed to be used outside battle, not while in battle. Outside battle? Yes, that's how to use Xi'an's ability optimally. So you want me to enhance my physical ability all the time? Well, you're not too far off. Xi'an looked at Kimura Miang seriously. Although you can use Xi'an's abilities to grant you explosive strength and speed during battle, it all depends on how much load your body can handle. Thus, it will be unusable once your body can't handle it anymore, and in serious cases, it may even endanger yourself. Kimura Kazuya did mention this once, right? Ah, come to think of it, that old man did mention something like that once. Kimura Miang nodded. At least you know that Xi'an's ability can enhance your body. As you know, there was no limit to the enhancement as long as your body could handle it. With another kind of implementation, you can strengthen your body. You should know where I'm going with this now that I've said this much, right? I get it. Simply put, I'd have to use Xi'an's ability constantly to strengthen my body. As an otaku who had read a bunch of novels and watched a bucket load of animes, Kimura Miang easily understood what Xi'an was trying to say, which was to constantly use Xi'an's ability to toughen his body in his everyday life. That way, he'd be not only more capable in battle but also able to withstand more intense enhancement to his body. However, his whole body was already numb and sore as he used Xi'an's ability now. He could only imagine how hellish his daily life was going to be if he constantly used it. Kimura, thank God you are still here, come with me. Someone is. As soon as Kimura Miang came to his senses, he saw Uranmaru Shishin dash toward him, spouting nonsense. Someone is what? Can you please stop talking halfway? Kimura Miang said irritatedly since Uranmaru Shishin seemed to have a habit of leaving people hanging. Kimura, your head. Head your ass. I'm asking what were you gonna say just now? Kimura Miang was getting impatient. Oh. Uranmaru Shishin immediately regained his focus and then excitedly said, the 8th Division 3rd Seat Lisa Yadomari came earlier. She asked you to go to the tavern. Wow, you're actually acquainted with a seated officer? And a 3rd seat too, no less. Oh. Kimura Miang replied. He immediately knew that Lisa and the rest were going drinking, and he was glad that they didn't forget to invite him. Oh? Is that all? Uranmaru Shishin said incredulously. What do you want me to say? Kimura Miang was confused by Uranmaru Shishin's question. She's 3rd seat, you know. Uranmaru Shishin shouted. Kimura Miang couldn't help but smile wryly. It couldn't be helped since Uranmaru Shishin didn't know that he was stronger than Lisa. As expected of Shino students, they truly held all 13 Division of Imperial Guards members in high regard. While Uranmaru Shishin was still preaching about how amazing Lisa was, Kimura Miang stood up after dusting his clothes and Zanpakuto and waved his hand. I'm going then, bye. Kimura Miang used flash steps to get to the tavern faster before Uranmaru Shishin could say anything back. On his way, Kimura Miang noticed that everyone he passed by was staring at him. At first, he thought it was simply because of how handsome he was, but as he kept going, more and more people stared at him, so he just smiled dryly at everyone because he didn't know the cause behind all this. As he finally arrived at the tavern's door, Kimura Miang sighed as it was tiring to keep smiling. He just blamed it all on his handsomeness as the bartender led him to the room that Lisa booked. Kimura Miang could clearly hear Hueco screaming while Hori was laughing with Love's weird laughter in between. He could also hear Mashiro and Kensai exchanging banter as he stood in front of the door of the room. Why don't you come in? Lisa's voice was heard as the door was slid open, and Kimura Miang could see the mess inside. Hueco was lying on the floor with, of course, Hori stepping on his face. Mashiro was rolling on the ground, while Kensai seemed so annoyed at her, and Love was drinking his sake while laughing at them in the corner. Lastly, Lisa was the one who opened the door. Kimura Miang was dumbfounded even though he was used to this situation. You guys are as close as always. The moment everyone saw Kimura Miang, a burst of laughter immediately echoed in the room. Hori let go of his foot from Hueco's face and pointed at Kimura Miang, laughing her ass off. Ha ha ha, PFFT, What's with the head, Kimura? Hori, knock that out, Hueco said to Hori with a serious look. Don't you see that's his new hairstyle? Hueco had a hard time holding back his laughter. Kimura, your hairstyle is really... Kensai pondered for a while, yet he couldn't find the right word to describe it. Ah. Kimura, are you copying Love? Mashiro said with a puzzled look. Kimura Maiyang then looked at Love, who was slamming the table repeatedly as he laughed so loud that tears almost came out. He was so confused by everyone's reaction that he decided to turn to Lisa, hoping for an answer from her. Although Lisa also laughed at him, she didn't laugh as hard as the others. Seeing Kimura Maiyang still seemed puzzled, Lisa took out a small mirror and handed it to him. See it for yourself. Kimura Maiyang had a bad feeling when Lisa handed him the mirror, and his suspicion was proven right when he looked at himself in the mirror. What he saw was all his hair that already turned spiky, which was way worse than Love's hairstyle. No wonder everyone was staring at him along the way. It turned out it wasn't because he was handsome and simply because his hairstyle was just baffling. He wanted to kill himself the moment he imagined himself smiling at people with that kind of hairstyle. Seeing Kimura Maiyang has completely turned white, Hueco tried to console him. I mean, it's your business to pick what kind of hairstyle you want to go with. Just look at Love, he doesn't seem bothered. So relax, I'll be rooting for you no matter what. But it's not like my hair becomes like this because I like it. Kimura Maiyang wanted to cry as he saw the consoling look on everyone's faces, but not a drop came out. Chapter 25, Captain Hikai Funkiryo. So, this hair of yours is because you're training with your Zanpakuto? Yeah, about time you hear what I said. Kimura Maiyang sighed because his explanation finally got through. After sighing, he took a sip of his sake and said, Are you guys seriously drinking at this time of the day? Do most 13 Division of Imperial Guards members have nothing to do like you guys or what? Yeah, pretty much. Hueco said while laying his head on the table while playing around with the glass in his hand. Is this how it usually is? Kimura Maiyang asked strangely. Well, since we're not captain or lieutenant, there's not much to do, to be honest. Hueco then added. But Lisa is different. She is busy all day. Hearing Hueco's words, Lisa suddenly stared at him intimidatingly. Say another word, and I'll beat you to death, Shinji. Hueco couldn't say anything back and just twitched in fear as he realized he just made a mistake. Haha, that's what you get for letting your mouth slip, Shinji, Hori said smugly to Hueco, who cowered on the floor. By the way, Kimura, I heard that you defeated Asino-senpai. That's amazing, you know. I feel like I can't really get a read on how strong you are. Kensai said suddenly. Those words attracted everyone's attention, as all of their eyes were suddenly focused on Kimura Maiyang. Being asked this kind of question followed with their curious eyes, Kimura Maiyang was slightly embarrassed and replied, well, I did, but Asino-sensei is quite formidable. I'm just lucky that I can defeat him. Oh, by the way, how did you know about that? Lisa groaned, who wouldn't know the prodigy who goes by the name Kimura Maiyang. Your name has already spread throughout the entire 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Everyone is busy discussing which division you will go to after you graduate. Kimura Maiyang awkwardly replied, just how much spare time do 13 Division of Imperial Guards members have that they even look into the students? It's actually not that surprising. Shinigami's life is usually pretty boring. Besides, this is a much bigger deal than you thought. Asino-senpai was once our lieutenant at the 9th Division. He only decided to retire and teach in the academy because of his injuries and his age. Even so, his strength is the real deal, and you defeat him. Kensai even added. It's not something a student can pull off, to be honest. As expected of the one who copies my hairstyle, oh ha 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 ha. Hearing Love's words ruined everyone's mood because hairstyle had nothing to do with their topic right now. So much for you looking after Kimura, Hori? I think he's much stronger than you. Hueco smirked at Hori. He noticed this was the chance to mock Hori as payback for everything she has done to him. Shortly after, a footprint was etched on Hueco's smirking face, and Hori folded her hand proudly. Look who's talking. Even as strong as you are, I always stomp your face. Hori went quiet for a moment and then frowned at Kimura Maiyang. But that's really cold of you not to tell us about such an important thing, Kimura. Kimura Maiyang immediately explained his reason. Well, you never ask. Besides, I figured that things like that aren't important to us drinking buddies. As long as we enjoy ourselves, who cares about such a trivial matter? Well, you have a point there. Kimura Maiyang breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Hori's answer. He was worried that he might become Hori's next target. Everyone was a little moved when they heard Kimura Maiyang's answer. It turned out he didn't bother telling everyone because he just wanted them to have a good time and just being considerate. Come on, guys, drink some more. Cheers. Cheers. After having a toast, They bonded even closer. They became closer with each other, and the atmosphere in the room became even merrier. Kimura, you'll be graduating in a few months. Have you decided which division you want to go to? You should be able to join any division with your skill. Love asked Kimura Ayang after finishing a cup of his sake. Kimura Ayang just scratched his head as he said, I don't know. I guess I'll think about it when the time comes. Now that's unbecoming. Lisa clearly didn't like Kimura Ayang's answer. Apparently, Kimura Ayang's slothfulness reminded her of her captain, which really got on her nerves. Kimura Ayang just smiled wryly. He was worried that Lisa might snap if he carelessly answered. I don't think it's that bad, though. Just go with the flow, you know. Hey, knock that off, Baldy Shinji. What if your laziness rubs on Kimura? Tori glared at Hueco while crackling her fist. You should give it some thought. It's not good dragging it out, you know. Kensai advised Kimura Ayang. I think so too, but even so, I don't know when you tell me to choose. Kimura Ayang's brain was about to be fried as he kept pondering about which division he wanted to join. Seeing Kimura Ayang's complicated look while scratching his head, everyone couldn't help but laugh, mainly because of his hairstyle. Well, how about joining our division after graduation? A voice coming from outside suddenly mingled in the conversation. The look on everyone's face suddenly changed. Captain. Tori immediately bounced and excitedly opened the door. The smile on her face was very bright and innocent that Kimura Ayang was surprised that she could smile like this. Seeing the person Tori welcomed, everyone in the room immediately stood up and respectfully welcomed her, Captain Hikaifune. Seeing everyone else stood up out of respect, Kimura Ayang immediately stood up as well. From what everyone said just now, he concluded that the person who just came was Hikaifune Kiryu, the current 12th Division captain, who would later be promoted to 0 Division. Kimura Ayang observed her carefully. After all, she was one of the characters mentioned in the manga. Not to mention she was promoted to the 0 Division that was full shrouded in mystery, so it couldn't be helped if he was curious about her. The person named Hikaifune Kiryu had purple-colored, wavy, and thick hair, charming eyes, a pointed nose, a Jorga's face, plus a hot and sexy body. Noticing Kimura Ayang was staring at Hikaifune Kiryu so intently, Lisa could not help but look at Sai as Kimura Ayang turned out to be just as perverted as other men. As Hori closely followed behind Hikaifune Kiryu with the intention to introduce her to Kimura Ayang, she saw Kimura Ayang was staring intently at Hikaifune Kiryu and kicked him in anger. What are you looking at, Baldy? Kimura Ayang was embarrassed that Hori saw him being captivated by Hikaifune Kiryu's sexiness. Hori had treated Hikaifune Kiryu as her own mother, so no wonder she kicked him out of anger. That's... Kimura Ayang racked his brain for a plausible reason. I was reminded of my sister when I saw Captain Hikaifune. Their similarities are almost uncanny that I almost mistook Captain Hikaifune for my sister. I can't help but stared at her too long because I felt nostalgic. That's all Kimura Ayang said with a flushed face. Really? Hikaifune Kiryu chuckled, but she didn't delve any further and petted Hori's head instead, and Hori seemed like she really liked it. Shortly after, she turned around and asked Kimura Ayang, how about it? Do you want to join our 12th Division as lieutenant? What? Everyone gasped. Being offered to be a lieutenant right after graduation was definitely unheard of, not to mention Kimura Ayang hasn't even graduated yet. Even among these talented shinigamis, at most, they became a third-seat officer right after graduation. Even Lisa was still a substitute lieutenant, not an official lieutenant yet. If you agree, you can become a lieutenant right away. It's fine if you're still inexperienced. I will show you the ropes. I believe you're qualified for this position with your talent. Hikaifune Kiryu smiled, ignoring how shocking this offer sounded in the first place, and continued. Ah, I heard that you are inexperienced with Kido, which happens to be my specialty. Seeing the onsen in front of him invited him with a charming smile, Kimura Ayang had no reason to refuse and immediately nodded. I'll gladly take your offer then, Captain Hikaifune. Pleased to make your acquaintance, and I'm looking forward to working under you from now on. Kimura Ayang immediately turned around and said to the dumbfounded Hori, who was standing next to Hikaifune Kiryu, I'm looking forward to working with you, too, 5th seat Hori. Chapter 26, Graduation Season. On his way to his dormitory, Kimura Ayang sweated profusely. Even though he did flaunt his position to Hori because he was kind of caught up in the moment, the thought of Hori beating him to a pulp like how she did to Shinji scared him to death because Hori clearly glared at him before he left earlier. After racking his brain for a while to find a good excuse, Kimura Ayang finally gave up as he couldn't find any decent one. He could finally relax after giving it up altogether. He decided to cross the bridge when it comes to it. After returning to the dormitory and Kimura Ayang sat on the bed as he recalled Shion's instructions, do it at least an hour for 3 times a day. It may be tough at first, but no pain, no gain, right? Kimura gritted his teeth as he psyched himself up. He recalled what his teacher said about how the plum blossomed after surviving extremely cold temperatures in his previous life. It did sound annoying, but he knew his teacher was right. Play your melody, Shion. As the Zanpakuto in his hand changed shape, Kimura immediately used its ability, and the lightning slowly circulated throughout his body. Almost immediately, his whole body was sore and numb at the same time. Had it not for his obsession to attain more strength, Kimura would have long given up because an average person wouldn't be able to withstand this tingling sensation that was even more unbearable than simple pain. Kimura made sure that all his muscles were accustomed to this training before strengthening his bones. Even though it was because this was his first time using this kind of training method, he could feel that his body became even tougher despite feint. This sense of achievement alone could keep Kimura going. As his body grew accustomed to the intensity of the lightning, he gradually increased the intensity to toughen his body even more. Eventually, Kimura could feel his muscles twitching, and as if some impurities inside him were purified by the lightning, he could feel the muscles in his body becoming more flexible and brimming with vitality. After an hour, Kimura stood back up and relaxed his muscles for a while. Even though he could barely feel any pain, his whole body was completely numb and sore. However, that was nothing if it meant getting much stronger than he currently was. Kimura couldn't help but smile wryly once he copped a feel on his hair that became rigid and spiky once again. Was it inevitable for him to have the same hairstyle as Love? He could only pray that his hair would return to normal after a shower. Fortunately, after rinsing his hair, it returned to normal, and he breathed a sigh of relief for that. Otherwise, he would have gone and got a buzz cut for sure. Time flew. For Shinigami, who had a long lifespan, the flow of time felt even faster for them compared to normal humans, so 6 months felt like a blink of an eye for them, and it was the time for graduation for some of Shino Academy's students. Hey, Kimura. The graduation ceremony will be held soon. What are you doing still enjoying yourself in the pond? Aranmaru Shishin rebuked irritatedly. Do you even know how many captains will be attending today's graduation ceremony? Not only 8th Division Captain Kiraku, 12th Division Captain Hikaifun, 13th Division Captain Kitake, but also 11th Division Captain Kuruyashiki is coming. This is unheard of. There used to be only 3 captains attending the graduation ceremony at most. Not to mention this time, Captain Kuruyashiki is attending too. When it came to Captain Kuruyashiki, Aranmaru Shishin sure was passionate. It seemed that he truly admired him. Kimura resurfaced from the pond and looked at Aranmaru Shishin with a helpless face. You'll be joining the 11th Division anyway, right? You'll be able to see him all the time from now on, so what are you all excited about? At some point, Kimura was curious to find out what would happen if he trained using Shion's power underwater. To his surprise, it worked like wonder. Aside from the fact that his hair didn't turn spiky like usual, the effect from the training also improved, probably because the lightning was applied both internally and externally. However, this method also had its downsides. For example, there was no fish to be found in the pond where Kimura was in. That was because all of them already electrocuted to death during his first training there. After putting on his clothes and placed his Zanpakuto on his sash, Kimura finally said, alright. It'd be fine as long as I go, right? He then made his way to the school. I've asked this before, Kimura, but I don't understand why you would spend every day training in the water. I already told you that it's more effective if I trained underwater. TSK. Aranmaru Shishin clicked his tongue because Kimura explanation was as half-assed as always and then immediately asked, speaking of which, why didn't you train in Kido instead? Had you spent all those time underwater learning Kido, you might have become the best Kido user among us, students, even though your Kido right now isn't bad. That way, you would have gained the upper hand to join the division you want. It doesn't matter. I still got plenty of time, anyway. I can learn Kido anytime in the future, so I'd rather focus on training my sword dart and Zanpakuto for now. Kimura replied. It would take a while before the plot started anyway. He still got more than 200 years, so he wasn't particularly worried about Kido or even picking division. Didn't I tell you? Kimura said as he turned to Aranmaru Shishin. What? Captain Hikaifun offered me to become the 12th Division Lieutenant. What? Aranmaru Shishin said incredulously. Lieutenant? Being offered to become a lieutenant as soon as you graduated. Since when did you? Probably half a year ago. Aranmaru Shishin just smiled dryly as he froze in the spot while Kimura kept walking. Hurry up. Otherwise, you might not be able to see Captain Kuruyashiki. Ah. Hearing Kimura words, Aranmaru Shishin quickly caught up. However, the surprised look was still clear on his face. Kimura, You really are something else. Even the captains may be overshadowed today by your fame. You're definitely exaggerating right now. I'm not. Serving as a lieutenant right after graduation was unheard of, after all. Ha 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 ha. Kimura Miang laughed awkwardly. This time he was the one who froze after hearing Ranmaru Shishin's words. He didn't want to be the center of attention for sure, especially on a day where a lot of people would come like today. Wow, there are so many people. Is there no classes today? Kimura, don't tell me you forgot. On graduation day, everyone would assemble in this square, expecting the captain's arrival. Well, this is my first year, so I don't know about the past years. You really are. Ranmaru Shishin was at a loss for words as he looked at Kimura Miang helplessly. Forget it, you didn't come to class most of the time, anyway. Look, the second one on the left is Captain Kuruyashiki. I really want to serve and fight side to side with him. Ranmaru Shishin looked at the tall man standing proudly along with other captains with admiring eyes. Chapter 27, Deputy Captain. Everyone's exclamation. Kuruyashiki Kenpachi? Kimura Miang looked at the tall man with dark, messy hair, and beast-like sharp eyes, giving off an intimidating aura even from a mile away. Realizing that he was being looked at, Kuruyashiki Kenpachi immediately looked at Kimura Miang keenly. Realizing Kimura Miang didn't flinch even when their eyes met, he asked Shunsei Kiraku, do you know who that guy is? As Shunsei Kiraku retraced Kuruyashiki Kenpachi's gaze, he smiled and said, Ah, that's Kimura Miang. Are you interested in him? Oh. So he's the rumored prodigy. Kuruyashiki Kenpachi said as he rubbed his chin. I thought the students are just exaggerating the rumors, but now that I see him with my own eyes, he does seem like a capable guy. Oh, did you fancy with him? Forget it, Hikaifun called dibs on him. Hikaifun, huh? Kuruyashiki Kenpachi looked doubtfully towards Hikaifun Kiryu. Hikaifun Kiryu smiled apologetically. Sorry, Captain Kuruyashiki, he has promised to join our division. I finally come across such a promising rookie, too bad. Kuruyashiki Kenpachi shook his head and sighed as he looked at Kimura Miang. However, the kid beside him doesn't seem too bad either. Kuruyashiki Kenpachi said as he saw Ranmaru Shishin, who stood beside Kimura Miang. Yes, you have good eyes, and that passionate gaze of his toward you is something else. He might have idolized you, Yukitik chuckled after a quick glance at Ranmaru Shishin. Yeah, it seems that you'll be getting a promising rookie too. Shunsei Kiraku said in harmony. Indeed. Despite his handsome face, he seemed to be itching for a fight. I can see the fighting spirit buried deep in his heart. He was definitely born to be a member of the 11th Division. The more Kuruyashiki Kenpachi looked at Ranmaru Shishin, the more pleased he was because of how natural Ranmaru Shishin seemed. By the way, Hikaifun, which seat you'll assign for Kimura Miang? He should be able to get quite a decent seat with his skill, you know. Shunsei Kiraku asked towards Hikaifun Kiryu as he held down his hat. Lisa didn't tell you? Hikaifun Kiryu glanced at Shunsei Kiraku curiously. I had met him personally beforehand and offered him the lieutenant seat. Lisa was also there, so I thought she already told you. Ah, Lisa-chan is so cold, hiding such a thing from her captain. Lieutenant? Hikaifun, isn't that a little too rash? I mean, I did hear that he is exceptionally skilled, but being a lieutenant right after graduation? It hasn't happened in years. Yukitik was surprised. Yeah, Yukitik is right, Shunsei Kiraku and Kuruyashiki Kenpachi shared the same opinion. It's okay. The 12th Division itself isn't that hectic. Besides, with me watching over him, I believe his talent will blossom. Moreover, have you ever seen someone who was even more skilled than a lieutenant and almost as skilled as a captain even before enrolling in the academy? Kimura was no ordinary student, to begin with. Hearing Hikaifun Kiryu's explanation, Shunsei Kiraku just slightly tilted his hat down, covering his face. Well, Hikaifun, you may have a point. Kimura should not be evaluated by an average student's standard in the first place. If you go as far as saying that, we will just have to believe your judgment. Kiraku. Yukitik looked at Shunsei Kiraku helplessly and then said to Hikaifun Kiryu. Well, a captain has the right to appoint the lieutenant of their own division, so it's not our place to butt in. However, I just want to remind you that he's a rookie. Make sure you won't regret it in case things go south later. Well, of course, I know. Hikaifun Kiryu slightly nodded. As a senior captain, she obviously knew what she got onto. Just how long Vice Headmaster planned to keep up his speech? Good grief, no matter where you go, the leaders are always full of bullshit. Kimura was getting fed of the Vice Headmaster's formality speech. In a way, the Vice Headmaster is so amazing for being able to talk that long while keeping the captains waiting. Okay, The next step is the time for admission to each division. Students may apply to the division they wish to join. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief because the pointlessly long speech has finally come to an end. Every graduate immediately ran to each table that represented each division, hoping to be enlisted in their desired division. Kimura, since you are all set, I will go straight to the 11th division on my own. A bunch of people is already running over there. After a quick glance, Kimura Maiyang saw that many students were running to the 11th division. It seemed that Kuruyashiki Kenpachi truly was a charismatic figure in the Soul Society. It's obviously a combat-specialized division, but so many students wished to join that division. It just went to show how many people looked up to him. Oh, I saw you keep staring at the 11th division. Did you also admire Captain Kuruyashiki? A sexy voice rang in Kimura Maiyang's ear. Kimura Maiyang looked back and found Hikai Funkiryo was standing there. Of course not, Kiryo-san. I've decided to devote myself to you. Hikai Funkiryo just laughed it off, but she didn't bother to respond to Kimura Maiyang's compliment as she led the way to the 12th Division's headquarters. From now on, you are the lieutenant of the 12th Division. You must realize your responsibility as one and be sure not to let me down. I will try my best. Kimura Maiyang clenched his fist and steeled his resolve. After all, he has been entrusted with such an important position. How could he let Hikai Funkiryo down? Kimura Maiyang, you are now officially appointed as the 12th Division Lieutenant. Hikai Funkiryo said on their way to Kimura Maiyang, who followed closely behind her. Yes, I will live up to Captain's expectation. Kimura Maiyang solemnly said as he took the lieutenant badge from Hikai Funkiryo. The only thing in his mind was to make sure that he didn't let her down. Hikai Funkiryo officially appointed Kimura Maiyang as the 12th Division's lieutenant right in the middle of the crowds. Obviously, the crowd would go crazy when they heard this because Kimura Maiyang himself was famous enough among the students and 13 Division of Imperial Guards members, while Hikai Funkiryo could easily draw everyone's attention with his presence, be it as a captain or a charming woman. When the two of them walked together, obviously, all eyes would be focused on them. Yet, Hikai Funkiryo casually handed the lieutenant badge to Kimura Maiyang right in front of the crowds. Lieutenant? Did I hear that right? He was appointed as a lieutenant right after graduation. Is Kimura Maiyang so strong that he was appointed as lieutenant right off the bat? I mean, I kind of saw it from a mile away that he'd get a decent seat in any division and eventually become a lieutenant after a few years, but becoming a lieutenant right away is just... Noticing that the whole venue was surprised because of Kimura Maiyang, Aranmaru Shishin just smiled helplessly. As he predicted, the captains were overshadowed by him today. Sheesh, of course, people would react like this. Shun Sakuraku sighed while holding down his hat. Hikai Fun completely stole everyone's attention. Yukitik felt helpless when he saw what happened. Interesting little brat. Kuruyashiki Kenpachi said when he looked at Aranmaru Shishin right after a quick glance at Kimura Maiyang. He smiled when he saw Aranmaru Shishin was taking the test on his division as Aranmaru Shishin seemed to be quite an interesting fellow too. Chapter 28, Captain Spiritual Pressure Captain. Why would you appoint a newly graduated student as a lieutenant? The 12th Division member, who was in charge of accepting applications from the graduates, immediately stood up out of surprise and asked his Hikai Funkiryo right away upon hearing that Kimura Maiyang was appointed as the 12th Division's lieutenant. It's not that I doubt your judgment, Captain, but he just graduated today. Another man said as he looked at Kimura Maiyang with disdain. It's third seat Suetaku. He's usually a quiet guy. Why did he go against Captain's decision all of a sudden? What happened to him? Well, it can't be helped. He has served as the third seat for quite a while, and a newly graduated student comes out of nowhere and becomes his superior. I would have reacted the same way if it happened to me. The Shinigamis from other divisions couldn't help but gossip about the ruckus. After all, Suetaku Byakuya has served as the third seat for quite a while, and everybody liked him due to his collected demeanor, but he just snapped all of a sudden. Kimura Maiyang turned around to see who was so against him being appointed as a lieutenant. He had an average build, shoulder-length black hair, and a gentle-looking face. The man's face also flushed, probably because he was too worked up. However, he didn't seem that angry for someone who was against his captain's decision for some reason. Even though Kimura Maiyang realized something was off, he didn't know what was it with this man, so he racked his brain to find the solution for this problem. Do you have a problem with my judgment, Suetaku? Hikai Funkiryo said with a stern tone. Suetaku Byakuya seemed panicked. Hikai Funkiryo herself was also shocked when Suetaku Byakuya suddenly protested. After all, he has been serving under her for a long time, so she knew him thoroughly, and she found it weird that he would question her judgment in front of everyone. However, after seeing him up close, she had a rough idea of the cause behind it. It's little Hori, isn't it? Seeing Suitaku Byakuya's flushed face, Hikai Funario shook her head helplessly. Apparently, Hori put him up to this. Otherwise, a man like Suitaku Byakuya would never say such a thing. While the rest didn't know anything, Hikai Funario nodded and gave Suitaku Byakuya a look that indicated she understood his reason. She then turned to Kimura Maayang and noticed that he seemed to be thinking about resolving this problem in his own way, so she decided to use this opportunity to see Kimura Maayang's strength for herself. Kiraku did say that Kimura Maayang was even more skilled than an average lieutenant without showing his true strength, but she was curious to see him going all out with her own eyes. How about it, Kimura? Hikai Funario said, startling those who were curious about how she would deal with this matter. Hikai Funario's question snapped Kimura Maayang back to his senses. He couldn't come up with a better idea other than defeating the man called Suitaku. Since Suitaku said that you just graduated and your skill isn't credible, take this chance to show everyone why you deserve this position. I think no one will be able to complain once they witness your true strength. Hearing Hikai Funario's words, everyone nodded one after another. After all, one's skill and strength determine their worth as a Shinigami. Even Hikai Funario shared the same opinion as he did. It seemed like there was no other solution other than defeating Suitaku Byakuya. He realized that one's strength spoke volumes. Even Kenpachi Zaraki, who didn't seem that bright and didn't even graduate from the academy, could become a captain, so why couldn't he? As he placed his hand on the hilt and took his stance, Kimura Maayang planned to show the man in front of him that he deserved to be a lieutenant. After all, he'd be his subordinate from now on, so he had to make sure that there won't be any problem in the future. Kimura, keep it in moderation. Suitaku did this because Hori put him up to this. Hikai Funario whispered in Kimura Maayang's ear. It all made sense to Kimura Maayang now. The man in front of him behaved strangely because Hori pitted him against Kimura Maayang, and Hori never made any move up until now because she rather wouldn't dirty her own hands. Kimura Maayang glanced sympathetically at Suitaku Byakuya because he was kind of in the same position as him because of Hori. Seeing Kimura Maayang seem to understand his current circumstances, Suitaku Byakuya seemed relieved because it wasn't like he wanted to ruin his relationship with his lieutenant in the future. When everyone saw Kimura Maayang's hand was already on his Zanpakuto's hilt, they thought he and Suitaku Byakuya were about to duke it out, so they immediately backed off, leaving the stage to those two. However, when Kimura Maayang and Suitaku Byakuya looked into each other's eyes, they understood what happened and let go of their Zanpakuto. What the hell? Aren't you going to fight? We even cleared off the place for you guys. Yeah, that's right. Are you going to fight or not? Well, it can't be helped. Even though he's a prodigy or whatever, he would be no match against a seated officer. Now that you said it, that makes sense. Wait. What's with this amount of spiritual pressure? Kimura Maayang let go of his hand and stopped restraining his spiritual pressure instead to overwhelm everyone. That way, he didn't have to fight. An intense spiritual pressure burst forth, overwhelming everyone in the vicinity except for a handful of high-ranking seated officers. Oh, this is pretty impressive. Most people can't even move a muscle. This spiritual pressure rivals that of a captain. It seems that I underestimated him yet again. Shun Sakuraku was impressed by Kimura Maayang's spiritual pressure, while the rest just gasped when they realized they couldn't move. This is really something else. It seems we can't just treat him as a rookie. He may be appointed as a captain in a few years at this rate. Kuruyashiki Kenpachi shrugged his shoulder as he looked at Kimura Maayang. I'm pretty far, yet I can't even move. What about Suitaku Byakuya, who bears the brunt of this terrifying spiritual pressure? A Shinigami who thought that Kimura Maayang was no match to a seated officer earlier said. Kimura Maayang immediately suppressed his spiritual pressure after a quick demonstration of his strength. If he kept it up any longer, some students might be in danger, after all. It finally stopped. Yukite wiped his forehead. He really is not to be underestimated. His strength is the real deal. Once the Shinigami earlier could move, he immediately turned his gaze at Suitaku Byakuya. He and the rest of the Shinigamis were shocked beyond belief when he found Suitaku Byakuya was still standing as if Kimura Maayang's intense spiritual pressure didn't affect him at all. Did he left Suitaku out of it on purpose? Excellent control. Hikai Funario looked at Kimura Maayang and secretly praised him. At first glance, his spiritual pressure just seems intense and out of control. It turns out he can delicately control his spiritual pressure. And the most important thing is because Suitaku was still standing, he won't be humiliated among these crowds. Even though Suitaku is a gentleman, there would be a rift between them if he was overwhelmed by Kimura's spiritual pressure. Suitaku Byakuya obviously realized what Kimura Maayang did just now. He also knew that Kimura Maayang deliberately spared him for his own sake. Judging from the state everyone was in, Suetaku had no doubt that he wouldn't be able to withstand the spiritual pressure at that level if Kimura Ayang let his spiritual pressure burst forth without controlling it. He would be humiliated for sure if that was the case. With that in mind, Suetaku felt a little grateful to Kimura Ayang. He was a gentleman to begin with. He did this just because Hori put him up to this. Now that Kimura Ayang has demonstrated his strength and even went as far as showing mercy to him, he had no complaint whatsoever. "I'm sorry for being rude earlier, and nice to meet you, Lieutenant." Suetaku bowed respectfully. Seeing what Suetaku did, the other 12th Division's member quickly followed suit and said, "Nice to meet you, Lieutenant." Kimura Ayang was slightly embarrassed seeing this many people welcomed and showed their respect to him all of a sudden. "It's alright, really. The same goes for you guys. Nice to meet you, too." Chapter 29, Confrontation with the Captain. He sure resolves this elegantly. Not only did he demonstrate his strength in front of everyone, he also made sure not to create any rift between him and his division member. "It seems like the vacancy in the captain's seat will be taken care of soon," Shunserious said as he looked at Kimura Ayang. "Yes, Genryuzi-sensei can at least rest easy now." Joshiro was already right beside Shunserious, watching Kimura Ayang before Shunserious realized it. Indeed, 13 Division of Imperial Guards is really short on capable Shinigami. Recently the captain's seat has been going through more change lately. Old man Yamamoto must have had a rough time dealing with this problem, Shunserious said as he turned his head towards Joshiro. "You haven't been looking well lately. Old Yamamoto is worried, you know." "Sensei is?" Joshiro said apologetically. "Don't worry. It's not your fault. Just take care of your health, you hear me?" "Alright," Joshiro said. He then shifted his gaze towards the graduating students in the square. "I can't help but feel that Soul Society will be fine when I see those energetic students." Both Joshiro and Shunserious had a fleeting look in their eyes as they looked at the students in the square. They've lived for quite a while, so they couldn't help but appreciate this kind of moment. Right when Kimura Ayang's spiritual pressure burst out. First Division, Captain's Office. Captain Commander Yamamoto, whose eyes were partially closed slit most of the time, suddenly opened wide. This spiritual pressure. This is undoubtedly a captain-level spiritual pressure. Does it belong to that brat Kimura Ayang? Captain Commander Yamamoto stroked the cane in his hand. He has come this far, huh? Shua figure emerged right behind Captain Commander Yamamoto. "Captain Commander. Did you feel it too, Chojiro?" "Yes, it's undoubtedly Kimura Ayang's spiritual pressure. To think that his spiritual pressure has already reached this level. I'm sure that brat will continue to surprise us. Kimura Kazuya sure found one hell of a disciple. Captain Commander, he really is. No need to say any further. Let bygones be bygones. So many years have passed since then, and there aren't that many who knew about it anyway." "Thank you, Captain Commander." "Chojiro, I heard that Hikaifun recruited him as the 12th Division Lieutenant. As a fellow lieutenant, be sure to look out for him so that he does not end up like Kimura Kazuya." "Understood, Captain Commander, I will be sure to keep an eye on him." At the same time, the captains from other divisions also felt Kimura Ayang's spiritual pressure and immediately laid their gaze towards Shino Academy while wondering whose spiritual pressure it was. The news about Kimura Ayang officially took over the lieutenant's seat, with the rest of the division members acknowledging him, immediately spread throughout Siriite AI. To think that rumored genius is this strong. The current Shioin clan's head, Shioin Masaaki, was relaxing in his courtyard when he heard the news about Kimura Ayang, who became a lieutenant right after graduating. Kimura Ayang definitely piqued his interest because not even a member of the Shioin clan was capable of such a feat. As the next head of Shioin clan, you can't let yourself fall behind, Shioin Masaaki said toward the girl next to him. The girl seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old. Her dark skin gave a wild vibe to her in addition to her beauty. I know. Still, though, it's just a lieutenant. No need to make a big deal out of it. I do admit that he's good, though waving his hand casually, Yaruichi didn't seem to care about it at all. Hearing his daughter's response, Shioin Masaaki couldn't help but smile wryly. His daughter was talented, but her personality is the problem. He couldn't even imagine leaving the Shioin clan to her right now. Kuachiki clan official residence. Sa-jun, did you feel that spiritual pressure? Yes, Atasama. It's sure intense, but not as good as yours. Be sure to work hard, so you don't embarrass the Kuachiki clan. Understood, Atasama. Kuachiki Jinrai knew that his son neither liked fighting nor was he good at it, but since he was the next Kuachiki clan's head, he was destined to bring glory to Kuachiki clan since birth. Meanwhile, on the square, The graduates and those who were overwhelmed by Kimura Ayang's spiritual pressure slowly got back on their feet, but their eyes were spinning. It couldn't be helped since it was not every day one could come into contact with that level of spiritual pressure up close, even for 13 Division of Imperial Guards members. Watanabe Ichiro was kneeling on the ground with eyes full of disbelief. He was completely overwhelmed by Kimura Ayang's spiritual pressure, unable to move even though he mustered all his strength. Because of that, he couldn't shake off the inferiority he felt toward Kimura Ayang. How can I be bested by a random guy from Rukongai? I am a noble. There's no way in hell I'd fall short to the likes of him. I'm the real genius, not him. Watanabe Ichiro shed the tears of humiliation. Even though his household wasn't as well known as the four noble houses, it was one of the noble family nonetheless, and he has displayed extraordinary talent since birth, so everyone around him had high hopes for him. However, ever since Kimura Ayang came, no one fawned over him anymore. Even though Kimura Ayang rarely attended classes after 3 months of his enrollment, he still became the center of attention. Even though both of them didn't know each other, Watanabe Ichiro has always considered Kimura Ayang as his rival, but what happened just now completely crushed his pride. Kimura Ayang became a lieutenant with spiritual pressure that rivaled the captain's. Moreover, he was so good at sword art that he managed to defeat a former lieutenant with sword art alone. Even though his other, sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, wasn't as good as his sword art, it was still much better than most students. I'm such a trash compared to him. Don't let it get to you, Ichiro. You are not inferior to anyone. You just have to believe in yourself. A big and gentle hand patted Watanabe Ichiro's shoulder. Uncle. Watanabe Ichiro exclaimed when he saw a muscular figure around Kuruyashiki Kinpachi's height with short hair and the intimidating atmosphere around him. The most striking thing out of it was the white hair he wore. Yo, if it isn't this the 5th Division captain, Watanabe Kiryu. Kiraku Shunsei greeted the figure who just came with a smile even though there was no trace of joy at all from his tone. Ah, Captain Kiraku, you didn't bring your lieutenant along today? If I recall correctly, her name was Lisa Yadomaru, right? I remember she was such a cute girl. Hearing what Watanabe Kiryu said, Kuruyashiki Kinpachi frowned. Even the kind-hearted Yukite Joshiro did so too. It seemed that they didn't particularly get along with him. Shunsei Kiraku then replied, still with a smile on his face, well, it's important to let my subordinate rest from time to time. Humphrey. Watanabe Kiryu grunted when he heard Shunsei Kiraku's answer and immediately turned towards Kimura Ayang asked in an unfriendly tone, are you Kimura Ayang? Although the captain who just came didn't seem so friendly to him, he had no reason to offend a captain for such a trivial matter, so he nodded and asked politely. Yes, is there anything I can help you, Captain Watanabe? No, but I do have a little advice for you. There was a brief pause before Watanabe Kiryu looked at Kimura Ayang with disdain. If that's all you got, then you better not get ahead of yourself. Although your spiritual pressure is decent, a captain's strength is beyond your wildest imagination. If you think you've reached a captain's level with that strength of yours, then you're completely mistaken. Seeing this, nobody that didn't even show up in the anime blabbing whatever he wanted, a fire was lit in Kimura Ayang's heart. You! Kimura Ayang glared at Watanabe Kiryu. He tried his best to contain his anger, but it seemed that he was at his limit. Watanabe Kiryu leered at Kimura Ayang and mockingly said, are you planning to challenge a captain? First of all, it's a crime, and secondly, do you think you stand a chance against me? The other 3 captains didn't seem too pleased seeing a captain humiliate a lieutenant in public for no reason. They were so embarrassed by this behavior. You! Kimura Ayang snapped and immediately held his Zanpakuto. No one has ever humiliated him to this extent. Seeing what Kimura Ayang did, everyone couldn't help but gasp as they thought, would he actually fight a captain? Everything happened too fast that no one could process what was happening anymore. Chapter 30, A Show of Goodwill. Shunsei Kiraku held down his straw hat, hiding his expression below his hat while murmuring, ouch, the young man completely snapped for sure. His tone, however, was vague whether he was troubled or enjoying this situation. Captain Watanabe is really... Even the kind-hearted Yukite Joshiro was exasperated by Watanabe Kiryu's behavior. Kuruyashiki Kinpachi was staring at Watanabe Kiryu disdainfully at first, but then he slightly smiled as he saw Kimura Ayang's guts. Nobody even blinked when Kimura Ayang was about to draw his Zanpakuto. Everyone just gasped as they were convinced that things were about to get out of hand. The situation escalated so quickly. Watanabe Kiryu remained unmoved while giving Kimura Ayang a cold look. Suddenly, a different kind of spiritual pressure seeped out of Kimura Ayang. As it intensified, a chilling sound was heard from his Zanpakuto even though he hasn't drawn it yet, but that alone already sent a chill down everyone's spine. Is this Kusagakure suddenly raised his face excitedly. This level of kendo is unbelievable. The look on Yukite Joshiro's face also drastically changed as he and Kiraku Shunsei looked at each other. They had a hard time hiding their excitement as it was clear in their eyes. Kuruyashiki Kinpachi seemed a little surprised when Kimura Ayang let out the current spiritual pressure, and his eyes flashed as he looked towards Kimura Ayang as if he just found something interesting. Hearing the odd sound alerted Watanabe Kiryu for a moment as his complexion slightly changed. Although he didn't know what sound it was, he was on guard for a moment. However, the disdainful look on his face was back as soon as he realized that there was no way a mere lieutenant posed a threat to himself, a captain. As Kimura Ayang was about to draw his Zanpakuto, a soft and fair-skinned hand completely stopped him. Even though the hand seemed feeble at first glance, he couldn't move at all. From the looks of it, this might be a Bakudo at work, but Kimura Ayang wasn't sure because he hasn't learned Kido. However, the most surprising thing was it was Hikai Funkiryo, who stopped Kimura Ayang and effortlessly too at that, as expected of the woman who would later be recruited to Zero Division. That is enough, Captain Watanabe. Since when did you get the right to lecture my lieutenant? Hikai Funkiryo was already right beside Kimura Ayang before anyone realized it and stopped him from drawing his Zanpakuto. She then took a step forward and warned Watanabe Kiryu. Her tone was neither high nor low, but it sure was impactful that even Watanabe Kiryu subconsciously took a step back. The other three captains were shocked by what they just saw. They didn't realize how strong Hikai Funkiryo had become. Be it her exquisite flash steps, the way she stopped Kimura Ayang's hand with Bakudo, or her intimidating aura that left Watanabe Kiryu speechless, all of them made people wonder just how strong she actually was. Realizing he just took a step back due to the sheer pressure from Hikai Funkiryo, Watanabe Kiryu was mad at himself. Even though most people didn't notice it, he couldn't bear the thought of cracking under the pressure of a fellow captain. Watanabe Kiryu grunted but tried his best to keep his poker face. He then immediately turned around, fluttering his hori, and used flash steps to return to the 5th division. Seeing Watanabe Kiryu disappeared from her sight without saying a word, Hikai Funkiryo turned around and smiled. At the same time, the force that restricted Kimura Ayang's movement suddenly disappeared. Kimura Ayang was grateful to Hikai Funkiryo. Hadn't it for intervention, the fight between him and Watanabe Kiryu would have been inevitable. Despite saying that he was confident in his own strength and his opponent was just a minor character who didn't appear in the anime, he was a captain nonetheless. Setting Kinpachi's Araki aside, all captain could use Banchi, while he hasn't even mastered Shikai. Thank you, Captain. Kimura Ayang said sincerely. Don't mention it. That's what I'm supposed to do as a captain, after all. Slightly smiled, Hikai Funkiryo continued. Why did you stop calling me Kiryozan like you used to? I'd prefer that over Captain, actually. Hikai Fun said teasingly. Kimura Ayang blushed and laughed it off. Ahahaha, I see what you did there, Kiryo-san. Everyone around them was dumbfounded. To think that Kimura Ayang could still show such an embarrassed and innocent face after challenging a captain. Ahem. Hikai Funkiryo was slightly startled by Kimura Ayang's response, so he cleared his throat and tried changing the subject. There's nothing left to see here, guys. Get back to your post. We still have a lot of things to do. Only then did everyone snap back to their senses and resume their delayed activity, and the admission procedure for the new recruit returned to its track. It was clear that what just happened would leave an impression among them. The name Kimura Ayang would probably become even more well-known throughout Seoul society from now on. However, it wouldn't be as Shino Academy's genius anymore, but as the 12th Division's lieutenant. You are now the lieutenant of the 12th Division. I will brief you about specific things once we're in the headquarters. For now, follow me. I will introduce you to some people. Kiryo-san. What is it? The 5th Division captain just now, why did he? It can't be helped if you don't know. After a brief pause, Hikai Funkiryo continued. Before you came to, there was a well-known prodigy in Shino Academy before you came here, and his name is Watanabe Ichiro. He excelled at everything, sword art, hand-to-hand combats, Kido, or flash steps, just name it. Everyone says that he is a genius who will be born once every 10 years, but after you come. Hikai Funkiryo then looked at Kimura Ayang at the end of her explanation, and Kimura Ayang nodded in understanding. I've heard that name, but I don't know him. I mean, even if he is Captain Watanabe's nephew, I don't understand why Captain Watanabe treat me like that. Kimura Ayang seemed puzzled. Is there the need to go that far just because of such a trivial thing? If that was the case, he couldn't help but think that Captain Watanabe was such a petty guy. Not only that, Watanabe clan was once a high-ranking noble house, but it has been in decline, and lately, they were almost unheard of. That was still the case even after Watanabe Kiryu became the 5th Division's captain recently. Moreover, Watanabe clan only had 2 of them left as successor, meaning Watanabe Ichiro is the last pillar of Watanabe clan. It makes sense, but why would he go that far just because of this? Kimura Maiyang just couldn't accept that excuse. Kiryu-san, how strong is Captain Watanabe? Hikaifu Kiryu had a surprised look on his face and said. I don't recommend fighting him. He is captain, after all. If you insist on doing so, you must learn Bankai first. After all, there is a huge difference between being able to use it and not being able to use it. Hee. Kimura Maiyang scratched his head shyly. Hikaifu Kiryu herself wasn't exactly against the idea of him fighting Watanabe Kiryu. She was just worried that he would lose, that's all. Apparently, Watanabe Kiryu was famous for being a good-for-nothing captain. Forget it. You will understand eventually. Now, I'll take you to see the 3 captains first. Well, don't trouble yourself, Hikaifu. We're already here. Shun Sakuraku, Yukitake Joshiro, and Kuruyashiki Kinpachi were already in front of them. Shun Sakuraku then looked at Kimura Maiyang and said with a smile, Good grief, we meet again, Kimura. You've become so strong that I barely recognize you since the last time we met. You're exaggerating, Captain Kiraku. Ah, are you using honorifics now? Last time we met, you just called me Shunsei. Kimura Maiyang's face flushed, and he didn't know what to say because Shunsei Kiraku was not entirely wrong. Well, that should be enough teasing you. Let me introduce you first. This is Captain Yukitake, 13th Division Captain, and here is Captain Kuruyashiki, 11th Division Captain. Pleased to meet you, Captain Yukitake and Captain Kuruyashiki. I have heard the rumors about you, Kimura. Yukitake Joshiro said while waving his hand. Lieutenant Kimura, please come to the 11th Division if you have spare time. I'm sure you'll like the atmosphere there. Huh? Kimura Maiyang was stunned when he heard Kuruyashiki Kinpachi invited him out of nowhere. Chapter 31, 12th Division. Welcome back, Captain. Yeah. Good day, Captain. Yeah. As Hikaifu Kiryu entered the 12th Division's barrack, everyone who saw her coming welcomed her politely. It was clear that they deeply respected their captain. Meanwhile, Kimura Maiyang was ignored even though some of them glanced at him while wondering who he was. However, what baffled them was the fact that the third seat, Suetaku Byakuya, was walking behind Kimura Maiyang. As they were right in front of the captain's office, Hikaifu Kiryu gave a certain instruction to Suetaku Byakuya, order all members to gather in the lounge within half an hour, I have an announcement to make. One of Suetaku Byakuya's eyebrows raised. He realized that his captain planned to introduce the new lieutenant to everyone and immediately left to do as he was instructed. Now, you're up next, Kimura. Hikaifu Kiryu turned his head to Kimura Maiyang and smiled. Me? Kimura Maiyang puzzled. Well, let's talk about it inside. I'd rather talk about it while sitting on a sofa, after all. Hikaifu Kiryu pushed open the door to captain's office and led the way. Kimura Maiyang followed Hikaifu Kiryu while wondering what she would tell him. At the same time, in the 12th Division's lounge. Huh? You're back, Byakuya. That means the captain should be at her office now, right? I'll head over there real quick. Seeing Suetaku Byakuya appearing in the lounge, Hori immediately jumped up. Wait, Hori. As Hori was about to run past Suetaku Byakuya, she was stopped in her tracks by Suetaku Byakuya. That's. Captain and Lieutenant have something to discuss in Captain's office. What? Lieutenant? Everyone was shocked when they heard Suetaku Byakuya. Since the 12th Division's lieutenant seat has been vacant for quite a while, they've always thought that Suetaku Byakuya was their substitute lieutenant, and even if a new lieutenant was appointed, it should be the third seat Suetaku. However, that third seat Suetaku was obviously right in front of them, so who was the lieutenant he mentioned? Everyone began to wonder whether Suetaku Byakuya hit his head somewhere. Third seat Suetaku, what do you mean by lieutenant? Yes, even if we have a new lieutenant, it should be you. Ahaha. Haha. Suetaku Byakuya scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. No, it's the lieutenant that captain appointed today. What? Stop joking, third seat Suetaku. Didn't you go to Shino Academy with captain today to recruit new members? Then how did that lead to us having a new lieutenant? Tanaka Tatsue left and said teasingly, it's as if you're saying that captain appointed a student who just graduated today as our lieutenant. The rest of them laughed as well. Becoming a seated officer right after graduation alone was already a rare case, but a lieutenant? That was unheard of. Well, it's exactly as you said. Captain appointed picked Kimura who just graduated as lieutenant. Suetaku Byakuya casually said despite everyone laughing. The laughter immediately stopped, replaced by a look of disbelief. The silence was broken by Hori, who cursed and pointed her hands at Suitaku Byakuya out of nowhere. Baldy Byakuya, I've told you to stop, Captain, right? Why would you let someone like that become our lieutenant? We don't even know if he's capable enough to be one. Hori, give Suitaku-san a break. He mustered his courage to go against Captain's decision in front of everyone today, but Lieutenant, Hori, why did you hit me out of nowhere? Did you say Lieutenant? Idiot Yoshihara, you actually acknowledge that kind of guy as our lieutenant. Hori fiercely smacked one of the 12th Division's members, who referred Kimura Ayang as lieutenant. You're such a pushover. That's why you're still a 6th seat. Pushover. No way. But he does deserve to be a lieutenant. Hori. Why did you hit me again? I'm gonna kick your ass if you call him lieutenant one more time. Wait, Hori. Just ask the others if you don't believe me. Yashiwara Fukasawa hurriedly shielded his head with his hands when he saw Hori was throwing a tantrum again. Hearing what Yashiwara Fukasawa said, Hori immediately shifted his gaze toward the other division members who went along with Hikai Funkaryo to the academy today, and they all nodded immediately. Seeing their response, Hori was getting confused. She began to wonder whether Kimura Ayang really deserved the lieutenant seat when she saw the look on everyone's faces, especially Suitaku Byakuya, who was supposed to be the most plausible candidate for the next lieutenant. What exactly happened today? Suitaku, Hori, can you explain in detail? We can't understand what you're talking about. Tanaka Tatsui finally asked the most important thing here on behalf of the rest. Yeah, 4th seat Tanaka is right. We don't even know what the hell you guys are saying. We demand an explanation. Suitaku Byakuya was helpless. If he didn't explain what happened properly, the division members would definitely nag him later. However, he couldn't just casually explain it because Captain hasn't introduced Kimura Ayang to everyone else. As he racked his brain, he saw Yashiwara Fukasawa, and his eyes lit up. Since you guys have gone said that much, 6th seat Yoshihara here will have to explain everything to you guys. The rest of you who came to the academy today will join me and notify other members to gather here within half an hour, Captain's order. The rest of the division members in the lounge immediately flocked around Yashiwara Fukasawa, awaiting his explanation about the newly appointed mysterious lieutenant. Hori was no exception, but unlike others, she was a bit rough as she went ahead and pulled Yoshihara's ear. As Kimura Ayang put down the teacup he was holding, he couldn't help but be amazed by Hikai Funkaryo's beauty. However, he immediately cast that thought away as they were in the middle of a discussion. In short, we, the 12th Division, rarely needs to sortie to the battlefield. We're mostly responsible for monitoring Soul Society, Human World, Hueco Mundo, and Angai to ensure the balance and stability of these worlds. Close. The 3 worlds are relatively stable overall. Everything should be okay unless something major happened, and even if something does go wrong, it's not necessarily our job to take care of the problem. Hollow did often appear in Angai, and we may have to deal with that, but not all the time. Well, there are more little details, but you should be fine as you learn it along the way. You'll eventually get used to it, and there's no point going into details now. Hikai Funkaryo then stood up and said, Okay, let's go to the lounge. I want to introduce you to everyone. We all will be comrades that work and live together, after all. Yes. Kimura Ayang nodded and followed closely behind Hikai Funkaryo. He was the 12th Division lieutenant from now on, and this place would be his home for a while. The new lieutenant must be handsome. You haven't even seen him. What are you saying? But I do think the lieutenant must be as handsome as me. TSK, quit spouting nonsense. As if the likes of you guys can predict what kind of man the lieutenant is. One of the members said arrogantly, and as his complexion suddenly changed, he said, he didn't falter even when he faced the 5th Division captain. He must have the nerve of steel like me. TSK. This time, the rest of them was put off by that guy's narcissism. Hori herself was still wondering whether Kimura Ayang was truly that strong. He could see him being as strong as love, but saying he was at the level of a lieutenant might be too far-fetched. Even if he was, calling him lieutenant from now on just didn't sit well with her. As the lounge door was opened, the atmosphere became dead silent. Everyone immediately turned their heads to 2 figures standing at the door, but their focus was completely on the man who would become their lieutenant, not their beloved captain. Chapter 32, Enthusiastic Players. As the door was pushed open, Kimura Ayang noticed that every eye in the room was on him, which took him aback. All 12th Division members carefully observed Kimura Ayang with an admiring look on their faces. This was completely unexpected for him as he was fully prepared for the worst, as it made sense if the rest of the members couldn't accept him as the new lieutenant. However, what he saw before him completely blew his mind. Hikai Fun smiled slightly. As she expected, half an hour was enough for everyone to know what happened that day. Strength was basically everything here, after all. Thus, Once everyone realized how strong Kimura Ayang was, their impression of Kimura Ayang would definitely change, which would be helpful for their relationship as fellow division members from now on. Okay, come with me. Kimura Ayang then closed the door and followed closely behind Hikai Funkiryo, who then said, "Let me introduce you guys to our new lieutenant, Kimura Ayang." Lieutenant. When all division members greeted him in unison, Kimura Ayang was even more confused. He even thought that this might be some kind of trap that the division members laid out for him. Various thoughts flashed in Kimura Ayang's mind. However, he just laughed it off as he greeted everyone. Haha, hello everyone, I will be your lieutenant from today onwards, pleased to meet you. Lieutenant, you're so serious. Just tell me if there's something you need. That's right. Everyone here will definitely do anything you ask. Yeah. Kimura Ayang was even more baffled when he saw how passionate all of them seemed. If it was all an act, then they must be quite an actor. Seeing Kimura Ayang was still responsive despite his puzzled look, Hikai Funkiryo found it really amusing. I know that all of you must be curious about the new lieutenant. So, feel free to ask if you have any questions. I'm sure that Lieutenant Kimura will be glad to answer. Seeing her division members seemed so eager to know about Kimura Ayang, she left the stage to him and went back to Captain's office. Captain. Hikai Funkiryo saw Hori was standing beside her when she turned her head. What's wrong, little Hori? You don't seem too happy. Captain, why did you pick Kimura Ayang to be our lieutenant? Hori clearly seemed dissatisfied with Kimura Ayang being appointed as the 12th Division lieutenant as she frowned and seemed down when she asked Hikai Funkiryo that question. What's wrong? Did you have something against him? She then said as she reached out and patted Hori in the head, if you have a complaint, came to the captain's office with me instead of just standing here. Hori clearly enjoyed it when Hikai Funkiryo patted her head with her innocent smile. At moments like this, she sure seemed like another little girl in everyone's eyes, even though she actually was. In the lounge, everyone was flocking onto Kimura Ayang, while he was completely overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm. The atmosphere is clearly different from the 12th Division that he knew. Lieutenant, tell us about the run-in with the 5th Division captain. Lieutenant, do you mind showing us your sword art? I heard that you also defeated Lieutenant Asino, the former 9th Division lieutenant. Lieutenant, I heard that Captain Kuruyashiki from the 11th Division invited you to visit the 11th Division. What's going on? Lieutenant. As he heard the swarm of questions, Kimura Ayang finally understood what was going on here. They all must have heard about what happened today, but he sure didn't expect that their attitude toward him would change this much just because of that. However, that was actually normal. It was just Kimura Ayang was still not used to the norm here where strength decided everything. Now that Kimura Ayang has demonstrated his strength, he was acknowledged by everyone. Even though he didn't end up fighting Watanabe Kiryu, the fact that he was brave enough to challenge a captain already sent a chill down their spine. Besides, both captain and lieutenant were something beyond their reach, so they admired them. After figuring out the reason behind their behavior, the rest was easy. Kimura Ayang asked everyone to have a seat and then answered their questions one by one. As for the questions he couldn't answer, Kimura Ayang just smiled profoundly while they were guessing what the meaning behind that smile was. Lieutenant, let's hold a banquet to celebrate this occasion. Huh? Is that okay, 4th seat Tanaka? Tanaka Tatsui's words left Kimura Ayang wondering. By this time, Kimura Ayang already learned everyone's name, even though they were not close enough to be called friends just yet. It's okay. Our captain likes banquet anyway. Well, if you say so. However, be sure to keep it in moderation. Relax, just leave it to us. We will make sure it's a memorable one for you, Lieutenant. Right, everyone? Of course, it will be a pleasant surprise for Lieutenant. Being surrounded by division members who cared deeply for him, Kimura Ayang was genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. You seem to be in high spirits. What were you talking about? Hikai Funkiryo asked out of nowhere, startling Kimura Ayang. Kiryo-san, stop popping out of nowhere. It's not good for my heart. Did I? Hikai Funkiryo didn't seem to pay it to mind and then immediately asked, what's everyone talking about? They seem to enjoy themselves. Captain, we are thinking of holding a welcome party for Lieutenant. There was a trace of excitement in her eyes before she smiled and said. A banquet? That's what I'm talking about. I will take care of it myself. Kimura Ayang began to have a doubt when he heard Hikai Funkiryo's response. Did Hikai Funkiryo like party so much that she didn't care it might hinder the division's job? Such thought crossed his mind. Which food should I serve? What should I do? There are too many delicious foods to choose. It was as if Kimura Ayang's expectation of the dreamy Hikai Funkiryo shattered into pieces. To think that his gorgeous captain was a glutton even though her stylish body didn't seem to show any sign of it. Shortly after, Hori jumped toward Kimura Ayang's head and then said with a disgruntled tone as she sat on his head, "Hey, Kimura, although Captain appointed you as lieutenant, I won't forgive you if you don't live up to her expectation and put the 12th Division's name to shame." Kimura Ayang finally realized Hori was against him taking up the lieutenant seat because she didn't know how strong he was and suspected that he might drag the 12th Division's reputation down the mud. In short, she just really loved this division. "Of course, I'm the 12th Division lieutenant, after all," Kimura Ayang said proudly. "Ah Hori, why did you hit me out of nowhere? Don't get ahead of yourself." Chapter 33, The Name in the Morning. Kimura Ayang shook his head as he realized that he was drunk again last night. He almost couldn't believe that he has always drunk by himself in his previous life. Although he could hold his liquor, he would get drunk eventually with almost everyone aside from the captain asking for a toast, especially Hori, who kept challenging to a drinking contest. However, what surprised Kimura Ayang was Hikai Funkiryo's top-notch skill in cooking. Kimura Ayang never doubted her skill as a Shinigami since she was a captain, but she also turned out to be a talented cook as she cooked all the food herself, leaving Kimura Ayang drooling. "You're finally up, little Yan Yang." Hikai Funkiryo's voice welcomed Kimura Ayang as soon as he opened the door, followed by an appetizing aroma that stirred Kimura Ayang's belly. "Little Yan Yang?" Although he liked the smell of the food that Hikai Funkiryo cooked, he couldn't say the same about the nickname she came up with. "Kiryo-san, can you please refrain from calling me with that nickname?" Even though he was touched that his captain went so far as to even serve him breakfast, he just couldn't like that nickname she gave him. Then again, the food in front of him was really mouth-watering. Even though he wasn't a big eater, he couldn't resist the temptation of such delicious food. There was a trace of smile on Hikai Funkiryo's face before she said, "Ah, is that so? Alright then." She then walked away, bringing the food with her. Seeing Hikai Funkiryo listen to him for once, he was so happy yet confused at the same time. As he saw her taking away the food with her, he hurriedly asked, "Why are you taking away all the food, Kiryo-san?" Hikai Funkiryo then looked back at Kimura Ayang with a smile. "Well, I cooked these for little Yan Yang, not for Lieutenant Kimura." She deliberately said little Yan Yang and Lieutenant Kimura louder. The corner of Kimura Ayang's mouth slightly twitched. He realized that Hikai Funkiryo was trying to bribe him with food. "Kiryo-san, you are still." Kimura Ayang waved his hand to show that he wouldn't be tempted by food. "That's too bad. I plan to cook for little Yan Yang every day, but if he doesn't want it, there's nothing I can do." Hikai Funkiryo pretended to look sad. "Oh, Lieutenant Kimura, did you say something?" Suddenly Hikai Funkiryo said with a curious look on her face, but it was clear what she wanted. "That's..." Kimura Ayang was in a dilemma. He knew he shouldn't be tempted by food, but being able to eat delicious foods like last night is another story. Seeing Kimura Ayang's conflicted look, Hikai Funkiryo knew he fell to it hook, line, and sinker. However, she kept a poker face, so Kimura Ayang didn't suspect anything. I mean, it's not like you can't. I mean, you're the captain, anyway," Kimura Ayang said awkwardly. He has never tasted anything more delicious than the food he ate last night, and in order to be able to taste that kind of delicacy every day, he no longer cared if he had to swallow his pride. However, only when there's nobody around. Kimura Ayang named his condition. The thought of others hearing him being called with that ridiculous nickname made him shudder. Relax, only little Yan Yang and me will ever hear about this. It's our little secret," Hikai Funkiryo said as he winked at Kimura Ayang, sending a zap of electricity throughout his body. Hikai Funkiryo's teasing words made Kimura Ayang imagine some indecent things in his mind, which led to his silly grin. "What are you thinking about, little Yan Yang?" Kimura Ayang snapped back from his fantasy and saw Hikai Funkiryo's smile in front of him. Obviously, he'd be in trouble if he told the truth, so he made up an excuse. I was just thinking how blessed I am to be able to eat your home cooking every day," Kimura Ayang said as soon as he took the food back from Hikai Funkiryo. If Hikai Funkiryo knew what he was thinking just now, she would kill him in the spot for sure. Seeing how honest Kimura Ayang was, Hikai Funkiryo chuckled. She loved to cook, so she was so happy if someone appreciated her cooking. Kimura Ayang immediately shoved the food into his throat like no tomorrow. "Kiryo-san, I am so happy." Kimura Ayang finished his food in no time and burped. This definitely set a new record as he has never eaten that fast before. It was incomparable to the food he ate with Kimura Kazuya. Hikai Funkiryo smiled proudly. Nothing made her happier than people appreciating her cooking. "Now that you have eaten your fill, hurry to the training ground. I made an exception today since you were drunk last night, but keep in mind there won't be any more exceptions in the future." Having said that, Hikai Funkiryo stood up. However, Before she left through the door, she stopped for a brief moment, as if she just remembered something, and then said, "Ah, I almost forgot. Be a dear and do the dishes, okay?" Hikai Funario then left without even giving Kimura Ayang the time to react. Kimura Ayang was speechless as he still had to do the same chore as he did during his stay with Kimura Kazuya even after he became a lieutenant now. However, Kimura Ayang just obediently picked up the dirty plates. As long as he could taste the delicious food that Hikai Funario cooked every day, he didn't mind. Hikai Funario left with a triumphant smile on her face. Yori never wanted to do the dishes, but now she had someone to do it in her place. Although she loved cooking and eating, she was not a fan of washing the dishes. Kimura Ayang didn't realize that he fell right into the tempting onsen's scheme. Chapter 34, Kido. It has been several months since Kimura Ayang became the 12th Division's lieutenant. After having breakfast, Kimura Ayang, as usual, took some division members to patrol the area that the 12th Division in charge of. Shinigami's job turned out to be relatively easy, especially the 12th Division, which was neither a combatant division nor a division that specialized in treating others like the 4th Division. Thus, they weren't that busy and mostly just patrol around the area they were in charge of. After briefing his subordinates, Kimura Ayang left everything to them and left. There was nothing more important for him than honing his skill. Besides, there was no need for captain or lieutenant to step in if it were just for patrolling. Kimura Ayang used his all-out flash steps, leaving the main street of Siri-Itai, and arrived at the remote woods in a short amount of time. As Kimura Ayang quietly reached the woods, he concentrated every nerve on his body and vigilantly observed his surrounding, trying to pick up any slight movement. Kimura Ayang's ear slightly twitched when he heard a faint sound and immediately turned around, where he saw Hikai Funario was smiling at him. "You can at least pick up my presence now, little Yan Yang." "What do you take me for, Garyo-san?" "I am technically a lieutenant now, so I must at least be able to do this." Kimura Ayang acted like it was no big deal. That being said, Kimura Ayang knew that Hikai Funario's skill was on another level. Despite being fellow captains, Watanabe Kiryu was nowhere near Hikai Funario's level. Had it not for Benkei, he might be just as strong as Kimura Ayang. Even now, Kimura Ayang still couldn't get a clear read on how strong Hikai Funario truly was. Although she did mention that she was adept at concealing her presence and spiritual pressure, Kimura Ayang was still shocked sometimes when she popped out of nowhere. Hikai Funario just smiled and then said, "Don't worry, I know how strong you are. I can safely say that you won't fall short to an average captain, but your Kido is. Well, you don't need me to say any further, right?" Hearing Hikai Fun's words, Kimura Ayang was a bit embarrassed. His Kido might be considered good back when he was in the academy, but he was too far behind compared to other 13 Division of Imperial Guard seated officers, let alone other lieutenants. Almost all lieutenants were good at sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, and even though his sword art, hand-to-hand combats, and flash steps exceeded other lieutenants, his Kido was nowhere near their level. "That's because I mostly spent my time practicing sword art, so Kido is just." Kimura Ayang explained embarrassedly. "I know." Hikai Funario understood Kimura Ayang's situation and thus immediately added, "However, Kido is also important, especially for you." "Huh?" Kimura Ayang had a puzzled look upon hearing Hikai Funario's remark. Why was Kido especially important for him? "You realize that you are a lieutenant, right? And with your aptitude, you can be promoted to captain in no time, so it'd be better if you eliminate any flaw in any aspect." Hikai Funario seemed to have high hopes for Kimura Ayang. Realizing the expectations Hikai Funario had toward him behind her words, Kimura Ayang nodded and immediately smiled. "That depends on how well you teach me, Garyo-san," followed by a wink. Hikai Funario then replied with a smile, "Relax, little Yan Yang, I will be sure to teach you well. That's why I came here today, after all." Kimura Ayang was overjoyed. Recently he felt that he couldn't get any stronger even though he trained his body every day as Shion told. Aside from its amazing impact at the beginning, he barely felt any impact nowadays. Even though mastering Kido itself wouldn't enhance his physical strength, he'd become stronger nonetheless. "Garyo-san, let's get started right away. I am so excited," Kimura Ayang said anxiously. Hikai Funario lightly smiled and said, "Let's start by showing your Kido. I want to find out how much you can do." Kimura Ayang agreed and then stretched out one of his hands with the other holding it. Based on the gesture, it was safe to say that Kimura Ayang planned to use Shakuho, one of the common Kido taught at the academy. Seeing Kimura Ayang's stance, Hikai Funario secretly thought that Kimura Ayang really didn't take his Kido lessons seriously because his rigid movement was just the exact copy of what he learned at the academy. Ye Lord! Mask of blood and flesh, All creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. As Kimura Ayang finished his incantation, Rishi gathers in his palm, generating an orb of crimson-red energy. Hado number 31, Shako. The crimson-red energy was discharged from Kimura Ayang's palm and left a small hole on the tree as it hit it. So, this is the extent of your power? There was a hint of disappointment on Hikai Funkiryo's face when he saw the hole on the tree. Kimura Ayang himself seemed embarrassed. With his spiritual pressure, he was supposed to be able to blow away the tree, even with such a low-level Kido. Hikai Funkiryo shook her head slightly before pondering for a while and then said, Kido mainly relies on talent and hard work. Kimura Ayang frowned because he thought that applied to everything, not just Kido. Although you have an immense amount of spiritual pressure, and you did manage to use the Kido earlier, you can't unleash the intended firepower because of the lack of control. Kimura Ayang nodded. As Hikai Funkiryo said, he could not properly control his power the moment he realized the Kido. Although he wanted to increase the power output, he just could not seem to channel his spiritual pressure into the Kido, so he couldn't produce the firepower as intended. But Hikai Funkiryo immediately added, with your exquisite spiritual pressure control, you should have no problem learning Kido. High-level Kido may not be that easy, but as long as you practice diligently, you should be able to do it. Kimura Ayang nodded. It seemed that it would take some time to figure out Kido, but it was the perfect way to help him become stronger. Furthermore, there was a Kido expert who was willing to teach him. By the way, Kiryo-san, which Kido did you use to restrain me back then? Kimura Ayang was curious what kind of Bakudo that Hikai Funkiryo used to stop his movement back then. He was confident that it should be a number 90s Bakudo. That's... Hikai Funkiryo paused. That's a little trick that I came up with. It's not a traditional Kido, so it wasn't numbered. Kimura Ayang was taken aback. Those who could create their own Kido must have a profound understanding of Kido. Not to mention the Kido that Hikai Funkiryo used back then was powerful too. A fire was lit inside Kimura Ayang, and he immediately asked, Kiryo-san, can you teach me that Kido? You? Well, you should learn the basics first. That trick is too early for you. Hikai Funkiryo turned Kimura Ayang down without hesitation. Kimura Ayang himself was speechless at how bad he was at Kido as he scratched his head in embarrassment. Starting tomorrow, you have to come here and practice Kido every day, but I will oversee your practice. Hikai Funkiryo walked to Kimura Ayang and poked his nose as she smiled gorgeously. Be sure to take your practice seriously, little Yan Yang, don't disappoint this on-san. Kimura Ayang blushed as he stared at Hikai Funkiryo, who slowly disappeared from his sight. Although he often fell into her scheme, he couldn't resist her charm since he was a virgin even in his second life now. Chapter 35, Bad News, The Death of Sword 8. Oh, come on, Kimura. You've become a lieutenant, and you still want me to treat you? Hirako Shinji looked at Kimura Ayang helplessly as the guy in front of him obviously had the highest position among their group. In other words, Kimura Ayang had the highest income yet still wanted him to treat Kimura Ayang. Baldy Shinji, you are in no position to say that. You often come to our barrack and join our feast even though you're from the 10th Division. Tori said in a condescending tone while glaring at Hirako Shinji. Now, there is no way I can refuse Captain Hikai Fun's homemade cooking. What was it about the 12th Division again? Kunimashiro curiously asked with a ridiculously adorable expression. Kimura Ayang hurriedly glanced at Hirako Shinji as a warning. Hirako Shinji alone already increased his workload. He shuddered at the thought of any more people coming to their base and join the feast. He simply couldn't bear washing any more tablewares. No, it's nothing. Hirako Shinji waved his hand, immediately switching to his poker face. Is that so? Kunimashiro looked at Hirako Shinji doubtfully, but when she saw nothing weird about Hirako Shinji, she was back to harassing Kinsai. Meanwhile, Lisa just glanced at Kimura Ayang without saying a word. Her captain, Shun Sakuraku, often visited the 12th Division. She was also acquainted with the 12th Division captain, so she obviously knew what they were talking about. By the way, why didn't Ranmaru come today? Is 11th Division that busy? Love asked out of the blue. Oh, come to think of it, you're right. That annoying babyface didn't come. What's wrong with him? Tori wondered after taking a look around her. Because Ranmaru Shishin was pretty close to Kimura Ayang during their academy days, the rest obviously knew about him. Because of Ranmaru Shishin's appearance, Tori has always called him babyface. Coupled with the way he talked, which was how to put it. Tactless and incredibly honest. Apparently so. Kimura Ayang put down his chopsticks and said after a brief pause, it seems that he is heading to Rukongai to fight Hollow. A hollow was sighted around that area. Aren't you technically a lieutenant? Why didn't you head out instead? Hirako Shinji teased Kimura Ayang. Hee. Our third seat should be able to handle it. Besides, they're just checking things out, and there's a chance it was just a false alarm. Kimura Ayang was slightly embarrassed because Hirako Shinji had a point, so he just changed the topic with a silly smile on his face. But this shouldn't be a problem for the 11th Division. Even Captain Kuruyashiki went there in person. There should be nothing to worry about. Captain Kuruyashiki. A momentary silence covered the room when the name Kuruyashiki Kenpachi was mentioned. Captain Kuruyashiki was the most well-known captain right after the captain commander in 13 Division of Imperial Guards. No one wouldn't bat an eye when they heard his name. Well, if Captain Kuruyashiki is with them, then there will be no problem. Love said, breaking the silence. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Love. After all, the title Kenpachi is not just for show, especially Kuruyashiki Kenpachi, whose strength was recognized by everyone in 13 Division of Imperial Guards. The door was forcefully opened, and as everyone's attention was focused on the door, they saw Uranmaru Shishin was standing dejectedly by the door. You decided to come now of all time, babyface. Tori picked a fight with Uranmaru Shishin without hesitation the moment she saw him. Tori. Hirako Shinji suddenly yelled, but unlike their usual banter, he sounded serious this time. As Hori glanced and noticed that there was no trace of the usual silly smile on Hirako Shinji's face, she immediately took a look around and noticed that the rest of them seemed a bit off too. That was when she realized she had made a mistake and immediately shut her mouth. Uranmaru, what's wrong? Kimura Ayang realized something must have happened when he saw Uranmaru Shishin, who was always spunky and optimistic, seem dejected like this. Kimura hearing Uranmaru Shishin sobbed shocked everyone. Since when did this guy become such a crybaby? As everyone saw Uranmaru Shishin's red and swollen eyes, they knew from a glance that he must have cried. Despite his baby face, he was unexpectedly tough, both physically and mentally, so seeing him in this state definitely surprised everyone. Yo, babyface, did someone harass you? Tell me who, and I'll beat them up. Hori smacked her own chest to show how dependable she was. Everyone ignored Hori and waited for Uranmaru Shishin's answer. Captain, he's dead. Seeing his friends in front of him, Uranmaru Shishin was on the verge of tears. Everyone was shocked beyond belief when they heard the news about Kuruyashiki Kenpachi's death. He was the 11th Division captain. The 7th Kenpachi. How could a man of his caliber die? How is this possible? A man as strong as Captain Kuruyashiki can't be dead. You've gotta be joking, right Uranma? Kensai couldn't finish his sentence when he saw Uranmaru Shishin's expression. He seemed so sad that this couldn't be a joke. Kimura Ayang took a few deep breaths to regain composure. He had long known that Kuruyashiki Kenpachi would die in the near future. Otherwise, Zaraki wouldn't become a Kenpachi. However, after meeting Kuruyashiki Kenpachi in person, he couldn't help but admire him and understood why he earned the respect of many people. Moreover, Kimura Ayang once visited Kuruyashiki Kenpachi at the 11th Division and sparred with him, the result being Kimura Ayang defeated even with Kuruyashiki Kenpachi still holding back. So he knew that Kuruyashiki Kenpachi was no ordinary captain. Who is it, Uranmaru? Who kills Captain Kuruyashiki? Kimura Ayang asked directly. Everyone's eyes were focused on Uranmaru Shishin. They were also curious who managed to kill the formidable 11th Division captain. Ashiro Soya. Uranmaru Shishin uttered the name with bloodshot eyes. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They've never heard of this name whatsoever. How could a nobody kill one of 13 Division of Imperial Guards as captain? And Kuruyashiki Kenpachi was no ordinary captain to boot. After pondering, Kimura Ayang then said, so, he'll be called Ashiro Kenpachi from now on. Everyone was taken aback but then nodded. As per the 11th Division's rule, one could become the next captain upon defeating the current captain in front of 200 division members. So, apparently, this person named Ashiro Soya has now inherited the title Kenpachi and 11th Division captain. Uranmaru, what are you planning to do? Kimura Ayang asked because he knew that Uranmaru Shishin joined the 11th Division because he admired Kuruyashiki Kenpachi. Now that Kuruyashiki Kenpachi was killed at the hands of a man named Ashiro Soya would take over as the next 11th Division captain, so Uranmaru Shishin may not stay in the 11th Division anymore. I don't know what to do. I'm not in the mood to discuss it. Captain, he actually. After this sudden turn of events, everyone was no longer in the mood to continue drinking. The news wasn't known by the public just yet, but it would spread throughout 13 Division of Imperial Guard soon. After all, the death of a captain was no trivial matter, especially a captain with major influence like Kuruyashiki Kinpachi. No matter how Kimura Ayang looked at it, he realized there was no way to console Ranmaru Shishi, so he told him to go home. Everyone also headed back to their room, but they didn't know a storm was brewing somewhere else. Chapter 36. Let go of the burden. Footsteps were heard coming from an empty alley, which was especially noticeable in the quiet night. The moonlight illuminated two silhouettes in the middle of the night, one tall silhouette and a short one. "Hey!" Tori called Kimura Ayang as they left the alley. She noticed that Kimura Ayang seemed lifeless ever since he heard the news about Kuruyashiki Kinpachi's death. She didn't know what he was thinking, but she knew this wasn't the usual Kimura Ayang. Seeing Kimura Ayang ignored her, Tori couldn't help but gave him a whooping even though she knew that he might be thinking about something important. Huh? Kimura Ayang, who snapped back to his senses, looked at Tori puzzledly. What is it, Tori? What's wrong? The veins on Hori's forehead popped when he realized Kimura Ayang has been ignoring her this whole time. That's my line, Baldy. Tori yelled her lungs out. She thought that Kimura Ayang must have done this on purpose. Seeing Hori yelled out of the blue, Kimura Ayang realized what was going on and stroked his head embarrassedly. Sorry, something's in my mind just now. Tori stopped throwing a tantrum when she noticed the look on Kimura Ayang's face and then said, Tell me then, I'll hear you out. Kimura Ayang took his time to gaze at the full moon in the sky instead of answering Hori's question immediately. Tori waited for a while, but she didn't hear any answer from Kimura Ayang. She was mad again at first, but when she noticed Kimura Ayang was gazing at the moon with a profound look, she changed her mind. Kimura Ayang seemed conflicted, with a hint of sorrow. Although he didn't know what Kimura Ayang was thinking, Tori knew that he must be worried about something. After all, they've been together for a while. What's wrong, Kimura? Tori sounded thoughtful for once. I just wanna ask, can we survive? Kimura Ayang asked worriedly. Tori was silent for a moment. She wasn't bright, but she understood the meaning behind Kimura Ayang's words. Apparently, Kuruyashiki Kinpachi's death didn't only shake Ranmaru Shishin, but also made Kimura Ayang unsure about the future. Ever since he came to Soul Society, Kimura Ayang has always been looking forward to the day he could meet the protagonist and join them according to the storyline. However, he lost his confidence now that Kuruyashiki Kinpachi, who defeated him without even using Shike, was killed just like that. If a man of Kuruyashiki Kinpachi's caliber was killed that easily, how about him? Would he even be able to survive until the main story started? Tori just stared at Kimura Ayang without saying a word. No one could predict the future, so she didn't know how to answer his question. Negative thoughts now occupied her mind as well. After all, no one wasn't afraid of death, even shinigamis. You're brooding over it too much, Kimura. A lazy-sounding voice said from behind. Shinji. Tori was surprised when she turned around and found that Hieriko Shinji was already right behind them. Kimura Ayang also turned around and shifted his attention to Hieriko Shinji. I don't know what will happen in the future, but at least I'm well and alive right now. Hieriko Shinji said casually in response to Kimura Ayang's demanding gaze, but he definitely sounded serious. Cross the bridge when you come to it. All I know is Captain Hikaifun will be in your case if you don't hurry back, Kimura. Oh no, I almost forgot. Kimura Ayang and Tori seemed panicked. They were in the palm of Hikaifun Kiryo's hand. If they did not go back within the specified time, things might not go so well for both of them. Kimura Ayang waved at Hieriko Shinji and immediately dragged Tori back to the 12th Division. Seeing Kimura Ayang hurried back to the 12th Division, Hieriko Shinji just slightly smiled. Kimura, that guy really is. Hieriko Shinji shook his head and then rushed back to the 10th Division. Thanks, Shinji. Kimura Ayang quietly thanked Hieriko Shinji. Although Hieriko Shinji's answer wasn't the solution he was looking for, it was mind-blowing, and it simply made Kimura Ayang realize the most important thing. As he said, just cross the bridge when he comes to it. There was no need to brood over it too much. What fun was left in life if he had to overthink everything? All he had to worry about now was the present, leave the future for later. He already knew about Bleach's main story. What was left to enjoy if he knew everything all the way until the end of the storyline? Wouldn't life be more meaningful exactly because he didn't know what awaited him? Kimura Ayang seemed more cheerful now that a huge load was lifted from his shoulders. However, now that he no longer worried about the future, he was worried about the present. Although he somehow ended up in Bleach's world, the timeline didn't match. He has met several characters that appeared in the anime, but they were still a 3rd seat, 4th seat, or 5th seat even though they were supposed to be captains and lieutenants in the anime like Hieriko Shinji and the rest. Although their appearance wasn't that much different, no one knew how long it would take until they reached that position. In other words, he didn't know when the main story would start. But now that the heavy load that weighed down his mind has been lifted, he realized that life must go on. Whether this was Bleach's world or his former world, he had to carry on living. That part didn't change. He realized that his own story had already begun the moment he came to this world. Even if he couldn't see the day when the main storyline began, he must live his life to the fullest. Now that Kimura Maiyang has pulled himself together, he was a little more relaxed. However, he realized that he must step up his training. He couldn't let himself fall behind if he wanted to live in this world where strength was everything. "How long are you planning to drag me like this?" Hori desperately shouted. Kimura Maiyang turned around and almost fainted when he saw Hori nauseating behind him. It turned out he has been dragging Hori by force for so long that she almost threw up. He became pale when he imagined that Hori would take her revenge for sure. If she did, there was no way he could outrun her. Not when they lived in the same barrack and met every day. That's Hear me out, Hori. Little Hori, Kimura, what took you guys so long? A certain voice surprised both of them, and they immediately plastered a smile on their faces because it was Hikai Funkaryo's voice. "Captain. Garyo-san. I don't want to hear your excuses." Hikai Funkaryo glanced at them and didn't let them explain their situation. "Hori, you will be in charge of cooking tomorrow." "No. Captain." Hori tried to protest. Hikai Funkaryo might as well kill her than telling her to cook. Seeing Hori's reaction, Kimura Maiyang had a bad feeling. His instinct told him that something bad was about to happen to him. The next moment, "Kimura, you'll be responsible for eating Hori's homemade cook." Kimura Maiyang was pale. Was Hori cooking even edible? Hikai Funkaryo then left without giving them a chance to explain themselves, leaving Kimura Maiyang and Hori looking at each other and sigh. Chapter 37, Develop Kido knock knock knock. Hikai Funkaryo, who was looking through the document in her hand, then said, "Come in." After the door was opened and a figure entered, Hikai Funkaryo raised his head and asked curiously, "What is it, little Yan Yang? You need something from me?" "Garyo-san." Kimura Maiyang seemed a little hesitant. Well I do, but..." Hikai Funkaryo was even more curious when she saw the look on Kimura Maiyang's face. Judging from Kimura Maiyang's personality, she knew that Kimura Maiyang must have something important to discuss with her. "I have an idea, and I need your help for that." "Spell it out, then." Hikai Funkaryo's interest was piqued as she put down a document on her hand and tapped the table rhythmically. "I want to develop a special Kido. As you already knew, I suck at Kido, so I need your help." "Oh? Special Kido?" Hikai Funkaryo shouted excitedly and then asked again after a brief pause. "What kind of Kido are you talking about here?" Kimura Maiyang touched his nose embarrassedly. "Actually, I don't exactly know what kind of Kido it is. I just thought that Kido should be able to do the trick." Hikai Funkaryo was speechless at how thoughtless her lieutenant was. After a sigh, she then said, "Well, I'll be damned. You do realize what you're asking here, right? Screw it, so on and explain. I'll at least hear you out." Kimura Maiyang also realized that he was asking too much here, but this was the only way he could think of in order to become stronger. Once he saw Hikai Funkaryo was willing to listen to his ideas, he immediately conveyed them to her. As Kimura Maiyang explained, the look on Hikai Funkaryo's face gradually changed. At first, she just listened to get Kimura Maiyang off his case, but she was speechless now because his idea was genuinely good. Furthermore, it wouldn't be difficult to create the Kido that Kimura Maiyang meant for someone of her caliber. However, "Little Yan Yang, you want me to create this Kido for your personal use, don't you? How did you even come up with such an extreme idea in the first place?" Hikai Funkaryo said with a serious look on her face. "Indeed, you can become drastically stronger if you restrain your body using Kido, but at the same time, your body would be forced to consume a huge amount of spiritual pressure constantly. It will put a heavy load on your body, and worst-case scenario, it might even be life-threatening." Hikai Fun looked even more serious than before. This Kido might pose a threat to Kimura Maiyang's life. If an unforeseen situation arose where Kimura Maiyang had to fight, the Kido might delay his reaction time, and that alone might end up fatal. Kimura Maiyang just lowered his head while Hikai Funkaryo was waiting for his answer. In any case, in his current state, he wouldn't be able to complete the Kido without Hikai Funkaryo's help. After a brief pause, Kimura Maiyang raised his head and looked straight into Hikai Funkaryo's eyes as he said, "Because of Captain Kuruyashiki." Hikai Funkaryo could clearly see Kimura Maiyang's resolve that was reflected in his eyes. She knew it wasn't like Kimura Maiyang was thinking about revenge because those two weren't that close to begin with. However, Kuruyashiki Kenpachi's death was definitely a surprise for Kimura Maiyang. Kuruyashiki Kenpachi was a skilled captain, so his death obviously came as a surprise, leaving everyone restless, And a lieutenant like Kimura Ayang wasn't an exception. Hikai Funkiryo wasn't surprised. In fact, she was more than happy to have such a motivated subordinate, even though Kimura Ayang has always been motivated when it came to honing his skill. Hikai Funkiryo then stood up and said, "This keto will place a heavy load on your body, but since you're the one who came up with this idea, you must have realized the risk to a certain extent. I personally want to support you as a captain." Kimura Ayang spontaneously stood up due to excitement. He has always respected Hikai Funkiryo, but it was purely because of her skills. Her words just now, however, made him realize how worthy she was to be the 12th Division captain. "Follow me." Hikai Funkiryo then walked toward a certain bookcase and pulled a random book, and the bookshelves suddenly moved apart from each other, revealing a tile different from the rest. She tapped the tile a few times, and a stair leading underground appeared right below the tile. Kimura Ayang was shocked. Did everyone here love the secret room that much? Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Come with me. Hikai Funkiryo then led the way and headed down. As they made their way underground, the torch placed inside the passage lighted their way through the darkness and gave them the full picture of the secret room. It wasn't that big, and for the most part, it resembled a common basement, just like the Kisukura Hera's place. Kimura Ayang looked around, and he couldn't help but say, "Kiryo-san, this place is... Well, I did some experiments here in addition to storing some information and data. Although the principle behind the keto you meant is fairly simple, developing keto is no easy task. I need some references, so here we are." As Kimura Ayang looked around and inspected the underground laboratory, thinking how many equipment and experiments have been conducted here, Hikai Funkiryo's voice snapped him back to his senses. "Okay, let's go." Hikai Funkiryo already found the information she needed while Kimura Ayang was busy observing the underground laboratory. "Put those books on my table, and you may go. This keto isn't that difficult, so it should be complete in a few days. And don't disturb me for the next few days unless it's urgent." Kimura Ayang rolled his eyes because he realized that he was the one asking favor here, so he had to do as Hikai Funkiryo said. As Kimura Ayang put the books on the table, he said, "Is there anything else, Kiryo-san?" "No, this should be enough. By the way, since our division isn't that busy, you'll have to handle our division's task in my place for the next few days. Make a decision as you see fit. I believe in your judgment." When Hikai Funkiryo noticed Kimura Ayang was about to say something, she immediately added, "I know you are very concerned about this keto, but I will be sure to inform you once I'm done with it." She then pushed Kimura Ayang out of her office and closed the door without giving him the chance to say anything. Kimura Ayang sighed as he had mixed feelings about this. Although he knew it was partly because Hikai Funkiryo developed the keto on his request, he knew it was mostly because she was just too lazy to deal with the annoying division affairs and forced it on him instead. Kimura just sighed and smiled dryly. It seemed like he'd be busy for the next few days. Chapter 38, Binding Spirit Lock. What Captain has been up to in the past couple of days? She even left everything to Lieutenant. I don't know. Maybe she was so immersed in her new research. Didn't this happen to third seat Suetaku before? Hearing what other division members said, Kimura Ayang just shook his head helplessly. As they said, Hikai Funkiryo has been cooped up in her office ever since she accepted Kimura Ayang's request. He was starting to think that Hikai Funkiryo forgot about him. Handling the division affairs was no easy task, and Kimura Ayang himself realized this after handling it personally. Being a captain truly was not a laughing matter. "Ah! Captain! Captain!" A few division members who happened to be standing near the door suddenly saluted. Kimura Ayang immediately turned around, where he saw the exhausted-looking Hikai Funkiryo in front of the door. It was clear that the past few days have been rough for her. However, there was a hint of joy on her face. Hikai Funkiryo waved her hand as a sign that the rest didn't have to bother with the pleasantries before turning to Kimura Ayang and said, "Come with me, Kimura. It's done. Are you sure you don't want to take a break, Kiryo-san?" Kimura Ayang hesitated when he saw Hikai Funkiryo took the lead at her current state. She obviously didn't rest at all in the past couple of days. "It's okay. I know my body better than anyone. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry up," Hikai Funkiryo said indifferently, followed by a laugh. Kimura Ayang said no more and obediently followed Hikai Funkiryo. As they kept walking, he realized they were heading towards the training room. However, as far as he remembered, most rooms around the training room were basically unused because the 12th Division wasn't a combat-specialized division. Thus, most members were not that interested in sparring or combat. Hikai Funkiryo stopped in front of a certain door and said, "Stay back." After Kimura Ayang took a few steps back, Hikai Funkiryo reached out as if touching something invisible to the naked eye. With a slight force behind her hand, a blinding light flashed, and a transparent spiritual energy that looked like a barrier emerged in front of the door. After Funario muttered something, his hand was shrouded by light, and the transparent barrier in front of her disappeared like a huge glass shattering into pieces. This barrier is another implementation of Kido. Funario explained, but this is too advanced for you now. It'll take a while before you can master Kido to this degree. Kimura Ayang nodded as he realized his own capability. I understand, but just what room is this, Garyo-san? Why does it have a barrier? Laboratory. Funario then further explained. We conducted some dangerous experiments here, after all. I must cover the whole room with a barrier. Otherwise, the whole barrack may go down. Funario already opened the door and walked in as she explained. Kimura Ayang immediately followed behind her because he was afraid that he couldn't enter if he took his time. After Kimura Ayang entered, Funario put his hand together. A certain Kido quickly covered the whole room, and she immediately explained once again because Kimura Ayang still seemed puzzled. This is to prevent the impact on the outside world. Although I heard this building contains Sekai's-ki, which can block Rishi, it's not completely made of Sekai's-ki because it's so rare and precious, and we can't just waste it all on one building. Thus, it's better to be safe than sorry. After erecting the barrier, Funario shifted her attention to Kimura Ayang and said with a serious look, I have developed the Kido that you want. Your idea does make sense, and that Kido indeed can help you. Even so, I have to ask once again, are you sure you want to use this dangerous method? Kimura Ayang just lightly smiled, of course. No pain, no gain. I'm ready for the risk. Seeing the look on Kimura Ayang's face, Funario realized that he had made his resolve, and it was pointless to persuade him at this point. Well, since you've made up your mind, shall we, then? Put your hands together. Funario said as she pointed a finger towards Kimura Ayang. A bright yellow light emanated from her fingertip, and it didn't seem like any ordinary light. Kimura Ayang took a deep breath as he put his hands together, and Funario made a circular motion around Kimura Ayang's hand using her fingertip. The bright yellow light then suddenly tightened and bound Kimura Ayang's hand. Without giving Kimura Ayang the time to react, Funario did the same to his feet. Kimura Ayang suddenly lost his balance as both of his hands and feet were tied up, but he managed to buffer the fall with his hands. How do you feel? Funario asked with a smile. You definitely did that on purpose, didn't you, Garyo-san? Kimura Ayang said as he turned his body around. How can you say that, little Yan Yang? I can't believe you're so mean to me. Funario pretended to be dejected because of Kimura Ayang's words. Kimura Ayang rolled his eyes as he knew Funario was teasing him on purpose. As Kimura Ayang tried to stand back up, he had a hard time moving his wrist and ankles. Thus, he nodded in satisfaction and said, a very powerful binding. Of course, I designed it to restrain even a captain. Are you having a second thought, little Yan Yang? Captain. Kimura Ayang murmured. Kimura Ayang slightly shook the head. Although the binding was very powerful, that wouldn't discourage him. Kimura Ayang roared lightly, discharging immense spiritual pressure, and successfully freed his wrist and ankle. Although both of his hands and feet were no longer bound to each other, the Kido reapplied to each of his limbs. It was like a magnet that was drawn to each other, restricting his movement. Little Yan Yang, your spiritual pressure is even stronger than an average captain. I didn't expect that you've come this far. Kimura Ayang just blushed when he heard Funario's compliment. He didn't say anything back because he realized that he still had ways to go before he could be compared to a captain, especially the senior captains. Does it take everything you got to keep this up? Funario asked. No, it certainly is tough, but it takes up about 80% of my power to stand normally. Kimura Ayang shook the head said frankly. But it will be a little troublesome at this rate. Garyo-san, it seems I have to take a few days off. Well, I know you still have to get used to it first. You can't even suppress your spiritual pressure, and it constantly disperses at your current state. If you go out there like this, the weaker division members may not be left unscathed. I know. Kimura Ayang also knew that he might endanger others if he went out there carelessly. He had to maintain this level of spiritual pressure at all times to move, but the others might fall victim to his spiritual pressure as it constantly disperses. Not to mention, it put a huge load on his body. By the way, little Yan Yang, what should we call this Kido? You came up with this idea, and you're the one I use it on, so give it a name. Name? Kimura Ayang pondered for a while. Let's call it Hikuriza for now. Chapter 39, Undercurrent. Just what the hell is going on? First, Captain was cooped up inside her office for a week, and now it's Lieutenant's turn to coop up in that room. Yeah, the first thing Captain did was took Lieutenant to that unused room. Captain herself came out of that room shortly after, but that wasn't the case for Lieutenant. I'm confused. Tell me about it. Soul Society is so restless lately. At first, it was the 7th Division's captain, now even Captain Kuruyashiki, who has borne the title Kinpachi for several hundred years, was killed. Now we don't know what's up with our captain and lieutenant. Hori just looked helplessly at her fellow division members, who seemed dispirited after discussing how restless Soul Society recently was. That bastard Kimura. Hori turned his head towards the room where Kimura Maiyang was cooped up, and there was a hint of uneasiness in her tone. Just what the hell is that bastard up to? I'm gonna teach him a lesson once he comes out. 8th Division. Captain, so this is where you are slacking off this time. Lisa sighed helplessly at Shun Sekiraku, who was sleeping on the roof. How could he shove all the work on her lieutenant while he was slacking off here? Yo, Lisa-chan. Shun Sekiraku said below his straw hat with his usual sloven tone. I've been upset lately for some reason. Lisa was shocked to hear Shun Sekiraku's words, and with his straw hat covering his face, she couldn't see his face clearly. Captain, are you still regretting about what happened to Captain Kuruyashiki? Lisa said softly. There is nothing to regret. It is Kuruyashiki's own choice. If I saved him back then, that would be disrespecting his resolve. Well. Lisa turned aside. Everyone has their own resolve and things they can't give up on after all. Whoa, you sound so mature, Lisa-chan. Shun Sekiraku immediately sat up and looked at Lisa with a smirk. It seems that the little Lisa-chan had grown up before I realized it. Bang. Shun Sekiraku kicked Shun Sekiraku's head and left after fixing her skirt. Lisa-chan, why are you so cold to your captain? I'm so sad. Shun Sekiraku mourned as he watched sassy Lisa's slowly disappearing from his sight. Sigh, she's not cute at all now ever. It must be because of Hori's influence. Shun Sekiraku then gazed at the dark clouds in the sky, and after a brief pause, he profoundly said, a storm is coming. At the same time, 1st Division Captain's office. Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes were fixated on the dark clouds rumbling in the sky. Captain Commander. How is the investigation going, Chojiro? Yes, according to our investigation, there's nothing suspicious about Ashiro Kenpachi, and he's also qualified as a Shinigami. It's just. What is it? He seems too capable and too obsessed with something. Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes that were partially closed slit most of the time was slightly opened, and then said solemnly, if there's no problem, remove him from our surveillance. 2nd Division Captain's office. Shioin Masaaki was deep in thought when he looked through the report from his men and murmured, removing the surveillance as a pretense, while having on Mitsukido monitor him in secret, huh? This is not gonna be that easy. What kind of person was Ashiro Soya? What was he planning? Did he pose any threat to Soul Society? These questions occupied Shioin Masaaki's mind. He couldn't connect the dots, so at the moment, all he could do was observing to prevent any accident or problem from happening. Yo, Dad. That's quite a frown you got there. Shioin Yoruichi was already sitting next to Shioin Masaaki and stared at him curiously while eating a cookie in her hand. Seeing how sloven and unladylike his daughter was, Shioin Masaaki was at a loss for words. Shioin clan was one of the 4 noble families, yet his daughter didn't show a shred of dignity. Even so. Yoruichi, your flash steps is good as always that even I didn't see you coming. Fortunately, he lived up to Shioin clan's expectation when it came to talent, if anything. A flash steps of this level is nothing. You're probably the only one who didn't see me coming, Dad. Yoruichi blatantly said while waving her hand. Shioin Masaaki was speechless when he heard his daughter's frank evaluation of himself. It's alright, Dad. I know what you're going to say. I won't laugh at you, nor will I lose respect for you, so rest assured. Yoruichi said before Shioin Masaaki could finish his sentence. Shioin Masaaki burst into tears seeing his daughter didn't even give him a chance to defend himself. 5th Division Captain, this is the perfect chance. A long, fair-haired man with a black shawl said to Watanabe Kiryu with a nonchalant look. Oh? Watanabe Kiryu asked curiously. Tell me then, Senio, what chance do you mean? Yes, Captain. He bowed his head respectfully, and the man named Senio continued, this new Kinpachi is intriguing. He deliberately killed the 11th Division's former captain instead of taking the vacant captain's seat at the 7th or 10th Division. I'm sure he must have a plan. Watanabe Kiryu's eyes lit up as Senio's analysis seemed to be intriguing. Go on. Besides, this man can defeat that Kuruyashiki Kinpachi, so there's no need to doubt his capability. I suggest you ally yourself with him, Captain. That way, you can gain more influence and have a greater say among the captains in Siriite AI. Watanabe Kiryu's eyes flashed with excitement, and he walked toward the man named Senio. As expected of my capable subordinate. You did a good job, Senio. Thank you for your compliment. Despite thanking Watanabe Kiryu, Senio's face clearly didn't reflect a shred of gratitude as it remained indifferent. Watanabe Kiryu knew his subordinate very well, so he didn't mind Senio's attitude as that was just how he was and simply patted his shoulder. Then I will take my leave, Captain Watanabe. Alright, I almost forgot, summon Watanabe Ichiro to my room. Yes. After leaving the captain's office, the expressionless man walked straight towards the training ground. Lieutenant Rizaki. Lieutenant. Every division member saluted him as he passed through, but he just ignored all of them. Even so, they weren't bothered at all as they were accustomed to their lieutenant's attitude. Senio walked through the training ground and found Watanabe Ichiro, who was sweating profusely due to rigorous training, so he walked up to him and said, "Fifth seat Watanabe, Captain Watanabe is waiting for you in his office." Watanabe Ichiro heard it and immediately turned around. Understood, Lieutenant Rizaki. I'll head over right away. Watanabe Ichiro then took a towel and wiped the sweat on his body. Even though he addressed Senio as lieutenant, there was not a hint of respect in his tone. After tucking his zanpakuto on his sash, Watanabe Ichiro headed towards the captain's office, passing by Senio with a condescending look. Senio still seemed indifferent even after seeing Watanabe Ichiro's condescending look, as if he didn't mind at all. However, when Watanabe Ichiro went past him, he smirked, and a glance of disdain was clear in his eyes. Chapter 40, Emergencies Yo, Maayang. Why are you so sluggish lately? Hirako Shinji listlessly asked Kimura Maayang, who was leaning on the table lazily. You are one to talk, dumbass Shinji. Tori mercilessly snapped at Hirako Shinji, who was also leaning on the table beside Kimura Maayang. Then again, Maayang is a lieutenant in our division, unlike you. Huh? Is Maayang a lieutenant? Kunimashiro stared at Kimura Maayang wonderingly with her cute eyes. But where's his armband? Well, there's no reason for him to wear that kind of thing all the time anyway. Wait a minute, so you don't know he's a lieutenant up until now? Kensai sighed at the silly yet cute Kunimashiro. That being said, it has nothing to do with being a lieutenant, Hori. Just look at Captain Kiraku, he is always lazy. Love Akawa lifts the head to watch Hori earnestly said. The look on Lisa's face clearly changed. The frown on her face clearly meant that what Love said rang a bell. Bang. Ouch. Both Kimura Maayang and Hirako Shinji looked up surprisedly. What are you hitting me for, Lisa? Kimura Maayang grumbled while rubbing his head. Even I got hit by a sake bottle. What did I do? Hirako Shinji added. Hori smiled with satisfaction on the side. Nothing made Hori happier than seeing them suffer at Lisa's hands. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed throughout Siriai, and the tavern where Kimura Maayang and the rest hung out became quiet all of a sudden. Emergency notification, emergency notification. Every division captain is to gather at 1st Division's barracks immediately. An emergency arises at the White Road Gate, and captain's meeting will be immediately held to discuss this. Something big must have happened if they go as far as holding a captain's meeting. Kimura Maayang immediately stood up, and the sloven look on his face was replaced by cautiousness. Seems like it. Everyone nodded and immediately wrapped their hangout up. With that emergency notice just now, Siriai 13 Division of Imperial Guards would be on guard. Although they didn't know what happened yet, it was definitely not a trivial matter. Hori, let's hurry back. We can't afford to sit idly at a time like this as a member of the 12th Division. Besides, our division should be the first one to find out about what happened. Yes, Lieutenant. Kimura Maayang waved his hands at the crowd and then immediately disappeared in front of them along with Hori. We should go too. This doesn't happen so often. I have a feeling this is gonna be a big deal. Hirako Shinji had a quite solemn expression on his face despite the complaint. They all disappeared from sight as they made their way to their respective divisions. At the same time, 1st Division, Assembly Hall. Dong. Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes were wide open as he slammed his cane to the ground, followed by his overwhelming aura. We got an emergency at hand. According to the report from a Shinigami stationed at the White Road Gate, the 11th Division Captain, Ashiro Kenpachi, bore malicious intent to Siriai. Although the reason behind it is still unknown, he's already at the point where he poses a threat to the stability of the Soul Society. Now I'll select 3 captains to head to the scene and deal with this situation immediately. Arrest Ashiro Kenpachi, and execute him on the spot if he resists. All captains stood straight upon hearing the awe-inspiring briefing from Captain Commander Yamamoto. 3rd Division Captain Sanada Shino, 5th Division Captain Watanabe Kiryu, 9th Division Captain Nishino Kenji. The 3 above are to head to the scene and deal with the problem immediately. 2nd Division Captain Shioin Masaaki will be on standby until further other orders are issued. 6th Division Captain Kuachiki Jinrai, 8th Division Captain Shun Sekiraku, and 13th Division Captain Ukitake Joshiro will be responsible for guarding Siriite AI. The 12th Division Captain Hikai Funkirio is to closely monitor Soul Society and Human World. Report any irregularities if you find any. 4th Division Captain Retsuo Nohana is to stand by in case we have casualties and stays at Coordinated Relief Station. Now, the 3 captains above, Sanada Shino, Watanabe Kiryu, and Nishino Kinji, off you go. 3 captain nodded and instantly disappeared from the assembly hall. Dismiss. First Kuruyashiki, and now Ashiro. Soul Society is so restless lately. Shun Sekiraku said while holding the tip of his bamboo hat. Kiraku. Ukitake Joshiro couldn't say anything back. Don't mind me. Shun Sekiraku waved his hand when he saw his close friend was worried about him. I just get a little bit emotional, that's all. After all, both Kuruyashiki and Ashiro are good people. Ashiro Kenpachi's ideas are too extreme, and his paranoia is dangerous for himself. Hikai Funkirio interjected. There's also that. Shun Sekiraku said with a mysterious look on his face. Ukitake, can you come with me for a moment? There's something I'm concerned about. Huh? Oh, sure. What is it, Kiraku? It's no big deal, actually. I just want you to accompany me somewhere, that's all. Noticing Shun Sekiraku whispered to Ukitake Joshiro, Hikai Funkirio thoughtfully leave them alone. Captain. Kiryu-san. Kimura Maiyang and Hori rushed back as fast as possible to the 12th Division and saw a familiar figure once they were close enough to the headquarters. You guys actually come back. I thought you'd be staying with Shinji for a while. Kiryu-san, you know this isn't the time to be joking, right? What is happening? What's the emergency notice all about? Kimura Maiyang asked with a serious expression. To put it simply, we found that Ashiro Kenpachi may cause harm to Soul Society, but don't worry. Captain Commander had dispatched 3 captains to deal with this problem. Ashiro Kenpachi? Kimura Maiyang was silent for a moment. What's wrong, Maiyang? Hori asked strangely, and Hikai Funkirio also turned around, looking strangely at Kimura Maiyang. Nah, it's just that Captain Ashiro seems really rational, and even though he seemed cold and aloof most of the time, he is a good Shinigami. I never thought he'd. Don't worry about it, Ashiro Kenpachi is indeed an excellent Shinigami. And he is not wrong, but everyone has their own belief and sense of justice. Our own belief and sense of justice, huh? Hikai Funkirio's words seemed to help Kimura Maiyang understand, albeit not entirely. He then followed Hikai Funkirio back to the barracks. Lieutenant, pull yourself together. Hikai Funkirio tried to snap Kimura Maiyang back to his senses and briefed all the rest of the division members. During this emergency, our 12th Division will be responsible for monitoring Soul Society and Human World. Immediately report anything out of place to prevent more problems from occurring during this critical juncture. Take your position. Pull yourself together and be sure not to make any mistakes, Lieutenant Kimura. At once, Captain. Hikai Fun nodded as that was a proper response as her lieutenant. Take some of our division members with you to patrol around our headquarters. You must ensure your subordinates' safety. They're your responsibility, after all. Yes, I will be on guard at all times and make sure nothing threatened our division. That's more like it. Hikai Funkirio's eyes shifted somewhere else as if knowing something was happening in that direction. She could sense the clash of spiritual pressure coming from that direction. It has finally begun. The entire Soul Society was busy. All Shinigami was doing their own jobs in an orderly manner as the whole Siriite AI was restless. Chapter 41, Sudden Change in Situation. Siriite AI West Gate, White Road Gate. Gatekeeper, Hiro Jidenbo stood in front of the door and roared loudly, ha 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 ha. Very good. You are the first person who can take on my axe. But it won't go the same way next time. Jidenbo then immediately used his deadly technique, Japan Jidandamatsuri. Jidenbo swung his enormous axe, which was almost as heavy as a small boat, 10 times in a row. Gatekeeper's job was protecting the gate. There was nothing out of place aside from the blow of that gigantic axe being blocked. However, unlike usual, Jidenbo was facing Siriite AI this time instead of Rukongai, as if preventing anyone from leaving Siriite AI. After several seconds, all that was left in front of Jidenbo was a big hole after around 35 consecutive strikes. Oh crap. I went too far. Jidenbo, who thought he had crushed his opponent into smithereens, was celebrating his hollow victory. Meanwhile, a man who Jidenbo thought was supposed to be smithereens by now was walking nonchalantly toward the opposite direction, completely unscathed. The man had long black hair kept tied in a ponytail with a golden band that would belong to that of royalty, except for 2 long strands on opposite sides of his forehead that hung downwards. The gentle and docile appearance of his was unwavering, as there was not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Although he could feel the gaze of Rokongai's residents, he kept walking forward without a care. However, a few seconds later, the man stopped and vigilantly stared as if there was something in front of him. In the next moment, two men appeared before Ashiro Kenpachi, blocking his advance. One was a gentle-looking man with white hair, and the other was a man wearing a pink, flowered lady's kimono and a bamboo hat. It was Kiraku Shunsei and Yukite Joshiro. Good grief, seems like waiting for you here was the right move. So you did manage to defeat those three, huh? It's just as you said, Kiraku. Ashiro really is stronger than an average captain. Even with two of them blocking his way, Ashiro Kenpachi was unfazed and said indifferently, if you agree with my idea, then I hope you can assist me with it. If you don't, I advise you to stay out of this, since it'll be just a waste of spiritual power. Now that's a tough idea to agree with. Shunsei Kiraku said as he untied the knot of his bamboo hat and faced Ashiro directly. The idea of turning Rokongai's people into soldiers to storm Hueco Mundo is too extreme that I can't agree with it. Central 46 is just overly cautious and refuses my idea to save their own ass. As far as I know, those guys had no desire to change things and were satisfied with just maintaining the status quo. I believe you two realize that as well, right? Ashiro Kenpachi said indifferently. But, of course, the two captains' answer didn't please him. Well, you might be right. It would be so much easier if they want some change. Even so, surely there are other better ways to deal with this, no? Ashiro. I know that you're doing this for the greater good, but your method is a problem. Two of us stood here out of our own free will. It has nothing to do with Central 46. A clear rejection. Seeing Ashiro Kenpachi had no intention to back away, Shunsei Kiraku disappointedly said, but boy, this is a hassle. You did defeat three captains easily by yourself. Old Yamamoto seriously underestimated your strength. Shunsei Kiraku then took off his flashy kimono, followed by a sigh upon seeing Ashiro Kenpachi was about to take out something that resembled a bottle. Shunsei Kiraku immediately responded with a lazy tone, let me tell you beforehand, it's pointless to bribe me with sake. This is a problem. Are you sure you don't want to see it first? Shunsei Kiraku wavered a little while Yukite Joshiro next to him interrupted, indeed, our mission is to defeat Hollow and maintain the balance between Soul Society and human world. However, I don't think using Rokongai's residents as the instruments of war is against my moral compass. Apparently, Yukite Joshiro was hell-bent on persuading Ashiro Kenpachi. However, Ashiro Kenpachi obviously wouldn't change his mind just because of his little speech. Ashiro completely ignored him and shifted his attention to Shunsei Kiraku instead. Shunsei Kiraku, you should know what I'm talking about, right? Although you seem laid back most of the time, you will do anything when it's do or die time, right? You overestimate me. I'm not the type of guy who would use any means necessary to achieve my goal. Is that so? I'd say you're the most cautious captain aside from Captain Commander. Oh well, whatever you say. Ashiro Kenpachi immediately continued. Ensuring the balance between Soul Society and human world is the priority for us Shinigamis. Just like the Hellguards that always punish sinners for eternity, we must also cast aside our emotions to do our duty. Feeling and emotions are not unnecessary in our job. All history and tradition in Soul Society is just a shackle that prevents us from accomplishing our mission, and it's all because of Central 46's incompetence. You're clearly mistaken. Our sense of morality is fundamentally different. Soul Society's laws and rules may be mistaken at times. But at least, not now. So that's how it is. Then, there is no need for another word. Ashiro Kenpachi walked toward the two captains. You aren't going to disappear into thin air as usual? Ashiro Kenpachi did not answer Shunsei Kiraku's question. As Ashiro Kenpachi took another step, both Shunsei Kiraku and Yukite Joshiro put their hands on scabbard at the same time. When the flower wind rages, the flower god roars. When the wind of heaven rages, the god of the underworld sneers. Kaden Kikatsu. Waves, become my shield. Lightning, become my blade. Sogyo no Kotowari. These two veteran captains immediately used their shikai right off the bat. After all, they were up against a Kenpachi who could defeat three captains without even a scar on him. It's futile. Ashiro Kenpachi slowly raised his hand, aiming it at Kiraku Shunsei and Yukite Joshiro as he began Akido's incantation. However, he stopped without finishing his incantation. Ignoring both Kiraku Shunsei and Yukite Joshiro, Ashiro Kenpachi turned around and stared at the corner of Sairai's wall in the distance, whispering, so? Even Soul King disapproves my action? What are you talking about? Shunsei Kiraku and Yukite Joshiro did not quite catch what Ashiro Kenpachi murmured about, but what they did realize was the indifferent Ashiro Kenpachi finally showed emotion on his face. However, before they realized what it was, the slight change in Ashiro Kenpachi's face was gone, and he put down his hand. Alright, I give up. I will obediently accept the trial from Central 46. Shun Sekiraku and Yukite Joshiro frowned and looked at each other in doubt. What's with you all of a sudden, Ashiro? Your response completely throws me off. Shun Sekiraku stared at Ashiro Kenpachi doubtfully. Could it be that you have another plan? Kiraku, you are too skeptical. Ashiro Kenpachi then turned back. Or are you saying that I should go back by myself? Hearing Ashiro Kenpachi's words, Shun Sekiraku and Yukite Joshiro had no choice but to cast away their doubts and escorted Ashiro Kenpachi back to Siriite AI. Chapter 42, New Changes. What the hell? Does he have a twin or something? Seeing that the man that was supposed to turn into smithereens because of him was escorted by Shun Sekiraku and Yukite Joshiro, Jidembo's eyes almost bulged out. The White Road Gate sustained minor damage. Thankfully, a damage of that scale should be able to be repaired in a few days. No, your technique is just so powerful that you blow him so far away. Shun Sekiraku came up with a random answer, but Ashiro Kenpachi did not deny it and remained silent. So that's how it is. That must be it. I thought I'd blow him into smithereens, and I was worried about how to bury him. Jidembo was relieved and mentioned Ashiro Kenpachi in such a frivolous manner. Now, take this opportunity to learn your lesson. Don't fight near the gate next time. You can see the gate is damaged because of your fight, right? Fight? Forget it. The rebels on the other side are not worth mentioning anyway. Hearing the gatekeeper's words, Shun Sekiraku and Yukite Joshiro frowned. As far as he remembered, only the 3rd Division, 5th Division, and the 9th Division captain were defeated at the hands of Ashiro Kenpachi, yet what were the rebels all about? 3 of them went past Jidembo and walked back to Siriite's area. This is... Although Shun Sekiraku and Yukite Joshiro were prepared for this, they couldn't help but gasp upon seeing hundreds of shinigamis lying on the ground past the gate. Although they all seem lifeless, no one died. The 4th Division was rushing toward them to treat them because they couldn't even stand. You should teach that gatekeeper the difference between ordinary Shyakusho and a Captain Hori. He was lucky that I am forgiving. Had it been another captain, that gatekeeper might die in vain by now. Ashiro Kenpachi indifferently said as if he had nothing to do with the scene in front of him. Of course, the other 2 captains, who were escorting him, heard him clearly. All of these are your doing? I did expect this to some extent, but seeing it in person is something else entirely. Yukite Joshiro could not hide the shock on his face. He did realize that Ashiro Kenpachi was really skilled, but not this skilled. That aside, why are there only Captain Sanada from the 3rd Division and Captain Nishino from the 9th Division? Shun Sekiraku pointed at the 2 captains who were receiving treatment. Where's the 5th Division Captain Watanabe Kiryu? Yukite Joshiro immediately took a look around and finally noticed that Watanabe Kiryu was nowhere to be found. That was when he turned towards Ashiro Kenpachi with an inquiring look. You mean that shameless guy? Ashiro Kenpachi said with a sarcastic tone and eyes full of disdain and contempt. Maybe he already escaped out of fear by now. What? Even Shun Sekiraku and Yukite Joshiro, who were calm most of the time, couldn't help but gasp when they heard Ashiro Kenpachi's remark. What the hell is going on? I demand an explanation, Ashiro Kenpachi. Shun Sekiraku sounded serious as he put his hand on his Zanpakuto, ready to draw at any second. After all, what Asahiro Kenpachi said was simply hard to believe. Why did a captain choose to desert in the first place? Shun Sekiraku suddenly remembered how Asahiro Kenpachi gave himself up so easily earlier, which was clearly odd. Were these 2 things related somehow? And what role did Ashiro Kenpachi play in this? Seeing Shun Sekiraku and Yukite Joshiro was so cautious that they were ready to draw their Zanpakuto at any second, Ashiro Kenpachi smiled. There's no need to get all worked up. There's nothing in it for me to lie about this. Shun Sekiraku and Yukite Joshiro let their guard down slightly because of Ashiro Kenpachi's answer. Indeed, Ashiro Kenpachi was not the kind of person who would resort to cheap tricks. He had his pride that wouldn't allow him to stoop that low. Even if you're telling the truth, I can't afford to let my guard down. Kiraku Shunsei said with a hopeless expression on his face, but his hands were still on the hilt, ready to make a move anytime. Ashiro Kenpachi didn't mind because he knew Shun Sekiraku very well. He knew Shun Sekiraku, who seemed like a laid-back guy and loafing around all the time, was actually a sharp and cautious guy, so Ashiro Kenpachi didn't even think about making any funny move. Those 2 captains are severely injured. I'll take it from here. A soft voice said from the place where the wounded were treated. Captain Anohana. I heard that the 3rd Division and 9th Division captains suffered serious injuries, so I came in person. Retsuo no Hana glanced at Ashiro Kenpachi, who was escorted by Shun Sekiraku and Yukitake Joshiro before turning the other way. Are their injuries that serious? Yukitake Joshiro asked. Retsuo no Hana examined the injuries that both captains sustained and said, well, it's a severe injury that almost damages the internal organs. Their life may be in danger if they aren't treated immediately. Shun Sekiraku and Yukitake Joshiro's complexion changed. There were currently 2 vacant captain seats in 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Had they lost these 2 captains in front of them, Soul Society would be in peril if something happened. Shun Sekiraku and Yukitake Joshiro looked at each other, and there was a trace of worry in their eyes. But what bothers me is their wounds are on the back, which is odd. Anohana Retsu examined the 2 captains' wounds for a moment, but then she seemed shocked all of a sudden. This lingering spiritual pressure belongs to Captain Watanabe. Shun Sekiraku and Yukitake Joshiro looked at each other, and their worries turned out to be true. They had a feeling that was the case when Ashiro Kenpachi said it earlier. They couldn't really bring themselves to believe that Watanabe Kiryu might betray Soul Society when Ashiro Kenpachi mentioned him earlier because they still couldn't figure out the purpose behind Watanabe Kiryu's betrayal. However, they did realize what kind of person Ashiro Kenpachi was, and they could safely say that he wouldn't lie in this kind of circumstance. Perhaps Ashiro Kenpachi's idea did go against Soul Society's guidelines, but his motive and intention were pure. He believed in his own justice, it just happened that his justice contradicted Soul Society's moral compass. Things are getting more and more troublesome. Shun Sekiraku said with a helpless tone while tilting down his straw hat. But first, let's take Ashiro back to Old Man Yamamoto. We'll leave it to old Yamamoto to deal with the punishment for the 5th Division captain. Lieutenant, there is nothing out of place nearby. Have a look once again. This is a crucial time. Be sure to check thoroughly. Yes. Kimura Ayang could at least breathe a sigh of relief, knowing the commotion didn't affect the 12th Division's jurisdiction. Suddenly, Kimura Ayang felt a familiar spiritual pressure and gazed at the white road gate in the distance. He couldn't mistake this spiritual pressure for someone else's. It was definitely Watanabe Kiryu's. Ever since the day Watanabe Kiryu humiliated him in public, he has always remembered his spiritual pressure, and upon sensing that familiar spiritual pressure, he couldn't contain his anger. However, as far as Kimura Ayang remembered, 3rd Division Captain Sanada Shino and 9th Division Captain Nishino Kenji were also with Watanabe Kiryu. Although he has only met them a couple of times, and Kimura Ayang still remembered their spiritual pressure, but judging from the fluctuation of their spiritual pressure, Kimura Ayang speculated that the 2 captains were attacked, and the attacker is. Kimura Ayang immediately called Suitaku Byakuya. Byakuya, I'll leave things to you here. I have something to do. Kimura Ayang immediately used flash steps before Suitaku Byakuya could even answer, rushing toward where Watanabe Kiryu was. As Watanabe Kiryu said, attacking a captain was considered a serious crime, so he'd be the one taking his life. Chapter 43, Kill Order Lieutenant Kimura. Kimura Ayang already disappeared from his sight before Suitaku Byakuya could even say anything. He just sighed as Kimura Ayang himself was the one who affirmed that this was a crucial time, yet he ran off on his own despite being a lieutenant. Suitaku Byakuya shook his head helplessly, wondering if he should report this to Captain. Ah. Captain. Why are you here? The moment Suitaku Byakuya turned around, he saw Hikai Funkiryo was already behind him, unfazed as she gazed towards where Kimura Ayang was heading. Suitaku Byakuya didn't know what was on his captain's mind, so he took the initiative to tell her about Kimura Ayang. Captain, Lieutenant Kimura is. Hikai Funkiryo shook her head slightly and interrupted before Suitaku Byakuya could finish his sentence. He knows what he is doing, you don't have to explain. I'll leave everything here to you, I have to attend the captain's meeting. Realizing that the captain entrusted the 12th Division to him in this situation, Suitaku Byakuya didn't want to let her down. Don't worry, Captain. Leave the rest to me. Of course, I know how capable you are. Hikai Funkiryo slightly nodded before she turned around and hurried to the 1st Division. Everyone, pull yourself together. It's the time for the 12th Division to shine. Even though all division members were in high spirits, Suitaku had a bad feeling, especially because the captain meeting was held again within such a short amount of time. Not only that, Kimura Ayang's strange behavior earlier really left him wondering. Little Yan Yang, do you know what you are doing right now is acting without orders? That's against the rules. Is he really too young to be a lieutenant? Hikai Funkiryo was worried about Kimura Ayang even as she was on her way toward the 1st Division. She began to wonder what was Kimura Ayang thinking about in order to make such a reckless move. Not to mention the opponent he'd be facing was the 5th Division captain. Even though Kimura Ayang was about as strong as a captain, He couldn't use Bankai like the captains. The surroundings immediately changed as Kimura Maiyang rushed as fast as he could with flash steps, and Watanabe Kairyu's spiritual pressure was getting more vivid as he kept going. Watanabe Kairyu seemed to constantly change his route to avoid pursuit, but it was pointless against him. Aside from Watanabe Kairyu's, Kimura Maiyang could also feel someone else's spiritual pressure. It was somehow familiar. Judging from the intensity, it probably belonged to a 4th or 5th seat, but he couldn't figure out whose spiritual pressure was that, so he decided to stop thinking about it as he'd know who it was once he caught up anyway. 1st Division Captain's Office. Dong. Captain Commander Yamamoto's gaze was focused on Ashiro Kenpachi, who was as indifferent as ever, as if Captain Commander Yamamoto's aura had no effect on him. According to Captain Anohana's report, the 5th Division Captain, Watanabe Kairyu, stabbed the 3rd Division Captain, Sanada Shino, and the 9th Division Captain, Nishino Kenji, in the back, resulting in the failure of Ashiro Soya's arrest. The 2 captains above are still in a coma. Yamamoto Shigekuni glared at Ashiro Soya. I believe you have an explanation for all this, Ashiro Soya. Ashiro Soya raised one of his eyebrows and casually said, he's just a poor guy who wants to gain more influence for his household but ends up going too far. The so-called privilege, the so-called noble houses, are all meaningless things. Only justice should matter in Soul Society. As Shinigami, all we have to do is eliminate every single hollow, the evil itself. Enough. Yamamoto Genryu's glared at Ashiro Soya and stopped him from saying another word. Stop spouting that kind of fallacy in captain's meeting. It's just your personal belief that you call justice, that's all. You, who failed to comprehend Soul Society's justice, don't have the right to talk about justice here. All captains looked at Yamamoto Genryu's in astonishment. After all, Yamamoto Genryu's rarely said this much. It seems that old man Yamamoto really values Ashiro highly Shun Sakuraku's side. As the person who has known Yamamoto Genryu's longest out of other captains, Shun Sakuraku knew Yamamoto Genryu's very well. In Yamamoto Genryu's case, if he cared about someone, the stricter he'd be toward that person. Yamamoto wouldn't say that much if he didn't fancy Ashiro. Ashiro Soya's complexion changed. He was about to say something back, but he suddenly pondered about his action and belief because of Yamamoto Genryu's words. Upon compiling Ashiro Soya's report, Captain Anohana's report, and the injured Shinigami's testimony, Watanabe Kairyu is hereby branded as a traitor to the Soul Society. Arrest him on sight, or execute him if necessary. This order applies to all 13 Division of Imperial Guards, including the captains. Captain Hikai Fune. Yamamoto looked towards Hikai Fune Kiryu. According to the 12th Division's report, it's safe to say that Watanabe Kairyu is fleeing to human world. He was also accompanied by 5th Division Lieutenant Rizaki Senio and 5th Division 5th Seat Watanabe Ichiro. I'll be sending 2 captains to lead their men in pursuit of these 3 to the human world. Captain Commander. Yamamoto Genryu's looked towards Hikai Fune Kiryu. The moment we discovered that Watanabe Kairyu and 2 others tried to flee to human world, Lieutenant Kimura Maiyang from our division immediately went on pursuit, so can I specifically request participation in this case? Oh. Both Yamamoto Genryu's and Hikai Fune Kiryu exchanged gaze briefly. Alright, in that case, 8th Division Captain Shun Sakuraku, 12th Division Captain Hikai Fune Kiryu, I hereby order you 2 to go to human world and pursue the 3 traitors from the 5th Division. You may execute them if you deem it necessary. 6th Division Captain Kuichiki Jinrai and 13th Division Captain Kitake Joshiro, I'll have you 2 accompany me to escort the criminal Ashiro Soya to Central 46. The rest of the captains shall remain standby in captain's office until further orders are given. Dismissed. So, Kimura Maiyang actually went after them. Yeah, he charged forward the moment he sensed Watanabe Kairyu's spiritual pressure. He sensed Watanabe Kairyu's spiritual pressure and immediately went after him. Both Hikai Fune Kiryu and Shun Sakuraku glanced at each other and smiled shortly after. Although Kimura Maiyang did go off on his own without orders, they both knew that small things like this happened from time to time and just left it off. Kiraku, have you notified your men? Didn't I tell you? Seeing the puzzled look on Hikai Fune Kiryu's face, Kiraku Shunsa elaborated. Lisa-chan basically always eavesdrop on captain's meeting, so she should be preparing our men by now, so it's fine if I head straight to Kimura. Hikai Fune Kiryu now seemed confused. His lieutenant Kimura Maiyang went off without orders, and Shun Sakuraku's lieutenant actually eavesdropped on captain's meeting. She was at a loss for words. How about yours? Shun Sakuraku asked casually. I have notified my 3rd seat with Kakushitsujaku, so we should head straight to our objective. I didn't notice at all. Since when did you? You're really something else. Shunsukuraku couldn't help but admire her, as even he didn't notice when she had the time to use Kido. It's just a little trick that I came up with. That aside, I am even really worried about Kimura. That little. If he really catches up, I don't know what will happen. If that's the case, let's pick up the pace. Shunsukuraku and Hakai Funkiryo sped up towards where Kimura Maiyang was. Chapter 44, A Man Who Is Loyal to Strength. Captain, should we keep running away like this? Are you suggesting to return to 13th Division of Imperial Guards? Watanabe Kiryu fiercely glared at his lieutenant after hearing his question. It wasn't because of your idea. That bastard Ashiro is just a complete lunatic, eliminating all hollow? He gotta be joking. I thought it was just his excuse to gain more influence. That guy is actually serious about eliminating all hollow. He even tried to convince those old fogies in Central 46. Watanabe Kiryu was so annoyed because he originally planned to join forces with Ashiro Kenpachi to gain more influence, but he turned out to be such a... Why did you stop? Watanabe Kiryu turned around and asked when he sensed his lieutenant suddenly stopped moving. Even though Watanabe Kiryu was in this predicament because of his lieutenant, he realized his lieutenant did it was for his own good. Even though he was a little frustrated, he knew that he couldn't keep relying on his lieutenant, as he was no longer a captain, just a traitor to Soul Society, and by now, 13th Division of Imperial Guards must have issued an execution order for them. I don't think I can go with you. Rozaki Senio said indifferently, which obviously surprised the other two. What do you mean by that? Watanabe Kiryu didn't seem pleased. Exactly as it sounds. Rozaki Senio's expression was as indifferent as ever, but his words completely changed the look on their face. Rozaki, you bastard, are you betraying Oji-sama? Watanabe Ichiro said with a fiery glare. Rozaki Senio was quiet for a moment before smirking all of a sudden. Are you a fool? Just how gullible are you? You son of a... Watanabe Ichiro was furious and immediately drew his Zanpakuto, but Watanabe Kiryu stopped him. Oji-sama. Watanabe Ichiro looked at his uncle confusedly. Had it not for him, he would have struck Rozaki Senio down. I want to hear your explanation, Senio. Watanabe Kiryu ignored the questioning look on his nephew's face and looked straight at Rozaki Senio solemnly. It seemed that he really wanted an answer. You have always been loyal. Even if I ask you to do something you don't like, you never refuse and always complete the task I gave you. Why would you betray me? Watanabe Kiryu said with a delicate expression on his face. Rozaki Senio just smiled. He did not mind answering this question, perhaps out of respect for his former captain, but he did bow his head slightly before explaining. Betray you? No, I've never done such a thing. That's just your wishful thinking. I've never been loyal to you in the first place, so you're quite mistaken. Watanabe Kiryu frowned. Why would his lieutenant do everything he said so far if it were not out of loyalty? Seeing Watanabe Kiryu still seemed puzzled, as if knowing what he was thinking, Rozaki Senio immediately added, I have never been loyal to you. I'm simply loyal to power. There was a trace of madness on Rozaki Senio's face. Power is the only thing I believe. Absolute power that stands above others. This time, Rozaki Senio went insane from the looks of it. His maniac laugh sent chills down to Watanabe Kiryu and Watanabe Ichiro's spine. Anyone would be shaking in their boots right now regardless of how strong Rozaki Senio was. Watanabe Kiryu and Watanabe Ichiro saw nothing but a madman in front of them. After a short while, Rozaki Senio seemed to realize his unbecoming behavior and immediately regained his composure, and his expression gradually reverted to listless as usual. But Watanabe Kiryu and Watanabe Ichiro would never think that the man in front of them was just an indifferent guy since he snapped off earlier. Up until now, I'm not loyal toward you, but your strength. But what do you think you have left now? You've lost your influence, your status, and soon you will lose strength and your life. I don't think you can escape from Soul Society's nose. Now that you have lost everything, I don't think you're worth following anymore. This is not a betrayal. All I've been loyal to is power. Watanabe Kiryu seemed quite disturbed by Rozaki Senio's remark just now. Oji-sama, let me kill this scum. Watanabe Ichiro was ready to draw his Zanpakuto and cut Rozaki Senio down. Even though he was a bit startled because of Rozaki Senio's sudden change, he couldn't allow himself to cower in fear here. He was so eager to kill the guy who betrayed them. Stand down. You are no match for him. Watanabe Kiryu stopped his nephew while vigilantly observing Rozaki Senio. He realized his former lieutenant was not someone he could underestimate. As his captain, who has spent quite some time with him, he knew that he has been holding back out of reservations for him, and his nephew clearly couldn't handle Rozaki Senio if he went all out. Besides, his Zanpakuto ability was tricky too. Besides, there is no time to waste now. We must hurry up and leave. Watanabe Ichiro realized his uncle had a point. They indeed couldn't afford to waste any time now, so he sheathed his Zanpakuto even though reluctantly while glaring fiercely at Rizaki Senio. Do you still plan to escape now? You may not make it, Captain Watanabe. Who? Watanabe Kiryu's complexion drastically changed, and he quickly put his hand on Zanpakuto. No, I don't think I should call you Captain Watanabe anymore. Maybe it's better to call you a traitor to Soul Society, Watanabe Kiryu. Kimura Ayang said with a playful tone as he appeared before them with a smile. Kimura Ayang received a message from Hikai Funkiryo through Kido on his ways. When he heard the news, Kimura Ayang couldn't help but be taken aback. Stabbing 2 captains in the back, leaving them severely injured and still being treated at the 4th Division's infirmary. In addition, Captain Commander Yamamoto ordered to execute them if they showed even the slightest resistance. Kimura Ayang stared at Watanabe Kiryu mockingly. There was not even a handful of cases like this in Soul Society because there was no way one could get away after committing such a crime. Besides, he still got some unfinished business with him. Kimura Ayang. After looking at Kimura Ayang briefly, Watanabe Kiryu asked. You're not gonna hide behind your captain this time? Kimura Ayang didn't bother responding to Watanabe Kiryu's little provocation. They were all dead meat in his eyes anyway, so he just let him do whatever he wanted for now. Kimura Ayang knew himself the best, and he believed that he would never lose to ordinary captains. Besides, Hikai Funkiryo and Shun Sakuraku were on the way. Even if he couldn't deal with these 3, it'd be fine as long as he could stall them until Hikai Funkiryo and Shun Sakuraku arrived. Oji-sama, please leave it to me this time. Chapter 45, Crushing Strength. Oji-sama, please leave it to me this time. Watanabe Ichiro, who held a grudge against Kimura Ayang, immediately asked his uncle to let him handle Kimura Ayang by himself. Seeing Watanabe Ichiro's determination, Watanabe Kiryu gave it a little thought and nodded immediately after. He only saw Kimura Ayang as a lucky brat, that's all. He was quite skilled indeed, but not that skilled. Besides, he could always step in when things got a bit dicey, so this should be a good chance for his nephew to have a little workout. More importantly, Watanabe Ichiro's Zanpakuto had a slightly special ability, and those who didn't know about it would definitely have a hard time against him. Kimura Ayang was a little surprised when he saw that Watanabe Kiryu actually sent Watanabe Ichiro all by himself to fight him. He was laughing deep down as this 5th Division captain clearly didn't take him seriously. It's fine if you gang up on me, actually. Yet you send the weakest one out of you 3. Are you alright in the head? Kimura Ayang smiled as he observed them one by one. Watanabe Ichiro snapped. The veins on his forehead were bulging. He couldn't endure this humiliation and glared at Kimura Ayang fiercely. Let me make it beforehand, I'm not with those 2. Kimura Ayang frowned. As fellow lieutenant, Kimura Ayang obviously recognized who he was, even though he barely knew anything about him, mainly because he seemed so hard to approach. What does this guy mean, and on which side is he? Kimura Ayang really couldn't figure out what this oddball was thinking. He hated dealing with this kind of guy the most. Besides, how could Kimura Ayang believe that he was not with the other 2 just because he said it? Kimura Ayang, I'll pay you back for the humiliation you've put me through. Watanabe Ichiro gnashed his teeth as he glared at Kimura Ayang. Kimura Ayang was puzzled as he didn't remember doing anything to humiliate him. As far as he was concerned, they were complete strangers. You haven't seen my Zanpakuto yet. Watanabe Ichiro gradually regained his composure. Besides, a prodigy like you could care less about other students' business. Kimura Ayang was a little embarrassed because Watanabe Ichiro wasn't that far off from the truth. He rarely socialized with his classmates, let alone the students from another class. The only person he talked to on a daily basis was probably the dense and weirder Maru Shishin. Okay, I'm not here to hear your gibberish. Kimura Ayang raised his hand to stop Watanabe Ichiro from spouting nonsense. Come to think of it, you are lieutenant now, huh? Watanabe Ichiro smiled and quickly took his stance. From his stance, it was safe to say that he had experiences in actual combat and wasn't just a complete amateur. If that's the case, disperse, Siakiribiru. The mist that was almost invisible to the naked eye was suddenly emanated from the Zanpakuto in Watanabe Ichiro's hand. At the same time, everything around Watanabe Ichiro suddenly became hazy. What is this ability? Seeing the mist around Watanabe Ichiro's body gradually spread out, Kimura Ayang suddenly kept his guard up. Although he was confident in his own strength, he couldn't afford to just ignore this unknown ability in front of him. My Zanpakuto's name is Siakiribiru. The smoke that Siakiribiru discharged has a psychedelic effect, and I can freely manipulate your visual perception while you're in this mist. Watanabe Ichiro looked at Kimura Ayang smugly as if he had already won. For example, what are you seeing now? Watanabe Ichiro suddenly split into two right in front of Kimura Ayang, and both of them looked at Kimura Ayang smugly. Do you know which one is me? Well, even if you know which one, how about this? Both of Watanabe Ichiro multiplied and kept multiplying, and before Kimura Ayang knew it, he was already surrounded by 100 people, all of whom had the same face and expression. There were 100 Watanabe Ichiro around Kimura Ayang, and all of them talked simultaneously. How about now? Can you find my real body? How do you plan to deal with this situation? No matter how skilled you are, you can't possibly attack all 100 of us at the same time, but I can attack you at will. Like this. All 100 of them attacked Kimura Ayang at the same time. They all looked exactly like Watanabe Ichiro, but the rest of them knew it was just illusions created by his Zanpakuto. Even so, there was no effective way to deal with it. As Watanabe Ichiro said, even though Kimura Ayang knew it was just an illusion, there was no point unless he destroyed them all at the same time, because there was no way to distinguish which one was the real Watanabe Ichiro. Meanwhile, Watanabe Ichiro could blend among these illusions and attacked Kimura Ayang from his blind spot. Even the apathetic Rizaki Senio were in awe upon seeing the ability of Watanabe Ichiro's Zanpakuto. It was no wonder that Watanabe Ichiro was so arrogant. It was all because this ability was really difficult to deal with. Even most Shinigami would have panicked in this situation. Furthermore, Watanabe Ichiro himself couldn't be underestimated either. Even with 100 people rushing at him, Kimura Ayang was still unfazed and smiled as he drew his Zanpakuto slowly. Kimura Ayang effortlessly blocked all the attack from all directions simply by slightly swinging his Zanpakuto. I'd be so disappointed if this is all you got. Kimura Ayang said after blocking all attacks and flashed out of the encirclement shortly after. You little. Seeing his proud technique didn't even faze Kimura Ayang was really unbearable for him, and the finishing blow was Kimura Ayang's insult. I have at least 3 ways to deal with your ability. Kimura Ayang said mockingly as he raised 3 fingers. He would be as thorough as possible when it came to crushing his enemies. He'd crush them both physically and mentally. First. Kimura Ayang suddenly disappeared and flashed across all of Watanabe Ichiro's clones, destroying them all at once. Kimura Ayang wasn't even out of breath as he stood in front of the real Watanabe Ichiro. Underestimating me is your first mistake. Even if those 100 illusions were real, I can crush them all by myself. Watanabe Ichiro was furious, but it was a fact that the ability he was so proud of was easily dealt with by Kimura Ayang. Even if you crush 100 clones, I can make more clones. If 100 didn't work, I'll make 200. If 200 doesn't work, I'll make 1000. Can you keep this up forever? As Watanabe Ichiro was done talking, there were around 300 Watanabe Ichiro surrounding Kimura Ayang this time. Feel free to try again, and the number will keep rising. Can you do it again? It's not like you have unlimited stamina. Once you show any sign of exhaustion, the real me will finish you off. All Watanabe Ichiro's clones said at the same time and with the exact same expression. Have you found the real me? Kimura Ayang just sighed. Did you think I accidentally left out your real body just now? Chapter 46, Binding Spirit Lock, Open. Did you think I accidentally left out your real body? Watanabe Ichiro suddenly turned pale. Now that he thought about it, why would Kimura Ayang leave out his real body? And he immediately understood what Kimura Ayang meant by that. Rizaki Senio and Watanabe Kiryu, on the side, obviously knew that there was only one answer, which was because Kimura Ayang clearly knew which one was the real Watanabe Ichiro. Impossible. How did you find out? Watanabe Ichiro looked at Kimura Ayang in disbelief as if he saw a ghost. It was a given since the ability he was so proud of was seen through just like that by someone else. Even Oji-sama can't find my real body this easily. You must be bluffing. That one just now must a fluke. Yes, that's gotta be it. Watanabe Ichiro fell into a denial state because he couldn't accept the fact. As someone who has been fawned over by his family ever since he was little because he would be the next heir, Watanabe Ichiro has always been proud of himself. Things got escalated ever since he displayed outstanding talent and enrolled at Shino Academy as he was considered a genius, and everyone admired him. However, everything changed ever since Kimura Ayang came. A prodigy born once in 1,000 years, who graduated from Shino Academy in less than a year, and became a lieutenant right after graduation. Watanabe Ichiro lost his standing as a genius, and everyone's eyes were focused on Kimura Ayang. It was as if his existence didn't even matter anymore ever since Kimura Ayang showed up. There's no way you can see through my ability. It must be just a fluke. Kimura Ayang had nothing to offer but a pitiful look upon seeing the hysterical Watanabe Ichiro. Kimura Ayang considered him to be a talented individual. Unfortunately, his psychological was unstable. Kimura Ayang flashed ahead, and he was already right in front of Watanabe Ichiro. A small drop of blood dripped from Watanabe Ichiro's forehead as he pointed his Zanpakuto at Watanabe Ichiro's forehead. The second mistake you made is, again, underestimating me. This illusion of yours may work against an average Shinigami, but it has no effect at all on me. Did it ever occur to you why I was the first to catch up with you? That's because of the difference of drive between most Shinigamis and me. I gotta admit that your ability is pretty good. Those clones also had the same spiritual pressure as you, and an average Shinigami shouldn't be able to distinguish between the real you and the clones, but your body is as easy to distinguish as fireflies in the night for my eyes. Kimura Ayang sheathed his Zanpakuto after brandishing it a little and noticed the look of despair on Watanabe Ichiro's face, but he didn't care. He would show no mercy when it came to dealing with his enemies. The third mistake you made is, once again, underestimating me. Did you seriously think you can beat me even though that's all you got? How ridiculous. I've already shown you 2 ways to deal with your ability just now, and let me show you the last one. It's the simplest, most straightforward, yet the most effective way. Kimura Ayang rolled up his sleeves, revealing a pair of black bracer on each of his wrists. Kimura Ayang tore off the bracer, and as one of the bracers was torn off, the other one was also torn off on its own. As both bracers were torn off, a golden chain made of Kido appeared in both Kimura Ayang's wrists and ankles. Rosaki Senio observed the chains on Kimura Ayang's wrists and ankles, and he seemed to have a faint idea about what it was. Watanabe Ichiro was clearly shocked by the scene in front of him. He could sense spiritual pressure leaking out of the golden chains, and based on the spiritual pressure, he guessed it was a form of Bakudo. However, he suddenly turned pale after arriving at that conclusion. It seems that you have a rough idea about what this is. Kimura Ayang glanced at Watanabe Ichiro and then shifted his gaze towards Watanabe Kiryu without concealing his killing intent. Watanabe Kiryu glared back at Kimura Ayang. He had his own pride as a captain, so he wouldn't show any sign of backing off here. However, he did admit he was underestimating Kimura Ayang. The strength he displayed was clearly beyond that of a lieutenant. However, he believed that no matter what kind of petty little tricks Kimura Ayang would use, he would crush him thoroughly. Watanabe Kiryu could no longer contain his murderous intent. He was determined to finish off Kimura Ayang along with Rosaki Senio, who betrayed him. Watanabe Kiryu placed his hand on the hilt, ready to attack at any time. Hakurisa, dispel. Along with Kimura Ayang's exclamation, the bright golden chains on his wrists and ankles immediately shattered into pieces, and massive spiritual pressure suddenly burst out of Kimura Ayang, towering into the sky with him as the center. Watanabe Ichiro was so shocked by the outburst of Kimura Ayang's spiritual pressure that he passed out. This is... How could a mere lieutenant have this much spiritual pressure? Watanabe Kiryu gasped while holding his nephew, who passed out because of Kimura Ayang's intimidating spiritual pressure in his arms. Is this spiritual pressure really belong to a lieutenant? Even Captain's spiritual pressure wasn't any stronger than this. Rosaki Senio tried his best to keep himself from falling to his knees and shook his head after looking at Watanabe Kiryu for a moment. No, even Captain's spiritual pressure isn't this overwhelming. This monstrous spiritual pressure. Is this guy really a lieutenant like me? Such a question popped up even in the apathetic Rosaki Senio's mind. This is the simplest and most straightforward, yet also the most effective way to nullify the mist that your Zanpakuto emanated. With this overwhelming spiritual pressure, your ability is basically useless. Kimura Ayang tried his best to hold down his spiritual pressure that seeped out uncontrollably and looked at Watanabe Ichiro. You passed out already? What a waste of time. Then, it's your turn next, Watanabe Kiryu. Kimura Ayang said as he slowly drew his Zanpakuto and pointed his finger towards Watanabe Kiryu, challenging him head-on before turning around towards Rosaki Senio. You there? If you are not with them, then stay away. There's no guarantee that you'll get away unscathed if you stay here. At his current state, it was no exaggeration for Kimura Ayang to warn Rosaki Senio as he might just crush everything around him. Rosaki Senio subconsciously evacuated to a safer location. He knew that he would be reduced to nothing if he stayed there. Are you ready, Watanabe Kiryu? There's no more Mr. Nice Guy from here on. Kimura Ayang dragged his Zanpakuto as he walked toward Watanabe Kiryu while staring at him with cold eyes. I remember what happened that day as if it was yesterday. I will see for myself if your strength really is beyond my wildest imagination, as you said that day. It's a bit hard to hold back my spiritual pressure now, so be sure not to die so quickly. I want to play a little longer. Chapter 47, Engagement. Captain Watanabe Kiryu no longer acted all high and mighty all of a sudden. After witnessing Kimura Ayang's power firsthand, he realized that he had underestimated Kimura Ayang all along. He could no longer say that he could easily defeat him now in this situation. He immediately backed off for a moment by using flash steps and carefully put down Watanabe Ichiro, who passed out in his arms. His kind eyes as he put his nephew down didn't match his appearance at all. Kimura Ayang didn't have to worry about Watanabe Kiryu running away. Even though he was a traitor to Soul Society, his pride as a captain wouldn't allow him to do such an embarrassing thing. Moreover, he was a noble, and for a noble who simply wanted to restore his family's glory like him, pride was way more valuable than his life. I didn't expect you have such a soft side, too. I guess you really can't judge a book by its cover. Kimura couldn't help but say these after seeing the stern and rude Watanabe Kiryu showed such kindness. He's my only relative, you see. Watanabe Kiryu looked at Kimura Ayang solemnly, not with his usual condescending look. So you can talk to me normally, too? I thought you couldn't speak without your condescending tone. After a brief pause, Watanabe Kiryu finally answered, you're qualified to talk with me on equal ground with that strength of yours. Kimura Ayang realized that he thought too much into it. Watanabe Kiryu sounded just as condescending as always. Even though Kimura Ayang despised Watanabe Kiryu to the point that he wanted to kill him, he was extremely calm this time for some reason. Was it because he got everything under control? Such a question crossed his mind, but he immediately realized that he didn't actually know how strong Watanabe Kiryu was, so he immediately cast such thought away from his mind. Come on, let's see what you got. Watanabe Kiryu said as he drew his Zanpakuto. Smash, Ravenfly. Watanabe Kiryu used his Shikai right off the bat. Following this incantation, the Zanpakuto in his hand shape-shifted into an entirely different weapon that resembled an emissary but more ominous. This is... While Kimura Ayang was still brooding about this oddly shaped Zanpakuto, Watanabe Kiryu already rushed toward him. Even though it appeared to be just a straightforward attack, his momentum was nothing to laugh at. However, Kimura Ayang effortlessly blocked Watanabe Kiryu's thrust by slightly raising his Zanpakuto. Something strange afterward, Kimura Ayang felt a peculiar force once his Zanpakuto collided with Watanabe Kiryu's Zanpakuto that suddenly deflected his Zanpakuto downwards while Watanabe Kiryu's Zanpakuto was driven straight into his face. Kimura Ayang's complexion changed. It was a close call, but he managed to evade it by tilting his head at the last moment. Even though Kimura Ayang was positive that he evaded the attack, he felt there was an external force that grazed his cheek. He couldn't believe he was wounded in the face right off the bat. Aside from during his training with Kimura Kazuya, he has never received any scar on his face, even during his journey with Kenpachi Zaraki. He realized that even as rotten as he was, Watanabe Kiryu was still a captain, and he couldn't afford to take him lightly. Even though he was a little bit surprised, Kimura Ayang wasn't the kind of person who would let his enemy do whatever they pleased, so as he dodged the attack, he touched Watanabe Kiryu with his index finger. This is bad. Realizing Kimura Ayang tapped him, Watanabe Kiryu's complexion changed. Although he was not that well versed in Kido, he could tell which Kido Kimura Ayang was going to use just from his finger's gesture. Hado number 4, Byakurai. Following Kimura Ayang's remark, a concentrated bolt of lightning was generated from Kimura Ayang's fingertips and penetrated Watanabe Kiryu's abdomen. Shua after exchanging attacks, both of them used flash steps to create some distance between them. Kimura Ayang touched his cheek and immediately clicked his tongue right after, TSK, it really was grazed. As he looked at Watanabe Kiryu closer, he clicked his tongue once again, TSK, I thought I managed to pierce his heart. Kimura Ayang's Kido blew a small hole on Watanabe Kiryu's abdomen, and his white Captain Hori was stained by red blood. I didn't expect that you'd be pretty good at Kido. Watanabe Kiryu just looked straight at Kimura Ayang as if the wound he sustained just now didn't affect him at all. You took the words right out of my mouth. I didn't expect a burly fellow like you would have such Zanpakuto. Oh? Then what kind of Zanpakuto did you expect I'd have? Watanabe Kiryu replied with another question. When Watanabe Kiryu asked him that question, he couldn't really come up with an answer. He was a little thrown off by Watanabe Kiryu's sudden change in attitude that he began to question whether the one in front of him was the same Watanabe Kiryu who humiliated him that day. Watanabe Kiryu didn't even go and for the kill even when Kimura Ayang let down his guard like that. However, Kimura Ayang could feel the atmosphere was gradually changing, so he immediately collected himself. He didn't know what happened to Watanabe Kiryu, but he realized this wasn't the time to delve further into this matter as he must defeat him right here and now. Kimura Ayang suddenly raised his Zanpakuto. Shinjutsu. An azure crescent-like compressed air blade came out of Kimura Ayang's Zanpakuto, heading straight toward Watanabe Kiryu at incredible speed. Watanabe Kiryu was startled and immediately raised his Zanpakuto in his hand to block the incoming attack. As the crescent compressed air blade hit his Zanpakuto, it was deflected downwards for some reason, but it still hit Watanabe Kiryu. Kimura Ayang watched closely and didn't overlook what happened. As the compressed air blade dispersed, Watanabe Kiryu emerged from the smoke caused by the impact. He himself wasn't wounded at all, but he seemed irritated for some reason. "I have a rough idea what your Zanpakuto's ability is now," Kimura Ayang said as he looked at Watanabe Kiryu. "Humphrey." Watanabe Kiryu grunted. Obviously, he knew what Kimura Ayang did just now. Even though the compressed air blade was so fast, it completely lacked power, but he instinctively used his Zanpakuto's ability to block it because he panicked. Because of that, the kid in front of him managed to figure out his ability. "Now that I know your trick, things won't go like last time. You'll never injure my face like earlier anymore." In a blink of an eye, Kimura Ayang was already right beside Watanabe Kiryu and almost beheaded him. Dang, right before Kimura Ayang's Zanpakuto could cut off Watanabe Kiryu's neck, his Zanpakuto was deflected by a strange force, and then Watanabe Kiryu blocked it effortlessly. "I knew it." Kimura Ayang used flash steps to back off and said, "Judging from that sensation just now, it must be a wind type, no?" As expected of a prodigy. Watanabe Kiryu looked at Kimura Ayang seriously and said, "To think that you can figure out my Zanpakuto's ability so quickly." Kimura Ayang just pointed his Zanpakuto at Watanabe Kiryu without saying anything back. Chapter 48, Anticlimactic. Dang 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 dang. The sounds of swords clashing against each other reverberated in the forest, sometimes followed by a consecutive loud sound. Their surrounding was razed to the ground. The dense forest was in a mess because of the battle between two men. A bunch of holes on the ground was also found around them. Rozaki Senio was baffled as he watched the fight. He has always been confident in his own skill and his Zanpakuto's ability, but upon seeing the battle unfolding in front of him, he realized that a captain's strength was beyond his understanding. Meanwhile, after exchanging blows, Kimura Ayang twisted his foot and swung his sword at Watanabe Kiryu, utilizing the momentum of the spin while pointing the palm of his other hand at Watanabe Kiryu's chest. Watanabe Kiryu managed to block Kimura Ayang's attack, but he noticed the blue light concentrating on Kimura Ayang's hand a little too late. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. A blue flame was discharged from Kimura Ayang's hand, and a loud sound startled Rozaki Senio, who was watching from the sidelines. "What's up with that destructive power? It's just a number 33 Kido." Rozaki Senio has never been this overwhelmed by emotion after years. Be it Kimura Ayang's spiritual pressure, sword art, Kido, and even raw power were so overwhelming that even his heart was stirred upside down. Kimura Ayang was just a lieutenant, no different than him. Kimura Ayang even just graduated last year, and even though he didn't say it out loud, he was certain that Kimura Ayang was just lucky. He also believed that the rumor about Kimura Ayang was exaggerated by a bunch of ignorant people and just laughed it off. But now that he saw what this lucky brat was capable of firsthand, Rozaki Senio was so embarrassed. Even the apathetic Rozaki Senio was overwhelmed by emotion as he watched the fierce battle. Watanabe Kiryu was covered in smoke after being blasted away by Kido. However, instead of chasing Watanabe Kiryu and followed up with another attack, Kimura Ayang waited and ascertained Watanabe Kiryu's condition. Meanwhile, Watanabe Kiryu furrowed his brows upon seeing the injury that he sustained from taking on Kimura Ayang's Kido on the chest. Rather than an injury, it was more of a bruise. After all, he was confident when it came to toughness. What really bothered Watanabe Kiryu was Kimura Ayang. Watanabe Kiryu's biggest advantage was his extraordinary physique. His tough physique gave him more strength and speed than an average Shinigami, but both Kimura Ayang's speed and power rivaled his. During the attack just now, it was as if Watanabe Kiryu's advantage in physique was completely meaningless. Not only that, Kimura Ayang kept blasting him with Kido and some other attacks from his blind spot. Indeed, the low-level Kido that Kimura Ayang used earlier barely caused any damage, but it was quite pesky and threw off Watanabe Kiryu's rhythm. What Watanabe Kiryu was unaware of was the fact that Kimura Ayang constantly strengthened his physique as per Shion's instruction, so when it came to the physique, Kimura Ayang was way above an average Shinigami. In fact, it was Kimura Ayang who was surprised that Watanabe Kiryu turned out to be that tough. Even though he used the low-level Kidos earlier, knowing that it wouldn't inflict that much damage on Watanabe Kiryu, he was still surprised that it only threw off Watanabe Kiryu's rhythm. After a while, Kimura Ayang still didn't see any movement from the smoke, so he thought that Watanabe Kiryu must be planning to hide in the smoke. Kimura Ayang was getting tired of it and said, "Are you planning to hide? Just don't forget that you are still a fugitive. Are you sure it's wise to drag this on?" Seeing that Watanabe Kiryu still showed no sign of coming out, Kimura Ayang was getting impatient. He raised Zanpakuto up high and struck down. An azure crescent-like compressed air blue came out from Kimura Ayang's Zanpakuto, blowing away the smoke, revealing Watanabe Kiryu, who was standing there, completely unfazed. "I thought you would use this chance to attack." Kimura Ayang asked because he found it odd. "Are you holding back or what?" "It's too late." Watanabe Kiryu shook his head with a helpless look on his face. Kimura Ayang froze for a moment as he didn't understand what Watanabe Kiryu meant, but his expression changed as he looked around. Before he realized it, there were two figures beside Rizaki Senio. "Captain Kiraku, Sister Kiryu," Kimura Ayang said in surprise as he saw them. "Since when did you guys?" "Just now." Hikaifun Kiryu replied as he looked at Kimura Ayang with a satisfied look. "This is quite a mess, ha ha ha. To think that you've come this far, Kimura. I'm honestly surprised," Shun Sekiraku said with a smile after observing their surrounding. This." Before Kimura Ayang could say a word, Hikaifun Kiryu interrupted him. "We'll discuss that later, Captain Kiraku. Captain Watanabe's affair comes first." After a slight glance at Shun Sekiraku, Hikaifun Kiryu turned to Watanabe Kiryu. "I'll let you choose, Captain Watanabe. Either give yourself up, or Captain Kiraku will force you." Despite giving Watanabe Kiryu two options, Hikaifun Kiryu already took his stance, ready to subdue Watanabe Kiryu if he tried anything funny. Watanabe Kiryu seemed hesitant, but in the end, he sheathed Zanpakuto. Apparently, he had no intention to resist. Seeing Watanabe Kiryu's response, Shun Sekiraku and Hikaifun Kiryu sighed in relief, but they didn't let their guard down. Shun Sekiraku walked toward Watanabe Kiryu without taking his eyes off Watanabe Kiryu's Zanpakuto and patted him on the shoulder. He seemed to be whispering something to Watanabe Kiryu, and Kimura Ayang noticed that Watanabe Kiryu seemed to calm down a bit. Shun Sekiraku then turned toward Kimura Ayang and said, "Okay, it's fine now, so put away your Zanpakuto, Kimura. Watanabe will not resist anymore." "What?" It didn't quite sink in for Kimura Ayang yet. "Don't tell me it's over already." "Yes, or are you expecting something else, little Yan Yang?" Hikaifun Kiryu was already right beside Kimura Ayang after a quick flash steps. "You still think it's not troublesome enough and want to make things worse? Even Ashiro Soya's affair is not taken care of yet." "That's not. It's just. Kimura Ayang looked towards Watanabe Kiryu and asked wonderingly, "Why didn't you use Bankai? You might be able to escape if you use Bankai." "Bankai?" Watanabe Kiryu looked back at Kimura Ayang weirdly and seemed as if he wanted to say something, but he hesitated and ended up not saying anything else. Hearing Kimura Ayang's question, Shun Sekiraku and Hikaifun Kiryu's expression changed, and they slowly reached out to their hands Zanpakuto's hilt. Seeing Watanabe Kiryu sigh, they were a little bit relieved but remain vigilant. "Kimura, you'll be responsible for escorting Watanabe Ichiro. We're going back now." Shun Sekiraku immediately ordered Kimura Ayang to carry Watanabe Ichiro back before he said anything weird again. Shun Sekiraku and Hikaifun Kiryu glanced at each other, and both of them seemed relieved. Fortunately, everything was resolved without a hitch. If Watanabe Kiryu decided to use Bankai out of desperation, they'd have another problem at hand. When Kimura Ayang carried Watanabe Ichiro, Rizaki Senio also followed him. Watanabe Kiryu was escorted by Shun Sekiraku and Hikaifun Kiryu as they made their way back to Siriite AI. Chapter 49, Individual Guidance. Old Man Yama, we've brought them back. Shun Sekiraku took off the bamboo hat on his head and tried his best to stay composed upon reporting in as he and the rest entered the 1st Division Assembly Hall. Captain Commander Yamamoto slightly opened his eyes, glancing at Watanabe Kiryu for a moment before shifting his gaze toward Kimura Ayang. No one could figure out what was the meaning behind this at the moment. Sensing Captain Commander Yamamoto's intent gaze at him without blinking, Kimura Ayang sent shivers down his spine. He was pretty sure that he didn't make any mistake. Unless drinking with Shinji at the tavern too often was considered a mistake. Kimura Ayang just couldn't shake off this discomfort with Captain Commander Yamamoto staring at him so intently. He wasn't the traitor, yet why was he the one being stared at? Sensing this weird atmosphere in the assembly hall, Shun Sekiraku laughed a little to break the tension and immediately asked. Old man Yamamoto, what should we do with Captain Watanabe and his men?" Only then did Captain Commander Yamamoto finally take his eyes off Kimura Ayang and turned at Shun Sekiraku. Kimura Ayang sighed in relief as Captain Commander Yamamoto was really intimidating. He could have peed his pants just by looking at him in the eyes. 5th Division Captain Watanabe Kiryu, Lieutenant Rizaki Senio, 5th Seat Watanabe Ichiro, you three are suspected of betraying the Soul Society. Therefore, your Zanpakuto will be temporarily confiscated, and you'll be detained in the 3rd Division's prison as you waited for the trial. Captain Commander Yamamoto slammed down the cane in his hand and said solemnly, "All of 5th Division's affairs will be handled by 8th Division Captain Kiraku Shunsei for the time being." Several 1st Division members then confiscated Watanabe Kiryu and the other two's Zanpakuto. These 3 didn't show any sign of struggling, even though they seemed a little hesitant to hand over their Zanpakuto. Even Ryuzaki Senio, who has been very cooperative, also handed over his Zanpakuto without saying a word. Seeing these 3 handed over their Zanpakuto obediently, Shunsei Kiraku was a bit relieved. Captain Commander Yamamoto then nodded as a signal for his division members to escort Watanabe Kiryu and his men to their cell. Since they handed over their Zanpakuto, they clearly had no intention to put up a fight. Besides, they were in the middle of the 1st Division headquarters. They wouldn't get out unscathed even if they put up a fight. Okay, dismiss. Except for Kimura Maiyang. Kimura Maiyang was shocked when Captain Commander Yamamoto ordered him to stay back all by himself. What would Captain Commander Yamamoto need from a lieutenant like him? Not to mention ordering everyone else to leave, so they could talk privately. Even if he did have something to say to him, shouldn't it be his lieutenant, Sasaki, that informed him? Hearing Captain Commander's order, Hikai Funkiryu was stunned. But after thinking for a moment, she seemed to have a rough idea about it and immediately walked toward Kimura Maiyang and gave him a pat on the shoulder before leaving with Shunsei Kiraku. "Kiryu-san, no. Are you going to abandon me too?" Kimura Maiyang panicked as he watched Hikai Funkiryu leaving without a word after patting his shoulder. It was as if she left him alone to his fate. Kimura Maiyang tried to guess what Hikai Funkiryu meant by the pat on the shoulder. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He had a bad feeling about this, but he couldn't figure out what would happen to him. Dong. Captain Commander Yamamoto slammed down his cane and snapped Kimura Maiyang from his reverie. Kimura Maiyang was surprised and found that Captain Commander Yamamoto was staring at him solemnly. "Captain Commander, did you have a particular task for me?" Kimura Maiyang tried his best to sound calm as he looked at Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyes. "Lieutenant Kimura, you defeated Captain Watanabe and brought him back," Captain Commander Yamamoto said all of a sudden. Kimura Maiyang frowned. He started to think that this was all about him chasing after Watanabe Kiryu without receiving orders. "No, I didn't defeat Captain Watanabe. I merely stalled him, that's all. He stopped putting up a fight because of Captain Kiraku and Captain Hikai Fun." "Is that so?" Captain Commander Yamamoto said, still staring at Kimura Maiyang. His eyes were like a vast ocean, and Kimura Maiyang couldn't even guess what he was thinking right now. "You didn't use Shikai earlier, right?" Right when Kimura Maiyang was a little relieved because it wasn't about him acting outside of orders, Captain Commander Yamamoto suddenly discussed this matter. "I dismiss." Kimura Maiyang was surprised when Captain Commander Yamamoto suddenly brought that up, but before he could explain, Captain Commander Yamamoto sent him away, so he immediately shut his mouth. However, as he turned around and walked toward the door. "You're pretty tough. Meet me here every afternoon starting tomorrow." Right before Kimura Maiyang was about to leave Assembly Hall, Captain Commander Yamamoto's indifferent voice clearly reached his ears. "Yes." Kimura Maiyang immediately stopped before turning around and bowed to Captain Commander Yamamoto once again and then left Captain's office with a smile on his face. "Chojiro, what do you think?" Captain Commander Yamamoto suddenly asked even though the Assembly Hall was empty. "There is no problem in terms of skill. Based on my daily observation, I'd say there's no other problem other than his tendency to slack off." "I see." Captain Commander Yamamoto's eyebrows flicked, and he seemed to be deep in thought. "If that's the case, let's beat him to shape. 13th Division of Imperial Guards is in such a dire right now. Including this incident, there are 4 vacant captain seats in our ranks right now. No matter the place and era it was, a void will definitely bring inconsistency to the world, and a void will be the easiest prey for evil to latch their claw on. The vacant captain seat must be filled as soon as possible." Captain Commander Yamamoto slowly opened his eyes, and a bright glow flashed in his eyes. "It seems that old man Yama is trying to push Kimura up, but isn't this too sudden?" After exiting the captain's office, Shunsei Kiraku looked up at the sky profoundly before turning around and looked towards Hikai Funkiryu. "Then again, my condolences, Captain Hikai Fun. Losing one of your capable men can be hard, after all." With a smile on his face, Hikai Funkiryu said. "Of course not. I'm proud to have such a competent subordinate. What's more fulfilling than seeing your subordinate grow like this?" After staring at Hikai Funkiryu profoundly, Shunsei Kiraku turned around and tilted down his bamboo hat, and his tone suddenly changed from playful to serious. 13th Division of Imperial Guards is quite vulnerable now. It's just one thing after another, and the sudden changes among the captains are really worrying. "Yeah." Hikai Funkiryu slightly nodded solemnly in agreement, but then she followed up with a smile. Don't worry, I believe Captain Commander will take care of everything, and it's gonna be fine. Unserious froze for a moment and then smiled as well. Haha, it seems that I really brood too much over this. Everything will change eventually, and that just happens to be now, that's all. Old man Yama will definitely do something about it. As for Kimura, there he comes. Funkiryo turned around and saw Kimura Ayang, who seemed to be in good spirits as he came out of the assembly hall. Kiryo-san. Captain Kiraku. Kimura Ayang called out the two captains. Yo, Kimura, you seem to be in good spirits. How did it go? Kimura Ayang said with a smile, it's nothing. Captain Commander just told me to see him every afternoon starting tomorrow. Although he tried so hard to keep his cool, he couldn't hide the excitement in his tone. Kimura Ayang had no doubt that it would be Captain Commander's personal mentoring. No wonder he was so excited. Hearing Kimura Ayang's answer, Unserious couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. To think that old man Yama would personally mentor him, it seemed that he really valued Kimura Ayang. Unserious looked at Kimura Ayang meaningfully and patted his shoulder. Old man Yamamoto's personal mentoring, you should know what that means. Well, yes, of course. Based on what Captain Commander Yamamoto said, Kimura Ayang believed that he'd teach him hand-to-hand combats. The out-of-the-world Ikatsu and Sokatsu that Captain Commander Yamamoto demonstrated in the anime left a deep impression on Kimura Ayang's heart. If he could master that super punch that blasted away Wonderwiss, he would definitely. What are you waiting for? Let's go back. Ah, wait for me, Kiryo-san. Kimura Ayang immediately caught up with Funkiryo. He was grinning all the way until they arrived at the 12th Division's barrack. Unserious just watched Kimura Ayang's back as he disappeared from his sight. Chapter 50, Thinking and Accumulation. Pant Kimura Ayang fell to the ground weakly. Although his body was covered with sweat that it was so sticky and uncomfortable, he didn't even want to move one finger. Is that all it takes to put you out of breath, kid? Captain Commander Yamamoto's voice came from the side. Although he sounded as indifferent as usual, those who were familiar with Captain Commander would know that there was a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Ah, I'm afraid so, old man Yama. Your fist is too powerful. Kimura Ayang was still lying down there, gasping for air, and continued. My whole body is in pain that I can't even move a finger. Just like his sword art, Captain Commander Yamamoto's hand-to-hand combats was rigid, solid, and absolute power. His power was on a whole different level. He lifted the heavy as if it was as light as a feather. From the way he punched, Kimura Ayang could guess how powerful it was. Although it seemed plain, the destructive power each punch packed was unbelievable. Kimura Ayang himself was the proof of that. Yamamoto Genryu's just looked at Kimura Ayang, who couldn't move with a satisfied look on his face. Although Kimura Ayang often complained, Kimura Ayang still did everything he told. He was also talented and tough. Maybe he could inherit my hand-to-hand combats. That thought suddenly crossed Yamamoto Genryu's mind and couldn't leave his mind. Therefore, he, who at first simply intended to check out what Kimura Ayang got, became strict and serious at teaching him now that Yamamoto Genryu's has treated Kimura Ayang as his own disciple. By this time, Kimura Ayang and Yamamoto Genryu's had bonded to the point where the way they addressed each other has changed from Captain Commander and Lieutenant Kimura to Old Man Yama and Kid. Okay, let's wrap this up for today. Upon seeing Kimura Ayang was too tired to move a muscle, Yamamoto Genryu's thought that he was too strict. He himself was anxious as he never trained anyone this strict before in his life. He never expected that Kimura Ayang could come this far because he just wanted him to experience the training firsthand at first. But to his surprise, Kimura Ayang could keep up with the training. So, we're done for today? Kimura Ayang immediately got up and smiled the moment Yamamoto Genryu's said they were done with the training. This kid. Yamamoto Genryu's was surprised. He thought that Kimura Ayang was too tired to move a muscle, but it turned out he had the gout to trick him. Ouch ouch. It hurts. Seeing Yamamoto Genryu's was staring at him intently, Kimura Ayang immediately pretended to fall to the ground while holding his shoulder and shouted as if he was in pain. Relax, I won't take back my words. Today's training ends here. Even Yamamoto Genryu's couldn't help but chuckle after seeing Kimura Ayang turned out to be faking his exhaustion. Although that was a hopeless part of Kimura Ayang, he didn't take back his words. However, before Kimura Ayang could even breathe a sigh of relief, Yamamoto Genryu's immediately added. Tomorrow's training will be doubled. Kimura Ayang almost fainted when he heard those words. His daily training was already brutal as it was. Imagine double of that. Since today's training is over, care to join me for a cup of tea? Kimura Ayang immediately nodded in response to Yamamoto Genryu's invitation. By this period of time, Kimura Ayang has learned about Yamamoto Genryu's hobbies and interests. The tea ceremony was a leisure activity that he enjoyed. As Kimura Ayang took a sip, he felt rejuvenated. This relaxing activity really soothes his mind and body after intense training. Oh. So, you at least know how to enjoy a tea. This time Yamamoto Genryu's seemed like an ordinary old man, completely different from his usual stern and strict self. Don't follow Shunsei's example. He only knows how to drink sake all day. Kimura Ayang suddenly blushed embarrassedly. He has always been drinking with Shinji as soon as he was free. In fact, he just drank with him until midnight last night, and he was pretty sure that he drank more than Shunsei. Shunsei and Lisa ended up stopping him as he drank too much, even though Lisa herself drank even more than him. Yamamoto Genryu's pretended not to notice Kimura Ayang's awkward expression and picked up the teacup and took a sip, savoring the tea. Learning how profound a tea ceremony is should be good for you. It can calm your nerves, help you concentrate so that you can understand yourself, understand what power is, why your power exists, and how you should use it. Try to calm your mind and concentrate on essential things that are most important for you. Kimura Ayang conscientiously took in the meaning of Yamamoto Genryu's words. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how profound those words were. What is power? How to face yourself? Will you be the master of your power or merely a slave to it? These philosophical questions suddenly flooded Kimura Ayang's mind. As Kimura Ayang held the teacup in his hand, his eyes were drawn to a few tea leaves that slowly converged in the middle. Kimura Ayang felt that his impetuous heart was soothed the more he focused on the tea leaves. Then it was as if there was something that arose deep down inside him that intensified as time passed. By the time Kimura Ayang came back to his senses, the tea in his hand had already cooled down, and the sky was already dark before he realized it. It turned out so much time had passed since he was lost in thought. Kimura Ayang looked towards Yamamoto Genryu's, who was still sitting across him apologetically. From the looks of it, Yamamoto Genryu's seemed to keep him company the whole time. A captain commander was usually so busy that the chance of having an audience with him alone didn't come that often, yet he kept Kimura Ayang company until nightfall. Seeing Kimura Ayang's expression, Yamamoto Genryu's immediately knew what Kimura Ayang was going to say and just shoved a freshly brewed cup of tea toward Kimura Ayang instead of saying a word. After taking a sip of the tea that Yamamoto Genryu's just brewed for him, Kimura Ayang slowly sorted out his thoughts. Too many things entered his mind at once, and he couldn't process it all yet. It felt like he almost grasped something, yet nothing came to mind. It seems that you have thought about a lot of things. There's no point in rushing it. Just take your time thinking. Kimura Ayang was silent for a moment as Yamamoto Genryu's was right. He could take his time pondering about it. Brooding over it right now would result in nothing but trouble. You're right. I'll ask you some other time. Kimura Ayang quickly put these thoughts aside. That was how he has been. If there were something he didn't understand, he would simply put it aside. It's getting late. I'll take my leave, old man Yama. Kimura Ayang finished his tea and bid his farewell to Yamamoto Genryu's. Wait a moment, Yamamoto Genryu's said out of the blue, ignoring the curious look on Kimura Ayang's face, and then he put down the teacup in his hand. I have taught you for quite a while. Although it's a bit weird that Yamamoto Genryu's said that out of the blue, Kimura Ayang sat back out of respect and then said after a brief pause, yes, it's already been around a year and 3 months. Why did you ask all of a sudden, old man Yamamoto? During that period, you should have learned almost everything. I have nothing left to teach you for the time being, so you don't need to come again starting tomorrow. Huh? Kimura Ayang immediately raised his head and looked towards Yamamoto Genryu's surprisedly. Really, old man Yama? Didn't you say that tomorrow's training is doubled? Seeing Kimura Ayang had a hard time believing that he was telling the truth, Yamamoto Genryu's was slightly touched, but he didn't show it on his face. Your sword art is excellent, your Kido has improved ever since you're in Captain Hikaifun's care. As for flash steps and hand-to-hand combats, I have taught you personally, and it should be enough. You now have reached your limit in Shinigami's 4 fighting techniques, sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido. Kimura Ayang listened carefully to Yamamoto Genryu's. Usually, there would be a but right after because he knew Yamamoto Genryu's wouldn't simply praise him. He must have something else to say. Chapter 51, Captain, Enemy. As a lieutenant, you should be aware of the situation 13 Division of Imperial Guards in now. Yamamoto Genryu's said out of the blue. Although Kimura Ayang was surprised and didn't know what Yamamoto Genryu's was implying here, he nodded anyway. Well, after the incident a year ago, Ashiro Soya was stripped of his Kinpachi title, along with his position as 11th Division Captain, and imprisoned in Mukin. Meanwhile, Captain Watanabe Kiryu and 5th Seat Watanabe Ichiro of the 5th Division is currently imprisoned and is now imprisoned in the underground prison 7th level. Although they didn't directly threaten Soul Society, the fact that they betrayed 13th Division of Imperial Guards is clear as day. As for the 5th Division Lieutenant, Rizaki Senio, he was proven innocent upon further investigation and now has returned to his division. Yeah. Yamamoto Genryu's seemed as calm as ever after hearing Kimura Ayang's answer, but that made it even harder for Kimura Ayang to figure out what Yamamoto Genryu's meant by this. Why did old man Yamamoto suddenly ask me this question? Is there any deeper meaning behind it? Seeing the composed look on Yamamoto Genryu's face, Kimura Ayang could not help but secretly guessed what Yamamoto Genryu's was getting at here. Obviously, someone like Yamamoto Genryu's wouldn't ask this kind of question out of a whim. Each of his words had a meaning, so Kimura Ayang couldn't help but wonder about the meaning behind his words this time. Not to mention, Yamamoto Genryu's also praised his sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, making him even more confused. Kimura Ayang tried so hard to connect the dots, and all kinds of ideas entered his mind. After a few moments of pondering, Eureka! Could it be that? Yamamoto Genryu's suddenly opened his eyes and looked directly at Kimura Ayang. 13th Division of Imperial Guards is in a dire now. That sentence totally caught Kimura Ayang off guard. To think 13th Division of Imperial Guards is Captain Commander, Yamamoto Genryu's would say that out loud. There was no suitable candidate for captain in the 7th Division and 10th Division. In addition, we lost both the 11th Division and 5th Division's captain in the incident. Although the 11th Division's lieutenant now steps up as the new captain, we still have 3 divisions with vacant captain. After hearing those words, Kimura Ayang was convinced. His days in freedom would be long gone after this. And as he predicted, Yamamoto Genryu's expression suddenly became serious. He no longer looked like a kind old man like before. He was the Yamamoto Genryu's Shigakuni, who founded 13th Division of Imperial Guards and led it as Captain Commander for more than 1,000 years. I want you to learn Benkai within a year. A hopeless look was written all over Kimura Ayang's face as his guess hit the mark. Although he knew that Yamamoto Genryu's was no ordinary old man, this old man was still as fierce and intimidating as ever even after 100 years later. Even so, he couldn't bring himself to refuse when he saw the look on Yamamoto Genryu's face. After learning under Yamamoto Genryu's for quite a while, he obviously knew that Soul Society was short-handed. Even though everyone believed that Yamamoto Genryu's would lead all shinigamis and deal with every problem at hand, after seeing him every day for more than a year and got to know him better, Kimura Ayang saw through the faint anxiety hidden behind Yamamoto Genryu's calm demeanor, especially now that Soul Society was short on reliable individuals. Well, I'll definitely try. Kimura Ayang just touched his nose helplessly. He couldn't refuse the old man's request, not with the look he gave him. Then again, it sounded more like an order than a request. I want you to promise. Yamamoto Genryu's sounded so assertive. It seemed like this really was an order. That's... Kimura Ayang looked at Yamamoto Genryu's embarrassedly. I mean, even if you tell me to. There's no guarantee that I'd be able to do it. There's a chance that I won't be able to do it even after 10 years. I know your strength better than you do. Yamamoto Genryu's immediately added despite the doubt written all over Kimura Ayang's face. As you are now, an average captain is no match for you. You've already reached the captain's level. To be more precise, your skill already rivaled that of a captain the moment you finished your training with Kimura Kazuya and headed to Siriite AI? Yamamoto Genryu's said solemnly, and those words alone made Kimura Ayang lose his composure. That's... you. How do you? Kimura Ayang panicked when he realized that his secret was exposed, but only briefly as he immediately regained his composure. Since old man Yamamoto mentioned it straightforwardly, that meant that he had no ulterior motives regarding this matter. At the very least, he wouldn't mention such a thing in this situation. Curious why I know about it? Kimura Ayang felt that there was something off about Yamamoto Genryu's expression. Although he sounded like he was sort of joking, Kimura Ayang didn't overlook a glimmer of sadness behind it. Kimura Ayang looked towards Yamamoto Genryu's with a questioning look but did not get an answer. Yamamoto Genryu's was silent and had this mysterious look on his face with both eyes closed. After a while, Yamamoto Genryu's reopened his eyes, but the next word that came out of his mouth surprised Kimura Ayang. That's what he told me before he died. A terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly burst out of Kimura Ayang, hitting Yamamoto Genryu's at point-blank range. The table in front of him and everything on the table was blown into smithereens due to the outburst of Kimura Ayang's spiritual pressure. Even Yamamoto Genryu's long white beard fluttered because of the sheer pressure. A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Yamamoto Genryu's, watching Kimura Ayang vigilantly with his hand on his Zanpakuto's hilt. "Stand down, Chojiro." Yamamoto Genryu's merely squinted, but he was quite stern in his tone. Chojiro Sasaki was startled. Although the vigilance in his eyes did not diminish, he walked back obediently and stood behind Yamamoto Genryu's. Even though the captain's hari that Yamamoto Genryu's wore fluttered in the air, his body was rock solid. He just sat in his chair, unfazed. "Did you do it?" Kimura Ayang had no intention to conceal his killing intent. Although it sounded like he was asking, he was almost certain about it. During his times with Kimura Kazuya, he saw that Kimura Kazuya almost made no effort to conceal how much he detested 13 Division of Imperial Guards and criticized them any chance he got. He, in particular, showed no sign of content when the name Yamamoto Genryu's came up. Based on that, he concluded that there was something between Kimura Kazuya and Yamamoto Genryu's in the past, and that couldn't be anything good. He was afraid that Kimura Kazuya's whereabouts would be compromised, so he tried to keep his relationship with Kimura Kazuya a secret and never mentioned anything regarding his past. Thus, when he heard what Yamamoto Genryu's just said, he immediately jumped to the conclusion that Yamamoto Genryu's killed Kimura Kazuya. Although he knew that challenging Yamamoto Genryu's as he was right now, it was basically a suicide, but if it was really Yamamoto Genryu's who killed Kimura Kazuya, then no matter how impossible and regardless of the time he spent with Yamamoto and how much he respected this old man who has devoted everything to the Soul Society, Kimura Ayang will strike him down without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 52, Tension. Yamamoto Genryu's narrowed his eyes and looked at Kimura Ayang. His eyes were as calm as a lake that Kimura Ayang didn't know what he was thinking right now. Kimura Ayang and Yamamoto Genryu's still sat across each other on their chair, but the table in front of them was already blown to smithereens because of Kimura Ayang's spiritual pressure. Chojiro Sasaki were looking back and forth between Yamamoto Genryu's and Kimura Ayang. Those two got along so well until a minute ago, so why did? If I did, then what would you do? Yamamoto Genryu's tone was as calm as usual. Hearing Yamamoto Genryu's response, Kimura Ayang surprisingly didn't burst into rage. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly, and he seemed to regain his composure. However, it wasn't his usual calm demeanor and more like he was calm because he figured out something. Chojiro Sasaki seemed to be thinking about something when he saw the look on Kimura Ayang's face as a trace of a sorrowful look was reflected in his eyes, but only for a brief moment as it was immediately replaced by a firm expression. Yamamoto Genryu's expression remained unchanged, but there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Kimura Ayang slowly opened his eyes, but his gaze was calm yet menacing at the same time. It was the kind of gaze that has seen through everything yet showed no sign of fear, which would make anyone's heart skip a beat. Kimura Ayang slowly stood up and put his hand on the Zanpakuto's hilt as he laid his eyes at Yamamoto Genryu's. The moment Chojiro Sasaki saw Kimura Ayang stood up, he was even more cautious and ready to protect Yamamoto Genryu's at any moment. "It'd be truly a shame if you really did it," Kimura Ayang said as he slowly drew his Zanpakuto, but his tone was completely dull, which made it even more terrifying. "Old man Yama, no." Yamamoto Genryu's Shigakuni. Yamamoto Genryu's was still unfazed as he watched Kimura Ayang drew his Zanpakuto. "Even if you are 13 Division of Imperial Guards Captain Commander, even if you have looked after me for quite a while, even if I have always respected you from my heart, if you really killed Kimura Kazuya, I'll kill you right here, no matter who and how strong you are. Because he is my only loved one in this world." Kimura Ayang pointed his Zanpakuto at Yamamoto Genryu's. "I'm going to kill you, Yamamoto Genryu's Shigakuni." On one of the streets in Sairi Ite Shun Sakuraku was carrying 2 jugs of sake in his hand while humming as he headed towards the 13th Division. He then suddenly stopped and gazed at the crescent moon in the sky, tilting down his bamboo hat, and mumbled to himself, "Good grief, what's with this tense atmosphere? Even the moon is shrouded by dark clouds." As the dark clouds drifted across the sky and covered the moonlight, Kiraku Shunsi's shadow was swallowed in the darkness. However, once the sky cleared up again, Shunsei Kiraku already used flash steps, and his silhouette disappeared. 13th Division Headquarters. Yukitake Joshiro was sitting by the river, enjoying the view. But judging from the look on his face, it seemed something was bothering him. "Yo, you seem in good shape today, Yukitake." Shunsei Kiraku was already right behind Yukitake Joshiro while he was enjoying the view. "Kiraku," Yukitake Joshiro turned around, but he wasn't startled at all by Shunsei Kiraku's sudden arrival. "So you feel it too?" There was a vague worry in Yukitake Joshiro's tone. "It'd be odd if I don't feel it. Not with a spiritual pressure this strong." Shunsei Kiraku was no different. What does he plan to do to old man Yamamoto? Genryuzai-sensei. Yukitake Joshiro's mind wandered somewhere else. Come on, Yukitake. It's not so often that you're this fit. Have a drink with me. I brought a sake for you. Shunsei Kiraku sounded back to his usual self as he walked toward Yukitake Joshiro. Kiraku. Yukitake Joshiro sighed helplessly. He was at a loss for words since Kiraku Shunsei casually invited him for a drink even at a time like this. I told you not to worry too much. Otherwise, old man Yamamoto will end up worrying about your health again. Relax, old man Yama will take care of everything. Shunsei Kiraku lightly patted Yukitake Joshiro's shoulder and tilted his bamboo hat up, revealing a smile below the straw hat. Old man Yama has never lost to his mischievous students. Yukitake Joshiro was a little bit surprised when he saw his best friend smiled, but then he also smiled. Yes, Genryuzai-sensei has never lost to his mischievous students. Yukitake Joshiro excitedly said as he took one of the jugs full of sake from Shunsei Kiraku's hand. Let's wait and see how old man Yama handled our little brother. Shunsei Kiraku and Yukitake Joshiro sat side by side as they gazed at the crescent moon that shone brightly once again after the clouds drifted away. They laughed and drank while recalling what has happened this past year. 12th Division Captain, what's wrong? Hikai Funkirio, who was in the middle of a chat with Hori, suddenly went silent and immediately turned her focus at the 1st Division. What's wrong, Captain? Hikai Funkirio came back to her senses and immediately wore a smile as she looked towards Hori. It's nothing, but I just remembered something important. It's getting late anyway, so why don't you go ahead and rest, little Hori? I still have some things to take care of. Hori glanced at Hikai Funkirio doubtfully. She was wondering what else her captain was planning on doing now. Nevertheless, she nodded obediently. If Captain says yes. But be sure not to stay up too late, Captain. Yep. Hikai Funkirio gently smiled and nodded. Little Hori is so thoughtful. I'm really touched. WH. What are you saying, Captain? Hori blushed and shouted to hide her embarrassment. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Hori tried so hard to hide her embarrassment, Hikai Funkirio did her best to refrain herself from laughing, but since it happened so rarely, she couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, you should go back and have a rest. Seeing Hori left her room, the smile on Hikai Funkirio's face gradually disappeared. She walked to the window and gazed at the crescent moon in the sky, but she couldn't contain the anxiety deep down in her heart. Even though the spiritual pressure that she sensed just now seemed like it was concealed by something, but at Hikai Funkirio's level, she could detect it. The spiritual pressure that rivaled her own came from the 1st Division, and from the vibe it gave, she was sure that it belonged to Kimura Aizen, although it was a little bit different from her first impression of his spiritual pressure. The most important thing was that spiritual pressure was not only powerful but killing intent was also mixed in it. What the hell are you planning to do, little Yan Yang? Hori left the captain's office with a bright red face. He sighed in relief that Kimura Aizen wasn't there to see her embarrassing moment. If he were there, he'd definitely laugh. Not only that, he'd definitely tell Shinji and the rest. Just imagining that sent shivers to Hori's spine. But now that she thought about it, she began to wonder where Kimura Aizen wandered to because she hasn't seen him at all today. Chapter 53, Gathering and Waiting. I'm going to kill you, Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigakuni. The tip of Kimura Aizen's Zanpakuto glowed in azure color. One look at it would send a chill down anyone's spine. Even Yamamoto Genryuzai's eyes showed a trace of awe, albeit briefly. Chojiro Sasaki quickly used flash steps and stood before Captain Commander Yamamoto while holding his Zanpakuto and watched Kimura Aizen vigilantly. He clearly felt a threat as he saw Kimura Aizen's Zanpakuto. Stand down, Chojiro. Yamamoto Genryuzai slowly stood up and ordered Chojiro Sasaki to stand down. Captain Commander Sama. Chojiro Sasaki gasped in shock as Yamamoto Genryuzai even went as far as standing up and stop him. Chojiro, step back for a second. He didn't sound stern, but his order was clearly not to be taken lightly. Chojiro Sasaki sheathed his Zanpakuto and stood behind Yamamoto Genryuzai. He clearly was worried as his eyes were still on Kimura Aizen. No matter what happens here, don't come close. Relay that to all members, including captains. Yamamoto Genryuzai said without looking back at Chojiro Sasaki. Chojiro Sasaki looked at Kimura Aizen one last time as if to burn Kimura Aizen's face in his mind before leaving to carry out the Captain Commander's order. Okay, now we're the only ones left here. Let me see if you really can kill me. Yamamoto Genryuzai's cane was peeled off, revealing a Zanpakuto hidden inside it, the oldest and most powerful fire-type Zanpakuto in the history of Soul Society. Even though he hasn't drawn or released Shike, the heat coming off from Yamamoto Genryuzai was enough to leave Kimura Aizen in shock. Is this the power of the strongest Shinigami? But Yamamoto Genryu's was indeed strong and intimidating, but not to the point where Kimura Maiyang has lost the will to fight him. Reduce all creation to ash. Following Yamamoto Genryu's low voice, Kimura Maiyang could feel the scorching spiritual pressure that would burn everything in its path, and the entire first division was dyed red. Ryujin Jakka. Yamamoto Genryu's was suddenly surrounded by raging flames. The moment Yamamoto Genryu's released his shike, everyone's attention in Siri Ai was drawn to the first division. Since it was already nighttime, the sky above the first division particularly stood out because it was dyed red by Yamamoto Genryu's burning spiritual pressure. Even those who were too far to see it could sense Yamamoto Genryu's scorching hot spiritual pressure, and they immediately knew that Yamamoto Genryu's released his shikai. This smells like trouble. Yukitake Joshiro and Shun Sakuraku were enjoying their drink when they sensed Yamamoto Genryu's spiritual pressure. They immediately put down the sake in their hands and looked at each other. It was as if they both read each other's minds with just one look, and they suddenly disappeared from that place, leaving only 2 sake jugs on the ground. The same thing happened to all captains' office in other divisions. The moment they sensed this spiritual pressure, all captain immediately set aside whatever they were doing and rushed to the first division as quickly as possible. Captain Kiraku, Captain Yukitake, why don't you go in? Shioin Masaaki asked as he hurried to the first division door and found Kiraku Shunsei and Yukitake Joshiro just standing in front of the door. Ah, Captain Shioin. After turning around towards Shioin Masaaki, Kiraku Shunsei helplessly pointed at Chojiro Sasaki, who was standing right in front of the door. The old master said, no one can go in no matter what happened inside. Even though he couldn't go in, Shunsei Kiraku didn't seem worried at all. Since the old master issued such an order, he must have his own reason. Let's just wait here. Right, Captain Hikaifun? We have no choice. Hikaifun Kiryu was already there when Shun Sakuraku pointed at Chojiro Sasaki. She seemed down, and it couldn't be helped as her lieutenant was in there, so she couldn't act like it was none of her business. Shun Sakuraku immediately caught on, so he immediately appeased Hikaifun Kiryu. No need to worry, I don't think Kimura did this on a whim. Have faith in your men. Let's just patiently wait here. Yes. Hikaifun Kiryu replied shortly, but she was still as anxious. It was exactly because she knew that Kimura Maiyang wasn't a rash person that she became even more worried. It's okay, just wait here patiently. Retsu. As soon as Hikaifun Kiryu saw the person standing beside her, she suddenly became a bit relaxed. Now that this person was here, there should be nothing to worry about. Even if something did happen, this person would be able to deal with it. Captain Anohana, why are you here as well? Shun Sakuraku was surprised to see Retsu Anohana also showed up. Retsu Anohana was smiling gently and said in her usual soft tone, I think a situation that requires me may arise, so I came to check. After all, no one else could perform a better treatment than me. Relax, it will be fine. Retsu Anohana turned at Hikaifun Kiryu and smiled comfortingly. Only after Retsu Anohana comforted her did Hikaifun Kiryu's anxiety slowly faded, and she was silent once again. Thank you, Retsu. Hikaifun Kiryu thanked Retsu Anohana and immediately looked up towards the first division. Since this is a decision he made himself, then as captain, all I have to do now is believe in him and wait. I'm not gonna fall behind, Dad. The voice startled Shioin Masaaki so much that he almost fainted. A silhouette popped out of nowhere. It was a dark-skinned girl wearing a yellow jacket, the Shioin clan's princess, Shioin Yoruichi. My, oh my, if it isn't Captain Shioin's daughter. Shun Sakuraku started talking. As expected of a Shioin clan's daughter, excellent flash steps. You flatter me. Shioin Masaaki said with a clearly awkward smile. Don't move from this spot. Everyone here is a captain, so be on your best behavior. Shioin Masaaki was completely on his wits' end when it came to dealing with his daughter. Before Shioin Masaaki could say another word, Shua, another captain joined them. Captain Kuachiki. Shioin Masaaki welcomed the old man, which was Kuachiki Jinrai. Well, if it isn't Masaaki. Shioin Masaaki glanced. Kuachiki Jinrai nodded, and Yoruichi is here too. Captain Kuachiki. Yoruichi welcomed Kuachiki Jinrai in a manner that befitted a noble. Kuachiki Jinrai nodded at Yoruichi out of courtesy and shifted his attention towards Shioin Masaaki. Don't be so grumpy, Masaaki. She will soon take over as the next Shioin clan's head. It wouldn't be bad to go outside for a chance. Kuachiki Jinrai didn't say much afterwards and simply faced toward the first division with his eyes closed. Chapter 54, Warring Ta-ta-ta-ta. The sound of footsteps reverberated in the room as Kimura Maiyang took a few steps back to regain his posture. Gah! Kimura Maiyang fiercely spat out as he tasted something similar to iron in his mouth, which was blood. After tearing off his partially torn clothes completely, Kimura Ayang turned his attention to Yamamoto Genryuzai again. Yamamoto Genryuzai was surrounded by flames, and the Zanpakuto in his hand continuously exuded terrifying spiritual pressure. Contrary to Kimura Ayang's unsightly state, even Yamamoto Genryuzai's clothes were unscathed. He still had that composed look on his face as if he wasn't in the middle of a battle. "Do you seriously think you can beat me if this is all you got? How ridiculous," Yamamoto Genryuzai said after seeing Kimura Ayang's unsightly state. Yamamoto Genryuzai then added while still looking straight at Kimura Ayang, "Your resolve still not enough. Are you taking me lightly? This is a fight, not a child's playhouse. You keep saying that you want to kill me, but I can't feel any killing intent from your Zanpakuto." Kimura Ayang seemed shocked by what Yamamoto Genryuzai just said. "If this is truly all you got, then this farce is as good as over. I'm really disappointed." An even more powerful spiritual pressure burst out of Yamamoto Genryuzai, and a compressed air blade was hurled straight at Kimura Ayang, almost cutting off his ear, and a few strands of his hair fell because of the compressed air blade that destroyed the floor in its path. Kimura Ayang's pupils dilated. "This is bare-naked killing intent." Kimura Ayang looked toward Yamamoto Genryuzai once again, and the look on his eyes gradually changed. "That was just a warning just now, kid. If you don't want to die, come at me like your life depends on it. I'm tired of this farce. I didn't remember teaching you to show mercy on the battlefield. I'm sure Kimura Kazuya also taught you never to hesitate in the middle of a fight. I'm sure that man told you to cut down your opponent the moment you drew your sword." Kimura Ayang slowly stood up and straightened his back. His spiritual pressure was steadily rising, and the dot in his eyes disappeared as he looked at Yamamoto Genryuzai. "Although I was surprised by your words and determined to kill you at all costs at first, after actually taking you on, I noticed something's off. You forbade anyone from coming here, including Captain. That order itself is very suspicious. As the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' Captain Commander, I can't think of any reason why you'd go that far. I notice even more strange things after the fight. You said that you couldn't feel any killing intent from my sword, but I can return those exact words to you. There are too many things that bother me. About Kimura Kazuya, about you, about me. Thinking and worrying about stuff has never been my forte. It's too much of a hassle. I thought you would eventually tell me, so I didn't plan to take things this far. But from the looks of it, you don't have any intention to explain and insist on fighting me alone. In that case, Hakurisa, dispel." After dispelling Hakurisa, a much heavier spiritual pressure burst out from Kimura Ayang. After a year of learning under Captain Commander, Kimura Ayang was incomparably stronger than during his fight with Watanabe Kiryu. "Come on, then. I'm counting on you to give me a satisfactory answer after the fight." This time, Yamamoto Genryuzai didn't even bother concealing his awe as he felt the pure spiritual pressure bursting out of Kimura Ayang. Hanjutsu Kimura Ayang's movement was almost impossible to capture, yet suddenly, a semicircular compressed air blade streaked toward Yamamoto Genryuzai. Even the composed Yamamoto Genryuzai couldn't help but raise one of his eyebrows the moment he saw Kimura Ayang's super-fast slashing technique. Nadagiri Yamamoto Genryuzai raised his Zanpakuto that was covered by flames and hit Kimura Ayang's compressed air blade with one swift slash. The collision between their spiritual pressure whacked the entire room. A good attack. Both its speed and strength are impeccable. So that's a move you develop on your own. Yamamoto Genryuzai didn't even hesitate to express his admiration. "Yeah, pretty flashy, isn't it? You impertinent kid." Those were the only words that came out of Yamamoto Genryuzai before his posture slightly changed. Kimura Ayang observed Yamamoto Genryuzai's movement closely. However, he was still too late to react as Yamamoto Genryuzai was already ducking right in front of him and swung up his Zanpakuto. Kimura Ayang immediately sidestepped and the tip of Yamamoto Genryuzai's Zanpakuto almost cut Kimura Ayang's eyebrow, and the scorching flame on Yamamoto Genryuzai's Zanpakuto almost grazed Kimura Ayang's cheek. Kimura Ayang could even smell something burnt from his eyebrow. Kimura Ayang used Shion's power on his feet to enhance his speed and immediately made some distance from Yamamoto Genryuzai. That was a close one. Kimura Ayang stroked his chest and sighed in relief. Was it? When Kimura Ayang heard the voice was coming right from behind, his eyes widened. He was completely too late to react and was sent flying by the strong impact that hit his back. Luckily, he managed to fix his posture as he fell to the ground, and even then he still had a hard time breathing after the impact. He felt as if all of his bones are broken. Thankfully he was used to Yamamoto Genryuzai's punch. Otherwise, he would have died by now. Kimura Ayang couldn't help but sigh in relief that he was still alive. "I don't know if you are naive or stupid. You wield a sword with one hand yet do nothing with the other. Even though Yamamoto Genryu's tone was no different than usual, it was clear that he was being sarcastic right now. How are you so sure I didn't do anything? Kimura Ayang said with a smirk on his face. Huh? Yamamoto Genryu's was startled by Kimura Ayang's response, and as soon as he was about to lift his foot, he saw several translucent chains on the ground were binding his legs. With a glance at his eyes, Yamamoto Genryu's said, Oh, I've never seen you use that Kido before, but what are you planning to do with merely a Bakudo of this level? Merely this level? Are you sure about that? Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Bakudo number 75, penetration of 5 iron pillar. Bakudo number 79, 9 sunbind. Kimura Ayang instantly used 3 high-level Bakudos to restrict Yamamoto Genryu's movement. Excellent Bakudo, but you should have known that this level of Bakudo won't be able to stop me, right? Are you trying to kill me with Kido alone? Despite being bound by 3 Bakudo, Yamamoto Genryu's did not even panic. He even had time to comment on Kimura Ayang's tactics. You really are naive if you think you can defeat me with Kido. I never think I can stop you with those Bakudo from the beginning, nor did I plan to defeat you with Kido alone. I simply wanted to test out the Kido I just learned. Yamamoto Genryu's was baffled. The kid in front of him actually used him as a test subject. Yamamoto Genryu's was furious and his spiritual pressure was steadily rising, weakening the Bakudo that Kimura Ayang used on him earlier. Limit of the Thousand's hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. As soon as Yamamoto Genryu's heard the words Kimura Ayang was chanting, he didn't seem as composed as earlier anymore. It was a Hado number 90, Black Coffin. Even Yamamoto Genryu's wouldn't escape unscathed if he took it head-on. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, Disease Treasure, Great Wheel, Grey Fortress Tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. Hado number 91, 1000-hand incandescent heaven killing spear. Right before Yamamoto Genryu's could completely break free from Kimura Ayang's Bakudo, he realized the chanting was over. Chapter 55, The End. Hado number 91, 1000-hand incandescent heaven killing spear. As Kimura Ayang spelled out the Kido's name, Yamamoto Genryu's brows were even more furrowed. Even he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if he took a Hado number 90, Black Coffin. Head on. As Kimura Ayang finished his chanting, several bright red spheres emerged around him, however. The bright red spheres gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared. Kimura Ayang clicked his tongue as he realized his attempt to use a high-level Hado failed, even though he had a feeling that it'd be the case since he never practiced that Hado at all. Even though he didn't show it, Yamamoto Genryu's was actually relieved. Had he took that Hado head-on, he would sustain a considerable amount of damage. After subconsciously sighing in relief, Yamamoto Genryu's was suddenly taken over by anger. To think that the kid in front of him used a captain commander like him as a test subject was simply insulting. Boom bang. A pillar of flame suddenly burst out from Yamamoto Genryu's destroying Kimura Ayang's Bakudo and blowing the ceiling away in the process. My, oh my. All captains in front of the 1st Division's barracks spontaneously looked up as they saw the flame pillar. It's really hot. To think that it has gone this far. Shun Sakuraku said after one glance at the flame pillar. It's gonna be alright. Retsuo Hana gently comforted after seeing Hikai Funkiryo, who clearly seemed even more anxious. But even though Retsuo Hana tried to comfort Retsuo Hana just now, after pondering for a moment, she added. No matter what the result of this battle, you may have to pick a new lieutenant. To think that he can come this far against Captain Commander. Is he really a lieutenant? Someone of this caliber should be able to serve as a captain, or else. Retsuo Hana didn't say what was on her mind out loud when she saw the look on Hikai Funkiryo's face. Perhaps Hikai Funkiryo herself already knew about this, but she subconsciously kept that thought away. Retsuo Hana then shifted her gaze toward where the fight took place and seemed to fall in deep thought. Meanwhile, Kimura Ayang fell to the ground weakly. His upper half clothes were completely burned by the Yamamoto Genryu's scorching flame, and the Zanpakuto in his hand had already returned to its sealed shape. Yamamoto Genryu's himself has long lost the composed look he had at the beginning. His clothes were tattered, but the most worrying thing was his beard. The long white beard that Yamamoto Genryu's cherished every day was cut by Kimura Ayang. The beard that he plaited regularly was now on the ground. Yamamoto Genryu's heart ached as he looked at his scattered beard on the ground. He then shifted his gaze towards Kimura Ayang, and there was a trace of exasperation in his eyes. He was determined to teach Kimura Ayang a lesson for cutting off his beard. Now, old man Yama. Kimura Ayang closed his eyes, and his tone was different than before. Is the old man Kimura Kazuya really dead? Instead of answering Kimura Ayang's question right away, Yamamoto Genryu's slowly sheathed his Zanpakuto and turned around with his back facing Kimura Ayang. It was as if his mind wandered somewhere else. Yeah. It was as if every ounce of his strength left his body as soon as Kimura Ayang heard Yamamoto Genryu's answer. Don't you have anything else to say? Kimura Ayang suddenly asked, but his tone was so dull this time. Yamamoto Genryu's was silent for a moment before answering Kimura Ayang's question, and he sounded completely different than usual. Kimura Kazuya is Chojiro's best friend. Just like Chojiro, he was once my right hand. Yamamoto Genryu's said briefly. Yamamoto Genryu's didn't say much, and Kimura Ayang didn't delve any further, just lying there in silence. Kimura Kazuya passed away in peace. He didn't have any regrets, and even if he had, it's you. Yamamoto Genryu's suddenly said after a moment of silence. Hearing what Yamamoto Genryu's said, Kimura Ayang could feel something coming out from the corners of his eyes and suddenly covered his face with his hand. Kimura Ayang then said with a sobbing voice, "Can you leave me alone for a moment?" Yamamoto Genryu's then left without saying a word, leaving Kimura Ayang alone in the ruin that was left due to the aftermath of their battle. The moonlight shone on Kimura Ayang's body, making it even clearer how sad Kimura Ayang was. Captain Commander. One of the 1st Division members immediately saluted Yamamoto Genryu's the moment he saw him came out of the captain's office. No one is allowed to go past this point without my permission. Yamamoto Genryu's ordered. Understood. Yamamoto Genryu's then kept walking after giving an order. After all, the captains were waiting for him up ahead, and he had to calm them down before things went out of hand. Oh, old man Yama is here. Captain Commander. Everyone immediately saluted as soon as they saw Yamamoto Genryu's coming. Although they didn't show it on their face, they were actually quite surprised. Captain Commander's clothes were tattered and had several holes. If that wasn't surprising enough, Captain Commander's beard definitely sealed the deal. As far as they remembered, Yamamoto Genryu's has always cherished his beard as if it was his life itself, and that very beard was now really short, and not a trace of dignity was exuded from it anymore. Noticing the surprised look in everyone's eyes, the anger that Yamamoto Genryu's kept hidden earlier almost burst out once again. Kimura Ayang actually managed to embarrass him in front of everyone. However, Yamamoto Genryu's did not show his frustration on his face. After looking at every captain in front of him, Yamamoto Genryu's said, "It's nothing serious, just a little brawl, that's all. Now, return to your respective division and resume your duty." Just a little brawl. Of course, such an answer would raise a question among the captains in front of him. Would a little brawl cause this much damage? However, since the captain commander himself said so, there was no need to escalate this matter, so all captains just nodded slightly and left. Captain Commander, after almost all captains left, and only a few of them remained there, Hikai Funkiryo couldn't help but ask. Lieutenant Kimura he. Yamamoto Genryu's glanced at Hikai Funkiryo. He has his hands full right now. He will be staying in the 1st Division tonight and may return to his division tomorrow. Yamamoto Genryu's turned around and left, leaving only those words. It's fine. Since old man Yama said it himself, there should be no need to worry. Just wait for your lieutenant's return tomorrow. Shun Sakuraku couldn't help but comfort Hikai Funkiryo when he saw the look on her face. You know, believing in your men is part of being a captain. Yes, Kiraku is right, Hikai Fun, don't worry about it. Yukitake Joshiro also tried to ease Hikai Funkiryo's mind. With both Shun Sakuraku and Yukitake Joshiro convincing her, followed by Retsuano Hana's gentle eyes, Hikai Funkiryo was a little bit relieved. If you guys say so, then there's no choice but to go back and wait patiently. Chapter 56, Back to Rukongai District. That's early in the morning. One of the 12th Division members who happened to be on cleaning duty saw someone approaching in the distance. That person looks like Lieutenant, but why does Lieutenant return this late? After all, everyone in the 12th Division knew that their lieutenant has always obeyed the curfew, and spending the night outside has never happened before. While this particular division member was still pondering whether it was his lieutenant or not, the person he saw earlier has already entered the gate. You. Ah. Lieutenant. How do you? The member was startled and looked at Maayang as if he just saw a ghost. Maayang's clothes were tattered, and he was a complete mess, different from usual. Maayang seemed to come back to his senses once he heard the division member's voice. He immediately wiped his head and clothes. He just realized that he walked all the way here from the 1st Division dressing as he was last night, and he clearly regretted it. At the very least, there shouldn't be that many people around this hour. Don't mention this to anyone else. Otherwise. Miang got in front of his division member's face and said in a threatening tone. Yes, seeing Miang's threatening look, the division member nodded almost instantly. He was truly unfortunate as he was just a new recruit, who happened to be on cleaning duty, and now he was threatened by Lieutenant. Miang was relieved when he saw the division member in front of him nodded without hesitation. After thoroughly checking his surroundings to make sure no one else saw him coming, Miang immediately activated flash steps and hurried to his room. You're finally back, little Yan Yang. As soon as he was about to open the door, a voice startled Miang. Garyo-san. Have you been waiting for me? I know you're the only one for me. The voice coming from behind him made Miang's body completely stiff. He slowly turned around and flattered Hikaifuun Garyo, hoping to defuse this situation. Hikaifuun Garyo just looked at Miang without saying a word, and her eyes looked very serious. Seeing Hikaifuun Garyo looked completely serious, the smile on Miang's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. Is everything sorted out? After a brief silence, Hikaifuun Garyo suddenly asked a question. Almost. Got it all figured out? Almost. Hikaifuun Garyo and Miang were looking at each other. Is there anything else you want to say? Hikaifuun Garyo suddenly turned her gaze away, and her thought drifted away. Miang was taken aback by Hikaifuun Garyo's question and then said apologetically after a brief pause. I may have to take a few days off, Garyo-san. I see. Hikaifuun Garyo nodded slightly and turned around. If something is bothering you, don't keep it to yourself. I'm sure you'll feel better if you share it with us. Miang froze for a moment and did not answer. After a brief pause, Hikaifuun Garyo added, be sure to check on Hori. She didn't sleep a wink yesterday worrying about you. Those were the last words Hikaifuun Garyo said before she disappeared with flash steps. Hori. As Miang pondered over what Hikaifuun Garyo said, the image of Hori with her snaggletooth popped out in his mind. Although it was a little funny that Hori was worried about him, Miang felt warm and fuzzy inside. He realized that he was not alone anymore. There were many people who cared about him now. As Miang arrived in front of Hori's room, he peeked through the window and found Hori was asleep on the table. This scene once again filled Miang's heart with warmth. Shortly after, Miang returned to his room to change his clothes. His eyes wandered to the north, District 79 Kusajishi District, North Rukongai. That was where he lived his life and gradually built his strength until he met Kimura Kazuya. Miang was overwhelmed by emotions as he recalled the memories that he went through during his time there. Right after walking out of his room, Miang used flash steps, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived at Kusajishi District. Miang's eyes were full of emotions. Kusajishi District was the same as always, and so were the people. Everyone was in despair and lived their lives without a clear purpose as if they were dead. Miang casually strolled around Kusajishi District, and his Hueco, in particular, really stood out. It was no secret that those who lived in lower-numbered district despised Shinigami, so even though most people on the street were like living corpses, they still glared at Miang. Miang didn't even consider them a threat even before he became a Shinigami, so he just kept walking. Boss, a Shinigami shows up. A fierce-looking guy suddenly said as soon as he walked into a spacious and dark room. Shinigami? A Shinigami has the gall to show up in our territory? What business does that bastard have here? Boss, let's gang up on him. Things got rowdy as soon as the fierce-looking man made his report. There might be hundreds of thugs in that room. Seeing his men got all excited by this news, the boss, who sat in the middle of these thugs, stood up and said, a mere Shinigami dares to step foot in our territory. Let's see what kind of idiot he is. Hundreds of these thugs marched towards where Miang was. Everyone on the street who saw these thugs immediately cowered on the corner as they wanted nothing to do with them. So that's our guy. The boss knew even from the distance that Miang was the Shinigami that his men told as his Hueco really stood out. Humphrey, a mere Shinigami has the gall to come here all by himself. The boss got carried away when he saw Miang was alone. He raised his hand, ready to give the sign for his men to finish off this stupid Shinigami. He got excited because he'd become more famous if he succeeded, and more people would serve under him, making him the most formidable force in Rukongai. Seeing their boss raised his hand, the thugs were so eager to show what they got. After all, the opportunity to kill a Shinigami didn't come that often. However, as the boss was about to swing his arm down, it was stopped midair. He turned to the side and found that it was his partner's doing, his partner who has been with him for 20 years. What's wrong, Yoshikawa? That Shinigami is awfully familiar. The guy named Yoshikawa trembled. It has been so long since the boss saw his partner this scared. Not only the look on his face, but even his voice was also shaking. That person? Who? Swordsman of Kusajishi. Chapter 57, Kimura and Kido. Swordsman of Kusajishi. Hearing the name that came out of Yoshikawa's mouth, the boss shivered despite the sun was still high in the sky. The swordsman of Kusajishi who slaughtered more than 100 people all by himself? Although that was such a long time ago, and he was just a small-time thug back then, the image of the swordsman who made everyone tremble was still deeply etched in his mind. The boss rubbed his eyes and thoroughly looked at Maayang to make sure. Although Maayang was wearing a Shiakusho, the boss had no doubt that the man he was looking at was the swordsman of Kusajishi. After confirming that the man he was looking at was truly the swordsman of Kusajishi, the boss's legs were shaking. How couldn't he? The man was a cold-blooded killer who effortlessly killed 100 men. The boss blamed his luck for encountering this cold-blooded killer. Not to mention that his men still seemed so eager to show their boss what they got. When the boss saw Maayang seem to have noticed the big crowds, he immediately turned around, trying to calm his men down and, if possible, change their minds. What are you planning to do? Before the boss could stop his men, he heard a faint voice asking him a question. Maayang was already right in front of the boss before he could do anything, and this obviously surprised him. Had the man behind him planned to kill him, he would have died by now. The boss shuddered the moment he realized that. The boss was racking his brain to find a way out as he turned around awkwardly. Killing a despicable Shinigami like you, of course. A mere Shinigami dares to step foot to our Kusajishi district. Who do you think you are? One of his men already ran his mouth off before he could stop him. This thug immediately said to his boss. What are you waiting for, boss? Let's beat the crap out of this Shinigami. It was as if every ounce of strength in the boss's body left him. He'd be beaten to death now because his men couldn't read the atmosphere. Oh? Are you, now? Maayang asked with a weird expression on his face. The boss immediately turned around and punched his men earlier in the face after sensing the sheer pressure coming from Maayang's question. He then stared at all of his men with intimidating eyes to prevent them from repeating the same mistake. After the boss showed asserted his dominance and silenced all of his men, he turned around and bowed respectfully to Maayang. Welcome back to Kusajishi district, sir. Maayang's eyes slightly widened as he realized the man in front of him was quite a sharp guy. You know me? Of course, swordsman of Kusajishi. There's no way I'd forget your heroic feats even after you leave Kusajishi district, sir. Maayang almost couldn't contain his laughter. Sir? Heroic feat? Since when did he become such a respectable man? Maayang started to take a liking to the man in front of him. It wasn't so bad to be praised once in a while, after all. Then, a certain thought suddenly crossed Maayang's mind. What's your name? Maayang asked out of the blood. Aoki. Even though Aoki was stunned at first, he immediately replied. Aoki, let me tell you something good. Aoki bowed until Maayang completely disappeared before raising his head back up. He then turned towards his partner, Yoshikawa, who was standing beside him. Both of them looked at each other with a relieved expression on their faces. Apparently, they barely managed to stay alive yet again. Maayang smiled as he thought that both Aoki and Yoshikawa were quite interesting. He took his time walking back to his old house as he looked forward to the time where Aoki and Yoshikawa brought him some surprise in the future. When Maayang saw a big tree, he stopped as he recalled the memories within him as that was where he used to practice sword art. Maayang stroked the gashes on the tree, which was the aftermath of his training with Kimura Kazuya. As Maayang let go of his hand, his eyes drifted to the distance where a small wooden house was located, and his eyes got teary right away. It only took a few seconds for him to arrive in front of the wooden house, and he was immediately overcome by emotion. Even though he knew there was no one inside, he still imagined that a foul-mouthed old man would suddenly open the door and cursed at him while smiling. As he reached out to the door, he could feel his hands trembling as if he'd lose something forever once he opened that door. It was just a run-down wooden door, but it was as if it weighed 100 pounds for Maayang. Realizing he just couldn't muster the courage to open the door, Maayang put down his hands, closed his eyes, and took a few deep breaths. Only then did he reach out again to the door. As the wooden door opened, a cloud of dust welcomed Maayang. According to Yamamoto Genryuzi, it hasn't been that long since Kimura Kazuya passed away. However, it was clear that this house has been uninhabited for so long from the sheer amount of dust on the table, which was questionable for Maayang. Maayang then walked towards Kimura Kazuya's room, still feeling off about this whole situation. Bong. The moment he walked into Kimura Kazuya's room, Maayang suddenly felt something invisible was blocking him. This is... Maayang was astonished when he saw a transparent force blocking the door. From the looks of it, it seemed to be some form of Kido, and based on the spiritual pressure, he was convinced that it was Kimura Kazuya's doing, which surprised him because the old man told him he couldn't use Kido at all. Maayang couldn't even sense the spiritual pressure from the Kido whatsoever until running into it, so it was most likely a Kido that Kimura Kazuya developed himself. Ayang was upset when he realized that Kimura Kazuya lied about not being able to use Kido to him, even though he was also a little less sad because that was just like Kimura Kazuya to annoy him. Ayang tried to touch the wall made of Kido in front of him and sighed as he found that Kido was a complex one, maybe even rivaled the number 90's Kido. When he realized this fact, Ayang felt even more upset as obviously, Kimura Kazuya must have been so proficient at Kido to be able to use one of this caliber, yet he claimed that he couldn't use Kido whatsoever. Having said that, nullifying this Kido was the real task as he couldn't do it all by himself. Ayang tried to pour his own spiritual pressure to check what was so special about this Kido, and when he did, the invisible wall in front of him suddenly glowed. Ayang was startled by this response and immediately took a few steps back. Who knew what kind of strange effect that Kido might have? It was Kimura Kazuya's doing after all, and there was no telling what he might do. After glowing in blinding light, the wall of light in front of him evaporated like snow, revealing the room behind it. As the Kido disappeared, Ayang felt gloomy for a while. Ayang couldn't help but feel guilty when he saw what was behind the door and subconsciously put his right hand on his Zanpato's hilt. Chapter 58, Real Name Captain Commander, why did you tell him about Kazuya's death after all this time? Chojiro Sasaki asked Yamamoto Genryuzai as he found it odd, and why did you say those words back then? Yamamoto Genryuzai, who stood at the balcony, then answered with his eyes were still partially closed slits, I simply believe that is the appropriate time and thing to do. Yamamoto Genryuzai slightly opened his eyes and added. You should be aware that Ayang is ready to become a captain in terms of talent and skill. However, he lacks the most important thing one must have to be a captain. He always behaves like an immature child. Although he has gradually matured this year, he still lacks a sense of responsibility. I believe this is the best time to inform him about Kimura Kazuya's death. Chojiro, you yourself should already know that losing something and maturing go hand in hand. It feels like you have matured all of a sudden. Shion said in surprise when he saw Ayang was standing in front of him. Ayang was like a completely different person compared to the last time Shion met him, so it couldn't be helped if he said such a thing. Even more so because Zanpakuto was a reflection of a Shinigami's soul, and Shion himself was surprised by Ayang's sudden change. Is that so? Ayang indifferently said as he sat down on the floor and looked around curiously as if this was his first time coming to his own inner world. How did you? Shion just couldn't think of any words to describe the current state Ayang was in. Ayang, who came to his inner world by his own will, did not only look like a completely different person but also showed curiosity to every little detail here, which completely baffled Shion. Did I change that much, though? Ayang turned his face to look at Shion. The expression on his face was very calm, not as calm as himself. A simple change would be an understatement. I would have mistaken you for someone else hadn't I know that no one else can enter this place. Shion said exaggeratedly. Aren't you tired of standing like that or what? Have a seat, and let's talk. Ayang gestured for Shion to sit down. Shion immediately sat down as he was still confused by Ayang's change. He didn't realize that Ayang completely took the lead here until it was too late, even though it was him who usually led Ayang by the nose. The moment he realized this fact, Shion wondered just what brought about this drastic change in Ayang. Someone else? Ayang smiled when he heard Shion's response. I think this is the real me. Ayang sounded as if he had seen through everything. Shion was stunned and silent for a moment. Then there was this inexplicable expression on his face. Sure enough, a man matures after they lost something. A hint of sadness and loneliness clouded Ayang's eyes for a moment before he brushed it away. Ayang then asked with subtle eyes, so, what are you exactly? Shion couldn't hide his astonishment when Ayang asked such a question. Only after a while did he manage to regain his composure, and once he did, a smile emerged from his face. You really have grown. Even though he was surprised a second ago, Shion sounded satisfied. So you've figured it out, huh? I thought it would take a while before you figure it out. I was even considering the perfect time to give you some sort of hint. Just what the hell did Kimura Kazuya leave you to cause such a drastic change? Shion's tone was clearly different than usual. This time, he no longer sounded condescending. That old man? Ayang suddenly recalled what he saw in Kimura Kazuya's house and seemed devastated but only for a moment, but a warm and fuzzy emotion started flowing in at the same time, healing his sadness. Nothing, just an elderly nagging, that's all. Seeing Ayang didn't seem to be willing to discuss it, Shion knew that he shouldn't delve any further as Ayang wouldn't give him any decent answer anyway, even if he asked more questions. Besides, we're talking about you here. Ayang looked at Shion right in the eyes. I believe you owe me an explanation, no? I'm sure you already feel it yourself, right? Shion also looked straight at Ayang and answered his question with another question. Xian now returned to his condescending self as he opened his folded fan at hand. You should have realized my true power by now. Knowing Xian's personality, Ma Yang realized that he had no intention of telling him once he got like this. He was sure that Xian would just tease and look down on him again if he asked him. Even though Xian sounded less annoying earlier, Ma Yang knew that he'd be a fool if he believed that Xian has changed. Ma Yang closed his eyes and became one with the surrounding. He realized that he'd be able to find out what Xian's true power was since this was his own inner world. Ma Yang still remembered the time when he asked for his Zanpakuto's name, and the man in front of him said, "Just call me Xian for the time being." Back then, the man also said that he wasn't strong enough even to learn Shikai. If that was really the case, he should be able to figure out his Zanpakuto's power at his current state. As Ma Yang concentrated, he could feel and find out everything in this world. He could feel the meadow full of flowers, the faint floral fragrance in the air, the breeze, and feel how that world was brimming with life. Although lightning represented destruction, it also represented creation at the same time. Then again, the lightning from his Zanpakuto was more of a supporting category instead of offensive, as it didn't really pack any destructive power. With that in mind, Ma Yang came to the conclusion that the lightning from his Zanpakuto fell into the category of creation, but there must be more to it. So what exactly was its true ability? Realizing that he couldn't come up with anything, Ma Yang opened his eyes and saw Xian was sitting in front of him, still with a smug on his face. He was torn between swallowing his pride and asking Xian or thinking even harder, and he didn't like either of the choices. Ma Yang finally gave in and decided to ask Xian directly, but as he saw Xian waving his folded fan with a smug look on his face, he was so tempted to beat him up. Is he waving that fan even in this weather? Wait, fan? As Ma Yang saw the fan was swung and how Xian's clothes fluttered, the weird vibe he got from Xian was finally cleared up. It became even clearer as Ma Yang recalled Xian's personality. He has always suspected it before, but he did believe that Xian had that windy air about him. After all this speculation, Ma Yang also realized that lightning didn't reflect Xian's behavior whatsoever. It's wind, right? Ma Yang said confidently, and he knew that he hit the mark when he saw the slight surprise in Xian's eyes. It seems that I've truly underestimated you. Xian looked at Ma Yang with mixed feelings. I thought I always remind myself not to underestimate you, but it seems that I did in the end. You've actually made it this far in just a few years. Now, listen carefully, my true name is... Chapter 59, Rojuro Atrabashi Shino Academy. The academy that raised so many talented Shinigamis. Almost all of the current 13 Division of Imperial Guards graduated from this academy. Ma Yang had mixed feelings when he returned to step foot into this place again. His school life was so fleeting because he was too talented for his own good. Graduating in less than a year, of course he barely got to know any classmate, and now he didn't even know any familiar face in 13 Division of Imperial Guards aside from the usual gang he hung out with. Well, it wasn't like he didn't have any friends whatsoever as Aranmaru Shishin's face popped up in his mind. However, that guy was now standing in a classroom, teaching the class even though Ma Yang believed Aranmaru Shishin could become a skilled Shinigami in the future with his talent. Seeing Aranmaru Shishin's genuine smile, Ma Yang sighed helplessly. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to persuade Aranmaru Shishin to return to 13 Division of Imperial Guards because Captain Kuruyashiki's death was clearly too hard for him to accept. He just couldn't bring himself to bring this up when he saw Aranmaru Shishin seemed to be enjoying his time teaching the students. Now that he could finally mend the wound in his heart, there was no need to bring up such a topic. Ding-ling-ling as the bell rang, Ma Yang noticed that Aranmaru Shishin hasn't dismissed the class and still talked to his students, but he couldn't hear a word as he was too far. Ma Yang still remembered when Aranmaru Shishin often complained about their teacher that kept nagging, but how the tables have turned. Now Aranmaru Shishin has become that annoying teacher himself. Look, there's a Shinigami. You're right. Why does he come all the way here? Ma Yang wasn't bothered at all, even when the students talked about him as they came out of the classroom. He didn't care that much about some strangers, even when he was still a student in this school a few years ago. Since the students have left the classroom, he decided to come in. Although he just wanted to take a quick look at his former academy on his way back to the headquarters, he figured that might as well come in. Otherwise, Aranmaru Shishin might give him an earful later. You are Kimura Ma Yang. Ma Yang seemed a bit troubled when he saw the girl in front of him blushing. She did seem familiar, but Ma Yang couldn't say he was least being stopped in the middle of his business like this. Noticing Ma Yang didn't seem too pleased, the girl waved her hand frantically and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop you. Noticing the person in front of him felt bad for stopping him, Ma Yang felt a little sorry. He looked at the girl intently for a moment and then said hesitantly, Suzuki Kusu? The girl named Suzuki Kusu immediately raised her head and looked at Ma-yang with her big round eyes the moment Ma-yang mentioned her name and said, "You still remember me?" Ma-yang felt bad for the girl because she almost shed tears just because he remembered her name. Those who didn't know might think that Ma-yang was bullying this girl. Of course, we used to be classmates after all. Ma-yang felt weird when he said the word classmate. He didn't even remember in which class did he meet this girl. He only remembered her name because she was timid and cute. Ma-yang noticed from a glance that she was wearing a red uniform, meaning she has not graduated yet. I am still a 5th grade student, and it will take more than a year before I graduate. I'm not as talented as Kimura-san, after all. Suzuki seemed to notice Ma-yang's gaze and immediately looked away with a flushed face, which was really cute. No, I still have a lot to learn. Even Ma-yang was a little taken aback when this girl complimented him. Ma-yang was surprised because this girl noticed his gaze. Kimura, what are you doing just standing by the door? Why don't you come in? When Ranmaru Shishin saw Ma-yang and Suzuki Kusu were standing opposite the door, he immediately grinned and teased Ma-yang, so that's how it is. It's alright, just take your time. It's not like I'm in a hurry anyway. Ma-yang saw Suzuki Kusu blushed even more after Ranmaru Shishin teased him. Kimura-san, if you'll excuse me, goodbye. Suzuki Kusu immediately ran off after concluded her farewell in a hurry. Ma-yang just turned around and sighed as he stared frustratedly at Ranmaru Shishin, who was standing by the door with a smirk on his face and said, "See that? That's on you. Are you angry because I got in your way?" Ranmaru Shishin raised his eyebrows with a smug on his face. "Wait a minute, so you come to the academy to hit on our students? You animal." As if. Ma-yang was at a loss for words because Ranmaru Shishin was way off. "She was my former classmate, you know." Classmate. Ranmaru Shishin didn't buy Ma-yang's answer. It couldn't be helped as Ma-yang was a lieutenant and the girl he claimed to be his classmates was still in the 5th grade. Yeah, right. The two of them walked back to Ranmaru Shishin's classroom while exchanging banter. As soon as Ma-yang entered the classroom, he saw there was a student left. "I thought the class is over. Who is this kid?" Ma-yang demanded an answer from Ranmaru Shishin when he saw there was a student who hasn't left the classroom. Ma-yang noticed that this student was sort of familiar. His hair was yellow, with a perpetually bored expression on his face. He seemed foppish and had a disinterested air around him. Ma-yang was wondering what the relationship between these two was. "Atrabashi Rojiro, this is my student," Ranmaru Shishin said as he patted the young man's shoulder. Although he's just a 1st grade student who has just enrolled in the academy recently, he is very talented. Then, after glancing briefly at Ma-yang, Ranmaru Shishin added, "Of course, he's not as talented as you." Only after hearing the young man's name was Ma-yang convinced. No wonder this young man seemed kind of familiar. Ma-yang was wondering why he was not with the other visored, and it turned out that he was still a 1st grade student. "Yeah, I also think this kid is quite promising," Ma-yang said as he looked at the blonde youngster in front of him. "Really?" Ranmaru Shishin looked at Ma-yang suspiciously. "You don't know him, nor have you seen what he is capable of. How do you know he is a genius? Your words carry no weight here. Believe it or not, it's intuition. Like hell." It couldn't be helped if Ranmaru Shishin didn't believe him, but whatever he said, this young man would become a captain in the future. Ma-yang straight out ignored Ranmaru Shishin and patted Atrabashi Rojiro's shoulder. "Believe in yourself. Do your best, and you'll definitely achieve great things in the future." Chapter 60, 1 year period after Ma-yang left, Ranmaru Shishin turned at Atrabashi Rojiro and recalled what Ma-yang said earlier. From his tone, Ranmaru Shishin realized that Ma-yang didn't seem to be joking, and since Ma-yang said it himself, this student of his might be truly exceptional. He was excited when knowing that his student might become a captain one day. "You heard that, Rose? Work hard and live up to our expectations." Ranmaru Shishin patted Atrabashi Rojiro's shoulders with a solemn expression, which made Rose feel unnecessary pressure. Atrabashi Rojiro himself wondered whether he really was as talented as the Shinigami earlier said. He didn't know who that Shinigami was at first, but he managed to figure it out during their brief exchange. Kimura Ma-yang. A well-known name in Shino Academy. He was the living legend who graduated in less than 1 year and immediately joined 13th Division of Imperial Guards as the 12th Division's lieutenant immediately after graduation, a feat that was merely a dream for most people. Some people even considered becoming a lieutenant was their lifelong goal, yet Ma-yang achieved that right after graduation. Everyone believed that it was only a matter of time before he became a captain. And that living legend praised his potential. Rose clenched his fist and psyched himself up. If such an amazing person said it himself, he must be able to rise to the top as long as he worked hard. Bang. Ouch. What the hell, Hori? Ma-yang held his nose in pain and glared at Hori. Humphrey. Hori put down the tray in her hand and gave Ma-yang a disgruntled look. If you still have the gall to disappear without letting us know and pretend like you're innocent, then you deserve that one. Hey, isn't that going too far? I'm just away for a few days. Besides, I already told Kiryu-san, and you were sleeping. Ma-yang tried to explain after seeing Hori was clearly annoyed. But you sure have gotten cheeky during the last few days I'm not here, huh, Hori? Hori was slightly frightened this time when she noticed Ma-yang was at his limit, and then she turned her gaze away with folded hands like a typical tsundere and said, Humphrey, it's not just me. Everyone said they would teach you a lesson for not telling us a word. Everyone. Hueco and everyone else's smiling face popped up in his mind. Wipe that grin off your face, idiot Kimura. It's disgusting. Several veins on Ma-yang's forehead bulged. Why, you little. Your smile is just so creepy that I can't help myself. Don't tell me you're having any indecent thoughts about Lisa. Hori suddenly pointed at Ma-yang with a disgusted look on her face while taking several steps back. Bang. Ma-yang immediately smacked Hori on the head and then said as he watched Hori seemed annoyed while covering her head, just what the hell are you thinking in that little head of yours? You little. Why did you hit me on the head? What are you gonna do if I don't get any taller? And don't treat me like a kid. Ma-yang then went straight to the captain's office, ignoring Hori, who was glaring at him. Knock knock knock. Come in. After observing Ma-yang from top to bottom, Hueco nodded in satisfaction. It seems that everything is sorted out. Yeah. That's good. Seeing the doubt in Ma-yang's eyes finally cleared up, Hueco got a little bit emotional. It seems that you have matured a lot in the last few days. It can't be helped. Some things just force us to mature as soon as possible. Ma-yang's tone was also somewhat emotional. Hori looked back and forth between Ma-yang and Hueco without a clue of what they were talking about, which obviously irritated her. With this, my lieutenant can work peacefully. Hueco said teasingly. Hearing Hueco's words, Ma-yang had this complicated look on his face, as if he had something to say but couldn't bring himself to say it. Don't tell me you still have another business. Hueco had a bad feeling when she saw the complicated look on Ma-yang's face. It's more of Captain Commander rather than me, actually. Ma-yang immediately explained when he noticed Hueco seemed worried. Captain Commander? Hueco asked with a frown on her face. Captain Commander entrusted you with a task? Now, you shouldn't use Captain Commander's name as an excuse. Even if Captain Commander does have a particular task to be carried out, he will leave it to the captains, not a lieutenant. What? I'm not stupid enough to use Captain Commander's name as an excuse, Kiryu-san. Ma-yang immediately explained. Besides, there's no way I'd lie to you, Kiryu-san. Captain Commander did leave me with a task. From Ma-yang's tone, Hueco believed that Ma-yang wasn't lying and reluctantly asked. Do you mind telling me? If it was a confidential matter, Hueco had no right to ask, even if she was a captain. Of course not. Ma-yang glanced at Hueco, wondering whether she'd be upset if he told her. Captain Commander asked me to learn Bankai within a year. What? It was Hori who was surprised the most. Asking you to learn Bankai within a year? Isn't that too much to ask? It's only been a few years since Kimura joined our division. Bankai? Hueco was also surprised that Captain Commander actually ordered Ma-yang to do that. Within a year? Well. Yeah, Ma-yang was anxious as Hueco barely showed any reaction. He was afraid that she was upset. Isn't Captain Commander being rash here? Only a year? However, it was also a fact that the 5th Division, 7th Division, and 10th Division had no captain now. And even though the 11th Division's lieutenant was promoted to captain, he wasn't really worthy of the name Kinpachi. Soul Society was really vulnerable now, so it couldn't be helped if Captain Commander was so anxious. Hueco came back to her senses after being so deep in thought. She couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Ma-yang. Even though he has matured, he hasn't grown up at all. What are you so afraid of? Hueco teased. Don't tell me you're afraid that I'd get upset. Hueco was surprised when she saw the look on Ma-yang's face. She seemed to hit the mark even though she was just teasing him. You really are such a... This is a good news. Why would I be upset? It's just that I'd feel upset if I put myself in your shoes. I thought you'd be upset since the man you recruited personally may leave after only a few years. Good grief. After hearing Ma-yang's explanation, Hueco seemed to have mixed feelings. You know, seeing your subordinate's growth is the most satisfying thing for a captain. Instead of getting upset over losing my excellent men, I should be happy for his growth. Ma-yang pretended to understand and nodded, but Hueco noticed this and said, you may find this confusing now, but you will eventually understand the responsibility and awareness as a captain. Okay, get going with your training. I'll leave the division affairs to 3rd Seat Suetaku, and it seems that I will have to pick a new lieutenant. Hikai Funkirio quickly got up and patted Maiyang's shoulder after seeing him felt responsible. It's okay, 3rd Seat Suetaku will handle the division affairs just fine. Besides, there's no need to feel responsible for this because your task is more important than some division affairs. Chapter 61, Captain of the 10th Division at Tisama, it's time. Yeah. Kuachiki Jinrai said as he turned at his son, completely devoid of any expression. Shall we go then? Keep in mind that you are the next head of the Kuachiki clan. Therefore, every course of action you take must be in line with the rules and become the example for nobles. Yes, Atasama. Kuachiki Sajun's face was as calm and expressionless. Kuachiki Jinrai nodded and headed towards the 1st Division with Kuachiki Sajun in tow. Along the way, the Shinigamis saluted them, and they responded by nodding, reflecting their noble upbringing. However, they never talked to each other as if they were complete strangers. Captain Kuachiki, Lieutenant Kuachiki. As this father and son arrived in front of the 1st Division's gate, the Shinigamis that guard the 1st Division's gate immediately saluted them and opened the gate. Captain Kuachiki, you're early. The voice stopped Kuachiki Jinrai in his track, and he showed a faint smile as he turned around. If it's not Masaaki. Why did you bring Yoruichi with you? Aren't we going to attend an induction ceremony? Kuachiki Jinrai asked as he glanced at Yoruichi, who stood behind Shioi Masaaki. Yoruichi is now the 2nd Division's lieutenant. Kuachiki Jinrai's eyes slightly widened upon hearing Shioi Masaaki's answer and then glanced towards the armband on Yoruichi's arm. I see. How Yoruichi has grown. Okay, talking here is kind of uncomfortable. Let's go in. Kuachiki Jinrai then took the lead and walked toward the assembly hall. Shioi Masaaki walked side by side with Kuachiki Sajun, slightly behind Kuachiki Jinrai. As their eyes met, Shioi Masaaki was clearly in high spirits while Kuachiki Sajun just sighed in his heart. The three of them were so occupied with themselves, while Yoruichi was following them quietly. Although the look on her face did befit that of a noble, her eyes that were constantly checking around her surrounding completely ruined that. Yo, Captain Kuachiki and Captain Shioi. Shun Sekiraku and Yukitake Joshiro, who came from the other way with their respective lieutenants in tow, smiled and greeted Kuachiki Jinrai and the rest. Captain Kiraku, Captain Yukitake, Kuachiki Jinrai returned the pleasantries indifferently. Captain Kiraku, you're quite early today. Shioi Masaaki said jokingly because Shun Sekiraku almost always showed up last at captain's meeting. Well, it can't be helped, Shun Sekiraku said as he tilted down his bamboo hat out of habit. After all, today is a big day for our little brother. I won't be able to look at him in the eye if I'm late. As they spoke, the assembly hall was already right before them. Kiraku Shunsa checked the sign that says 5.7.10.11, and 12 hanging on the wall are empty. It seems that they're not here yet, and neither is the 11th Division's captain. The look on Shunsa Kiraku's face changed slightly, and he immediately waved his hand right after. Well, it's not a good habit to talk smack about someone behind their back. Let's go in ourselves. If Hikaifun hadn't come, she must be with him. After all, is this his first time, right? Maybe they're late because something happened. Well, shall we go then, Captain Kuachiki, Captain Shioi? Kuachiki Jinrai said as he walked toward the assembly hall with his usual serene and apathetic demeanor. As soon as they were about to take a step, they heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind, which made them turn around, and that was when they saw two figures walking toward them. Speak of the devil, Yukitake Joshiro said to Shunsei with a smile before turning around and smiled to the two figure approaching them. You are the last ones, Hikaifun, Kimura. Maiyang was embarrassed. I'm sorry. This is my first time, and I lost track of time. Well, no need to apologize. You're not late, anyway. But since you are already here, let's go together. Shun Sekiraku waved his hands to Maiyang and Hikaifun Kiryu. As Maiyang and Hikaifun Kiryu got closer, Shun Sekiraku seemed to be thinking about something and said, speaking of which I haven't congratulated you yet, Kimura. Congratulations, I should be calling you Captain Kimura from now on, eh? Thank you, Captain Kiraku. You are also a captain now. Just call me Kiraku or Shunsei. Don't be so stiff. No, I'll still call you Captain Kiraku as I've always been. You really are. Shunsei Kiraku had a helpless smile on his face when he saw Maiyang smile because Maiyang took his joke seriously. Yukitake Joshiro couldn't help but chuckle when he saw that. The rest of them then walked toward the assembly hall. Maiyang stood right between Shunsei Kiraku and Hikaifun Kiryu as he waited for the assembly hall's door to open. The captains immediately straightened their backs when Yamamoto Genryu's figure entered their sight the moment the door opened. Dong. Yamamoto Genryu's slammed his cane down to the ground with slightly opened eyes, glancing at all the captains present in the assembly hall. Now that everyone is here, let's begin the captain's induction ceremony. I think all of you aware that the position of 10th Division captain has been vacant for a long time. I've always wanted to pick a new captain for the said division. 2 days ago, I summoned Lieutenant Maayang on the 12th Division captain, Hikai Funkiryo's recommendation, and conducted the captain proficiency test on the same day, with 3 other captains and myself as judges. We deemed that Lieutenant demonstrated sufficient strength and acceptable behavior, so I hereby appointed the former 12th Division Lieutenant Maayang as the new captain of the 10th Division. That'd be all. After dismissing the captain's meeting, Maayang nodded as a response to the captains that congratulated him and waited until everyone else left before looking towards Hikai Funkiryo that stood beside him. Kiryo-san. You will be a captain from now on. You have to work hard, but don't push yourself too hard. If you're lost or need any advice, I'll be at the 12th Division, welcoming you. Yeah. Okay, now greet your lieutenant. As a new captain, the first thing you had to do is familiarize yourself with your division members. Hikai Fun then returned to the 12th Division after giving Maayang a pat on the shoulder and an encouraging look. The assembly hall was finally empty aside from Maayang and a middle-aged Shinigami. Maayang walked toward him and said, I'll be counting on you from now on, Lieutenant Ida. Please just call me Ida. You will be our captain from now on, after all. I can't do that, Maayang scratched his head. You are my senpai. Thank you for your help so far in teaching me about being a lieutenant. Don't mention it. Anyone would have done the same. I hope you can continue helping me from now on. They both smiled at each other. Because the 10th Division is only responsible for patrolling around Siriite AI, we managed to get by so far without a captain. It's all thanks to you, Lieutenant. Maayang praised. Hadn't it for you, who knows what would happen to the 10th Division? Ida Seiji smiled without returning a word. He did put a lot of effort into keeping the 10th Division in line. The 10th Division might be a mess by now had it not for him. However, I may no longer be a lieutenant in a few years. Ida Seiji said after a slight hesitation. Maayang was silent for a moment before asking, is something the matter? I had planned to retire long ago, but I can't just forsake the 10th Division. But now that we have a captain, I believe we will become an even better division. Provided how talented you are, I'm sure I'll be able to retire in peace. Maayang was silent for a moment. Of course, he could not say no to this middle-aged man's request, but at the same time, his job would be much harder without a lieutenant on his side. Realizing that Maayang was in a dilemma, Ida Seiji said with a smile, our division is full of talented individuals, so even if I retire, it won't be hard for you to find my replacement. You'll understand once we get back. If you say so. Maayang slightly smiled. He kind of looked forward to what kind of people he'd encounter at the 10th Division as he made his way there. Maayang then remembered that Shinji was from the 10th Division, but he never told him that he'd become the 10th Division, so he really looked forward to seeing Shinji's reaction. Chapter 62, 10th Division. Have you heard, Shinji? A short white-haired man with dead fish eyes lazily asked as he kicked the yellow long-haired young man lying in front of him. Huh? Hueco Shinji uninterestedly asked as he lifted his face slightly from the table without, heard what, little Kana? Stop calling me that. It sounds weird. The white-haired Shinigami obviously didn't like that nickname. You should have at least heard about it, right? About our new captain. The white-haired Shinigami said as he furrowed his brow. Ah, of course, I've heard something like that. Although Hueco Shinji still had that listless look on his face, he sounded solemn. He clearly wasn't as indifferent as usual when it came to this matter. I wonder what kind of captain we will get. Usually, the new captain is selected from 13th Division of Imperial Guards, but I have not heard about anyone qualified to be captain. Could it be a captain from somewhere else? The white-haired Shinigami laid his head on the table, lost in thought. Knock that off, will you? It's really annoying. Hueco Shinji was starting to lose his patience. It's just a rumor, that's all. It doesn't necessarily mean that we'd have a new captain. And even if someone was appointed as our new captain, that's the high brass decision. You nagging here won't change anything. Cut me some slack, would you? Can't you at least sympathize with your senpai? You little. Hueco Shinji was so annoyed at the guy in front of him for flaunting his seniority. They saw a hell butterfly flying toward them, and the white-haired Shinigami reached out his hand. A moment later, he suddenly turned towards Hueco Shinji and said, we actually got a new captain, and he told us to assemble for a briefing. TSK, you better wipe that annoyed look on your face once the new captain arrives. Besides, our division may be better now that we have a captain. TSK, you are one to say. That look on your face is clearly not a happy one. It's all because of you. You really are a bad influence. Stop making stuff up. You just want to push the blame on others, bastard. The white-haired Shinigami and Hierako Shinji were surprised when they pushed the door open as everyone was already there, and they were the last ones to arrive. Third seat Mirai, fourth seat Hierako. Everyone in the room immediately greeted them. Third seat Mirai, is it true that we'll have a new captain? So the rumor goes, but since Lieutenant summoned us here, that rumor must be true. The room suddenly became noisy as it became the topic of their chatter. After all, the 10th Division has been in a state without a captain. It has always been their Lieutenant Kusagakure who handled the 10th Division's affairs, and now someone suddenly stepped in as their captain. Although it would be beneficial for the division to have a captain, it was still a bit difficult for them to accept, especially since they didn't know anything about the new captain. Drap as the sound of footsteps grew more distinct, everyone in the room was silent as they realized that it must be their new captain's squeak as the door opened. All attention was drawn towards the door. The moment everyone laid their eyes on the person that entered the room, the look on their face changed, especially Hierako Shinji's. His reaction, in particular, was priceless. Hi, everyone, I'm Yang, and I will be the 10th Division's captain from now on. Pleased to meet you. WH. It turns out to be Lieutenant Kimura. You fool, you mean Captain Kimura, right? This is amazing. That means Captain Kimura became a captain in merely 5 years after graduating. Seriously? Are you saying that captain is a peerless genius that was born once in 100 years? Well, at least I have never heard of anyone who became a captain as fast as Captain Kimura. Even though the division members were surprised at the beginning, they almost immediately accepted Yang. Even though they were surprised at the beginning, they almost immediately accepted Yang as the 10th Division captain. Kusagakure couldn't help but glance at Yang in wonder. That just went to show how famous Yang was among 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Although he only used to be a lieutenant before, Yang might be on par or better than captain when it came to fame. A prodigy always stood out, after all. TSK. Hierako Shinji was clearly annoyed as he clicked his tongue when he saw Yang, who was wearing Captain Hori, standing in front of him. Yang glanced at Hierako Shinji and smirked because his reaction was priceless. The rest of the division members were still talking about Yang, but thankfully none of them seemed to be dissatisfied with Yang being their captain. Yang was relieved as there shouldn't be any problem regarding his job as a captain with such a positive atmosphere. Clap clap. Yang clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and immediately said, "This is my first time as a captain, and I still have a lot of things I don't know, and I don't know about you guys that well. I believe that getting to know each other is important if we want to work together from now on." Yang then turned around and said to Kusagakure, who was standing behind him, "Lieutenant Ida, can you find the right time to hold a banquet so that we all can get to know each other better?" "Well, it's mainly for me, though." Kusagakure responded with a faint smile on his face, "Of course. I think we can hold one tonight." "Thanks." Yang nodded and turned around once again and said to the rest of the division members in front of him, "As you heard, the banquet will be held tonight, and I expect everyone to attend. Now return to your respective post. We can't dawdle around for too long. Ah, I almost forgot. Third seat and fourth seat are to remain here as I want to know about our division's current condition." After every division member saluted Yang, they left the assembly hall and returned to their respective posts. Meanwhile, Yang smiled at the displeased Hierako Shinji and said, "Haha, looks like I'll be your captain from now on, Shinji." "Understood, Captain Kimura." Hierako Shinji said politely, but he sure failed to conceal his annoyed face. "You really are such a douche. I had a feeling this is gonna happen and even asked you once and you said that you didn't know anything about being appointed as a captain." "Haha, I was thinking of surprising you," Yang said with a laugh. "You're just nasty. You actually had a hunch, though, haha." Yang just laughed but he did feel bad not telling Hierako Shinji about it. "You really are such a..." Seeing Yang smiled without a care, Hierako Shinji could only sigh. "Oops, I'm sorry for leaving you out, Mirai." Yang then turned towards Mirai Kana, who had not said a word. "You haven't said anything so far, so what do you think?" "It's alright. I was just wondering about who our new captain would be, but after seeing you, I was relieved. I believe the 10th Division can strive toward a better future under your leadership." Yang was a little taken aback after being complimented that straightforwardly at first and then said sincerely, "Of course, I will definitely try my best to lead the 10th Division toward a better future." Chapter 63, Newbie. "Good morning, Lieutenant Hierako." "Ah, morning." Hierako returned the division members' pleasantries half-heartedly as he dragged his feet with a listless look on his face. "Yo, about time you show up, Shinji." Ma-Yang's head popped up from a pile of documents and welcomed Hirako Shinji with baggy eyes. A captain's job was nothing to laugh at, was something Ma-Yang finally learned firsthand, especially because it has been a while since the 10th Division had the presence of a captain. For the past few months after taking the hurry of the 10th Division's captain, Ma-Yang has been busy familiarizing himself with a captain's job and picking up the slack. Ah, what a pain. Hirako Shinji walked into the room and immediately threw himself on the chair as he complained bitterly, "Lieutenant Ida is so cruel for retiring right away. He could have at least waited until things are sorted out. Thanks to him, now I'm stuck with this mountain of work. It can't be helped. Lieutenant Ida was getting old, after all." Ma-Yang rubbed his forehead. Let him retire. He has done a lot for the 10th Division. Yeah. Hirako Shinji nodded as he was not really complaining about Ida Seiji because the man has done a lot for the 10th Division, and he was like a captain figure for the 10th Division. He simply complained due to the sheer amount of work. Oh, what about Mirai? That son of a... When Ma-Yang mentioned Mirai Kana, Hirako Shinji suddenly gritted his teeth. Since Lieutenant Ida had resigned, Mirai Kana was supposed to be the next lieutenant. However, he said that he was far too old and not suited to be a lieutenant. Therefore, since Hirako Shinji was close with Ma-Yang, and his skill rivaled his, Mirai Kana recommended Shinji as the next lieutenant on the premise that it would be easier to cooperate with Captain as they knew each other. As a result, Hirako Shinji became the lieutenant, while Mirai Kana remained as the third seat. I already asked him to help me last night, but he told me today Shino Academy students graduated. On that note, he planned on going to Shino to check out if there was any promising talent to recruit. TSK, that sneaky bastard just want to slack off. Ma-Yang sighed helplessly because Mirai Kana's excuse made sense. So it's today, huh? Ma-Yang said as he recalled what happened the day he graduated and smiled. Suddenly, Ma-Yang got an idea and immediately said with a smile, "Shinji, I think we should be able to find some promising rookies today. I'll head there and check it myself. You want to tag along?" Hirako Shinji was surprised at first. Why did Ma-Yang suddenly think of going to Shino? But when he saw the smile on Ma-Yang's face, he finally figured it out. "You can't do that, Captain. If both Captain and Lieutenant left are absent, what about the paperwork? We can't just leave it all to the third seat." "Hey, I don't want to either, but if both Captain and Lieutenant are absent, there was no one else who can handle this job other than the third seat. I believe our third seat will handle the paperwork meticulously. Affairs, after all, he is the 10th Division's third seat." "That's..." Hirako Shinji pretended to be surprised. "Don't tell me you don't trust our third seat Mirai? Now, that's unbecoming of a lieutenant. The most important thing you must remember is mutual trust. You must remember this." "Yes, Captain, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted third seat Mirai. Let's go, then. I have faith that third seat Mirai will be able to handle this paperwork." Ma-Yang had a satisfied look on his face and then said out loud, "You heard it yourself, third seat Mirai, come in." Mirai Kana walked in with a displeased look on his face and said, "Captain, It's all right. You don't have to say it." Ma-Yang waved his hand. "I know you must be displeased that Lieutenant Hirako doubted your capability just now, but I believe in our tight-knit bond as the 10th Division. Therefore, every little difference between us shall be dealt with, and Lieutenant Hirako has reflected on his mistake. I'm sorry, third seat Mirai, I shouldn't have questioned your capability just now." Hirako Shinji immediately apologized to Mirai Kana. "Can you forgive Lieutenant Hirako?" He already apologized and all. Mirai Kana nodded his head numbly, and Ma-Yang patted his shoulders. "Now that it's settled, I will go with Lieutenant Hirako to Shino to check if they have any interesting rookie to be enlisted in our division. Third seat Mirai, you will be staying here and work on this pile of paperwork. I believe you can do it." Ma-Yang dragged Hirako Shinji and disappeared using flash steps without giving Mirai Kana the time to react, leaving Mirai Kana alone with a mountain of paperwork in front of him. He wanted to cry so bad but not even a drop of tears came out. This is Shino Academy. Hirako Shinji's pupils dilated as he suddenly found himself already in Shino Academy. He began to wonder whether it was merely flash steps that Ma-Yang used just now because the 10th Division barrack was quite far from Shino Academy. Phew, we can finally relax a bit. Let's stick around for a while, Shinji. We have Mirai dealing with the paperwork, after all. Agreed, I can't stand it anymore, just leave it all to him. He has been slacking off too much lately. Hirako Shinji tried to hide his astonishment. Besides, Ma-Yang was his friend and captain, so he didn't have to worry about it. He has been exhausted, so he might as well use this chance to let loose. Shino. It's been a while since I came. Hirako Shinji said as he gazed at the academy in front of him with a hint of reminiscent in his tone. Come to think of it. Hiroko Shinji looked at Mayang as if he just thought of something. Captain, you graduate so fast because you grade skipped back in your school days, right? Will there be your acquaintances among the graduates today? Yeah, maybe, Mayang hesitantly said as he couldn't even remember how long it has been since he graduated. After all, he has changed a lot after graduation, and too many things have happened since then that he couldn't remember how long it has been. What a hopeless guy. Hiroko Shinji sighed as Mayang didn't even remember something like that. Forget it, let's go. Other division members who plan to recruit the new graduates may be here already. Mayang nodded, then went in with Shinji. Haha, I didn't expect you'd come, Captain Kimura. As soon as he entered the square, Mayang heard laughter from the stand above him, where he found Unserious making his way with Lisa towards him. I'm pooped. This is the perfect chance to take a break, haha. Mayang admitted and then looked towards Lisa behind Unserious. Yo, Lisa, you're officially a lieutenant now, finally. Can I take it as you ridiculing me? Lisa said as he glared at Mayang. Oh, of course not. Mayang quickly waved his hand while trying to joke his way out. Who was crazy enough to laugh at her? Humphrey. Lisa was clearly annoyed by what Mayang said. Well, since you are here, shall we go together? The students will be here soon. Unserious then immediately added. Captain Kimura, you should be able to recruit many excellent graduates now that you come personally. Many students in Shino Academy idolized you, after all. Obviously, most of them wanted to join your division, and if they saw you came personally all the way here, even more students would be eager to join your division. Sigh, we may not be able to get any this time. You jest, Captain Kiraku. Mayang glanced around and asked. Are you the only captain today? I don't see any other captain. Yukitik wanted to come at first, but because of one thing and another, he was delayed, and I was the only one left. Fortunately, you are here too. Otherwise, I'd be the only captain here. Chapter 64, Suzuki-kusa, are you lonely, Captain Kiraku? A slightly playful laugh entered Kiraku Shunsei's ears. Kiraku then turned around and smiled awkwardly at the person behind him. Cut me some slack, Lieutenant Shioin. It was a dark-skinned girl with long ponytails and golden irises, with a witty and laid-back atmosphere around her. She was the current 2nd Division lieutenant and the next head of the Shioin clan, Shioin Yoruichi. Yo, Yoruichi-san, are you the one coming in 2nd Division's stead this time? Mayang chummily greeted Yoruichi as he waved his hand. Yeah, but now I regret coming here after seeing you. Even if there are some promising talents, I bet they will flock to you. Yoruichi glanced at Mayang with a disappointed look. Didn't you say you weren't coming? What's with the sudden change of heart? Mayang just awkwardly laughed as he couldn't tell Yoruichi that he came there to slack off. Yoruichi just rolled her eyes as she more or less figured it out from Mayang's response and looked towards the entrance of the square. It seems that the students are here. Are you guys gonna give a speech today? Mayang and Unserious looked at each other and said in unison, there's no way. I'll leave it to him. Both of them could not help laughing while Hiroko Shinji and Lisa's veins bulged as both of their captain were so laid back that they were also embarrassed as a lieutenant. Kimura, you are here too. I thought only Captain Kiraku would be coming today. Aranmaru Shishin said toward Mayang with a smile. He saw Mayang from the square, so he immediately ran toward them. Well, it was kind of in the heat of the moment, so I didn't have the time to notify you in advance. Mayang explained, then looked at Aranmaru Shishin puzzledly. You look particularly happy. Did something happen? Now that you're here, I could not help thinking about the day we graduated. I remember how you stole the spotlight that day. Yeah, several years have passed before we know it. Unserious tilted down his bamboo hat when he heard Mayang got all emotional. He admired Mayang's youth as he no longer remembered what happened at his graduation because it was such a long time ago. Mayang suddenly dragged Aranmaru Shishin away from the rest and whispered. You are a teacher here, right? Do you know any promising fledglings among this year's graduates? Although Mayang made sure to keep his voice down, everyone could hear what he said to Aranmaru Shishin clearly. Unserious just smiled wryly. As usual, Mayang couldn't cease to surprise them. Hiroko Shinji was so embarrassed to the point that he couldn't stand Lisa and Yoruichi's ridiculing stare directed at him. Wait, you don't know? Aranmaru Shishin was surprised. So let me get this straight, you're coming here as a captain to recruit new students. Yet you didn't even check about any of the students' information? Like I said, it's in the heat of the moment. I left it all to my third seat, so I haven't checked. Come on, don't be a cheapskate and tell me. What a hopeless guy. Aranmaru Shishin shook his head, but then suddenly smirked and said to Mayang, if you are looking for a promising student, then it's got to be your former classmate that you met when you visited me last time, Suzuki Kusu. She is one of the best among the graduates this year. But then again, I'm sure she will join your division even though you're not coming here in person." Seeing the sly smile on Ranmaru Shishin's face, Maiyang wanted to punch him in the face so badly. Even though he clearly knew that he and Suzuki Kusa were only classmates, he deliberately said it in such a teasing manner as if they had some sort of special relationship. "Oh? Don't worry, I didn't hear anything." Even though Shun Sekiraku said, "I didn't hear anything," the look on his face clearly said, "I heard everything." When Maiyang saw Lisa's flushed face, clearly excited about the sudden turn of events, Yaruichi's curious smile, and the faint smile on Hiroko Shinji's face, Maiyang wanted to cry so badly, but no tears came out. He realized that there was no point in explaining himself now that it has got to this point. Lisa pushed her glasses frame back up, and her lenses flashed like a typical anime character. Maiyang had a bad feeling when he saw this, and that was when he remembered Lisa loved spying on people's privacy. Now that her curiosity was piqued, Maiyang knew that he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Maiyang immediately averted his eyes from Ranmaru Shishin's smug face as he might not be able to restrain the urge to beat him up unless he did so. Maiyang was thinking about breaking Ranmaru Shishin's nose if Suzuki Kusa wasn't as skilled as he said when suddenly, Kimura-san. I mean, Captain Kimura. Maiyang came back to his senses, and immediately said with a smile once he noticed a cheerful girl was standing right in front of him, Suzuki Kusu, no need to be so formal, just call me Kimura. We used to be classmates, after all." Maiyang was taken aback for a moment. Even though he was deep in thoughts, to think that he didn't notice Suzuki Kusa coming was truly surprising. Even an average captain couldn't hide their presence like that. Lisa pushed her glasses frame back up, wondering whether the girl in front of Maiyang was the same girl they talked about just now. The girl had a slender figure, fair skin, shoulder-length hair, light brown pupils. No matter how she looked at it, the girl was definitely a beauty but. As she observed Suzuki Kusa blushed when she talked with Maiyang, she frowned and the question that crossed her mind first was why did she seem so timid? Shun Sekiraku's complexion changed when he looked at Suzuki Kusu. Something must have crossed his mind. "Yo, Captain Kiraku, don't tell me you suddenly have perverted thoughts the moment you saw that cutie?" Yoruichi asked sternly. "WH. Of course not, Lieutenant Shioin. Something bothers me a little, that's all." Shun Sekiraku gently rubbed his chin, seemingly to be deep in thought. "We didn't even notice Suzuki-kun's presence until she's right in front of us." Yoruichi was surprised. Now that she thought about it, Shun Sekiraku was right. It completely slipped off her mind as she didn't really care about the girl. Although she was only a lieutenant now, she was confident that her flash steps could even rival that of a captain, and that was why what Shun Sekiraku just said blew her mind. If someone who mastered flash steps like Yoruichi didn't even see her coming, that could only mean. Is it Zanpakuto ability? That's one hell of an ability. Yoruichi nodded as he agreed with Shun Sekiraku. Even though everyone wasn't really paying attention, it was an undeniable fact that Suzuki Kusa managed to slip under 2 captains and 3 lieutenants' radar. "I will take my leave here then, Captain Kimura. Well, I look forward to seeing you in the 10th Division in the future." "Yes." Suzuki Kusa smiled, and Maiyang nodded in response. Suzuki Kusa then turned around and left after saluting Shun Sekiraku and Yoruichi and glancing at Lisa. "How perceptive," Shun Sekiraku said as he saw Suzuki Kusa's last glance at Lisa before looking towards Maiyang and said, "Congratulations, Captain Kimura, you have found an excellent addition to your division." Haha, well, yeah, Maiyang couldn't conceal his joy. His former classmate is really something else. Although her spiritual pressure was only around the level of a 7th or 8th seat, her keen perception and peculiar stealth ability more than made up for it. At first, he just wanted to slack off and didn't expect to find such an exceptional rookie. But she is too shy, don't you think? Can she even do a Shinigami's job properly? Hiroko Shinji asked Maiyang. Shy? I don't think so. Lisa said out of the blue. Chapter 65, Curious Eyes Shy? I don't think so. Lisa pushed her glasses frame back up, ignoring the questioning look on Maiyang's face. If she really was one of the best among her peers, shyness was the last thing that should be associated with her. Moreover, Lisa's intuition as a woman told her that there was more to Suzuki Kusa the moment she glanced at her before leaving. Hey Ranmaru, aren't you a teacher here? Do you have something to say? Following Hiroko Shinji's question to him, Ranmaru Shishin shifted his attention towards Lisa, sounding puzzled. How did you know, Lisa? But it's as you said, Suzuki Kusa was not a shy girl like you saw earlier. Lisa glanced at Ranmaru Shishin condescendingly and said briefly, woman's intuition. Everyone there was sweating when they heard Lisa's answer. Noticing that Lisa seemed to be in a bad mood, Shun Sekiraku immediately took it upon himself to slightly change the topic, Now, let's set that aside for now. Shishin, can you tell me more about this girl named Suzuki? I'm suddenly curious about her. Lisa had no choice but to cast her annoyance aside now that Shunserious changed the subject, but she was determined that things wouldn't go the same next time. I didn't know that much about her until I found out that she and Kimura were former classmates. I tried looking into her and found out that she used to be a resident in Rukongai and not a noble. She lived all by herself and had no relatives as far as I know. She didn't particularly stand out, and her grades in the academy are mediocre. Although she wasn't a cheerful girl, she definitely wasn't a shy one either, like what we saw just now. If that's true, she doesn't seem so talented then. Yoruichi suddenly interrupted Aranmaru Shishin. If that's all there's to it, then yeah. However, she has this gift. No, perhaps calling it talent is more appropriate. That girl was born with keen perception. Not only that, her insight is exceptional, and she is diligent. Although she is not a genius, she always grasps the essence of what she wants to learn. As a result, she can learn anything in a short amount of time if she put her mind to it. Doesn't that make her a genius? Shunserious helplessly said. Well, we might have set the bar too high because we're used to hanging around Kimura. Now, please don't bring me up in this situation, Captain Kiraku. Besides, I've already learned a lot before going to the academy, so I can't be considered a genius. I think she got more knack than me when it comes to picking up something new. Aizen was kind of annoyed that Kiraku Shunsei roped him into this. I barely made progress in Kido even after learning from Kiryu-san for quite a while. In case you don't realize it, you're a monster when it comes to that stuff, okay? Shunserious secretly retorted in his heart, and that was not without reason. Aizen had only learned Kido from Hikaifu Kiryu for about a year, and he could already use number 80's Kido, yet he said that he barely made any progress. However, no matter how fast she is at picking up stuff, she lacks the most fundamental aspect. Spiritual pressure. Shunserious held his bamboo hat down, covering his face, and further elaborated Aranmaru Shishin's response. Be it Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy, and whatever it is, spiritual pressure plays a huge part in a battle. Even if she's better at other aspects such as strategy, flash steps, sword art, or Kido, it's all pointless if there was a clear difference in her spiritual pressure and her opponent. How unfortunate. Had it not for her lack of spiritual pressure, that little girl would be another genius. Shunserious said to Aizen with a hint of disappointment. Aizen was silent for a moment. It's just as Shunserious said, spiritual pressure was the most basic and the most important factor at the same time. If the difference between spiritual pressure was far too big, other aspects wouldn't matter at all. Then again, her spiritual pressure will slowly increase little by little as time passes until it may reach the level of a third seat, and with her talents to learn anything in a short amount of time, she'd easily become a lieutenant. Well, you should at least be thankful, Kimura. There are not that many Shinigami who can become a lieutenant, after all. Yeah, it seems that I'm being too greedy here. Aizen smiled at Shunserious and said with a smile. I should at least be thankful that I can recruit a lieutenant candidate this time. Yeah. Shunserious nodded, and when he saw the graduates were starting to line up in the square, he added. It seems that the students are here already. We should go. As Aizen saw the students walking toward the square, he and Shunserious walked towards the platform in the center, with Hiroko Shinji and Lisa following closely behind. Aizen estimated that Shinji would learn Bunkai in another 50 years or so, and then he will serve as a captain in the 5th division. Mirai will also retire in less than 50 years. There was no word such as too early to think about the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find a capable lieutenant to replace Shinji when the time came. Aizen was wondering whether Suzuki was having a problem in spiritual pressure because of the limit she unconsciously placed on herself? Or was there another reason behind it? If he could solve this problem, then Suzuki-kusa should be able to become stronger in a relatively short amount of time. He was thinking of asking Hikaifu Kiryu because she might have the solution that he needed. Besides, he hasn't been to the 12th division in a while, mainly because he was too busy with his job as a captain. After pondering for a while, he decided to pay the 12th division a visit later. Hey, Aranmaru, you went on and on with your explanation earlier, but you missed the most important part. Lisa said with an annoyed tone. What? Aranmaru Shishin was confused for a moment as he didn't know what he missed. I'm talking about Suzuki-kusu. She's not actually shy, is she? So what do you have for me? Lisa was clearly irritated as he looked at Aranmaru Shishin. Your unnecessary explanation that I don't care whatsoever made me even more curious. If Suzuki-kusu is not as shy as you said, then why was she so shy when she's with Kimura? Ah, that's what you mean. Aranmaru Shishin finally realized the most important part, and a smug appeared on his face. A girl who is usually serious becomes shy when she sees Kimura. Do I really have to spell it out for you? Lisa's face flushed due to excitement. There must be something between them. Lisa and Aranmaru Shishin looked at each other, and the look in their eyes made them acknowledge each other as comrades. Lisa could feel that her heart was beating faster because she absolutely loves spying on someone's secret. When Hirako Shinji saw the look on Lisa's face, he could not help but secretly offer his condolences to Mayang. Considering Lisa's personality, there was no way she'd let Mayang off the hook until she knew everything about him and Suzuki Kusu. Shinji. Lisa suddenly turned toward Hirako Shinji. The look on her eyes scared him that he subconsciously took a few steps back. What is it? Just so you know, I don't know anything about it. I know. Lisa nodded but then immediately held Hirako Shinji's shoulder firmly with both of her hands and slowly brought her face closer to his face and asked softly. Shinji, we are friends, aren't we? Yeah. Hirako Shinji backed off slightly to keep his face as far as possible from Lisa's. Lisa's glasses flashed. That girl, Suzuki Kusu, is going to join your 10th division later, right? Here's the deal. I want you to keep an eye on them and notify me if you find any noteworthy information. Huh? Hirako Shinji was speechless, and his mouth was wide open as that was such an unreasonable request. At Mayang's level, he'll be busted before he found anything. Shinji, you would not say no to a friend's request, right? Lisa's eyes suddenly became so menacingly sharp. Ah ha ha! Hirako Shinji just laughed awkwardly. He couldn't refuse Lisa as she might bring Hurian and kicked his ass together. Either way, there was no way out of this. He then wondered why Lisa was so interested in the gossip about Mayang. Lisa, why did you care so much about Captain Kimura's private life? Don't tell me you actually. Hirako Shinji said all of a sudden as he stared right into Lisa's eyes as if knowing what was going on here. Chapter 66, Kimura's Heart, huh? Aranmaru Shishin, who was surprised by Hirako Shinji's words, immediately looked towards Lisa with puzzled eyes. WH. What are you saying? TH. There's no way I have such feelings for him. Lisa waved her hands in panic, but her flushed face and erratic eyes were not convincing at all. No way. Lisa, you actually. Hirako Shinji himself was surprised because he blurted it out as a joke at first, but as someone who has known Lisa for so many years, he knew that his joke seemed to hit the spot judging from Lisa's reaction. Shinji. Lisa shouted while glaring at Hirako Shinji. Haha, Lisa is being shy. Now, this is rare. Aranmaru Shishin, who didn't know what was happening, just laughed his heart out. Lisa. Hirako Shinji looked at Lisa seriously. If you really do, I suggest you give up as soon as possible. Huh? Aranmaru Shishin noticed that atmosphere between Lisa and Hirako Shinji seemed a little different because their tone didn't sound like it was merely joking or gossiping anymore. You see, Kimura was not as simple as you think. Hirako Shinji said as he slightly bent his body to glance at Mayang's back. We just saw what he wanted us to see and felt he wanted us to feel. I've come to realize this as we're always together lately, and the closer I was to him, the more I realized how heavy the truth he was hiding behind that smile. Truth? Lisa and Aranmaru Shishin was puzzled. Loneliness. The closer I get to him, the more I feel the loneliness that he hides deep in his heart, the dark and bottomless loneliness. Although he has been laughing and hanging around with us all the time, he was lonely deep down, and our voice can't reach him as if he lives in a totally different world to us. Loneliness? Lives in a totally different world? Lisa and Aranmaru Shishin furrowed their brow as they fixed their eyes on Mayang. They were clearly confused. Did that mean everything Mayang has done, including their time together, was a lie? No, that's not what I mean. Hirako Shinji started to awaken the two of them. Everything Kimura has done was not a lie. What we've seen up until now was also part of him. Then what do you? Although Lisa didn't finish her question, the rest already knew what Lisa was going to ask. If what Hirako Shinji said about what they've seen up until now was the real Mayang was right, then why did he say that what they've seen so far was what Mayang wanted them to see, and what did he mean by the loneliness that Mayang hid deep inside his heart? I think he did it subconsciously that he himself may not even notice it. Hirako Shinji then added as he looked at Mayang, who was talking with Shun Sekiraku. He didn't want to hide anything from us, nor did he have anything to hide. But the loneliness deep inside his heart is the real thing. I think that may be the deepest secret in his heart. Well, everyone has something they don't want to say, and since he doesn't want to say it, all we can do as a friend is stay by his side and keep an eye on him. Anyway, our bond is the real thing. Yeah, he's my friend, and that's all I need to know. That aside. After smiling briefly, Lisa teased Hirako Shinji. Did you hear yourself just now, Shinji? You completely sound like a lieutenant who understood his captain. TSK, Leave me alone. Hirako Shinji's signature listless face returned. It's already a pain being a lieutenant. Being a captain must be even more of a hassle. Hey, what are the three of you dawdling around for? Hurry up. After promising to have a drink with Unserious later that night, he turned around and found Lisa, Hirako Shinji, and Aranmaru Shishin fell too far behind, so he called them out. Hirako Shinji, Aranmaru Shishin, and Lisa looked at each other with knowing eyes. If Mayang really had something he couldn't talk about, and if Mayang's loneliness was really bottomless, they were determined to mend Mayang's heart however they could. Coming. Hirako Shinji shouted, and the three of them started to walk toward Mayang and Unserious. I almost forgot. Hirako Shinji stopped suddenly and glanced at Lisa. You should just cast away your feelings, Lisa. Kimura already has someone in his heart. Huh? Lisa was taken aback, but before she could say a word, Hirako Shinji already used flash steps to catch up with Mayang, which drove her nuts. As someone who loved spying on others' secrets, what Shinji did to her was basically an insult. Yo, Lisa-chan, what interesting things were you talking about just now? Unserious asked in an untimely manner. It has nothing to do with you, Captain, Lisa said in an annoyed tone. Ah ha ha, I'm just asking, is all. It was kind of awkward for Unserious, as his own lieutenant was being rude to him in front of another captain. Thankfully the other captain here was Mayang. Okay, well, that'll be all for today. We managed to recruit several new members. I hope everyone can get along in the future. Mayang clapped his hands and looked at his men. He was quite satisfied that they managed to recruit several new members, especially because they were one of the best among their peers. 6th Seat Fujisawa. Yes, Captain. Lieutenant and I have other matters to take care of. Can I leave you in charge of the new recruits? Oh, and one more thing, brief them about our division's regulation and guide them around the barrack. I will hold an assembly tomorrow to introduce the new recruits. Yes, Captain. 6th Seat Fujisawa respectfully said, and then hesitantly asked, what should I tell 3rd Seat Mirai Captain? Ah ha ha, tell 3rd Seat Mirai that I have something to discuss with Captain Kiraku, and tell him he'll be in charge while I'm away. The 10th Division members that were in charge of recruitment in Shino Academy face-bombed as they all knew that their captain just wanted to slack off and had a drink. Then again, they understood that Mayang had done so much for them that he was basically the busiest person in the 10th Division, but 3rd Seat Mirai would undeniably suffer. 6th Seat Fujisawa could only offer her condolences for Mirai Kana in her heart. Shinji, Lisa asked you to spy on me, right? Mayang asked Hirako Shinji on their way to the tavern. Yeah, but it's such a pain, so I refuse. Hirako Shinji said with a broken face. Your eyes are so lifeless like a dead fish. What happened? I can't bear to see it. Then don't. Today is so boring. Are you telling me to make an excited face or something? Mayang then pondered. If Shinji did put on a happy face, would he still be Hirako Shinji? The impression that he got from Hirako Shinji was a carefree and outgoing person, be it the Vizard's leader or the 10th Division Lieutenant Shinji right now. But Kimura, Lisa, I know. What are you going to do? I don't know. Hirako Shinji glanced at Mayang and knew that it would come to this. You really are such a... You are a captain now. If you... Stop pestering me. I just want to have a drink and relax right now. I really don't know what to do. Mayang smiled wryly. He was really clueless when it came to dealing with emotional-related matters like this, so there was nothing he could do except for dragging it on. You are. Hirako Shinji just shook his head when he saw the bitter smile on Mayang's face. Forget it, you can figure it out yourself anyway. But are you fine with just dragging this on? I don't know. Let's set that aside for later. Let's just have a drink for now. Mayang just wanted to have a drink and let the time decide what he should do, so he picked up the pace. Chapter 67, Party That's Unfair of You to Drink Without Me, Captain Kiraku. Mayang said as he pushed the door open and found Unserious was drinking all by himself. Come on, don't be so stiff. Unserious lazily said as he poured a glass of sake for Mayang. What took you guys so long? Quick, have a seat. Yeah, Mayang sat down and took a sip of the sake that Unserious poured for him, and it felt like he came back to life, and his fatigue so far disappeared all of a sudden. By the way, Lisa is not coming with you? Mayang asked Unserious after putting down his glass because Unserious usually took Lisa wherever he went. Well, she's a girl, and it's not good for a girl to drink too often, so I asked her to go back with the rest of division members. Was he always the type of guy who looks after someone else this much? Mayang thought while glancing at Unserious. He wouldn't be surprised if there was another reason. After all, he had lived for only God knew how long, and he should be used to dealing with this kind of situation. Hiroko Shinji just listened to Maayang and Shun Sekiraku talking with each other while sipping his drink. Although he and Maayang were good friends, he couldn't just casually join in the conversation. After all, Maayang was talking with a fellow captain, and it would be rude if he casually joined in the conversation. By the way, Shun Sekiraku put down the glass in his hand and looked at Maayang. You look tired. Are you having a hard time with a captain's job? Well, my job as a captain is not that taxing. Maayang scratched his head embarrassedly. Mostly, it's because this is my first time as a captain, and I was never part of the 10th Division prior to this. I've only figured out our division's task and other details recently after checking the past documents and files from my predecessors. Wow, you are so diligent. Shun Sekiraku looked at Maayang in surprise. Got to leave it to youth for being so energetic. You sure have the drive. That's not it, really. Maayang looked down at the glass in his hand. I'm not trying to prove something or anything of the sort. It's just that I want to live up to my men's expectation of me and make sure they're in good hands. Hiroko Shinji, who was pouring more sake for Maayang, paused slightly before pouring it again and placed it in front of Maayang with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Shun Sekiraku was taken aback as he looked at Maayang for a while without saying a word. Pardon me. I end up saying something such trifling stuff. Maayang said with an awkward laugh after realizing he got all emotional. TSK. Hiroko Shinji clicked his tongue faintly and took a sip of his drink. Haha, the 10th Division sure is blessed for having someone with your mindset as their captain. Too bad Ukitake didn't come today. Otherwise, you two will definitely hit it off. Captain Ukitake. By all means, let's have a drink if you and he have time. Definitely. I'm sure we'll get the time sometime in the future. After having a toast and put down their glasses, Shun Sekiraku suddenly asked. By the way, are you close with Lieutenant Kuachiki of the 6th Division? 6th Division's lieutenant? Maayang recalled that Kuachiki Sajun was the son of 6th Division Captain Kuachiki Jinrai, which made him Byakuya Kuachiki's father. Well, we've talked a few times back when I was the 12th Division lieutenant, but we're not close or anything. However, I could tell that he was a very kind person. He's well-mannered, and it was clear that etiquette was properly drilled into his head. A fine example of a noble indeed. Well, you're right about him being kind, but it's a pity that his body is too weak. Since he's a noble, he inherited a massive spiritual pressure, but he was not suited to fight because of his frail body, and it's demoralizing as he is the next head of Kuachiki clan. There are many things that won't go the way we want in life is always so unsatisfactory, and reality is often cruel. Maayang sounded gloomy at first, but then he smiled for some reason. But that's exactly why we call it life. Shun Sekiraku was taken aback as he saw Maayang was smiling. He then shook his head slightly and said, I'm surprised, honestly. You are so much mature compared to the last time we met. You jest, Captain Kiraku. Maayang said indifferently. Everyone will eventually mature with time passing and various events happening around us, and that is not something we have a say in. You really have changed. That's a really mature outlook on life, Kiraku. Shunsei smiled out of awe and then poured a glass of sake for Maayang, raising his glass so that Maayang did the same. Alright, we're here to drink, so let's drop all the serious talk. Maayang raised his glass and had another toast with Shunsei Kiraku, but he felt there was something wrong with himself. Why did he get so emotional all of a sudden? He came here to relax, but he ended up brooding over such a trivial matter. Was it because he has been too busy recently? Even after finishing the sake in his glass, he was still perplexed by the same question, but he decided to forget about it. As usual, Maayang would rather forget things that he couldn't understand altogether than brooding over them for too long. By the way, Captain Kiraku, do you know any solution to a problem regarding spiritual pressure's stagnancy? Maayang suddenly asked. Huh? Shunsei Kiraku put down his glass. Why did you ask me of all people? Well, you're older, and you've been a captain for so long, so I figured you should know things that I don't know about. Then you really are asking the wrong person. Shunsei Kiraku said as he rubbed his chin. Although I am indeed older than you, I'm afraid that I don't know the answer to your question. As far as I know, spiritual pressure is inherited. Calling it talent isn't an exaggeration. It's something that you're born with, and I believe it won't be easy to overcome this limit. Shunsei Kiraku then added after a brief pause. Are you asking this because of the new girl you recruited today? Yeah. Maayang did not really deny that he wanted to see if there was something he could do for his former classmate, who has now become his subordinate. He felt something from that girl that was somehow similar to him, which was why he couldn't leave her alone. Although I don't know why you have such an idea, it's close to impossible. But if you really want to find a way, you should ask Captain Hikaifune. She is an expert in regarding this, and there aren't that many who can rival her. Garyo-san. Maayang already planned to ask Hikai Funkiryo about it from the beginning. He simply asked Shun Sakuraku just for the sake of it, but after asking him, it seemed that he really had to ask Hikai Funkiryo. As expected of someone who would be promoted to 0 division, she should have some unique insights. I haven't visited Giryo-san for quite a while because I've been busy with handling the paperwork and other jobs as a captain. I hope Giryo-san is not angry. Of course not. Captain Hikai Fun is a kind woman. There's no way she'd be angry at you. Shun Sakuraku laughed. However, I might have heard that recently 5th Satori has been complaining that you haven't paid her a visit and grown cold since you become a captain. My god. Maayang facepalmed. There was no doubt that Shun Sakuraku must have heard it from Lisa. If he went to the 12th division, Hori would rain him down with complaints for sure, but he did feel bad for not sparing any time to visit her. Seeing Shun Sakuraku's teasing smile, Maayang cast away all his thoughts and said as he picked up his glass. Forget it, I just want to drink now. Haha. Shun Sakuraku laughed and toasted with Maayang. Chapter 68, Temporary Solo K, that'll be all. You guys will have to learn things as you go. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask your senpai here. I believe everyone will be happy to help our new recruits. Well then, dismiss. After formally introducing the new recruits to every other division members and briefed about several things they had to pay attention to, Maayang dismissed the assembly and ordered everyone to return to their respective posts. Captain, yesterday's paperwork is done. Mirai Kana handed a pile of documents to Maayang as he yawned. Maayang took a glance at the paperwork in Mirai Kana's hand and praised him. Well done. I know you won't let me down. Mirai Kana didn't seem the slightest bit pleased even after Maayang praised him. After all, the paperwork kept Mirai Kana up for the whole day that he couldn't even sleep a wink. If that's all, then I'll take my leave. Mirai Kana was so exhausted after working all day, and he was determined to find a place to make up for it. Wait a minute, Mirai. Maayang immediately stopped Mirai Kana before he could leave. Is there anything else you need, Captain? Mirai Kana turned around helplessly with a listless face. Maayang kind of felt bad as he saw the look on Mirai Kana's face. Mirai Kana clearly seemed exhausted because he left all those paperwork to him. Well, I happen to have something to do at the 12th division today, so I'll be counting on you for the paperwork to you just like yesterday while I'm away. What? Mirai Kana was frozen stiff for a while after hearing Maayang's words. He was already at his limit after working for a whole day yesterday, and only God knew what would happen to him if he had to go through the same thing today. Captain, Before Mirai Kana could finish his sentence, Maayang patted on his shoulder and said as he looked at him with earnest eyes. I believe you can do it. Do your best, third seat Mirai. Seeing Maayang's trustful eyes, it was so hard for Mirai Kana to refuse that he subconsciously nodded. Since Mirai Kana nodded, Maayang beckoned Hirako Shinji to come with him and they hurried toward the 12th division. It wasn't until Maayang and Hirako Shinji left that Mirai Kana could finally react. The nostalgic sight of a huge pile of documents in his hand once again made him want to cry, but no tears came out. He knew he should have refused, but he just couldn't when Maayang looked at him with such trustful eyes. He even felt that his fatigue faded. 12th Division. When one of the 12th Division members guarding the saw Maayang coming, he subconsciously greeted him, Lieutenant. A moment later, he realized that Maayang was no longer the 12th Division's lieutenant, which was evident on his face as he freaked out and immediately corrected himself. I'm sorry, Captain Kimura. Old habit dies hard. Yo, are you on duty again today, Tanaka? Maayang greeted the division member chummily. You remember me? Tanaka said in disbelief when Maayang called his name. Of course, just how old do you think I am? Maayang replied with a smile. Look who decided to visit after all this time. Before Tanaka could say a word, someone else's voice interrupted him. Tanaka shivered the moment he heard that voice coming from behind him. He then turned around and bowed at the little girl who was already behind him before he realized it. 5th Satori. Yeah, Hori nodded in response before walking toward Maayang irritatedly. Haven't you gotten cheekier since you become a captain? Hori said while lifting her foot to kick Maayang, but she put her foot back down after giving it another thought. Maayang might just catch it or even teased her in response, after all. Haha. Hirako Shinji, who saw what happened, laughed and asked. Why did you put down your foot, Hori? It couldn't be helped if Shinji teased Hori after what just happened. However, Maayang, who knew what would happen, simply admired Shinji's courage because what he just said might just be his last words. Bam. Ouch. That hurts. What are you hitting me for, Hori? Maayang just smiled when he saw Shinji covered his nose and screamed. Shinji completely dug his own grave. You're getting ahead of yourself, Humphrey. Hori said with a smug. Hori, where's Giryo-san? Ma'ai asked Tori after seeing her venting her frustration at Shinji. Captain is in the captain's office now. Do you need something from her? Well, something like that, but I'll be fine on my own. Ma'ai then looked towards Hueco Shinji and said to Hori, I think Shinji is injured. Be sure to look after him, Hori. Hueco Shinji suddenly panicked and shouted. Captain. No. Huh? Hori said with a threatening look. What is it, Baldy Shinji? Do you have anything to say? Shinji swallowed his spit after seeing Hori's fierce eyes and looked towards Ma'ai with puppy eyes asking for help. Little did he know that Ma'ai had no intention to save him as he immediately walked to the captain's office without even looking back. Shinji was sweating as he couldn't believe that Ma'ai would actually abandon him. However, this was not the time to curse him as Hori was taking his time walking toward him. Before Ma'ai could knock on the door, Hikaifunkiryo's voice was heard from the other side of the door. Come in, little Yan Yang. Ma'ai was sweating when he heard that nostalgic nickname. At the very least, there was no one else there. He couldn't bear to think if someone found out he had such a nickname, especially since he was a captain now. As Ma'ai pushed the door open and walked in, he greeted Hikaifunkiryo said with a smile, Kiryo-san. You seem in good shape. Hikaifunkiryo nodded after observing Ma'ai from top to bottom. After asking him to take a seat, Hikaifunkiryo poured a cup of tea for Ma'ai and asked, Are you used to your job as a captain? Well, sort of, Ma'ai said as he put down the teacup. As usual, you never make yourself clear. Hikaifunkiryo laughed and then said, Well, there are a lot of important affairs that you must take care of, so take your time to learn about it all little by little. You need something from me, right? Come on, Kiryo-san. You make it sound as if I won't visit you unless I need something. Ma'ai made an excuse so that his intention was not that obvious. Come on, how long do you think I've known you? Just spill it out. Ma'ai laughed embarrassedly. It was still embarrassing for him even if the one who saw through him was Hikaifunkiryo. Kiryo-san, do you know about any way to increase spiritual pressure? Huh? Hikaifunkiryo gave Ma'ai a puzzled look. Haven't you already found your own way to increase spiritual pressure? I think that's a pretty good method, but of course, only you know what's the best method for you. I know, but this time it's for one of my men. Your men? Hikaifunkiryo slightly nodded. Tell me the details. I just recruited a rookie who is gifted in everything except for spiritual pressure. And you immediately come to mind, Kiryo-san. What do you think? I don't know your men's circumstances, so I can't promise you anything, but I am currently conducting a research, and if it succeeds, it may increase one's spiritual pressure. Are you serious? Ma'ai was in awe because it was not a common research. It didn't come off as a surprise because Hikaifunkiryo was the woman who would be promoted to 0 division. What is it? Artificial Soul. Chapter 69, Emergencies Knock Knock. Hueco Shinji knocked on the door a few times before walking in with several papers in his hands, to which Ma'ai responded by raising his head from the pile of documents in front of him. Several hollows are sited at West Rukongai District 68, requesting orders. West Rukongai District 64 is indeed under our division's jurisdiction, but you should be able to handle something like this on your own, right? Why bother reporting it to me? Ma'ai said as he waved his hand as if telling Shinji to go away. Even though it was indeed not that far, usually the hollow that wandered to Soul Society wasn't a strong one, so Shinji should be able to handle it by himself without bothering for every little thing. Well, you're right about that, but the problem is we're currently short-handed to deal with this matter. Most seated officers basically had their hands full with other tasks. We've been too busy recently. Ma'ai sighed as he didn't expect that they'd be short-handed. Which seated officers are available right now? Only 9th seat Suzuki Kusu and 14th seat Morikawa no Miken sortie right away at the moment. Are they the only ones left? Ma'ai tapped the table lightly with his finger. This was kind of upsetting. How did other seated officers happen to be busy at a time like this? What did the 12th Division's report say? Ma'ai suddenly asked as he raised his head. Judging from the spiritual pressure, it is just a small fry, and the general seated officer should be able to deal with it. In that case, Ma'ai fixed his sitting posture. Had the 9th seat Suzuki Kusu and 14th seat Morikawa no Mi lead the team to deal with the hollow. Understood. Shinji nodded and conveyed Ma'ai's order to the said division members. Although Suzuki Kusu was inexperienced because she has only joined the team for a relatively short period of time, her skill was the real deal. Although she was currently serving as the 9th seat, she was as skilled as the 6th seat. Besides, Morikawa, who was more experienced, would accompany her, so they should have no problem finishing this task. Ma'ai made sure to think his decision through before burying himself in the pile of books before him. He has been immersed in reading books ever since Hikaifunkiryo mentioned Artificial Soul. Now that their 10th division was on the right track, He could spend his time on a so-called artificial soul. A hell butterfly suddenly flew in front of Shinji. Shinji, who was gazing at the scenery with his usual bored-looking face, reached out to receive the information from the hell butterfly. His bored-looking face was suddenly replaced into a serious one before he hurried to the captain's office. Damn, Shinji could hear that the first division was in commotion as he made his way back. The look on his face became more serious as he realized, and the expression on his face became a little more solemn. The situation this time really was dire if even the first division was alarmed. Kimura. West Rukongai. I know. Aizen immediately put on his captain Harry and fixed the Zanpakuto around his waist before looking at Hueco Shinji. I will head out. Attention to all, Captain. Please head to the first division immediately as an emergency captain's meeting will be held. Attention to all, Captain. Please head to the first division immediately as an emergency captain's meeting will be held. A captain's meeting at a time like this. Hueco Shinji hesitantly said. Shinji, go in my place and tell Captain Commander about the situation. I can't leave my men in danger. Aizen smiled and patted Shinji's shoulder. Shinji was speechless for a moment after Aizen disappeared, but he immediately came back to his senses and rushed toward the first division. As a captain, Aizen rushed to his men's rescue, so he must complete the task that Captain entrusted to him as a lieutenant. Dong. Captain's meeting now begins, Yamamoto Genryuzai said as he glanced at the captain one by one. According to the 12th Division's report, an extremely powerful spiritual pressure reaction was detected in West Rukongai District 64. Judging from the spiritual pressure's property, it's safe to say that it belongs to Menos, and judging from the spiritual pressure's intensity, it may be an Ajusha's or even Vasta Lord. Oh. Shunsukuraku habitually pressed his bamboo hat down. Even Ajushas rarely made their way to Soul Society, yet this time it might be a Vasta Lord. What made him even more concerned was that West Rukongai District 64 fell under the 10th Division's jurisdiction. Shunsukuraku glanced at the empty spot beside him, and his eyes happened to meet Hikai Funkirio's. As both their eyes met, they both caught onto the worries in their eyes. Dong. Yamamoto Genryuzai looked towards the door and said solemnly, come in. As the gate opened, Hueco Shinji came in, panting, and immediately kneeled before saying, Captain Commander. Yamamoto Genryuzai glanced downwards. I didn't remember letting a lieutenant participate in captain's meeting. Chojiro Sasaki immediately explained, I'm sorry, Captain Commander. Lieutenant Hueco said that he has an important report to make, so I let him in. Yamamoto Genryuzai nodded before asking Hueco Shinji solemnly, 10th Division Lieutenant Hueco Shinji, what pressing matter do you have to report to barge into a captain's meeting? Yamamoto Genryuzai noticed that Shunsukuraku and Hikai Funkirio were looking at one empty spot. Can you explain why Captain Kimura did not attend this captain's meeting? Even someone like Shinji felt the pressure after Yamamoto asked the question. However, he immediately took a deep breath to calm himself down and made his report. I received a report from the 12th Division that a hollow was sighted at West Rukongai District 64 this morning. According to the report, it's just a weak hollow, so I sent our 9th and 14th seat to deal with the hollow. However, just now, I received the information that it turns out to be a Menos, and Captain Kimura already head to the scene because he's worried about our 9th and 14th seat. After listening to Shinji's report, Yamamoto Genryuzai's eyes were slightly opened, and he slammed down his crutch. Nonsense. He went by himself without an order. He'll be held accountable after we resolve this problem. I will now send a captain and 2 lieutenants to West Rukongai District 64 to join Captain Kimura and deal with this matter. 8th Division Captain Shunsukuraku, 2nd Division Lieutenant Shioi Nyoruichi, 10th Division Lieutenant Hueco Shinji, the 3 people above are to cooperate with Captain Aizen to defeat the Menos Grand in West Rukongai District 64 and investigate the reason behind its sudden emergence in Soul Society. As for the rest of the captains, return to your posts. Don't let your guard down, and be ready for further orders. Dismiss. The assembly hall was suddenly empty as everyone returned to their post with a grim look on their face. It couldn't be helped considering the circumstances. It certainly was not something unheard of for a hollow to wander into Soul Society, but for it to be an Ajusha's or Vasto Lord was certainly unprecedented. Although Shinigami has fought hollow for as long as they could remember, they barely knew anything about hollow. Could this commotion be some sort of a sign? Captain Commander even sent Captain Kiraku to help Little Yan Yang. Is he merely worried about Little Yan Yang, or is there something more to this? Hikai Funkirio contemplated Yamamoto Genryuzai's decision. Kiraku Shunsei, after all, was Yamamoto Genryuzai's disciple and one of the captains who had served the longest. Hence, his skill was undeniable, and since Yamamoto Genryuzai sent him personally, he must have another reason. Captain Kiraku, shouldn't we wait for Lieutenant Shioi? Shinji couldn't help but ask Shun Sakuraku this question because he just rushed towards West Rukongai District 64 without waiting for Yoruichi. Who are you waiting for again? This voice is. Hirako. Shinji turned around in surprise, only to find Yoruichi was already beside him before he knew it. Lieutenant Shioin, since when did you? Humphrey, Yoruichi replied with a smug. I won't fall behind to anyone when it comes to flash steps. Now that Lieutenant Shioin has caught up, let's pick up the pace. This is a dire situation, after all. 1 second can decide everything. Hirako. Shinji and Shioin Yoruichi nodded, then the three of them picked up their pace and quickly rushed to West Rukongai District 64. Chapter 70, Crisis. The first group will be attacking head-on, the second group from the flank, the third group from the rear, while the fourth group remains on standby in case any problem arises. Suzuki Kusa commanded the division members she brought and waved her hands as the sign to begin the operation. Although she has only joined the division recently, it wasn't a problem for her to deal with a hollow like the one before her with her skill. After everyone commenced the battle with the hollow, Suzuki Kusa sighed in relief as she saw the division members fought the hollow organizedly. Even though she was the one who came up with the plan, it couldn't be helped if she was nervous as this was her first time taking command in a fight. Awesome. Well done, 9th seat Suzuki. Morikawa Nomi said as she walked towards Suzuki Kusu. This girl that joined her division recently was truly worth praising. She immediately secured a seated officer position with her skill right after joining. Moreover, she was also good at formulating tactics and handling other matters. The most important thing was that she was very humble and close with other division members. Almost all division members adored this girl. It's all thanks to your help, senpai. Suzuki Kusa looked at Morikawa Nomi said with a smile. You are the 9th seat now. There's no need to call me senpai anymore. Suzuki Kusa smiled bashfully. There's no way I can do that. I won't be where I am now without your help, senpai. Morikawa Nomi just smiled helplessly. Even after becoming the 9th seat, this girl named Suzuki Kusa was as humble as ever. She might remain unchanged even if she became a captain. Then again, becoming a captain was nothing but a pipe dream for ordinary people like them. We've dealt with the hollow, 9th seat Suzuki. Should we head back now? One of the division members ran over to ask for further orders. The division members already finished off the hollow while the two of them were talking. Good work, everyone. You all must be tired, so let's take a quick break. Suzuki Kusa said out of consideration after seeing the division members panting. Even though they were non-rank officers, they managed to defeat the hollow with excellent teamwork. Fortunately, there was no casualty even though some of them did get injured. Awesome. Captain will definitely reward you once we return. Morikawa Nomi praised Suzuki Kusa's leadership which allowed them to survive with no casualties. Captain Kimura? Suzuki Kusa suddenly got bashful when she thought of Miang. What is it? Damn it. Get information, everyone. There was a commotion among the division members that have been resting, which drew Suzuki Kusa's attention, and that was when she saw a scene that shocked her. A figure scuttled across the division members, followed by screams and blood spurting all over the place. By the time Suzuki Kusa and Morikawa Nomi saw what happened, everyone else was already dead. This is... Suzuki Kusa slumped weakly to the ground when she realized everyone else that was still laughing a second ago now died, and she couldn't even react until they all died. Despite how skilled she was just a newbie not long ago, so it couldn't be helped if she was traumatized after witnessing such a thing with her own eyes. That's pretty good. A hoarse voice broke the silence. Even though the rest of the division members were already dead, Morikawa Nomi was unshaken and watched the figure earlier vigilantly. After all, Shinigami was the closest being to death, and she has been one for so long. This is... Hollow. Seeing the white mask on the creature's face, Morikawa Nomi shouted in response, and her complexion immediately changed. Shinigami is as delicious as usual. The hollow that popped out of nowhere maniacally said as he stuck out his long tongue and licked the remaining blood on the corner of his mouth. Using some low-level hollow as a bait turns out to be a pretty good idea. What? Bait? Hearing this hollow's words, Morikawa Nomi's pupils dilated. To think that the hollow before her actually used low-level hollow as bait to lure Shinigami. Suzuki. Everyone's. Suzuki Kusa was trembling and her eyes were filled with panic and fear. Suzuki. Morikawa Nomi yelled to snap Suzuki Kusa back to her senses. You are 10th Division 9th seat. Get yourself together already. But. Everyone is. Yeah, but there's nothing we can do about it now. Morikawa Nomi said as she turned her back at Suzuki Kusu. We are Shinigami, the ones that dealt with death and closest being to death itself. It's exactly because everyone has died now that we must live stronger for their sake. Don't forget that you are the 9th seat of the 10th Division. Yes. The look on Suzuki Kusu's eyes finally changed. She was the 9th seat of the 10th division. Even if she did go down here, she didn't want to tarnish the 10th division's name. She had decided to fight until the last moment. This may be her last fight, and maybe she will die here today, but even if she did die, she had no intention to throw away her pride as a Shinigami, much less her pride as the 10th division's 9th seat. Suzuki, I will hold this hollow off. So take this opportunity to escape as far as possible. Senpai. This hollow is not something we can handle. You are young and talented. Live. No. There's no way I can escape on my own while you're here fighting the hollow. Suzuki. Morikawa no Mi shouted and turned her head towards Suzuki Kusu. This is probably the last thing I can teach you as a senpai. When facing the worst situation possible, we must give hope to the young ones so that our soul and pride will live on inside them. Senpai. Suzuki Kusa looked at Morikawa no Mi with complex eyes. Shinigami, are you done with your little chat? The hollow before them said mockingly. Those Shinigami is pretty delicious, but I'm sure they're not as good as you two. It seems that you are the so-called seated officer. I wonder how you will amuse me. Crush, Ryo. Morikawa no Mi used Shikai right off the bat. She wouldn't last a second if she hesitated to use a Shikai against an enemy of this level. Waterfall impact. As Morikawa no Mi waved Sunpakto in his hand, a stream of water immediately entangled the hollow, restricting its movement. Run, Suzuki. Morikawa no Mi immediately yelled at Suzuki Kusa after keeping the hollow down. Seeing Suzuki Kusa still hesitated to escape on her own, that Morikawa no Mi couldn't help but shout out of frustration, what are you waiting for? Run. Don't let my sacrifice go to waste. Seeing the Morikawa no Mi's face, Suzuki Kusa gritted her teeth and ran away with tears dripping from her eyes. If only she were strong enough, everyone would not have to die like this. If only she were strong enough, Morikawa-senpai didn't have to sacrifice herself to let her escape. If only she were strong enough. Then use my power. An obscene voice called out from the depth of Suzuki Kusa's heart. Suzuki Kusa's vision gradually blurred, and a silhouette that screamed dread when it came to appearance, suddenly popped out in front of Suzuki Kusu. The figure wore red clothes with red hair and a pair of demonic red eyes. The figure was shrouded by smoke, making it hard to completely distinguish its appearance, but its pair of red eyes were like the eyes that saw through everything. Why didn't you use my power? If you use my power, you can still easily escape even if you can't defeat that enemy. The red silhouette whispered teasingly in Suzuki Kusu's ear. No. 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 Suzuki Kusu shook his head desperately. I won't use that despicable ability. Then you insist on not using my power and just let your comrade sacrifice herself? I never thought you're that heartless. Huh? Suzuki Kusu suddenly stopped in her tracks, and the figure's words kept looping in her mind. Suzuki Kusu's body shook when she heard the scream. She turned around only to find Morikawa no Mi's body was pierced by the hollow's claw. Suzuki Kusu saw Morikawa no Mi said something, although she couldn't hear it. However, Suzuki Kusu was well aware that the word her senpai just uttered in her last moment was live. PSSKKK. The hollow pulled out the claw that he rammed into Morikawa no Mi's body and licked the blood smeared in its claw and looked towards Suzuki Kusu. Delicious. You are the last one, Shinigami. I hope you can entertain me better. This Shinigami was just so boring. Chapter 71, Arrived Shinigami, I sure hope you can entertain me. The hollow mockingly said as it licked its blood-smeared claw. Shua Suzuki Kusa drew her Zanpakuto, held it tightly in her hands with determined eyes. She was determined to stop running and fight this hollow on her own. Well, it's fine that you took your stance, but just what do you think you can do without even releasing your Zanpakuto? A mocking voice reverberated in Suzuki Kusu's ear. Suzuki Kusa could even feel the hollow's disgusting breath hitting her body as she heard that. Bam. Sensing the danger, Suzuki Kusu immediately protected herself, but she only had the time to raise her hands before she was sent flying and heard a crackling sound in the next moment. Bam. Suzuki Kusu spat out a mouthful of blood, felt that his left arm had been crushed by the blow just now. Not only that, even her internals were hit hard. Oh, you're still alive? You're pretty tenacious, aren't you? The hollow mockingly said as he took his sweet time walking toward Suzuki Kusu, who struggled to stand back up. As Suzuki Kusu's vision was gradually blurring, she couldn't help but lament their difference in strength. It was simply frustrating that the hollow before her was so strong that she couldn't even see its attack. Stop hesitating. Use my power if you want to survive. The enchanting voice reverberated in Suzuki Kusu's ear again. I'll never use that despicable power. Even if you die because of it? Yes. Even if I die. Then. How about Captain Kimura? Captain Kimura. Suzuki Kusu suddenly froze, and the scene in front of her gradually changed, and it was as if she was imagining things because she suddenly saw Ma Yang's face. What if Captain Kimura needs you? There's no. Even Suzuki Kusu herself knows she was hesitating. If you die here, you will never see Captain Kimura again. Can you still say that you won't use my power then? This enchanting voice made Suzuki Kusu hesitate. Her words kept playing in Suzuki Kusu's mind. If you die here, you'll never see Captain Kimura again. You'll never see Captain Kimura. Have you given up, Shinigami? The hollow condescendingly said when it saw Suzuki Kusu fell weakly to the ground. TSK, how disappointing. Is all Shinigami this fragile? If you can't entertain me anymore, then drop dead. The hollow lifted its foot and slammed it right down at Suzuki Kusu. Capture, Kumozi. Bam. The hollow was a little bit surprised as he didn't feel like he hit anything, and when the dust gradually dispersed, it saw Suzuki Kusu was now back on her feet. Oh, you dodged it. Maybe you're not as boring as I thought. In any case, I should be able to enjoy myself for a little while. Humphrey. Although Suzuki Kusu sustained a pretty severe injury on her left hand weakly and there was a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, there was not a shred of doubt in her eyes. She was determined to make it out alive no matter what. Is that your Zanpakuto? The hollow said when it saw the Zanpakuto in Suzuki Kusu's hands. Interesting. Suzuki Kusu clenched the Zanpakuto in her hands. A red pendant hanging on the hilt and the faint red luster on the blade made it look like a whole different sword. I want to live. Captain Kimura will definitely come to my rescue, so I must live for the sake of everyone else as well. Bam. The hollow attacked Suzuki Kusu once again, only to find an empty ground there because Suzuki Kusu already whooshed past it. It was quite surprising for the hollow because it didn't feel like the Shinigami behind it got any faster than she already was, yet she dodged its attack once again despite her injuries. Shua 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 shua. The hollow felt that things were getting interesting and attacked Suzuki Kusu relentlessly, but she dodged it all. But something bothered him because Suzuki Kusu was not that fast, yet she always managed to dodge the attack in the nick of time for some reason. The hollow then witnessed something that blew its mind. Suzuki Kusu sidestepped before its attack landed right where she stood earlier. It kept happening. Suzuki Kusu always evaded before the hollow's attack landed right where she previously stood as if she predicted the attack in advance. I see, so that's how it is. I have seen enough of your abilities, Shinigami. Now drop dead. Bam. Suzuki Kusu was sent flying by the hollow's punch, hitting the tree, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even though Suzuki Kusu predicted the hollow's attack, she wasn't fast enough to dodge it. As she expected, the difference between them was too much. You may be able to scratch me if you're stronger, Shinigami. Your ability is pretty good, but it's pointless because you're too weak. Come to think of it, I haven't asked your name yet. Then again, there's no need to ask for the name of a weakling like you. Now die, Shinigami. The hollow raised its hand, ready to pierce Suzuki Kusu's head. She lamented her own fate for unable to make it out alive even after swallowing her pride and used the power she didn't want to use. Suzuki Kusu's eyes were full of despair and regret as she watched the hollow raised its hand. Had she used this power from the very beginning, maybe. Suzuki Kusu regretted everything as she realized her life was coming to an end. She was wondering that she might be able to see this hollow coming, and everyone, including Morikawa Nomi, didn't have to die had she used this power from the very beginning. She may not be lying while waiting for her death either. Now had she used it from the beginning, I wanted to pierce you with my claw, but on second thought, using this may be a good change of pace. Suzuki Kusu's eyes widened when she saw the red sphere condensing on the tip of the hollow's finger. It's Sero. A move that only Minos Grand could use. The hollow in front of her turned out to be a Minos Grand. Realizing that the hollow in front of him was the legendary Minos Grand, Suzuki Kusu suddenly got a lot calmer. If the enemy was a Minos Grand, there was no point in using her power. Even if she predicted this hollow was coming and ran away, she and her comrades would die anyway in the end. She felt less guilty now, knowing that she and her comrades were up against a Minos Grand. It's just. I can't see you anymore, Captain Kimura. I really want to see you again at least one last time, Captain Kimura. Suzuki Kusu recalled Ma Yang's face as he watched Sero was gradually concentrated in front of her eyes. Die. Sero. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Bang. As the Sero was fired from the hollow's fingertip, a chanting mixed in, followed by a transparent barrier that materialized in front of Suzuki Kusu, blocking the Sero. This voice is. Suzuki Kusu flushed, and her eyes were filled with immeasurable joy as she happily turned toward the person who appeared behind her. Captain. Sorry, I am late. Suzuki Kusu was indeed safe from the Sero, but if Ma Yang was even a second late, Suzuki Kusu would have died. Since Suzuki Kusu was the only one there, and the enemy could use Sero, that meant. 9th seat Suzuki, where are the rest? The rest is. Hearing Kimura Ma Yang's question, The smile on Suzuki-kusu's face was replaced by a sad and glassy one. Seeing the look on Suzuki-kusu's face, it finally hit Ma-yang. Everyone else is already dead. Really? There was a trace of sorrow in Kimura Ma-yang's eyes. He did foresee this situation, but he just couldn't endure the pain when Suzuki-kusu said it directly to him. There were dozens of members in this operation. Meaning there haven't been this many casualties since he became 10th Division's captain. I got it. Now, leave the rest to me. Kimura Ma-yang's voice was full of murderous intent. Chapter 72, Do you know mathematics another one? The Hollow said with a smile once the smoke dissipated, and Ma-yang's figure emerged from the smoke. You look very strong, unlike those weaklings earlier. They taste pretty bad too, but you should be different. Did you eat them? Ma-yang said with a cold glare. Yeah, they're pretty bad, but it's still more delicious than most souls out there. I will never forget that taste. The Hollow suddenly screamed while holding on to his right hand, where blood was gushing out. Although he had a mask on his face, it couldn't contain his scream. How dare you cut off my arm, Shinigami? The Hollow glared at Ma-yang hatefully. His right arm was lopped off, and blood didn't stop gushing out from the wound. The Hollow's hand twitched, and in the next second, it grew back so fast that it was visible to the naked eye. It pointed its newly grown hand toward Ma-yang and said, You're so dead, Shinigami. Blame yourself for pushing my buttons. High-speed regeneration. Ma-yang said with one eyebrow raised. That's more like it. It'd be boring if you die so easily. As if the likes of you can kill me. Play your melody, Xian. After blocking the attack with his Zanpakuto, Ma-yang mocked the Hollow. Is this all you got? Humphrey, don't push your luck, Shinigami. The Hollow relentlessly attacked Ma-yang instead of responding to Ma-yang's provocation. Dang 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 dang, Ma-yang swung his Zanpakuto calmly, blocking all the Hollow's attack without even taking a step from where he stood since the very beginning. If this is all you got, this is gonna be over before you know it. Don't get too cocky, Shinigami. The Hollow couldn't even land a single attack, and Ma-yang's words definitely got under his skin. As a result, he roared in anger and pointed his fingertip at Ma-yang, where a red Sero was condensed. Unlike his Sero earlier, its power this time was on a whole different level that Suzuki-kusu was trembling even though she was hiding. Sero. Even though he saw the Hollow was ready to fire Sero at him, Ma-yang didn't even budge, as if he had no intention to dodge it at all. Captain. Seeing Ma-yang didn't budge from his spot, Suzuki-kusu realized that he planned to take it head-on and couldn't help but yell out of worry due to the immense spiritual pressure she felt coming from the Sero. Ma-yang did not even raise his Zanpakuto to block it. Instead, he simply raised his left hand to stop the Sero. What? Does Captain plan to stop that Sero with one hand? Suzuki-kusu felt like his heart almost stopped beating. She knew that her captain was really strong, but was it really wise to stop that Sero with one hand? Even a Vasto Lord can't stop my Sero with one hand. It seems that you really want to die that bad, Shinigami. The Hollow's pride was in tatters seeing Ma-yang try to block his Sero with one hand. Bang! The Sero hit Ma-yang's arm, but it was immediately repelled toward another direction, destroying a big tree in its path. Suzuki-kusu was in awe as Ma-yang actually repelled it with one hand. Impossible. How did you? Hollow looked at Ma-yang in disbelief. He at first thought that the power of his Sero was lower than usual. However, his assumption was proven wrong as the ground where his Sero was repelled to was raised. In terms of firepower, it was, in fact, more powerful than usual, yet how did the Shinigami before him repel it with one hand and remained unscathed? The Shinigami before him easily blocked all his attacks, including his devastating Sero, and with one hand, no less. Moreover, the Shinigami lopped off his arm, and he didn't even see him coming. From all those facts, the Hollow concluded that the guy in front of him was not an average Shinigami that he normally preyed on. The Hollow glanced at the white howry Ma-yang was wearing. He didn't pay attention to it a moment ago, but upon seeing the white howry. You are a captain? Oh? You actually know about captain? Ma-yang asked with raised eyebrows. I have heard about it from my companions before, but I haven't seen one before. I didn't expect to meet one here. I see. Ma-yang nodded, then raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. Play your melody, K's no Sora. Following Ma-yang's chanting, the shape of his Zanpakuto changed again. The hilt suddenly turned into azure blue with 1 meter length blade. In addition, it had thorn-like small blades on its edges around 30 centimeters from the tip. Following the change in his Zanpakuto, Ma-yang's spiritual pressure skyrocketed again. Sensing Ma-yang's massive spiritual pressure, the Hollow fell into despair. He was no match against Ma-yang earlier, and now that Ma-yang's spiritual pressure skyrocketed once again, it might be asking too much just to run away. Is this the so-called Bankai? It sure seems strong. Bankai? Ma-yang sneered. Don't overestimate yourself. I don't need to use Bankai to deal with the likes of you. Not Bankai? As far as I know, a Shinigami's Zanpakuto can be released twice, namely Shikai and Bankai. You have released Zanpakuto once before, yet you're saying that is not Bankai? This is not Bankai. It's just another Shikai, that's all. Well, since you won't understand anyway even if I explain it to you, feel free to consider it as a Bankai. Many people think so as well. I don't really have to go this far to defeat you, to be honest. The only reason why I show you this form is only out of respect for my men that you killed in cold blood. Maiyang's tone was getting more and more terrifying. Goodbye, Shinigami. Hollow poked his fingertip into thin air, and Garganta was slowly opened. The Hollow stepped into Garganta with one foot and the other still outside before turning toward Maiyang and said arrogantly. I will spare you this time out of pity, but remember that the next time we meet will be your end, Shinigami. Who gives you the permission to leave? Maiyang raised Zanpakuto in his hand and swung it at the Hollow's direction gently. An azure compressed air blade was discharged from Maiyang's Zanpakuto, cutting off one of the Hollow's legs that was already in Garganta. After lopping off the Hollow's leg, the compressed air blade seeped into the Garganta, and then the Garganta gradually became unstable, forcing out the Hollow before vanishing. Damn you! The Hollow's leg twitched before growing back just like last time, and he glared at Maiyang. Obviously, he didn't expect that the Shinigami could cancel out Garganta. It's a relief that you didn't die by that attack earlier. Fortunately, you are not as fragile as I thought. Maiyang composedly said as he saw the Hollow's high-speed regeneration, but his next sentence immediately made the Hollow shudder. I won't let you die that easily. High-speed regeneration really is a convenient ability. Maiyang praised the Hollow's regenerative ability. Maiyang's words and tone right now made him the most dreadful existence in the Hollow's eyes. Can you do a simple math? You know, just simple addition and subtraction. Maiyang asked the Hollow out of the blue. What do you plan to? BSSSKK. The Hollow's chest was stabbed, and blood was gushing out of it. I'm asking whether you can do simple math or not, Maiyang asked menacingly. I do. Very good. Maiyang sounded less intimidating after hearing a satisfying answer. Oh, the wound on your chest is already closed? As expected of high-speed regeneration. Now, what is 1000 minus 7? 993. The Hollow obediently answered this time. Very good. Maiyang nodded as he was satisfied with the Hollow's answer, then suddenly. Rikijikuro. 6 thin, wide beams were slammed into the Hollow's midsection, restraining the Hollow's movement. What are you planning to do? I know I am no match for you, just kill me already. You want to die? I won't let you off the hook that easily. You killed 24 of my men, so I have to kill you 24 times. The Hollow felt like he heard the voice of a demon. Next, I want you to keep subtracting the result by 7 starting from 1000 minus 7. Otherwise, it will be more than 24 times. Before Maiyang proceeded, he used flash steps and suddenly reappeared in front of Suzuki Kusu, using Aikido to put her to sleep. It'd be better for her not to see what was about to happen. Okay, let's get started. Maiyang looked down at Hollow kneeling on the ground. Let's do it again from the top. What is 1000 minus 7? Maiyang's face was like that of a demon. Chapter 73, Return huh? The moment Suzuki Kusu finally opened her eyes, the scene that unfolded before she fainted earlier flashed in her mind. Hollow, blood, death, fear. And Captain Kimura. Captain. When Suzuki Kusu remembered that Maiyang was also there, she immediately called out his name while looking for him frantically. I'm here. Maiyang softly said as he knelt down and smiled at Suzuki Kusu. Thank God you're here, Captain. Suzuki Kusu said out of relief. When she saw Maiyang smiling gently at her, a tear fell down the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry, I'm late. Maiyang apologetically said when he saw a tear rolled down the corner of Suzuki Kusu's eyes. 24 of his division members died, while one of them was traumatized because he made a wrong decision. Although what happened this time couldn't be helped as he got the wrong information, it was also partly because of his own incompetence. Don't say that, Captain. Hadn't you come, none of us will survive, and there will be no way to avenge our fallen comrades. By the way, what about the Hollow? It took Suzuki Kusu a while before she finally remembered the cause behind this tragedy because she was just so glad to see Maiyang. However, she did vaguely remember that Maiyang mopped the floor with that Hollow right before she lost consciousness. I finished him off, so don't worry about it anymore. Maiyang's eyes flashed with hatred. The grudge he felt toward that Hollow wouldn't disappear even after killing him 20 times. Crackle crackle, the firewood was burning in front of them. The atmosphere was quite romantic, and Suzuki Kusu's complexion changed. Captain. You can. Suzuki Kusa grabbed the hem of Maayang's Shiakusho with a flushed face and bashful eyes. Captain Kimura. Captain Kimura. Kiraku suddenly showed up with Yoruichi and Hirako Shinji, interrupting Suzuki Kusu. Captain Kiraku. Maayang immediately stood up and turned towards the group that just arrived. Shinji, Yoruichi, why are you here? That's my line. You ran off here without saying a word. Old man Yama was pretty mad and sent us to check on you. Kiraku said as he glanced around, but it seems there's no need for us to come after all. Old man Yama did? Maayang then turned at Hirako Shinji. Shinji, didn't I ask you to explain the circumstances to Captain Commander? Hirako Shinji turned pale. I did, but Captain Commander said you'd be held accountable for this one. Good grief. After hearing Hirako Shinji's answer, Maayang felt helpless. That was basically the same as not explaining anything, and now he had to explain himself to old man Yamamoto. You've taken care of the hollow? Yoruichi asked after noticing a pool of blood on the ground. Well, yeah. How many of them are there? One. One? Yoruichi glanced at the large pool of blood on the ground. There was no way that was the amount of blood from killing one hollow. She might have believed it if Maayang said there were dozens of them, but one was simply unbelievable. Yoruichi and Kiraku looked at each other. They had their suspicions about what happened, but they didn't want to say it out loud. Is she the only survivor? Kiraku asked Maayang and glanced at Suzuki Kusu. However, he saw Suzuki Kusu was glaring at him. He did recall that the Suzuki Kusu was the talented girl Maayang recruited when they visited the academy last time, but he didn't recall doing anything that'd make her angry. He just shook his head helplessly as he thought of himself as someone who always respected a lady, so Suzuki Kusu's hateful glare left him confused. She's the only survivor, while the rest 24 division members died at the hands of the Hollow, and it's all the mistake on my part, Maayang said, clenching his fists. Don't blame yourself too much. It's not your fault, Kiraku gave Maayang a pat on the shoulder. There are too many unexpected factors that happened this time. Your decision itself is not wrong. It's just that even you Shinigami have our own limits, and it's not something you can do about. Moreover, dying in the battle with Hollow is our long life goal as a Shinigami, so don't trample on your men's resolve. Maayang just stood there and took in the meaning behind Kiraku's words. Okay, since everything is taken care of, we should head back. Old man Yamamoto is still waiting for our report, and Kimura, get ready for old man Yama's good-all lecture. Kiraku chuckled and winked at Maayang. Oh my god. Maayang facepalmed. He finally remembered how boring Yamamoto's long lecture could be. You're still injured. Let me carry you on my back. Maayang said after glancing at Suzuki Kusu's injury. Yes. Suzuki Kusu nodded his head gently and leaned onto Maayang's back. Kiraku noticed Suzuki Kusu's bashful face, and it finally hit him. No wonder that little girl was so hostile at him earlier. It was because he came at the worst possible time. By the way, what were you saying earlier? Captain Kiraku came before you can finish your sentence earlier, right? Maayang suddenly asked on their way back. No, it's nothing. Suzuki Kusu shook her head slightly. Suzuki Kusu laid her face on Maayang's back, and Maayang's smell relaxed her, giving her a peace of mind. Her captain's back was so warm that she didn't feel the need to say what she wanted to say earlier as long as she could enjoy this moment even a second longer. Maayang just faintly smiled. Noticing the smile on the corner of Maayang's mouth, Kiraku smiled knowingly. I really gotta hand it to you, though, Captain Kimura. Kiraku moved on to a new topic as he put away the smile on his face. What do you mean? It only took us a few minutes to catch up with you here after Lieutenant Hueco reporting the situation, and Captain Kimura actually defeated the Ajushas in such a short time. Moreover, judging from the situation at the scene, the battle has been concluded for quite a while. Kiraku glanced at Maayang. Isn't that right, Captain Kimura? Your observation really is something else, Captain Kiraku. No. As expected of Captain Kiraku. Instead of accepting the compliment, Maayang praised Kiraku. However, a hollow of this level be defeated in an instant had it been up against you, Captain Kiraku. Ah ha ha. Captain Kimura, you jest. An Ajushas is almost as strong as a captain. There's no way I can defeat it that fast. You overestimate me. Hee hee. Maayang just chuckled without saying anything back. He knew how strong Kiraku really was, and an Ajushas was clearly no match for him. Here we are. Maayang stopped and said to the other three people, go on without me. I will drop Suzuki at the 4th Division first and catch up with you guys later. No, Captain. Suzuki Kusa lifted his head from behind Maayang. I'll head back to the barracks on my own. But your injury? Maayang hesitantly said. I've pretty much recovered during our way back. Don't worry about me, Captain. I can go back on my own right now. You should go and see Captain Commander quickly. Seeing that Suzuki Kusu indeed pretty much recovered already, Maayang nodded and let her go back on her own. Captain Commander was already mad as it was after he rushed to the scene without order. If he were late again, he wouldn't get away so easily this time. Let's go. Old man Yamamoto should have sensed our spiritual pressure. Kiraku pressed down his bamboo hat habitually and took the lead as they headed toward the first division. Get ready, Kimura. Old man Yama is really hard to handle when he's angry. Sigh, he shouldn't get mad over such trivial stuff. Maayang sighed, but he was a little calmer than earlier. Well, even if old man Yama doesn't say anything, those geezers in Central 46 may have their own opinion. Your absurdly fast promotion already aroused dissatisfaction among so many people. TSK, those old geezers. Maayang's clicked his tongue when Kiraku mentioned Central 46. A group of stubborn and incompetent old men. Since he was a captain now, he had to answer to those incompetent old men. Chapter 74, Promoted to Zero Division Captain, it's about time. Let's go. Suzuki Kusa walked in after knocking on the captain office's door. Alright. Sigh, what a hassle. Does a captain's meeting really have to be held so early in the morning? Maayang complained while rubbing his sleepy eyes. Don't complain. You are always the last one. Suzuki Kusa reached out and took Captain Harry hanging on the room and handed it to Maayang with a smile. Captain Commander is gonna stare at you if you're late again, you know. Why? Maayang straightened his clothes and said. I'm still earlier than Captain Kiraku, just so you know. Suzuki Kusa chuckled. Sometimes Maayang did arrive before Kiraku sometimes, but most of the time, they arrived at the same time. Anyway, you should leave early today, Captain. Today is Rose's inauguration as a captain. It'd be rude if you're late. I know. Alright, let's go. Maayang walked out of the captain's office and said while glancing at the sun on the horizon. I'll be having dinner at the 12th Division every day starting today, Kusu. Every day? Suzuki Kusa looked at Maayang in confusion. He did visit the 12th Division from time to time and join their feast, but this time he suddenly said that he'd be going there every day. Yeah, every day. Maayang nodded affirmed. Well, you are the captain, so you have the final say. Although Suzuki Kusa didn't know why Maayang suddenly came up with such an idea, she wasn't really against the idea. Rose was promoted as 3rd Division captain today, which meant that Sister Kiryu would be promoted to 0 Division in another 2 years. Once she was promoted to 0 Division, Maayang wouldn't be able to see her whenever he pleased as he used to unless he was also promoted to 0 Division, but he didn't really like the atmosphere there. Well, he'd just visit Hikaifun Kiryu until the very last moment before she was promoted. Good morning, Captain, Lieutenant. Good morning. Maayang greeted everyone with a smile. I see you're working hard today too. Yes, Captain. Seeing his subordinates in high spirit, Maayang was slightly energized. Kimura. Are you up? Hurry up. I come all the way here to wake you up. Captain, you shouldn't raise your voice in other divisions, Barak. You're such a party pooper, Shoop. I used to be lieutenant of the 10th Division, so it's okay. Kimura. Where are you? I'm here. Kimura, you actually got up early for once. I thought you are going to be the last one again, so I came all the way here to pick you up. You must have dragged him out of bed, right, Kusu? No, Captain was already up when I knocked on his door. Suzuki Kusa said with a faint smile. That's really weird. I don't recall ever seeing you get up early before I left. Shinji. Can you stop running your mouth so early in the morning? You're being so annoying. Maayang felt better after yelling at Shinji but frowned again after one look at Shinji's face. Shinji, seeing your face early in the morning makes me lose my drive. It must be tough having such a captain, Shoop. Oh, by all means, no, Aizen said with a charming smile. Captain is an excellent captain. Shook, it's embarrassing when you praise me like that. Shinji said with a triumphant smile. Really? Maayang smiled and said knowingly, perhaps he really is a good superior for you. The faint light flashed in Aizen's eyes. What was Captain Kimura implying here? Was it possible that he found out? Impossible. No one would realize anything with my Kyokusugetsu. Let's go. I don't want to be the last one again. Maayang beckoned the rest as he took the lead towards the 1st Division. I never expect Rose is going to become a captain. It's not that surprising, really. Rose is talented, but he lacks confidence, that's all. The 3rd Division's captain happens to retire, so the decision to appoint Rose as the 3rd Division's captain actually makes sense. That's not it. I'm just a little bit emotional, that's all. Everyone has already reached such a respectable position now. Even Hori has become a lieutenant. Ah. What the fuck, even I? Are you looking down on me, Baldy Shinji? Hori blew her fist after punching Shinji. Hori, you little. What? Do you want me to apologize? Stop dreaming. Hori said mockingly. Okay, Hori, that should be enough. Garyo-san. Captain Hikaifune. Garyo-san. Hirako Shinji greeted Hikaifune Garyo and slightly bowed. You don't have to, little Shinji. Hikaifune Garyo said after glancing at Shinji. She then turned her face to Miang. Little Yan Yang, it's been a while since you last visit me. Little Shinji? Little Yan Yang? Miang and Shinji were speechless. Hikaifune Garyo indeed enjoyed teasing them. She just couldn't help herself to call them with that nickname in front of others. Everyone else already knew about their nickname at his point. Nevertheless, it was embarrassing when Hikaifune Garyo called them with such nicknames. Sorry, Garyo-san, I had my hands full with some stuff, but I'm planning to eat at your place every day from now on, so sorry for the trouble, hee hee. Every day? Hori gave Miang a disgusted look. Aren't captains supposed to be busy? What do you mean coming every day? Miang just shrugged in response. It's not that far from the 10th division to 12th division, at least for me. Well, suit yourself. I won't stop you whenever you wanna come. Hikaifune Garyo said and slightly smiled. She was wondering whether Miang did this because he realized something. Then it's settled. Miang slightly smiled. Oh, the gate is opened. Let's go in. I really have to say that the 1st Division's security is really strict. I have to wait until the door is open before I can enter. It can't be helped. 1st Division is where Captain Commander resides. It must be different from our divisions. Hikaifune Garyo smiled and took the lead. The newly appointed captain this time is also your friend, right, little Yan Yang? Hikaifune Garyo suddenly asked Miang. Yeah, I got to know him when he was still in Shino. I remember he was still a first-grade student when I first saw him. Seeing him used to be so meek, it's hard to believe that he's going to become captain. Your prediction almost always hits the mark. All captains promoted over these last few decades are close with you. Shioi Nyoruichi from the 2nd Division is also your friend. Now Iterbashi Rojiro, who'll be 3rd Division's captain, Little Shinji from the 5th Division, Love Akawa from 7th Division, Muguru Makinsai from 9th Division, they're all your close friends for many years. Hee hee, now that you mention it, several captains are indeed pretty close with me even before they become a captain, but they're not the only ones. Captain Kiraku and Captain Kitake are also my good friends. Miang said as he counted with his fingers. And of course, Garyo-san as well. But this is a good sign for Soul Society. If the captains are familiar with each other, Soul Society can exert its maximum ability. Well, you have learned a lot as a captain these years. Hikaifune Garyo gave Miang a glance of approval. Well, setting aside whether I've learned a lot or not, I'm actually just saying what comes to mind, that's all. After seeing so many things, I'll eventually learn a thing or two whether I like it or not. Alright, you don't have to be modest with me, little Yan Yang. Hikaifune Garyo laughed. Seems like you guys are having a good time over there. Kiraku said with Yukitake right beside him. Ah, Kiraku, what happened? It's unusual for you to come so early today. Miang asked teasingly because Kiraku usually showed up last. I always show up early. You're the one who shows up early for once. Ha ha ha. Miang responded with a laugh and then tilted his head, looking at Lisa, who stood behind Kiraku. Did you drag Kiraku out of bed today, Lisa? Of course, I kicked his ass until he wakes up. Lisa said while pushing back her glasses frame. She never considered Kiraku's feelings at all when it came to whipping him up to shape, even in front of others. Good grief, didn't I tell you so many times not to embarrass me in front of other captain, Lisa-chan? Shunsei Kiraku said as he habitually pressed down his straw hat. If you are already here, get in the line already. An elderly voice coming from behind startled them. Chapter 75, 2 years, 1, if you are already here, then hurry in and line up. Captain Commander. Everyone immediately turned their heads in surprise upon hearing the elderly voice coming from behind. They immediately saluted Yamamoto Genryuzai and then scurried into the assembly hall. Dong. Yamamoto Genryuzai slammed his cane to the ground. Since everyone is here, the captain's meeting hereby begins. The previous 3rd Division captain had retired due to his physical circumstances. Before retiring, he recommended Iterbashi Rojiro as his successor, so 3 other captains and I conduct captain proficiency test for the said individual, and the result was satisfying. Therefore, I appoint Iterbashi Rojiro as the new captain of the 3rd Division. Come in, Iterbashi Rojiro. Creak. Iterbashi Rojiro pushed open the door of the house and entered with a meek expression on his face. I'm still inexperienced, so please show me the ropes, senpais. Haha, you will be a captain from now on. I'll be counting on you, Rose. Yes, I will be sure not to let you down, Captain Kimura. You are a captain too now, so there's no need to call me with that honorific anymore. Just call me Kimura. Hee hee. Rose awkwardly smiled as he scratched his head shyly. Maiyang was at a loss for words when he saw Rose. It seemed that it would take some time to convince him to call him Kimura. Ah. Hirako Shinji then asked with his signature indifferent expression. Let's round up everyone to celebrate. What do you say, Rose? There's no need to go through all that trouble for me. Rose hesitantly said. What are you saying? Kensai said as he leaned against the wall. Besides, it's been a while since we all drink together. It'll be harder to find time once you're busy with your job as a captain. So it's settled then. Aren't you glad, Rose? Ha ha ha. Love. Maiyang was surprised when he noticed Love was laughing right beside his ear and just glanced at him helplessly. He just couldn't get used to it no matter how many times Love did it. Haha, there's no point in yelling at him, Kimura. Love has always been like that ever since we knew him. Shinji laughed at the startled Maiyang because of Love. You guys seem to be having fun. Don't leave me out. Kiraku said, joining in the conversation. We were just talking about having a get-together and drink tonight. Would you like to join Shunsa-san? Love asked Kiraku while impersonating a drinking motion. Drinking? How can I say not to such a tempting offer? We must go whenever we have the chance, don't you think so too, Yukitik? Kiraku said as he turned around where Yukitik was standing. Yeah, we can't miss such a rare opportunity. Are you guys seriously discussing this here at the 1st Division barrack? Yoruichi, who was already behind Maiyang, suddenly said. Captain Commander can hear you, you know. Ahaha, Maiyang laughed awkwardly. Even though he knew Yamamoto Genryu's wouldn't care about such a thing, he subconsciously picked up the pace, heading out of the 1st Division barrack. Kiryu-san. Maiyang immediately called Hikaifun Kiryu when she saw her back, and once she turned around, he asked, would you care to join us for a drink? I'll pass for today. I have some important things to take care of. Little Hori will come in my stead. Hikaifun Kiryu smiled faintly and left after turning down Maiyang's invitation. Why didn't you invite me? Yoruichi looked at Maiyang cynically. Sigh, do I really have to ask you out for you to join? Maiyang said with a wry smile. Realizing Yoruichi didn't seem to understand what he meant, Maiyang hurriedly added. You think we're strangers or what? I don't think I have to ask out a friend so formally. That's more like it. Yoruichi seemed slightly surprised. That's right, can you ask Gisuke to come along if he has time? Maiyang said after a brief pause. Gisuke? I can't give you my word that he'll come. He has been cooping up in his room, studying some sketchy stuff that it's been a while since I last saw him. Yoruichi was at a loss for words when Maiyang mentioned Hirahara Gisuke. Well, it's alright if he can't make it. There's always another time. Maiyang nodded said. But came to think of it, we already got quite a lot of company. Maiyang counted the participant of tonight's get-together with his finger. Me, you, Rose, Shinji, Love, Kiraku, Kensai, Yukitik, plus Kusu, Lisa, Hori, Mashiro. With this many people, we may have to tell the proprietress in advance to book a bigger room. Well, it may be too much trouble for the tavern if we impose on them with this many people. On that note, why don't we have the get-together at the 10th Division instead? You often hold banquets at your division anyway, right, Kimura? That means you shouldn't be short on alcohol. Kiraku teasingly said as he looked at Maiyang. Fuck. Seeing Kiraku's eyes, Maiyang knew that guy was up to something. These people would definitely drink his prized sake dry if he let them all go to the 10th Division. Since you guys have joined our banquets several times, it should be nothing new to you by now. But I heard that Captain Kiraku collected many fine sakes. So why don't we just have a drink at the 8th Division instead? Noticing Kiraku tried to put him on the spot, Maiyang immediately got back at him. Sure enough. As soon as everyone heard the word fine sake, they immediately turned their attention to Shunsa Kiraku. Everyone knew how much Kiraku loved sake, so there was no doubt that the fine sake Maiyang mentioned must fit its name. Kiraku began to panic when he noticed everyone's eyes were on him. He didn't expect the table had suddenly turned. Stop it, you two. Let's just do it at 2nd Division tonight. Yoruichi went out of her way after seeing Maiyang and Kiraku tried to argue their way out. Woe as expected of Shai Oinclan's head. As one of the 4 noble houses, Shai Oinclan should have a lot of good sake. Maiyang said with a look. Well, it will definitely satisfy you. Yoruichi said as she rolled her eyes. I really don't understand why you bother hiding just a few bottles of sake, though. Hee hee. Maiyang just laughed awkwardly. He begged Hikaifun Kiryu to brew his prized sake, and she finally agreed after asking her so many times. He couldn't even bring himself to drink those sakes, and he certainly couldn't let these people in if he wanted to keep his prized sake to himself. Well, since it's a celebration for me, it's better to do it in the 3rd division, no? Rose said timidly after listening for a while. It's fine. Let's just do it at the 2ND division. That's final. Be sure to come on time. I will tell my men to take care of the preparation. Of course, we will definitely be on time. Yo, you're never late for a drinking night before. I guess there's the first time for everything. Yang didn't miss his chance to tease Kiraku when he saw him on his way to the 2nd division. Come on, don't say that. I went around to find you Kitake, after all. Kiraku said while scratching his head. You seem to be in good shape today, you Kitake, Yang said with a glance at you Kitake. We're celebrating today after all. By the way, Kimura, I didn't see Lieutenant Suzuki anywhere. She is with Lisa. She happened to have some business with Lisa this afternoon. Lisa isn't with Kiraku either, right? Yeah, as you see. Well, it's a bit uncomfortable to chat here. Let's pick it up inside. Kiraku said as he took the lead to walk into the 2nd division. By the way, you Kitake, I heard that you recently asked Shiba Kaiyan of Shiba Clan to be your lieutenant. Did he accept your offer? No, he doesn't seem like he wants to join 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Kitake Joshiro laughed wryly. Well, be patient. He's a talented young man, after all. It can't be helped if he's a little strong-willed. Yang tried to console Kitake. As far as he knew, Shiba Kaiyan eventually became the 13th Division's lieutenant, which might take place around 2 years. Yeah, I noticed that he slightly let down his guard after 2 visits. Kitake Joshiro smiled before asking curiously, by the way, didn't Captain Kuachiki once ask you to teach his grandson sword art? How is he doing? That brat? Yang said as he recalled Byakuya Kuachiki's snotty face. He's a cheeky brat, but he's very talented. Really? Well, they are not a genius if they aren't a little cheeky. Kitake Joshiro said with a gentle smile. Yang nodded knowingly. However, no one would imagine that the cheeky brat they were talking about would become a brusque in the future. Chapter 76, 2 years, 2, you're finally here. It's so not like you to be late, Kimura. Kensai, who leaned on a wall, said to Yang after seeing him coming. He then turned to Kiraku Shunsei and Kitake Joshiro. Captain Kiraku, Captain Kitake. Well, it seems that we are the last ones. I'm so sorry. Shunsei Kiraku said, but he didn't seem sorry about it at all. Kensai, are you by yourself? Where's Mashiro? Yang asked when he noticed that Mashiro, who always stuck closely with Kensai, was nowhere to be found. I don't know where that idiot ran off, but I wish she won't come back. It's a lot quieter when she isn't around. Kensai said relievedly. She may be out at Rukongai for a stroll. I happened to see her in the afternoon. Tori said with her hands behind her head. She's as childish as always. Yang was at a loss for words and shook his head at Mashiro's behavior. She didn't even show up at Rose's celebration party. Are you sure you didn't miss anyone, Kimura? Shinji said as he turned his head at Yang. Huh? Yang glanced at Shinji and immediately tried to remember who was missing from the group, but after a moment, he gave up and asked, who did I miss? It's Aranmaru. Shinji face-palmed at the forgetful Yang. In case you forget, Aranmaru is Rose's teacher. How could you forget him? Yang was speechless when he realized that he completely forgot about Aranmaru. That's... I knew you're such a hopeless guy, but to think that you forgot about me. I would have missed this part hadn't Rose went to the academy to invite me. So, how do you plan to make this up to me? Aranmaru Shishin's helpless voice came from behind Yang. Yang turned around, looking guilty. He admitted that it was the mistake on his part for forgetting Aranmaru. That's... Forget it. I guess you can't even come up with anything decent to make this up. On that note, I'll just ask you to come to Shino Academy and give my students a few lessons and tips. Aranmaru Shishin went ahead and stated his own terms upon seeing Yang's guilty look. Alright then. Yang was slightly relieved that Aranmaru Shishin was willing to let him off the hook in exchange for him teaching his student. This guy had changed more and more ever since he became Shino Academy's vice headmaster more than a decade ago. He was always thinking of dragging his friends, this group in particular, to show the rope for his student in the academy. However, he was the most mature among them at the same time. His life as a teacher for more than 100 years wasn't just for show. Why are there so many captains here? A person with sloppy hair and clothes and 2 dark circles below his eyes sounded surprised the moment he showed up and saw the crowds. He is. Shunsei Kiraku looked at the coming person and asked. This is the 2nd Division's 3rd seat Gisukura Hara. I heard from Yoruichi that you're supposed to be in the middle of your research right now, though. Captain Kimura. My research happened to come to an end today, so I took a walk for a change of pace, but I certainly didn't expect to see so many captains gathering here. Aha aha. Kusagakure awkwardly laughed as he scratched his head. Kusagakure, since you're already here anyway, dress up. Are you fine looking like that in front of this many captain? Aha Yoruichi-san. Kusagakure embarrassedly scratched his head when he saw Yoruichi before saluting the captains. Then I will take a brief leave, captains. That guy seems even more listless and looser than Shinji. Yori said with displeased look on her face. Why are you lumping me with him, idiot? What do you mean by idiot, you baldy? Besides, I didn't say anything wrong. Okay, knock that off, you too. Besides, despite how he looked, Kusagakure is reliable when the situation asks for it, and he is pretty strong, you know. Mayang immediately explained as he dragged Tori away because she was rolling up her sleeve, ready to pummel Shinji. Pretty strong? That guy? Tori looked at Mayang in disbelief. Even if you say so, I just can't believe it when I see his eyes and face. I mean, Shinji is pretty much like him. Mayang then patted Tori's head. Okay, let's begin Yoruichi. Everyone is here. I told you not to lump me with him. Shinji tilted his head whispered. Everyone knows how lax and carefree you can be. Rose said as he patted Shinji's shoulders and followed Yoruichi and the gang. Yoruichi-sama, all captains and lieutenants, right this way. The moment Yoruichi was about to go in, a petite black figure appeared and knelt on before her. Yo, thanks for your hard work, Soifan. Yoruichi said as a response. No, it's my honor to serve Yoruichi-sama. Haha, you're as formal as always, Soifan. Get up already and come with us. No, this is your party, Yoruichi-sama. I'll just watch you from here. Seeing the look on Soifan's face, Yoruichi just sighed and went in. Knowing her personality, Yoruichi knew there was no point in convincing her. Well, if you say so. Before Yoruichi entered, she suddenly turned around and added, I almost forgot, Kusagakure will be coming, so let him in later. Yoruichi-sama. Soifan looked at Yoruichi incredulously. You hold that man too highly, Yoruichi-sama. I don't think that man deserves to drink with you, Yoruichi-sama. Just do what I said. Yoruichi said as she glanced at Soifan. Understood. Even though Soifan still didn't like the fact that Kusagakure would join her master's party, she had no choice but to do as Yoruichi told her when she saw her eyes. What a cute little girl, Mayang said to Yoruichi with a smile after Soifan disappeared. Don't tell me you're interested in Soifan, Kimura. Yoruichi glanced at Mayang jokingly said. There's no way. Mayang waved his hand. What I meant is she seems interested in Kusagakure. Didn't you notice how she looked out for Kusagakure? Don't you think so too, Kiraku? Well, now that you mention it. Shunsei Kiraku echoed. But I can't say for sure just yet. Oh? Soifan and Kusagakure? Yoruichi immediately stopped. That sounds really interesting. Should I hook those two together? Mayang almost couldn't contain his laughter when he imagined a scene where Yoruichi misunderstood and tried to hook Soifan and Kusagakure together. Okay, thank you for your hospitality today, Yoruichi. I'm gonna head back now. The guests left one after another after saying goodbye. Even though it was supposed to be the party to congratulate Rose, he wasn't the star of the party because it was held in the second division. Captain, you seem to be worrying about something. Kusagakure said after looking at Mayang on their way back. Worrying? Mayang turned his head to look at Kusagakure. What makes you think I'm worried? Kusagakure just looked at Mayang meaningfully without replying. You don't have to worry about anything. Mayang reached out and patted Kusagakure head with a smile. Leave the worrying to me. It's my job as a captain. Kusagakure didn't say a word. As a person who had spent 100 years with Mayang, she could easily feel the boredom in Mayang's heart. After Rose was officially appointed as a captain today, Mayang seemed restless. Although he was chatting and laughing with everyone as usual, Kusagakure could feel there was something in Mayang's heart, but it was unlike his usual emotions such as hesitation, restlessness, and confusion. Kusagakure finally let go of hers on Pato's hilt after wondering what was on Mayang's mind. She just had to wait until Mayang wanted to tell her if he didn't want to tell her now. She was fine as long as she could stay by Mayang's side. Chapter 77, Trouble 10th Division Captain's Office. Mayang leaned on the windowsill after taking a jug of sake while gazing at the round moon in the sky. His mind wandered off somewhere. Rose was appointed as a captain, and Hikai Funkirio would be recruited to 0 Division in about 2 years, with Kusagakure stepping up as the next 12th Division captain. And then, a few years later, Shinji and the gang would fall victim to Aizen's holification experiment. Then Kusagakure and Yoruichi would take refuge in the world of the living along with them. How could he sit idly, knowing what was about to happen? Somewhere deep within him, He felt that he shouldn't change the plot because he had an emotional attachment to the original story. But then again, Shinji and the Vizard were his friends. Could he really let them become the victim because of his ego? He could have just killed Aizen now. As he was right now, he wasn't the slightest bit afraid of Aizen, even if Aizen had acquired the ultimate power during his final battle with Ichigo, let alone now, where he hasn't even merged with Hogyoku just yet. But he couldn't believe that he could defeat Aizen that easily. He didn't know what someone as cunning as Aizen might be hiding. He might have had a backup plan or some sort in case his cover was blown for all he knew. All these factors left him in a dilemma. He was never good when it came to brooding over stuff, especially those involving emotion, even after 100 years. He might be able to discuss it with Suzuki Kusa if it were about something else or his friends if Suzuki Kusa couldn't help. But there was nothing he could do except brooding over it by himself when it came to this matter. Yang took a sip of his sake, but there was barely anything inside. Apparently, he was sipping it as he was deep in thought without realizing it, and now it was almost empty. Yang glanced at his Zanpakuto on the table, picked it up, and caressed it. He thought that talking to him about his worry might be a good idea. Yang placed his Zanpakuto on his lap, and his consciousness merged with his Zanpakuto as he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Yang was already in his inner world. Your heart is in disarray. Yeah. This whole world is roped in. Yang saw his Zanpakuto was still wearing his flashy and refined dress. Although he didn't fan himself with his folded fan as usual, his shirt was still lightly fluttering in the air. So it seems. At this time, Yang's inner world seemed very different from the last time he came. Even though about 2 meters radius around them seemed as peaceful and full of life as always, the rest of the area seemed like the scene during Doomsday. Thunderstorms blaring throughout the sky, the tornado ravaging the barren land, and even compressed air blades slashing at random places. This contrast between two conditions in the same place was simply baffling. A gust of wind blew tore leaves off the tree, which fell into Kazenosora's hand. Even this place is no exception. Kazenosora looked at Yang after a leaf was blown into his hand. Get a grip of your emotion. Yang smiled bitterly and said, you should know what I'm worrying about, and you still can say that right to my face? There's no point in brooding over it. Kazenosora smiled faintly. I'm well aware thinking about this kind of stuff is not your forte. You're damn right. Yang sat and leaned against a tree. I know I'm not the kind of person who can get a solution by brooding over a problem, but this particular problem is troubling me, and I can't come up with a solution whatsoever. If you really can't come up with a solution, then stop brooding over it and let time solve your problems. Leave it to time? Yeah, you can't come up with a solution anyway, might as well put it aside for now to save you the trouble. When the time comes, you will instinctively know what you have to do as long as you follow your own heart. Follow my heart. Yang's eyes gradually became clear from doubt. Rather than wasting his time brooding over stuff that he didn't understand anyway, it might be better to let time and his instinct make the decision when the time comes. He forgot this was what he had always done so far because the problem this time involved his friends. He should have just approached this problem like how he did so far and let his instinct decide. With that thought in mind, the dot in Yang's heart disappeared, and his expression was back to normal. He glanced at Kazenosora and said, I knew asking you was the right decision. The problem that troubles me for all day disappears with just a few words from you. Hey, what do you expect? I am the one who knows you best. Well. Yang slightly smiled, since what bothers me is now taken care of. Shua, the tip of the blade almost cut Kazenosora's hair but fell short because he dodged it. Yang himself was smiling even though his attack missed. He then twisted his wrist and changed the trajectory of his attack, trying to slash Kazenosora's body horizontally. Kazenosora's body was like the wind, wobbling randomly in the air, but he could always avoid Yang's attack in the nick of time. Your movement is as hard to predict as always, Yang said as he pulled back his sword and looked at Kazenosora after failing to land his attack. As always, Kazenosora was as slick as a fish in the water. His movements were strange and unpredictable, and no matter how many times Yang attacked him, he could always find the opening to dodge. He was really worthy of the word wind in his name. Your sword dart is also pretty good. Kazenosora lightly chuckled. Fortunately, my flash steps is not any worse. If I were an average person, you would have cut me down a long time ago. Besides, it's not like I'm hiding this kind of flash steps from you, but there's no point in showing you because you can't learn it anyway. TSK. Yang clicked his tongue. You know your flash steps doesn't suit my style, right? Even if I can learn it somehow, I can't incorporate it into my attack anyway. However, I think the Zanpakuto's ultimate profound truth that you mentioned will suit me. Even if I can barely use it now, I'm sure this ability will fit me well. Of course, you will teach me, right? Ultimate profound truth? Kazenosora glanced at Yang. It's a little early for you to master Zanpakuto's ultimate profound truth. That again? Maayang clearly sounded dissatisfied. Are you still saying that I am not strong enough to master ultimate profound truth of Zanpakuto? As Maayang was right now, he could defeat an average captain without even releasing his Zanpakuto, yet Kaznosora still said he wasn't strong enough. I've told you that you must build your physique to a certain level first before you can master ultimate profound truth. At your current level, you won't be able to master it even if you learn it. A power that you can't control will only bring disaster. I know. Maayang helplessly said when he saw the serious look on Kaznosora's face. He himself knew that what Kaznosora said was true. Nevertheless, he felt a bit depressed. After all, it has been more than 100 years since he learned his Banchi, and he still hasn't mastered it. Kaznosora suddenly closed his fan, and as he reached out to his back, a completely similar Zanpakuto like Maayang's was already in his hands. Let's spar for once. It's been a while since we last sparred, and you've slacked off too much lately. Otherwise, you would have mastered ultimate profound truth around 10 years ago. Maayang's face flushed because as Kaznosora said, he did slack off too much. Although he still trained through Jinsen and his spar with Kaznosora competition, he knew he didn't train as hard as he should have. Alright. Maayang stepped into the barren land outside the 2-meter radius around them with Kaznosora following behind him. Chapter 78, Sparring. Suzuki Kusa closed her room door and looked at the glimmer of light on the horizon. Then she walked to the training ground of their 10th division. Although she was now a vice captain, Suzuki Kusa had never relaxed her training. Her goal had never been a vice captain or captain. She only had one goal, and that was to follow captain all the time. If she wanted to follow captain, powerful strength was the foundation. Good morning, Vice Captain. Good morning. She greeted the passing team members one by one. This was something that Suzuki Kusa had to do every day. The team members were also used to their vice captain coming to the training field early every morning to practice. For hundreds of years, it was like this every day, never stopping. So they all had deep respect for Suzuki Kusa. Vice Captain, it's Captain, he. Captain? Suzuki Kusa was stunned. She unconsciously recalled the lonely back of Maayang last night. A trace of haze flashed in her heart. Captain, what exactly is hidden in your heart? Why is it buried alone in your heart? She was already so close to the captain. She clearly thought that she had walked into the captain's heart. But why did the closer she got, the more she felt the gap between the two of them? Vice Captain? Huh? Suzuki Kusa woke up from her thoughts and glanced at the team members in front of her. Tell me, what happened to the captain? Oh. The team member looked at Suzuki Kusa suspiciously and replied, Captain came to the training field early in the morning before dawn. Nani? Hearing the team member words, Suzuki Kusa widened her eyes in disbelief. The captain had come to the training ground so early. Suzuki Kusa subconsciously looked at the ray of sunlight that appeared on the horizon. Is it really the captain? Are you sure? Although she knew that the team members could not be wrong about Maayang, Suzuki Kusa still could not help but ask. After all, this kind of news was really too strange. Of course I am not wrong. The team member nodded and answered with certainty. Then, he revealed a puzzled expression. At first, we did not dare to believe it either. But later, the captain greeted us and taught us some small skills in the battle. Only then did we believe that this is our captain. But knowing that it was our captain made us even more confused. After all, since I joined the team, I have never seen the captain get up so early in the past few decades. Every time, you have to call the vice captain after you finish your practice. The captain will get up, but today... Cough. When the team member heard Suzuki Kusa's cough, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have said too much. As a team member, it was a great disrespect to talk about the captain behind his back. Well, you can leave. Suzuki Kusa glanced at the team member and felt the gratitude in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Do your job well." Although she heard his team member say it in a good way, Suzuki Kusa still had some doubts in his heart. The captain actually got up so early. She had been a vice captain for so many years, but he had never seen the captain get up so early. Dang. Do you not dare to attack? Use your sword and attack with the intent to kill me. Anyway, you can't hurt me with your strength. Don't show mercy. Just as she walked out of the training field, Suzuki Kusa heard the sound of swords clashing in the training field. There was also the sound of Maayang talking to the team members. It really was the captain hearing the familiar voice of Maayang and spiritual power coming from the air. Suzuki Kusa finally believed the words of the team member just now. However, she could not hide the surprise in her heart. What was going on with the captain? Oh, you're here too, Kusu. Maayang turned to look at Suzuki Kusu, who had come to the training field, and said with a smile. The captain, he. Suzuki-kusa looked at the smile on Ma Yang's face and smiled. Yes, but I didn't expect you to come to the training field so early. Feeling the ease and joy that Ma Yang emitted from the inside, Suzuki-kusa could not help but feel relaxed. Although she did not know what the captain was thinking in the end, as long as the captain showed such a smile on his face again, it was enough. Haha, I haven't moved for a long time. I feel like my whole body is going to rust. Sure enough, it is better to move more. Ma Yang shook his head and said. Yes. Suzuki-kusa nodded in agreement. It has been a long time since I've seen the captain train. However, it's rare for the captain to be so interested today. Suzuki-kusa pulled out Zanpakuto from her waist and faced Ma Yang with a sword in both hands. Let me accompany the captain. I also ask the captain to train my skills. Oh? Ma Yang raised his eyebrows. Kusu, you are in a good mood today. Since you said so, I will exchange a few moves with you. Let me see how your skills are. Look, the captain and the vice captain are going to fight. What? The captain and the vice captain? Really? Captain, didn't you wake up very late in the morning? Why are you in the training field now? Don't ask nonsense. Hurry up and go. If you are late, you won't be able to see it. Catch it, Kumozi. The battle had not yet begun, but Suzuki-kusa had decisively released her Zanpakuto. If she did not release her Zanpakuto, it would be meaningless to fight with the captain. Even if she released her Zanpakuto, she would not have any chance of winning against the captain. However, this way, she might be able to fight a bit more. A very wise decision. Seeing that Suzuki-kusa had directly released her Zanpakuto, Ma Yang praised her. To be able to understand the gap between her and her opponent correctly and bring out all her strength from the beginning, Suzuki-kusa's judgment was very correct. If she did not release her Zanpakuto for the sake of her pride or whatnot, then she had lost this battle from the beginning. But Ma Yang held the sword with one hand and swung it in the air. He lifted his foot and walked towards Suzuki-kusa. After taking 2 steps, his foot suddenly flashed. The next step was directly in front of Suzuki-kusa. The Zanpakuto in his hand slashed at Suzuki-kusa's waist at a tricky angle. So fast. Seeing Ma Yang appear in front of Suzuki-kusa in a flash, the onlookers thought at the same time that they did not even see Ma Yang's footsteps clearly just now. In just an instant, Ma Yang had already slashed at Suzuki-kusa. Dang, although the speed of Ma Yang's attack was extremely fast and the angle was tricky, the Zanpakuto in Suzuki-kusa's hand met Ma Yang's Zanpakuto at an incredible angle. Oh? A trace of surprise flashed through Ma Yang's eyes. Although he knew that this level of attack would not be able to defeat Suzuki-kusa, he still could not help but be surprised to be blocked so easily by Suzuki-kusa. The vice captain is so powerful. We couldn't even see the captain's attack just now. The vice captain actually blocked it so easily. Captain, you shouldn't be surprised, right? Seeing the surprise in Ma Yang's eyes, Suzuki-kusa said with a smile. Captain, don't you know my ability? Hearing Suzuki-kusa's words, Ma Yang suddenly understood. He almost forgot Kusa's Zanpakuto ability. Sure enough, it had been too long since he had fought. Kumozi, turning your spiritual power into something like a spider thread around your body. Use a specific method to feel all the wind and grass around you. You can even predict the next move of your opponent. Ma Yang recalled the ability of Kumozi that Suzuki-kusa had explained to him before. He still remembered that he was still thinking about whether this move could crack Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. He did not expect that he had forgotten such important information in the battle. It seemed that he had really regressed a lot. Ma Yang could not help but recall the scene of being abused by Kazeno Sora in his inner world yesterday. He suddenly felt nervous. In a few years, it would be the Holification event. No matter what he had to do at that time, strength was always the foundation. With his current situation, even if he wanted to do something, could he really do it? A sudden sense of vigilance arose in his heart. Ma Yang suddenly turned his head and dodged the sword that Suzuki-kusa stabbed at him. You are distracted, Captain. You are really merciless, Kusu. Captain, you must be joking. I can't show any mercy when fighting with you. Alright, then let me test your strength. Ma Yang tapped his feet, creating a gap between him and Suzuki-kusa. I'll think about that problem later. Anyway, I have to think of a good way to recover my state. It's more important to test Kusa's strength now. I haven't fought for many years. Let me see what level you have reached now. Chapter 79, Suzuki-kusa's strength. Captain, you have to be careful. Suzuki-kusa reminded him. Then, she stepped on the ground and rushed toward Ma Yang. Seeing that Suzuki-kusa was rushing toward him with a sword in both hands, Ma Yang did not panic at all. He raised his right hand and calmly blocked Suzuki-kusa's attack. But that won't do, Kusu. Hearing Ma Yang's words, Suzuki-kusa's expression did not change. Instead, she smiled slightly. Her hand gesture changed, and her Zanpakuto slashed across Ma Yang's sword, slashing towards Ma Yang's right hand that was holding the saber. Seeing Kusa's change in move, Ma Yang's eyes lit up. Kusa seemed to have grown a lot. She did not know this kind of trick before. To be exact, no one in this world had this kind of move. Their slashing techniques were generally direct. There were very few exquisite moves. Raising his arm slightly to block Kusa's saber, Ma Yang used a bit of force in his hand to force Kusa away. He smiled and said, "Kusu, your cutting technique has grown a lot more than before. That's all because you taught me well, Captain. Next, I'm going to show my real skills. Captain, don't be careless and lose to me." Kusa smiled. "Oh?" Ma Yang raised his eyebrows. "It seems that you are very confident in your strength, Kusu." Kusa smiled and no longer said anything. Instead, she directly attacked Ma Yang with Zanpakuto in her hand. Seeing Kusa's attack, Ma Yang raised his right hand. However, just as he raised his right hand, he saw that Kusa's sword momentum just happened to land on his right hand. With a thought, Ma Yang immediately changed his move. However, before he could use the move in his hand, he saw that Kusa's sword was like a shadow following him. Coincidentally, it landed on the place where his arm was about to fall. Ma Yang was very surprised. He had never fought with Kusa like this before. Most of the time, it was him who taught Kusa the art of cutting. The two of them were still in the position of teaching. However, today, after a formal fight with Kusa, Ma Yang immediately felt that Kusa's ability was difficult to deal with. This ability to predict the enemy's first move was simply like a cheat. Every attack of the opponent was predicted by her, and then she counterattacked the next attack of the opponent. It looked like the opponent was hitting her blade. Even someone like him who was much stronger than her would find it difficult to fight against her. If it was someone with similar strength, even if they were stronger than her, they would basically have no chance of winning against her strange ability. Ma Yang could use his powerful spiritual power and physical fitness to suppress Kusa. After all, even if Kusa could predict his movements, as long as Ma Yang could let his attack exceed the speed of Kusa's reaction, her body could not keep up with the reaction of her mind, everything would be in vain. However, Ma Yang was a little interested with her ability. He did not even want to use the powerful attack. He wanted to see if he could crack this strange ability of Kusa with only his moves. Thinking of this, the strength in Ma Yang's hand suddenly decreased a bit. Even his speed subconsciously slowed down. Kusa felt that the strength of Ma Yang and his Zanpakuto decreased a bit. She immediately understood what his captain was thinking. Thus, the attack on her hand suddenly became more violent. The two people attacked each other in the field, but there was no violent collision. Usually, before one person could hit the other side had blocked the attack halfway. Then, the two people tacitly retracted their Zanpakuto, and prepared for the next attack. Although Ma Yang's attack was exquisite and fast, Kusa could always predict the enemy's first move. The Zanpakuto in her hand was like a shadow, and every time Ma Yang's attack had not yet fallen, she would be intercepted from the middle of the road. The figures of the two people in the field constantly changed. The attacks in their hands were ever changing moves quickly. The team members who were watching below felt confused. Although the captain and vice-captain above were extremely fast, whether it was the reaction speed or the attack speed, they were shocked. This kind of battle style was very different from the one they had encountered before. "Captain, they are." A team member looked at the two people who were constantly changing their forms and said hesitantly, "Is this a cutting technique?" Although he knew that it was wrong to question the captain like this, the team member still could not help but ask. This kind of fighting style was not only unprecedented, but even unheard of. If it was a battle, there were not many collisions between Zanpakuto. However, if this was not a battle, whether it was the captain or the vice-captain, the speed of their attacks and the ability to adapt they displayed shocked them greatly. "Just watch carefully." "Are you questioning the strength of the captain?" a team member said. "How can that be?" "I will not question the captain. That's it. Just watch obediently. If you really can't understand, then it can only be said that our level is not enough to comprehend the captain's cutting technique." The players below discussed in twos and threes. However, Ma Yang, who was above, felt depressed. He found that if he suppressed his strength to the same state as Kusa, he really had no way to defeat her. If he fought with the same speed and strength, Kusa could always predict his next attack. This was already in an invincible position. No matter how exquisite his moves were, even if he pretended to be weak and set up a trap to lure Kusa, he would still be seen through by her cheat-like ability. It was simply unsolvable. In the end, Ma Yang awkwardly discovered that unless he ate her with speed and strength that surpassed Kusa, he really could not deal with this ability. Once again, the attack was fruitless. Yang took a few steps back and looked at Suzuki Kusu, who was sweating profusely. He praised. Kusu, you have really grown a lot. Unknowingly, your strength has already become so strong. Seeing Yang take a few steps back and keep a distance from him, Suzuki Kusu immediately relaxed. She reached out and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Hearing Yang's praise, Suzuki Kusu immediately revealed a happy smile. Her efforts had finally not been in vain. Your ability is really outstanding. If you meet an opponent of the same strength, it is simply an unsolvable ability. Even if you meet an opponent who is stronger than you will still be able to gain some advantages. Moreover, what makes me most gratified is that your cutting skill level has improved a lot. Otherwise, even if you can predict it, you won't be able to block a series of my attacks. This is all thanks to you, Captain. Suzuki Kusu put away her Zanpakuto and said to Yang, the expression on her face was very sincere. Don't flatter me anymore. This is the result of your own efforts. I just taught you a little something. To truly grow to this stage is the result of your own efforts. Yang sheathed his Zanpakuto. He took a few steps forward and patted Suzuki Kusu on the shoulder. I really didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, that shy little girl from back then has already grown to this extent. Captain. When he heard Yang mention his past, Suzuki Kusu also remembered her appearance back then. Her face immediately became shy. She suddenly remembered that there were still team members watching below. She immediately felt even more embarrassed. She immediately put away the shame on his face and looked down. The surrounding team members felt the warning gaze of the vice captain and immediately dispersed. Seeing Suzuki Kusu chase away the surrounding team members with one look, Yang couldn't help but feel funny. Then, he felt a trace of praise in his heart. It seemed that Suzuki Kusu still had a lot of prestige among the team members. Alright, go pack up. You're sweating all over. Yang looked at the sweat on Suzuki Kusu's face. I will also go tidy up a bit. I will go to 12th Division later. Yes, 12th Division? Suzuki Kusu responded and suddenly raised his head to look at Yang. Didn't I tell you yesterday that you have to go to 12th Division every day to eat? What, you forgot in just one day? Oh. Suzuki Kusu nodded, then said to Yang and quickly walked to her room. After all, she was a girl, and she did not care about the battle just now. Now that she relaxed, she felt that her whole body was covered in sweat and sticky, and she could not stay any longer. Looking at Suzuki Kusu who left in a hurry, Yang smiled slightly and then walked to the captain's office. Thinking that he would be able to taste the long-lost cooking of Sister Kiryohikifune of the 12th Division later, Yang could not help but walk a little faster. Chapter 80, Promotion Ceremony. Captain, are we going to the 12th Division today? Suzuki Kusu looked at Yang worriedly. The captain must be feeling very bad right now. They had known each other for more than 100 years. Captain Kiryohikifune, who was as close as a family to the captain, had been promoted. The captain must be very upset now. Suzuki Kusu could clearly feel the sadness in the captain's heart at this moment. Of course I have to go. Yang tried to make his voice sound pleasant. Sister Hikifune is being promoted and will leave Siriite AI, and I have to go and see her. Huri must feel even worse. If I don't go to see her, I don't know where she will vent her anger. Looking at the smile on Yang's face, Suzuki Kusu smiled slightly. The captain was always like this. No matter what kind of difficulties he faced, he would always smile like this. It was also because of this that she was so attached to the captain. She always felt that no matter what happened, as long as she stayed by the captain's side, she should not be afraid of anything. Everything would eventually be alright. Let's go and see Hori. Yang waved to Suzuki Kusu, and then the two of them walked to the 12th Division together. By the way, Kusu, how is your Bankai training? On the way, Yang suddenly remembered the matter of teaching Suzuki Kusu Bankai last time and asked casually. Bankai? Suzuki Kusu's feet paused slightly, and her face revealed a trace of an imperceptible struggle. However, Yang had his back to her and did not see it. I don't have any clues for the time being. Is that so? Hearing Suzuki Kusu's answer, Yang nodded and stopped talking. It was not a simple thing to learn Bankai. Although he had his own teachings, it was not possible to let Suzuki Kusu learn Bankai in a short time. Yang thought in his heart and did not say anything. He did not want Suzuki Kusu to feel pressured, but Yang, who had his back to Suzuki Kusu, did not notice the hesitation and struggle in Suzuki Kusu's eyes. Bankai? What would my Bankai looks like? Suzuki Kusu thought in her heart, and her face could not help but show some worry. Kusu. Kusu. Huh? Suzuki Kusu was awakened from her deep thoughts. She saw Hori put her face in front of her face with her big eyes. Ah. Suzuki Kusu subconsciously took 2 steps back. She patted her chest and said angrily. What are you doing, Hori? There's something strange. Hori pinched her chin with one hand and circled around Suzuki Kusu. As she circled around, she looked at Suzuki Kusu up and down, her mouth letting out a tsk sound. What is strange? Seeing Hori looking at her like this, Suzuki Kusu could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. What are you looking at, Hori? Of course it's because you're strange. Hori stopped and stared at Suzuki Kusu. Tell me honestly, Kusu, what were you thinking just now? I called you for a long time before you reacted. What am I thinking about? Only then did Suzuki Kusu realize that she had been lost in her thoughts. Even the captain and Hori did not react when they called her. However, she soon adjusted herself and stepped forward to hold Hori's hand. Alright, Hori, stop thinking nonsense. You should hurry up and go with us. Today is the promotion ceremony for the new captain of your 12th division. TSK. Hearing the new captain of 12th division mentioned by Suzuki Kusu, Hori's face flashed with a trace of indignation. Who wants that kind of person who came from nowhere to be our captain? That kind of guy, I won't admit him as our captain. Well, Hori, don't complain, that is the choice of Sister Hikaifune. We just want to wish her a good life over there. Maayang came forward and patted Hori on the shoulder and comforted. Well, even if you say so, I will not easily admit the new guy. If you want to be the captain of our 12th division, you have to pass me first. Well, I know you are the best. Maayang said a few perfunctory words, and then took Hori and Suzuki Kusu to the direction of the 1st division. Hey, Kimura, you are a captain. You should know who the new captain is. After a while, Hori could not help but take a step forward and put his shoulder on Maayang, asking curiously. Yes, of course I know who the new captain is. Hearing Hori's question, Maayang said with a smile. How is it? How is it? Hori immediately jumped in front of Maayang, looked at him and asked. Who is the new guy? What kind of guy is he? Won't you about to know soon? Kimura. Hori looked at Maayang with dissatisfaction. Alright. Seeing Hori's dissatisfied expression, Maayang shook his hand helplessly. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but you insisted on asking. However, it would be boring if I said it out loud. Let me give you a hint. This person is someone you know as well. And then? That's it. What kind of hint is this? Hori jumped up and shouted. Don't get excited. Maayang pressed down on Hori, who was jumping up. Among the people you know, there are only a few people who might become the captain. Why don't you slowly guess it yourself? Humphrey. Hori shook off the hand that Maayang pressed on her head. Among the people I know, first of all, it can't be someone from our original 12th division, and then the person who might become the captain among the people I know. Could it be that Lisa has learned it? Bunkai? Thinking of this, Hori couldn't help but turn to look at Suzuki Kusu who was following behind Maayang. I heard that Kusu has been practicing Bunkai. But it shouldn't be her. I heard from Kimura that she only started learning last year. Bunkai, how could she learn it so quickly? And if it is really her, she should have told me long ago. Could it be Lisa? Lisa's face flashed in Hori's mind again. That pervert knew how to use Bunkai? Thinking about how Lisa was wearing their 12th division captain Hori couldn't help but shake her head and drive that image out of her mind. It was too terrifying. If that pervert became the captain of their 12th division. Could it be? The face of Ranmaru Shishin suddenly flashed through Hori's mind. It couldn't be that guy, could it? However, it seemed that he was the only one among the people he knew who had the strength. However, wasn't that guy teaching in Shino? How could he think of becoming the captain of 13th Division of Imperial Guards? At this time, Hori had already determined that her Ranmaru Shishin had come to 12th Division to become the new captain. She didn't have much dissatisfaction in her heart. She also knew about his strength. Now, Hori was thinking about how to deal with him. Well, let's go in. Coming to the 1st Division building, seeing the door open, Maayang said to Hori behind him, and then the three people walked inside together. Yo, Shinji, you are already here. Seeing Hiroko Shinji who was talking to Love over there, Maayang greeted him from afar. What? It's Kimura and Kusu. Hiroko Shinji turned his head and looked at the three people. And Hori is also here. What, you bald Shinji? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by I am also here? Hearing that Hiroko Shinji's tone was very perfunctory when he mentioned herself, Hori immediately pulled up her sleeves and pretended to hit him. Stop, Hori. Maayang took Hori's clothes and then said to Hiroko Shinji, what were you talking about just now? It's nothing, I'm just talking about the current captain of the 11th Division. Hiroko Shinji curled his lips and looked very disdainful. It seemed that he was very dissatisfied with the captain of 11th Division. I don't care what that guy is. The 10th generation of Kenpachi or something, but letting that kind of guy be the captain is really uncomfortable. Why does that kind of idiot become the captain? Kenpachi. Maayang slightly paused, and the face of Kenpachi Zaraki unconsciously appeared in his mind. His heart suddenly moved, and a thought could not be stopped in his mind. No way, this is tradition. The captain of 11th Division will be held by Kenpachi. If it is really wrong, it should be blamed on the last generation of Kenpachi who lost to him. Yeah, that guy is too useless. I feel embarrassed for him. Hirako Shinji stretched and said carelessly. What, it is not good to talk bad about others behind their backs. Hearing the sudden voice, several people turned their heads and looked at Kiraku Shunsei, Joshiro Yukitik and Lisa. Strange, you are so early today, Mr. Shunshui. Love looked at the three people walking over and said strangely. What are you talking about? I've always been the first to arrive. Kiraku Shunsei said with a smile as he adjusted his bamboo hat. Hearing Kiraku Shunsei's words, Ma-yang and the others could not help but have black lines on their heads. Ma-yang turned his gaze to Lisa, and sure enough, he saw Lisa take a step forward and push his glasses. Today, I kicked his butt to wake him up. Don't tell the other captains about my embarrassing things. Seeing Lisa expose her own shortcomings in front of everyone like this, Kiraku Shunsei couldn't hold his face anymore and lowered his head to whisper to Lisa. Haha, you don't have to hide it. Anyway, everyone knows it, Kiraku. Seeing Kiraku Shunsei lowering his head to complain to Lisa, Ma-yang laughed and said. Chapter 81, Promotion Ceremony Part 2. Ayo, Kimura, you seem to be very early recently. Kiraku Shunsui looked at Ma-yang and said strangely. There is no way. I haven't exercised for a long time. I feel that my body is about to rust. If I don't exercise, I will be surpassed by the younger generation. The younger generation you are talking about is not talking about me, right? Hirako Shinji turned his face and said with a grin. You think too much, Hirako Shinji. Ma-yang helplessly glanced at Hirako Shinji, and his eyes seemed to inadvertently sweep over Aizen behind Hirako Shinji. I didn't see Hikaifune. Is she not coming today? Joshiro Yukitik glanced around and then said. Well, she has already gone over there to take office. Kiraku Shunsui nodded and said. Hearing everyone mention the matter of Hikaifune again, Ma-yang's mood could not help but fluctuate. He had already known it long ago, and it was not a separation of life and death. Why did he always feel a little uncomfortable every time he heard this news? Ma-yang shook his head and drove out the thoughts in his mind. What's wrong, Kimura? Are you feeling unwell? Kiraku Shunsui asked with concern as he glanced at Ma-yang who was shaking his head. I'm fine. Ma-yang waved his hand and then they walked to the conference room of the captains. Why are you in such a hurry? Anyway, it's not an urgent matter. Just take your time. Joshiro Yukitik touched his chin with one hand and said as he walked. You are right. Kiraku Shunsui nodded and agreed. Not only Kiraku Shunsui, but even Ma-yang was puzzled in his heart. Obviously, there was no need to be so anxious. Who knew why Hikaifune left in such a hurry? Although it was said that even if she left a few days later, there was nothing to do if she stayed. But it's really strange. Recently, Captain seems to be constantly changing. The year before last, Rose just became the captain of 3rd Division and now 12th Division. Is there really no problem in managing 13 Division of Imperial Guards like this? Hirako Shinji turned his head and looked at Rose on the other side of the corridor, and could not help but mutter. Well, there will always be a time for change in everything. We just happen to encounter that situation now. Now that I think about it, more than 100 years ago, it was also like that. The captains of each division changed frequently, but fortunately, there was no problem in the end. Speaking of this, Kiraku Shunsui suddenly turned to look at Ma-yang who had been silent all the time. Oh, Kimura, why don't you say a word today? It is really strange. Huh? Ma-yang raised his head and glanced at Kiraku Shunsui. I was just thinking about something. What are we talking about? The captain changed 100 years ago. Speaking of which, Kimura, you were promoted to captain at that time, right? Ah. Ma-yang nodded and his mind could not help but be in a trance. Time passed really quickly. Unknowingly, he had already been a captain for more than 100 years. Think about it carefully. Kiraku Shunsui stretched out his right hand. Only you, me, Yukitik and Old Man Yama, who have been a captain for more than 100 years, right? After saying that, Kiraku Shunsui also turned his head and smiled at Joshiro Yukitik to confirm. Not only us, but also Captain Anohana. Joshiro Yukitik looked at Kiraku Shunsui and reminded him. Oh, yes, I accidentally forgot her. I hope I won't get scolded, she's really terrifying. Terrifying? Hearing the sudden questioning voice from behind, although the tone was still as gentle as ever, Kiraku Shunsui and Joshiro Yukitik were still scared out of cold sweat. Captain Anohana. Ma-yang turned around and greeted Retsu Anohana, and there was a trace of imperceptible strange look in her eyes. Kiraku Shunsui took a cold breath and paused, then pretended to be indifferent and said, "No, nothing. We are talking about today's weather is really terrifying." "Right, Yukitake." Yes. Joshiro Yukitake said, then looked at Kiraku Shunsui and laughed a few times. 3rd Division is retiring, 12th Division is promoted, they are not martyred, they are very peaceful, isn't this good? Retsu Anohana took a few steps forward and walked behind Kiraku Shunsui and Joshiro Yukitake and said with a smile, "Well." Kiraku Shunsui and others turned around and nodded, with a look of deep thought on their faces. "Promote?" Suddenly a surprised voice came, and several captains present turned to the direction of the voice at the same time. "Hey, Aizen." Seeing Aizen take a few steps forward, with a look of inquiry, Hirako Shinji could not help but stop. "Sorry, I accidentally heard the dialogue of the captains." Aizen bent slightly and looked respectful and docile. No one could think of the darkness hidden in this guy's heart. "No, nothing, Aizen." Kiraku Shunsui shook his head. "What do you want to say?" "Our vice captain was not told, but the vice captain of the 12th Division did not retire but was promoted?" "Yes." "If it is higher than the position of captain, then is it the Central 46? But I have never heard of someone being promoted from captain to Central 46. "Not Central 46. Kiraku Shunsui turned sideways, looked at Aizen and went on to say, "She joined the Royal Guard, 0 Division." "Royal Guard?" Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's explanation, Aizen's heart not only had no doubts to be answered, but it was surging with a storm. Before this, he had never heard anything about 0 Division. The impact of what he heard today made his heart unable to calm down for a moment. "What's wrong?" Hearing the voice behind him, Aizen suppressed the shock in his heart. With his mind, although his heart was extremely shocked, there was no change on his face. Turning around and seeing the 2 people standing behind him, he quickly stepped aside and stood on the edge of the aisle. "Sorry for the impoliteness." Seeing Aizen, Lisa and Tori make way, Byakuya Kuichiki did not say a word, and took Yoruichi straight to the middle of the room. "Congratulations." Seeing Yoruichi walking past her, Retsu Anohana stepped forward and said to her, "If it is congratulations, say it to him himself, Captain Anohana." Hearing Anohana Retsu's congratulations, Yoruichi stopped and said, then nodded to Retsu Anohana and followed Byakuya Kuichiki. Maayang stood on the side of the road and nodded to him when Byakuya Kuichiki passed by. After all, he had been asked by Byakuya Kuichiki to teach him a bit of battle technique. Maayang and Byakuya Kuichiki were also familiar with each other. Yoruichi followed Byakuya Kuichiki and walked to the middle of the room. When passing Maayang, she winked at Maayang. Hirako Shinji heard the congratulations of Retsu Anohana, and then saw Yoruichi blinked at Maayang. He curled his mouth and looked at the back of Yoruichi leaving and muttered, "What is going on? The new captain is the 2nd Division's." Hirako Shinji saw Anohana congratulate Yoruichi, and Tori naturally also heard the words of Anohana to Yoruichi, and could not help but stare at Maayang. Didn't Kimura say that the new captain of their 12th Division was someone she knew? Fortunately, she thought it was Shishin, but from what she saw just now, the new captain was from 2nd Division? How could they let the sneaky guys to be the captain of their 12th Division if not for the fact that there were many other captains here? Hori really wanted to rush up and scratch Maayang a few times. Feeling Hori's fierce eyes, Maayang shrugged. He did not say who it was. Hori herself guessed wrong. It was not like she did not know Kisuke. Several people slowly came to the captain room. Maayang smiled and greeted several people who had already come. Then the people gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting casually. "Kimura. Didn't you say that the new captain is someone I know? Why is it the guys from 2nd Division?" Seeing that everyone had dispersed, Hori rushed over and looked at Maayang with dissatisfaction. "Oh? Could it be that Kimura participated in the test ceremony for the new captain?" Hirako Shinji heard Hori's words and looked at Maayang strangely. It was not surprising that he thought this way. Their captain had not received the notice to tell who the new captain was. Since Kimura knew the identity of the new captain in advance, he must have participated in the test of the new captain qualification ceremony. "No, but he told me himself." "Is it really someone we know?" Hearing Maayang's words, Hori, who was rubbing her sleeves, stopped. They were often together with only a few people. This person even told this kind of news to Maayang. Presumably, they were very close people. Their circle was only this big, left and right, there were only a few people. They should know people who were so close to Kimura. In this way, Kimura should not lie to her, but she thought wrong. "Of course, there is no need to lie to you about this kind of thing." Maayang glanced at Hori and said. "Who is it?" "I remember that there are no acquaintances in 2nd Division." Hori touched his chin and said softly. "You don't have to think about it. Anyway, You will see it soon. The new one seems to have arrived. The old man wants us to wait. Kensai suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. He pointed to the outside and said to the crowd. Chapter 82, Promotion Ceremony Part 3. The new one seems to have arrived. The old man asked us to line up and wait. Hearing what Kensai said, everyone in the room stopped talking and stood in order, waiting quietly. Dong, hearing the footsteps coming from the corridor, Maayang raised his eyebrows. Kisuke really was the last one to came to this ceremony, but he still looked so hurried. Boom. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the captains in the room immediately turned their eyes to the door. When they saw Kisuke's hairy appearance, they couldn't help but be stunned. This kind of reckless, hairy guy was the captain? Could it be that I was the last to arrive? Seeing everyone in the room standing neatly and looking at him, Kisuke reached out to touch the back of his head and said with an awkward smile. I'm sorry for being late. It's the first time we meet. Please guide me in the future. As he spoke, Kisuke stood up straight and bowed slightly. This guy. When they saw Kisuke, Hueco Shinji, who went to the Yoruichi family to drink, was stunned. It seemed that he was the third seat of the second division team that they saw that day. The new captain was this guy? What? So it's this sloppy guy. After seeing who it was, Hueco Shinji could not help but curl his lips and said helplessly. Do you have the qualifications to talk about others? Hearing Hueco Shinji's complaint, Rose, who stood beside him, glanced at the latter and said with a slightly teasing tone. Well, won't you come in? Hueco Shinji stood at the door, tentatively pointed inside, and asked the captains standing inside. Don't be timid. Aren't you already a captain now? Come in openly, Kisuke. Seeing Kisuke standing at the door with a timid look, Yoruichi could not help but stand up, put her hands on her hips, and scolded Kisuke, like a big sister. Ah. Oh. After being scolded by Yoruichi, Kisuke did not respond for a while, and then he nodded and was about to walk in. Yes, hurry up and go in. Captain Commander Yamamoto came from the back, raised the cane in his hand and stabbed Kisuke, pushing him into the headroom of the team. Then Captain Commander took a few steps forward and stamped the ground with the cane in his hand. Then let's begin the inauguration ceremony of the new captain. Yamamoto Genryusai took a few steps forward, walked to his position, and glanced at the captains standing below. I think the captain should have heard about it. 7 days ago, the order of Vice Captain Hikai Funkirio to abdicate the captain because of promotion has been issued. At the same time, the selection of the new captain has begun, and this order has been conveyed to the captains. The next day, with the recommendation of 2nd Division Captain Yoruichi, the 3rd officer of 2nd Division Kisuke Hirahara was tested yesterday, in front of the Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai and the 3 captains, the captain examination of the captain qualification, and the conclusion is that there is no problem with the strength and character, so I hereby appoint Kisuke, the 3rd seat of the original 2nd Division, as the new captain of 12th Division. Ah. Hearing the official appointment of Yamamoto Genryusai, Kisuke scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled a few times. Seeing Kisuke's smile, Maayang couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This guy, all day long knows to hide in his own room to do research. What an otaku. Although he managed to become a captain, this is also forgivable, but it is really shameful. Kisuke, don't stand here, come and stand. Maayang took a step forward, patted Kisuke on the shoulder and pulled him to his side. He glanced at Hori who was standing behind him. Seeing Hori's eyes that were about to spit fire, Maayang couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. Why was Hori angry again? It seemed that he had to slip away after the meeting. Ah. Oh. Kisuke took the opportunity to stand next to Maayang, but his face was still timid. It made Maayang sigh in his heart about the great power of time. This guy who looked a little shy would become that wretched unscrupulous store manager in the future. This meeting ends here. Dismiss. The meeting was dismissed. Maayang turned around and said to Kisuke, although I have already said it, I still have to say it again. Congratulations, Kisuke. Ah. Haha, you are too polite, Captain Kimura. I already said that you can call me Kimura. Maayang waved his hand and said. Then, he suddenly glanced at Hori who was walking over angrily. Maayang's expression changed. That's it. Work hard. I'll go find you next time. After saying that, Maayang did not even say a word to Suzuki Kusu and directly left the conference room in a flash. That guy, Kimura, he's annoyingly fast. Seeing that Maayang had fled in a hurry, Hori gritted her teeth hatefully. Hori turned her eyes and looked at Kisuke, who was surrounded by several captains and scratched his head with a smile. Her eyes were full of dissatisfaction. This sloppy guy could actually be a captain? And look at his weak frustrated look. No matter how she looked at it, he did not look like a powerful guy. He looked unreliable. The most important thing is that this guy used to be a 2nd division, what is that, on Mitsukido. They let that kind of sneaky murderer came to their 12th division as a captain. The more she thought like this, the more dissatisfied Hori was in her heart. Her eyes turned and she simply did not look at the guy. Although she said that she would always get along with him in the future, it was still better to not see him now. Hori turned her head and directly pushed open the door of the conference room, walking back angrily. Hori, where are you going alone? Lisa glanced at Hori, who was leaving in a huff out of the corner of her eyes. She couldn't help but ask. The person appointed today was the new captain of their 12th division. Hori was actually not waiting for the new captain to go back with her, but going back alone. What? My eyes are tired of looking at him. I'll go back first. Seeing Hori leave with big strides, Lisa's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. It was not a good thing to have a bad relationship with a new captain. However, Lisa glanced at Kisuke. Although she didn't know much about him, since he was familiar with Kimura, he should not be an ordinary person. Moreover, he seemed to be very tolerant. In this case, there should be no problem with getting along with Hori. 12th division, that is the reason. I am now the new captain of everyone. Please advise me. Kisuke stood in front of the members of 12th division, scratching his head and said with a shy look, but the members below looked ungrateful. After all, his lack of confidence was really hard to convince his division members below. How could there be such a shy and not confident captain? Ha 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 ha. Seeing the expressionless faces of the team members below, and then feeling the oppressive atmosphere here, Kisuke felt that something was wrong no matter how thick his nerves were. After laughing dryly, Kisuke turned to Hori. He had met Hori a few times before, and Hori was the vice captain of the 12th division. No matter what, he had to build a good relationship with Hori first. Pleased to meet you. Kisuke bent down slightly and reached out his hand to Hori with a smile. Pa. Hori slapped away Kisuke's hand, turned her face and looked unhappy. I don't admit that you are my captain. I am very uncomfortable with the fact that you came from 2nd division on Mitsukido. How can a guy like this who secretly kills people be our captain? I don't care what Kimura said, but I don't want to listen to a sloppy guy like you. Vice captain, no matter what, it's not good to talk to the captain like this. When the team members saw Hori pointing at Kisuke's nose and cursing, they couldn't help but speak weakly. How can you talk? I just said what I wanted to say on your behalf. Don't you think so too? No, we don't think so. The people below whispered, but anyone could see that they were not sincere. Aha. Kisuke touched his head and smiled. What are you laughing at? I am speaking ill of your original team. Aren't you angry at all? Seeing Kisuke's smile, Hori felt angry. She reached out and grabbed Kisuke's clothes and asked with dissatisfaction. Because I am already the captain of the 12th division, not from 2nd division anymore. When I lifted the Hori this morning, I decided that once I lifted the Hori, I would be a member of the 12th division. In the future, if someone dares to say bad things about the 12th division, I will definitely be very angry, and I repeatedly think about what I will be angry and what I will not be angry about. I think this is called a change of mood, right? As Kisuke said this, the expressions of the members below changed slightly. They could feel the sincerity in Kisuke's words, and they could not help but feel a bit of agreement with him. Bang! Hori fiercely kicked Kisuke's crotch, turned around and left without a word. Then she turned around at the door and shouted to Kisuke, what kind of nonsense is this? I don't know what you are talking about at all. Seeing Hori leave through the door, the team members who stayed behind couldn't help but start discussing again. It hurts. Outside the door, Hori hugged her foot and looked pained. What on earth did that guy put under his crotch? Chapter 83, Kenpachi's Araki Dam. Kisuke, that guy. After leaving 12th division, Hori didn't know where to go for a while. At this time, it was estimated that everyone had their own things to do. The face of Kisuke appeared in her mind. Hori felt that his mood was even worse. Suddenly, Hori's eyes paused, staring at the figure in front of her, and shouted, Kimura. Maayang was deep in thought. The long period of slacking had caused his strength to drop drastically. Sure enough, a comfortable life was the greatest killer of the strong. However, the strength that had already declined was not something that could be recovered in a short period of time. Especially the intuition of battle. Unless it was through one battle after another, there was really no way to awaken that mysterious feeling. However, it was really not easy to find a person who could fight with him in the current 13th Division of Imperial Guards. The only person who could fight with him was the captain level. However, other captain was not the kind of person who could be asked for a fight or spar easily. Moreover, in order to protect others, if there was no permission, the captain level people could not release their Zanpato in the Syriite AI. It seemed that if he wanted to have a good fight, he could only go to him. A beast-like face appeared in Maayang's mind. Thinking of this, Maayang stepped forward. Just as he was about to move, he heard a familiar shout. He swept his eyes and immediately saw the situation around him. Seeing Hori staring at him, Yang felt bad luck in his heart. With Hori's appearance, Yang could tell that she was angry now. It was better not to provoke her. With this thought in mind, Yang acted as if he did not see Hori. His feet moved slightly and his body disappeared from the spot. With his skill in flash steps, Hori did not even see clearly. Yang had already disappeared from her eyes. Rubbing her eyes, Hori looked at the empty street in disbelief. Kimura actually ran away. He actually ran away without saying a word. Then, Hori was filled with anger. Kimura clearly heard her voice, but he still dared to run away. He did not even say a word. Hori clenched her fist. At this moment, the anger in her heart was bursting. Yang did not know the anger in Hori's heart. Although he really wanted to go through a few big battles and slowly recover his combat intuition through the battles, recovering some strength that had declined because of his comfortable life over the years, there was no need to be in a hurry. Also, it had been a long time since he came to Rukongai. He could take this opportunity to take a good look at the current situation of Rukongai. Yang thought so in his heart, so he stopped his flash steps, landed on the ground and walked slowly. He wanted to walk slowly like this, but the residents of Rukongai did not think so. The conflict between Rukongai civilians and Siriite AI Shinigami and the nobles had never stopped. As soon as Yang landed, several hostile eyes immediately fell on him. Feeling the dissatisfaction in the eyes of the people around him, Yang could not help but be stunned, and then he shook his head helplessly. He did not expect that the conflict between Siriite AI and Rukongai was so big. He had attracted so much hatred just by walking on the street, but perhaps it was also because this was a relatively backward area. Thoughts swirled in his mind, but Yang had already lost interest in shopping. With a slight tap of his feet, Yang's figure flashed a few times and disappeared from this side, heading straight to the destination. Aoki, Yoshikawa. Hearing the voice, Aoki, who had been drinking and playing with his subordinates, shook his hand. He looked at Yoshikawa, who was sitting next to him, and then waved his hand. He ignored the confusion on his subordinates' faces and gestured for them to leave. After the subordinates left, Aoki and Yoshikawa turned around and bowed to Yang, who had appeared in the room at some point in time. He said respectfully, "Lord Kimura." "All right, no need to be so polite." Yang waved his hand casually and found a place to sit down. "This time, I want to ask if you have any news about the Beast of Zaraki." "Beast of Zaraki?" Aoki and Yoshikawa trembled, a hint of fear flashing through their eyes. "Oh? It seems that you have news of him." Sensing the change in the moment the two people heard about the Beast of Zaraki, Yang's heart moved. Originally, he had only asked casually. After all, the range of Aoki's power was only limited to the previous areas of the lower Zaraki region. They did not have the ability to affect the further areas. However, it seemed that they had given him a surprise. "As for news about him, my lord should have heard of any random person in the Kusajishi area." Yoshikawa suppressed the fear in his heart and explained with a bitter smile, "Originally, this Beast of Zaraki was only active in the Zaraki area. Although we will also hear some news about him, there is no connection after all. However, just a few years ago, this Beast of Zaraki suddenly left the Zaraki area and came to our Kusajishi area. This person is worthy of being called a Beast of Zaraki. He is really like a beast, extremely good at fighting, his strength is formidable. In the past few years, the people in the Kusajishi area were killed by him and did not dare to move, causing the brothers to hide here and drink every day. Do you know where he is now?" Yang's heart moved, and then he looked at Aoki and Yoshikawa and asked. After asking about Kenpachi Zaraki's current location, Yang did not stop and immediately rushed over there. Originally, what Aoki said was only his general position. After all, a fierce person like Kenpachi Zaraki, even if they have several teams, they did not dare to go over and check. They could only infer the general location of Zaraki Kenpachi according to some news, but this was enough. With Kenpachi Zaraki's huge spiritual power, as long as he could know a general location, Yang could sense him. Sure enough, before reaching the place that Aoki and others said, Yang had already felt Kenpachi Zaraki's unique spiritual power, unrefined and hot. Feeling spiritual power of Kenpachi Zaraki, Yang was not in a hurry. He fell from the air and glanced at the street. He could not help frowning. This broken street was much worse than the previous few districts of Rukongai. There was almost no room that could be seen. There were some people curled up on the corner of the street. This was a group of people with no future. Looking at this group of people, Yang could not help but think in his heart. The people here had no shine in their eyes, like a dead fish, just like a group of walking dead. All they could do was wait for death, repeating the past life day after day, and then slowly waiting for the end of life. Yang turned his head and no longer looked at the people curled up in the corner. This was the condition of Soul Society, who had been following Soul Society for thousands of years. He did not think that he could change the traditional rules of Soul Society for thousands of years. All he could do was help them through Aoki. Aizen followed Kenpachi Zaraki's spiritual power slowly. Suddenly, he stopped and looked down at the ground. There was a child lying on the ground, a little girl with pink hair. At this time, the little girl was drawing on the ground with a chalk. "Ah, are you looking for Ken-chan?" The little girl knelt on the ground and looked up at the person standing in front of her. Both her voice and appearance were very cute. "Yachiru, retreat to the back." With a slightly hoarse voice, a figure slowly got up from the ground. As this person got up, a fierce aura was emitted. Just by being affected by this aura, it was enough to make many people's legs tremble. Hearing Kenpachi Zaraki's words, Yachiru obediently retreated to the wall behind, just can't help looking at Aizen with curious eyes. Who is this person? Just by him standing here has made Ken-chan excited. Aizen. Kenpachi Zaraki's eyes revealed a strong fighting desire to look at Aizen. Although it had been 100 years, Kenpachi Zaraki still remembered clearly that he had been defeated in his hands. In a year, hundreds of battles, big and small, he never won before, and once again saw his opponent in the past. Although he had not yet made a move, Kenpachi Zaraki felt that he was completely excited. Blood was boiling, muscles were trembling, pores opened, and even the hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Just thinking about fighting with Aizen again, Zaraki Kenpachi could not control his excitement. Chapter 84, Kenpachi you. Cut the crap and talk later. Now fight with me first. Kenpachi Zaraki roared, his face showed an almost crazy expression. He suddenly pulled out his own serrated Zanpakuto, raised it high, and at the same time, a golden spiritual power suddenly burst out from his body, tearing the cloak on his body. Even the broken house on the side was shattered by the violent spiritual power, turning into flying fragments. Kenpachi Zaraki slashed down. This sword was definitely the most dazzling sword packed with incredible amount of spiritual power that Aizen had seen in these years. When the sword cut down, it seemed that the sky and the earth were going to change color, and his Zanpakuto, who was flying fast, seemed to cut the air. Aizen slightly turned sideways. This sword brushed Aizen's body and fell. Aizen could even faintly feel the tingling pain of spiritual power cutting his skin. Boom! Kenpachi Zaraki cut the ground, and the violent spiritual power was like mercury leaking out. Wherever the hot spiritual power passed, everything was like being burned. The abandoned broken houses around them suddenly melted by Kenpachi Zaraki's spiritual power. The scattered spiritual power formed a circle around Kenpachi Zaraki and Aizen. Even Yachiru was isolated outside by Kenpachi Zaraki's spiritual power. Ken-chan seems to be very excited. I have never seen Ken-chan so excited. Yachiru stayed in the periphery, looking at Kenpachi Zaraki with a crazy smile on his face, muttering. In the time she followed Kenpachi Zaraki, she had never seen Zaraki Kenpachi so excited. Aizen looked around and frowned slightly. Well, let's fight first. Swish! Aizen pulled out his own Zanpakuto, threw a slash, and immediately set off a gust of wind, forcing the spiritual power which was scattered around him, to disperse. It was not a good thing to let the opponent's spiritual power surround him when fighting. Seeing Aizen simply waved his hand to force his own spiritual power to scatter, Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes burst out a light. Haha, you're the best, only you can make me better enjoy the pleasure of killing. Aizen smiled slightly, holding the sword in one hand, put it in front of him, and then his hand moved, only to see a flash of knife light, 2 slashes in a cross shape to Kenpachi Zaraki. Aware of the power contained in these 2 slashes, Kenpachi Zaraki's eyes lit up. Not only did he not avoid it, but he was full of excitement. He raised his Zanpakuto in his hand and shouted, facing Aizen's attack. Boom! The 2 attacks collided together, and suddenly stirred up a violent collision. The energy that burst out dissipated, turning the few broken houses around into ashes, and the people who had been hiding there had already run far away, looking at Aizen and Kenpachi Zaraki standing in the center of the explosion with a frightened face. The raised dust blocked Aizen's sight and looked at the smoke around him. Aizen looked unchanged. Although his sight was blocked, Aizen did not panic at all. Even if his eyes could not see clearly, he could easily grasp the movement of Kenpachi Zaraki. After all, his unique spiritual power was like a lantern in the night. A slash cut through the smoke and dust to the back of Aizen. His arm turned slightly, his feet did not move, but his hand drew an arc with his Zanpakuto, backhanded behind him, just enough to block the slash from Kenpachi Zaraki. With a force on his hand, Kenpachi Zaraki was pushed away, but Aizen did not pursue the victory. His purpose was to fight Kenpachi Zaraki, hoping to find his reaction speed and combat awareness in the fierce battle, not for the sake of victory, and victory had no meaning for him. Moreover, if Kenpachi Zaraki only had this level of strength, it was too disappointing. This level could not make him feel pressured at all, let alone exercise in the battle. Just as Maayang was thinking, Kenpachi's Araki had offset Maayang's strength and raised his sword again. His face was not only not depressed, but more excited. Dang 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 dang. Kenpachi's Araki was crazy. Zanpakuto in his hand was blazingly fast, and each of his swing was so heavy, he was not tired and crazily attacked Maayang. Although Kenpachi's Araki's offensive was fierce, Maayang's reaction was not like fireworks. Zanpakuto in his hand just simply blocked left and right. No matter how fast and powerful Kenpachi's Araki's attack was, it was easily resolved by Zanpakuto in Maayang's hand. He looked relaxed and calm. Even his feet were only moving in a small range. Kenpachi's Araki, you don't only have this little strength. Easily resisting Kenpachi's Araki's attack, Maayang even had the nerve to speak like that. Huh? Kenpachi's Araki's hand paused, and at this time, Zanpakuto's blade in Maayang's hand turned and crossed from Kenpachi's Araki's Zanpakuto, and then a dazzling light flashed. Puff! A burst of blood spurted out from Kenpachi's Araki's chest. Maayang stepped on the ground and quickly pulled away from Kenpachi's Araki, preventing the blood from spraying on him. Huh? Feeling that his chest was cut, Kenpachi's Araki was stunned at first, then his face showed a bloodthirsty smile, reached out to his chest, put the blood on his hand into his mouth, and the expression on his face was more and more violent. It turned out to be like this. Kenpachi's Araki reached out and tore off the torn shirt. I almost forgot that you are not those fragile scraps anymore. My subordinates always surrendered after a few of my swings, so I had to subconsciously lower my strength, but now it seems that you really deserve my full power. Kenpachi's Araki raised his Zanpakuto high and rushed to Maayang. It was still the same attack style, but Maayang raised a trace of vigilance in his heart. Maayang felt a great threat from Kenpachi's Araki's Zanpakuto. Although it was still as broken as a soft blade, Maayang felt that it was the sharpest blade. In his hand, his sword rose from the bottom, and the two blades collided together. Maayang's fingers trembled and almost could not hold the sword in his hand. The strength from Kenpachi's Araki's swing this time was simply incomparable to before. Maayang was still amazed at the strength of this Kenpachi's Araki's slash, and he heard a whistling wind in his ear. It turned out that in the moment of Maayang's distraction, Kenpachi's Araki's next attack had arrived. His eyes have not yet swept to Kenpachi's Araki's Zanpakuto. Maayang has felt a faint tingling pain from his face. Although the blade has not yet touched his body, the sword pressure generated when the blade is wielded has already made the pores of Maayang all over the body open, and an aura of death came. Suddenly, just at the moment when Maayang leaned back, Kenpachi's Araki's Zanpakuto was almost close to the tip of Maayang's nose, and the air pressure generated by the blade crossed the air made Maayang feel the pain of his eyes being stabbed. His arm turned and pushed Kenpachi's Araki's Zanpakuto into the ground after his monstrous slash missed him. Maayang's palm pressed it, his waist turned, his foot had kicked the air, and his whole movement was so fluid that he kicked Kenpachi's Araki, who had no time to collect the sword. Just hearing the sound of a foot breaking the air, Kenpachi's Araki knew that this foot was definitely not light, and only had time to lift his left arm in a hurry. Bang! A foot fell onto his body. Kenpachi's Araki only felt a strong attack, and his body was kicked out violently. Rolling on the ground a few times, Kenpachi's Araki squatted and shook his arm that was still sore. Just as he was about to stand up, he felt a slash coming. In his hand, Zanpakuto waved and easily caught this slash. Kenpachi's Araki was just thinking why this slash was so weak, and he felt a blade coming from behind. Although it had not hit him, the sharp hair on the blade had made Kenpachi's Araki pale. Just as he put his Zanpakuto in front of him, this blade of light had come, and the attack of Maayang. Kenpachi's Araki only felt his hand tremble. Before he recovered from the attack just now, he only heard a kai sound. Zaraki Kenpachi's heart jumped. He did not have time to think, when suddenly a blade passed through his ear and fell on his shoulder, taking away a handful of blood. And just at the moment he was attacked, Kenpachi's Araki did not think about it. He did a backhand counter. His Zanpakuto in his hand drew an arc, and with lightning speed, cut behind him. Maayang saw it and did not retreat. The sword in his hand quickly pulled back, his wrist turned, and instantly blocked Kenpachi's Araki's counterattack. Kenpachi's Araki turned around, although his body had been left with 2 wounds by Maayang, blood flowed, but his face was not afraid, but he looked more excited. The more intense the battle, the more excited he was, and this level of battle made him excited. Chapter 85. After the fierce battle, Kenpachi's Araki's expression became even more crazy. His big hand stretched out, and he directly reached out to Maayang's Zanpakuto. Maayang was shocked, his hand was slow, and Kenpachi's Araki had reached out and grabbed Maayang's Zanpakuto. The sharp blade was held in the palm of Kenpachi's Araki, but he seemed to be unaware of it, and the corner of his mouth had a slightly ferocious smile. Gotcha! With a raise of his hand, Maayang could not avoid it, and he raised his arm in a hurry, and then Zanpakuto in Kenpachi Zaraki's hand fell on his arm. His Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto fell on Maayang's arm, but it seemed to be cut into iron, making a buzz sound. Zaraki's Zanpakuto suddenly waved the sword pressure caused by the sword blow to blow away Maayang's torn sleeve, revealing the skin under the dead tyrant suit. Nani seeing Maayang's bare arm, Kenpachi Zaraki's pupil shrank, his eyes were full of disbelief. His own slash actually only left a faint blood mark on his arm. On Maayang's exposed arm, there was a faint blood mark, a trace of blood slowly leaked out from the wound, but it was absolutely not an injury. This degree of wound was not even an injury. Kenpachi Zaraki's face changed slightly. In the past, it was others who cut on his body and he was unscathed. He did not expect that today it was reversed. His powerful move actually failed. This was the first time he encountered this situation. Maayang took back his arm and looked at Kenpachi Zaraki, whose face changed. His hand was slightly hard, and a bloody light flashed. Kenpachi Zaraki only felt a pain in his hand. His Zanpakuto, which was held in his hand, had been pulled out by Maayang. When he opened his palm, a scar was particularly conspicuous, but from the wound, Maayang should have been merciful, otherwise his fingers should be gone. You have regressed. Maayang shook the Zanpakuto in his hand, looked at Zaraki Kenpachi and said lightly. Shut it. Kenpachi Zaraki disdainfully curled his lips. If you have any energy to speak, use it to fight. After that, he ignored the wounds on his body. Kenpachi Zaraki was crazy, his arm waved, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slashed to Maayang again. His arm turned lightly, and Maayang easily blocked Kenpachi Zaraki's slash. He clenched his left fist and suddenly punched out. Boom! Kenpachi Zaraki reached out to block Maayang's fist in time, but his body was blown away. It took 7 or 8 steps before stopping his momentum. Looking at the fist mark left on his arm, the expression on his face became more excited. The stronger the opponent, the more interesting the battle was. Ha! With a stomp of his foot, Kenpachi Zaraki's body rushed to Maayang at a faster speed than when he was blown, and Zanpakuto in his hand waved down with his momentum. Seeing this blow of Kenpachi Zaraki, Maayang's eyes flashed, and this move made him feel a little threat. With a wave of his hand, Maayang's Zanpakuto was faintly suffused with a blue light, and the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly collided with Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakuto. The two blades collided, and Maayang retreated half a step back under this slash. The power of Kenpachi Zaraki was so powerful. Clank 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 clank. Kenpachi Zaraki furious slashes kept on assaulting Maayang. The Zanpakuto in his hand almost turned into a blur. One sword was fast like a lightning, one sword was fierce over the other, only to see Kenpachi Zaraki full of excitement. The Zanpakuto in his hand and Maayang's Zanpakuto constantly collided. In Maayang's hand, his Zanpakuto quickly danced, blocking Kenpachi Zaraki's slash one by one, but Maayang's heart was hard to hide his surprise. In this short time of fighting Kenpachi Zaraki, Maayang had clearly felt the change of strength of Kenpachi Zaraki. This change was clearly felt by him in this little time of fighting. In this period of time, the strength of Kenpachi Zaraki was more than doubled, and this strength promotion was simply shocking. Wonderful. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. Kenpachi Zaraki roared, the madness on his face was even more, and an even stronger spiritual power suddenly burst out from his body and poured into his Zanpakuto, and then his Zanpakuto with a terrifying momentum slammed down. Feeling spiritual power on Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto, Maayang's face changed slightly. This kind of spiritual power, such a slash, even he could not easily take it. Maayang stretched out his left hand and held Zanpakuto with both hands. His feet moved slightly, his body slightly heavy. In his hand, his Zanpakuto drew a gorgeous line and collided with Zaraki Kenpachi's slash. Rumble. The golden and green light shone and lit up the sky. The residents in the Kusajishi area looked up at the sky that suddenly changed color. There was a flash of fear in their eyes, and then their bodies shrank to the corner. And at the moment when spiritual power burst out all over Kenpachi Zaraki's body, Kusajishi Ichiru had already retreated quickly. At this time, seeing the terrible scene of the collision between the two people, Kusajishi Ichiru jumped a few more times and left the center of their battle far away. I lost again. Kenpachi Zaraki glanced at his Zanpakuto who was cut off, his face flashed a trace of loneliness, and then his face showed a smile again, looking at Maayang and said, however, I will definitely defeat you next time. Hey, Maayang chuckled. He flipped his arm and sheathed his sword. He quietly looked at Kenpachi Zaraki without saying a word. Speak, why are you looking for me? Kenpachi Zaraki took a few steps back and found a stone to sit down. He looked at Maayang and said, oh? How did you know that I came to find you? Maayang also found a stone to sit down and asked with his back against the stone. You are wearing the captain's clothes. The captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards specially came to Zaraki District. I don't think it is just to fight with me. Or are you here to suppress me for the sake of Soul Society's peace? Kenpachi Zaraki pointed to Maayang's clothes. Ken-chan. A small figure jumped over like a butterfly, fell on Kenpachi Zaraki's shoulder, grabbed Kenpachi Zaraki's hair, and blinked a pair of big eyes at Maayang. Ken-chan? Although he knew in his heart, Maayang still pretended to look at Zaraki Kenpachi with a puzzled look. I am now called Kenpachi Zaraki. Kenpachi Zaraki glanced at Maayang. I remember that you called that before. Ah. Haha. Is that so? Maayang's eyes turned around. At that time, he accidentally slipped. He didn't expect that after more than 100 years, this guy still remembered. Your eyes are wandering. Are you thinking about something strange, Shiro-chan? Just as Maayang was thinking about it, Kusajishi Ichiru, who was lying on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder, suddenly opened her mouth and the voice of the little Lilai was very cute. Shiro-chan? Tashiro Hitsugaya. He should not be born now, how can he appear here? Maayang looked up and glanced around. Sure enough, there was no one, and then his eyes turned to Ichiru, who was lying on Kenpachi Zaraki's shoulder. Ichiru, how can there be Shiro-chan here? Isn't Shiro-chan you? Ichiru opened her big eyes and pointed to Maayang, who was wearing the white clothes outside. Do you see the white clothes you are wearing? I will call you Shiro-chan. Me? Shiro-chan? Hearing the explanation of Ichiru, Maayang was so shocked that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Shiro-chan, what's wrong with you? You look so pale. Ichiru stared at Maayang with her big round eyes, looking worried. My name is Maayang. Don't call me Shiro-chan. Looking at the cute little Lilai, Maayang really didn't know how to deal with her, so he could only bitterly correct her. I think Shiro-chan is more pleasant to say. Ichiru put a finger on the corner of her mouth, and her big eyes blinked as she looked at Maayang. But you don't seem to like the name Shiro-chan, so forget it. After saying that, Ichiru still had a look of pity on her face. Maayang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard Ichiru's words. Fortunately, Ichiru had given up on this statement. Otherwise, if he were to be called Shiro-chan by a little Lilai all day long, would he still be able to live? I got it. Ichiru clapped his little hands and had a happy expression on his face. I will call you Yang-chan from now on. Cough, 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 cough. When he heard Ichiru, Maayang finally couldn't hold back and coughed violently. When she heard Maayang cough, Ichiru looked at him strangely and said in distress, Yang-chan is no good either? Why don't I call you Kimu-chan? Kitchen? Hearing the various names that came out from Ichiru, Maayang was sweating profusely. These names were really strange. He hurriedly interrupted, Stop, 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 let's just be the first one. The first one, huh? You must be talking about Shiro-chan. I also think Shiro-chan is the best. No, no. Then who is it? Ichiru counted on her fingers as she pondered. Alright, Ichiru, stop messing around. Kenpachi really couldn't take it anymore and said. Alright, let's call you Yang-chan. Maayang was in tears. It was not easy for him to call himself Yang-chan. What a ride this day was, from Sister Hikaifune getting promoted, fighting with Kenpachi Zaraki, and in the end, little Lilai gave me a strange nicknames. Chapter 86, First Division's Kenpachi say, what are you looking for me for? Hearing Kenpachi Zaraki's question, the look on Maayang's face changed, and his eyes stared at Kenpachi Zaraki without blinking and said, although I don't know the reason, you seem to know a lot about the things in Siri Itai, then you should know the meaning behind the two words Kenpachi. Kenpachi Zaraki was stunned and looked up at Maayang. Maayang also looked dead straight to Kenpachi Zaraki. No one knew what they were thinking. Feeling the strange atmosphere, Ichiru lay on Kenpachi Zaraki's shoulder and said nothing, just a pair of big eyes curiously looked back and forth between Maayang and Kenpachi Zaraki. After a long time, Kenpachi Zaraki turned his eyes and curled his lips. What do you want? Maayang smiled and stood up, shaking his hair. I think you will be very suitable to wear this dress. Huh? Another disdainful sneer, but Kenpachi Zaraki had already stood up from the ground and pulled a piece of rag to wrap his body. Suddenly, Kenpachi Zaraki seemed to think of something and turned to look at Maayang and said, there are many powerful guys in Siri Itai? Of course. Are they all as strong as you? There are others stronger than me. It will be very enjoyable to cut. Kenpachi Zaraki seems to be excited again. Fighting is his life's goal. As long as he can fight with powerful people, he will feel extremely happy. Even just imagining that he can fight with many powerful guys like Maayang, It has already made him feel excited. Let's go. As Kenpachi Zaraki said that, he had already stepped forward, urging Maayang to lead the way. Ken-chan, where are we going? Go to Siri Itai, 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Kenpachi Zaraki looked at the direction of Siri Itai and could not help but think of a person's figure in his mind. The person who made him feel the joy of fighting for the first time, the person who made him excited in the battle to lose himself. Seeing Kenpachi Zaraki leave, Maayang was also stunned. This guy decided in a flash and without any doubt at all, shaking his head slightly, Maayang walked a few steps to catch up with Kenpachi Zaraki. By the way, I forgot to tell you, now there is a Kenpachi in 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Well? Kenpachi Zaraki footsteps paused, then his face showed a bloodthirsty smile, his feet did not stop, and said, just cut it. In the world, just one Kenpachi is enough. Amu, let's go, let's hurry to the 11th Division. 11th Division? Shinigami named Amu trembled, and there was a trace of fear in her eyes, as if she had heard something terrible. What are you going there for? I heard that someone went to challenge Captain Kaiganjo of 11th Division. What? Amu's face revealed an expression as if she had seen a ghost. He looked at her friend in disbelief. Who else dares to challenge Captain Kaiganjo? He can be called the strongest Shinigami, Kenpachi. I heard that it's another guy from Zaraki District. From Zaraki District? Amu was stunned, and then a trace of regret appeared on her face. Poor guy. Let's go now. If you are late, you can't see anything. Shinigami, who was called Ajit, pulled Amu and the two quickly ran in the direction of 11th Division. The place where the two of them usually patrolled was close to 11th Division, so they were often bullied by the members of 11th Division. Everyone knew that the people of 11th Division were the most domineering and savage, but they had no ability to resist. They could only go back and secretly curse a few words after each bullying, but if something interesting happened in 11th Division every time, they could hurry over and watch. Quick, we gotta hurry. The door of 11th Division could already be seen in front of him. Seeing the black crowd at the door, Ajit turned his head and complained to Amu, it's all your fault. I told you to hurry up and you didn't listen. You see that there are already a lot of people around the door. We probably can't see it. If you can't see it, then so be it. Anyway, it is obvious that this guy will die. Amu did not feel anything. They had seen this kind of thing several times. Every time someone came to challenge him, he would be cruelly killed by Kenpachi Kaiganjo. No one was left alive. Boom! Hearing Amu's answer, Aji was slightly dissatisfied. Just as he was about to scold Amu, he felt a terrible spiritual power suddenly press down on him. Boom! Boom! Amu and Aji didn't even have the chance to resist. They were directly pressed to the ground by spiritual power, who had suddenly erupted. Sweat couldn't stop dripping from their foreheads. However, this sudden burst of spiritual power came and went quickly. In just an instant, it had already dispersed. Feeling that the wave of spiritual power had dissipated, Aji and Amu were still sitting on the ground. They reached out and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. The two of them looked at each other and saw deep fear in each other's eyes. If this powerful spiritual power continued for a while, their souls would probably collapse. Who was that? The two of them asked the same question at the same time. This amount of spiritual power was really terrifying. They had never felt such a powerful spiritual power before. Wow, how is this possible? The two people were just about to speak when they heard a burst of commotion from 11th Division. The scene suddenly became chaotic and everyone had the same look of horror on their faces. Could it be? The two people looked at each other, and they could not help but have a thought that they could not believe themselves, but there was a voice in their heart that reminded them that the most impossible thing might actually happen. The two people stood up from the ground and quickly rushed to the door of 11th Division. As soon as they walked to the door, they saw a person lying on the ground inside the door. It seemed that he was already dead. Captain Kaiganjo. Seeing Kenpachi Kaiganjo lying on the ground, and unknown whether he was dead or alive, Amu and Aji could not help but exclaim. Although they had expected it, when they really saw Kenpachi Kaiganjo lying on the ground, their hearts could not help but miss half a beat. Kenpachi Kaiganjo, who used to be extremely strong, who made them feel fear, now fell on the ground like a dead dog. The two of them suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes turned to look at the person standing on the martial arts arena. The burly figure, messy hair, and the serrated Zanpakuto in his hands, was this person in front of them the one who killed Kenpachi Kaiganjo? Swish. Swish. Kenpachi Zaraki swung the Zanpakuto in his hand, shook off the blood on the knife, and casually inserted his Zanpakuto into his waist. The corner of his mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, only this bit of strength, it is not enough to cut. His eyes swept down, the Shinigami who were swept by his eyes could not help but lower their heads. To fight against someone who defeated their captain in a few moves, they did not even dare to think about it, it was simply terrifying. TSK seeing the Shinigami below lowered their heads. Kenpachi Zaraki bent down to take the Captain Harry from the body of Kenpachi Kaiganjo and casually draped over himself, and then walked to the 11th Division. The Shinigami standing in place hesitated for a while, and then followed Kenpachi Zaraki inside. 10th Division. Kimura Maiyang withdrew his eyes towards the 11th Division, and a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, Kenpachi Zaraki is worthy for the title. From the intensity of the spiritual power just now, it seems that he has become stronger than when he fought with me. What is Captain thinking? Suzuki Kusu, who stood on the side, looked at Maiyang. Recently, Captain was becoming stranger. What he did always made her unable to guess what he's going to do next and what is his goal. The captain of 13 Division of Imperial Guards has frequently changed recently, which has caused some uneasiness among members. The previous restlessness has not subsided, and now Captain brought back such a person from Rukongai, casually joined 13 Division of Imperial Guards after killing the 11th Division captain. What are you thinking? Why do I feel that the distance between us is getting farther and farther? Looking at Maiyang, Suzuki Kusa couldn't help but clench her fists. The bad feeling in her heart grew stronger and stronger. 4th Division Retsuo Nohana stood quietly at the window and looked at the direction of 11th Division, not knowing what she was thinking. Captain? What happened? Seeing Retsuo Nohana standing at the window, not knowing what she was looking at, Hanataro Yamada took 2 steps forward and said strangely. Well, nothing. Retsuo Nohana turned her face and showed a familiar smile on her face. It just looks like the sky is going to change. The sky? Hanataro Yamada glanced at the clear sky outside and looked at Anohana Retsuback with confusion. It was clearly a sunny day outside. Why did Captain say that the sky was going to change? Hanataro Yamada shook his head helplessly. The captain's mind was really strange. Chapter 87, Byakuya Kuachiki. Well, let's end it here today. Maiyang took a few steps back and put Zanpakuto away, looking at Kenpachi Zaraki opposite him. Damn. Carrying Zanpakuto on his shoulder, Kenpachi Zaraki glanced at the wound on his chest, and then looked at Maiyang, who was just in a mess of clothes. Dissatisfied, he said, I lost again. Maiyang chuckled and did not say anything. At this time, whatever he said wouldn't be appropriate. It was inevitable that people would think that he was showing off. Although Kenpachi Zaraki was not the kind of narrow-minded person, he still did not say anything. How do you feel about becoming a captain? Seeing Kenpachi Zaraki casually pulled the clothes over his body and sat down casually, Maiyang also sat down casually and looked at Kenpachi Zaraki in front of him. So. Holding Zanpakuto in his arms, Kenpachi Zaraki glanced at Maiyang and said faintly, but it is good to fight with you every day. I also think it is very good to compete with you every day. Maiyang nodded and said. This time, the battle with Kenpachi Zaraki had let him slowly find the intuition of the battle, and the reaction speed had improved a lot. By the way, Maiyang suddenly remembered something, and his eyes turned. Did you know Captain Anohana before? In his mind, he recalled the strange look in the eyes of Retsuo Anohana when she saw Kenpachi Zaraki. Although it was just a flash, it was still seen by Maiyang, and he was still very concerned. Hearing Maiyang mention Retsuo Anohana, Kenpachi Zaraki face changed slightly. He did not know what he thought of, a look of wanting to say something. This expression was very rare on Kenpachi Zaraki's face. Forget it, you don't need to answer. Maiyang waved his hand. It seems that this matter involved Kenpachi Zaraki's secret. Everyone has something that he buried deep in his heart and does not want to say. Since he has something difficult to say, forget it. Well then, I am leaving. Maiyang stood up, patted his clothes, tidied up his appearance, and then waved goodbye to Kenpachi Zaraki. About the young master of the Kachiki family, teach him well. I heard he seems to be a rare genius. Seeing Maiyang tidy up his clothes, Kenpachi Zaraki asked. Yes. Maiyang looked at Kenpachi Zaraki strangely, but when are you interested in these things? I am only interested in whether that kid can withstand my slash. Kenpachi Zaraki's corner of the mouth outlined a bloodthirsty smile and looked up. Maiyang held his forehead with his hand. You wait for a few years. When he grows up, he should be able to have a good fight with you. I am also looking forward to it. Maiyang waved his hand and slowly shook the door of 11th Division, then walked in the direction of the Kachiki family. However, why did it seem like Kenpachi and Anohana had known each other for a long time? He had always been staying in Rukongai. As for Anohana, she had been a captain for at least hundreds of years. It was reasonable to say that there should not be any connection between them. Could it be? Maiyang stopped. Did Anohana know Kenpachi before she became a captain? Maiyang shook his head. If that was the case, did Kenpachi also have hundreds of years of life? What was wrong with this world? Even he, a transmigrator, could not understand it. Was this still the world of Shinigami that I was familiar with? Why did it seem like there were many things I did not know? A place suddenly flashed through his mind. That place had nothing to do with Shinigami's will. It was mandatory to collect and record all of Soul Society's information. That was the Great Spirit Book Corridor. Perhaps he should go to that place to take a look. He should be able to find some secret information there and solve the doubts in his heart. However, that place was not a place that anyone could go to. Without the permission of the Central 46, it would be troublesome to go there. What a headache. Maayang helplessly rubbed his head. It was really a troublesome matter. Yo, Byakuya boy, it seems that your flash steps is still not practiced to the max. Shut it, you demon cat, stop provoking me. Just wait, someday I will surpass you, in the name of the next generation of the Kachiki family head. Maayang looked up from meditation and saw the scene in front of him. He could not help but laugh. Yoruichi came to tease Byakuya. He saw that in front of him, Yoruichi stood on a tree, one hand holding the trunk, the other hand holding a hairband, shaking it in her hand, and her face showed a teasing expression as she looked at a young man in white not far away with a teasing smile. Byakuya Kuachiki was still a handsome and sunny teenager at this time, and it was impossible to see the appearance of the icy mountain face in the future. At this time, Byakuya's eyebrows kept jumping. A fist was clenched in front of his chest. Looking at Yoruichi standing on the tree with her hair band and laughing at him, his eyes burned with anger. Yo, the two of you are really full of energy. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two of them, Maayang slowly walked over and said, Teacher Kimura. Seeing Maayang walking over, Byakuya had a look of surprise on his face. Even Yoruichi, who was standing on the tree, was ignored by him. Kimura. Yoruichi appeared next to Maayang in a flash and greeted him. Then her face showed a sly expression again. She looked at Byakuya and smiled. Byakuya boy, what's wrong? Are you looking for teacher to help? You cur. Byakuya showed a look of indignation on his face, stared at Yoruichi and gritted his teeth. Well, Yoruichi, you let go of Byakuya today. I took a lot of time to come here. If you go on like this, I will have no time to teach Byakuya. Yugiawasi sided with Byakuya. Yoruichi muttered with dissatisfaction. However, she also knew that Byakuya asked Maayang to teach him. There were many things about Captain, and Maayang naturally could not have too much time to teach Byakuya. Now that Maayang rarely took time to teach Byakuya, she naturally would not be like this. Alright, let's forget about it today. Yoruichi waved her hand with her hands on her hips, and then suddenly appeared behind Byakuya Kuachiki with a flash step. One hand wrapped around his neck and drew her body closer to Byakuya. A pair of breasts pressed tightly against Byakuya's back. Feeling the touch from behind, Byakuya's face suddenly turned red, and his face showed a shy expression. Byakuya boy, leave your hair band with me first. When your flash steps catches up with me one day, I will return it to you. Yoruichi waved the hairband in her hand in front of Byakuya's eyes, breathed in Byakuya's ear and said. Feeling the breath in her ear, Byakuya's face could not help but become a little red. Yoruichi took another step, standing on the wall, looking at Byakuya Kuachiki whose face became red, and could not help but say, sure enough, you are still a kid. How about it, do you want me to teach you what a mature woman is? You demon cat. Byakuya Kuachiki's face became red, and he did not know whether he was ashamed or angry. Haha. Seeing Byakuya Kuachiki like this, Yoruichi could not help standing on the wall and laughing. Goodbye, Byakuya boy, and Kimura. After saying that, Yoruichi's body instantly disappeared from where she stood. She was worthy of the name God of Flash Yoruichi Shiyun. Alright then. What, you can't bear to part with her? Seeing that Byakuya was still staring at the wall that Yoruichi was standing on, Maayang could not help but tease. No, no. Teacher, why did you say that? Byakuya came back to his senses and his face turned red again. I was just joking with you. Maayang waved his hand. As for you, how have you been practicing the art of cutting? I wonder if you have made any progress. Teacher, I haven't relaxed at all during this period of time. You will be surprised. Hearing Maayang mention his own cutting skill, Byakuya Kuachiki quickly put down the previous thing. His face showed a proud look, a look of eagerness. Then let me see your results during this period of time. Seeing Byakuya Kuachiki face with an eager look, Maayang suddenly became interested. He did not know what level this famous cabbage could do now. Teacher, this time I will definitely force you to use your sword. Byakuya Kuachiki standing with his sword looked at Maayang who stood with empty hands, and his face was full of fighting spirit. That depends on your ability. I am also looking forward to it. Looking at Kachiki Byakuya who was full of fighting spirit, Maayang smiled faintly. Although he suppressed his strength, It was not possible for Byakuya to make him pull his sword. Chapter 88, Cunning Little Fox. In the end, Byakuya Kuachiki still failed to force Naiyang to pull out his sword. Although the strength of this cabbage in the future is outstanding, now he is still too tender. The life in Siri AI was as calm as ever. Everyone was busy with their own things. Naiyang's life also returned to its monotonous activities. Every day, he would deal with the team affairs, and then go to 11th Division to find Kenpachi to fight. After a period of time, he would go to the Kuchiki family to teach the tsundere cabbage. Time passed by inadvertently, until one day. Kimura, you stood me up again. Naiyang raised his head from the table and looked at her Anmaru Shishin, who was sitting opposite him with a bad face, and asked strangely, "What's wrong with you again? Didn't I already return the wine money from last time to you? You still have the nerve to say that? Didn't you say that you were going to the school to teach some students for me? Huh? Didn't I already go there? I took the time out of my busy schedule to go to the school to teach that group of kids." Naiyang looked at her Anmaru Shishin in surprise. "You still have the nerve to say it? Do you think I want you to teach some theories in books?" Ranmaru Shishin looked at Naiyang with dissatisfaction. "Then what else do you want? At least teach some practical things." After Ranmaru Shishin finished speaking, he stood up and reached out to grab Naiyang, pulling him out. "No, you must go to school today and teach those little guys some real stuff. Hey, don't be so impatient." Naiyang shook off Ranmaru Shishin's hand and looked him up and down, his face revealing a look of understanding. "Tell me, what is going on?" "Genius." Ranmaru Shishin looked at Naiyang with his eyes fixed. After a while, he opened his mouth and spat out these two words. "Oh? What kind of genius is this?" Naiyang showed some interest on his face. "Amazing." Ranmaru Shishin paused and added, "He is even more talented than you." Naiyang's heart moved. At this time, could it be him? "What is his name?" "Ikamaru Jin." "Sure enough." "What, Kimura, you know him?" "I have heard of him." Naiyang waved his hand and said. He had indeed heard about him. This guy was indeed a real genius. He graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy in a year. After graduation, he killed the original third seat of 5th Division. In terms of strength, he could even compare with the vice-captain. You should know that he was just a child at that time. He was afraid that he was much younger than Byakuya Kuachiki. What's more, in his previous life, the complicated emotional dispute between him and Matsumoto Rengeku made many people feel sad and moved. Even Naiyang was very moved at that time. Ranmaru Shishin looked at Naiyang strangely. It had not been long since the beginning of Spiritual Arts Academy, and the name of Ikamaru Jin had not yet resounded in Siri AI. Why did Naiyang hear about him? And it did not seem to be casually heard, but seemed to know a lot. "Well, let's go. I am also very curious about such a genius." Without Ranmaru Shishin urging him, Naiyang had already walked to Spiritual Arts Academy. "Ikamaru Jin?" Naiyang looked at the little Shota in front of him. His tone was a little complicated. A head of silver hair, seemingly closed eyes, a pure expression on his face, and seemed to be a little silly and cute. The little Shota in front of him was far from the Ikamaru Jin when he read manga in his previous life. Although he had expected it in his heart and knew that Ikamaru Jin was still a little Shota, but when he really saw him, Naiyang could not help but twitch slightly. The impact of this cute Shota appearance of Ikamaru Jin brought to Naiyang was greater than that of the proud Byakuya Kuachiki brought to Naiyang. Although Chinese cabbage was not cold, the change of his tsundere nature already surprised Naiyang, but compared to the still cute Ikamaru Jin gave him a stronger sense of impulse. "You are." Ikamaru Jin raised his head and looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. His face was still a silly and cute look, but when he saw Naiyang wearing Captain Hori, Naiyang keenly noticed that Ikamaru Jin had a moment of change. Naiyang, 10th Division Captain. Aware of the vague sense of rejection on Ikamaru Jin, Naiyang felt a slight headache. This child was really too cautious. It seemed that no matter what he faced, he had to be cautious. No matter what, he could not really open his heart. Originally, Naiyang was thinking of getting close to Ikamaru Jin and obtaining his trust, and then tried to change the sad ending between Ikamaru Jin and Rengeku Matsumoto, but now it seems that he thought too simply. With this child's caution, it seems that there is no hope. "Captain Kimura." Looking at Ikamaru Jin, who respectfully bowed to him, Naiyang was speechless. At this moment, he finally felt why this kid was called a fox by many people. This cunning little fox had a respectful and cute look on his face, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. This child was really too precocious, and his mind was too complicated. He was still a little cute when he thought of it. Although he was very proud and looked like a stinky fart, in general, he was not bad, unlike this little fox in front of him. No need to be so polite. Naiyang squatted down and touched Ikamaru Jin's head with a smile, I heard that you are a rare genius. How about it, after graduation, are you interested in joining our 10th division, little brother? Maayang rubbed Ikamaru-jin's head and felt a burst of pleasure in his heart. Little guy, he still has such a deep guard against me, just like a fox. Forget it, let's take advantage of you first, and... It's not important, but this kid's hair quality is really good. Captain Kimura. Ikamaru-jin shook his head and took his head out of Maayang's hands. I am afraid I cannot. About the division later. I'm middle. 5th division, right? Maayang broke Ikamaru-jin's words and looked at his face with a flash of surprise. Maayang's mouth was slightly raised, revealing a hint of a smile. I know, about what you think in your heart. Ikamaru-jin's heart jumped, but his face did not show any color. Although he was not old now and looked like a child, but just as everyone thought of him, he was still a little fox. Even some old people were not as deep as him. What did you say? I don't understand, Captain Kimura. Ikamaru-jin had an innocent expression on his face, and now this showed appearance was the best cover for him. No one would think that such a cute child had a far-reaching scheme in his heart. Maayang looked at Ikamaru-jin, and his heart suddenly had a little admiration for him. Although Ikamaru-jin was just a child who had not yet graduated, and his strength seemed weak to him, but Maayang still could not help but have a little admiration for him in his heart. It was such a child. For the sake of the unknown insistence in his heart, he put on a mask and began 100 years of endless life, lurking for 100 years just for revenge, and finally failed and died. It was a sad story. How did such a child persist? Just as he said, the hatred in his heart was deeply buried, like a lurking snake, waiting for the opportunity to swallow people. Maayang asked himself that he could not do this. In his heart, in addition to his admiration for Ikamaru-jin, he could not help but feel a little pity. In the end, he was also a poor person. Looking at Ikamaru-jin in front of him, Maayang could not help but reach out his hand again and slap his head. It was strange that Ikamaru-jin did not show any dissatisfaction this time, not only his face, but Maayang could feel that Ikamaru-jin seemed to not be disgusted with his actions from the heart. Well, I think we can have a good talk about something. Seeing that Ikamaru-jin seemed not to be too resistant to himself, Maayang smiled. For example, Vice Captain Aizen. Ikamaru-jin suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of fierceness in his eyes, just like a startled viper, and the hand hidden under his sleeve had already held Zanpakuto. Although he knew that if they really fought, he most likely had no chance of winning, but it was not his style to surrender. Don't be nervous, you should know that I mean no harm. Feeling Ikamaru-jin's reaction in a moment, Maayang put away his hand and stood with a kind smile on his face, thinking that he was really a little guy. Seeing the smile on Maayang's face, Ikamaru-jin hesitated in his heart. He could indeed feel Maayang's kindness, but it was really difficult for him to let go of his biggest secret. Well, don't be nervous, it's just a chat between ordinary friends. Friends? Ikamaru-jin was a little stunned. Of course. Maayang showed a smile on his face. Some things are too heavy for a person to bear alone. Well, relax, let's sit over there and talk slowly. Seeing Ikamaru-jin gradually put down his guard, Maayang pointed to the tree not far away, and then pulled Ikamaru-jin, who still had some hesitation on his face, and walked under the tree. Chapter 89, Division 9 Dispatch Ta. It is really good to fight with Kenpachi every day like this. Walking out of the 11th Division courtyard, Maayang stretched and sighed. Captain. Suzuki Kusu looked at Maayang with some hesitation. What's wrong, Kusu? You look hesitant. This is not like you. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Maayang turned his head and glanced at the expression on Suzuki Kusu's face. Captain seems to be in a hurry to improve his strength. Can you tell me why? It's nothing. I just suddenly felt that I was a little too relaxed and decadent before. I just wanted to exercise. Maayang waved his hand casually. By the way, how is your Bankai cultivation? There is no progress for the time being. Suzuki Kusu was slightly stunned, and there was a struggle in her eyes, and then she said apologetically. It's okay, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Maayang nodded and said no more. The things that Captain has been doing these days are getting more and more strange. He is eager to improve his strength. The things in the division are also gradually put down and handed over to her and a third seat to deal with. Is Captain feeling something unusual? What is the secret behind this? Suzuki Kusu looked at Maayang with thousands of thoughts in her heart. Recently, what Captain has done has made her more and more confused. There is always an ominous feeling in her heart, as if Captain is going to leave her. Seeing the few people that suddenly appeared at the fork in the road, Maayang stopped in his tracks and quickly walked forward. Oh, Kensai, where are you going? Maayang glanced at the people behind Kensai. What a fellow. Kensai really did bring his own team. Juk Kasagi, Edo, Fujito, and Tausen Kaname. He glanced at the black guy with the mask, and a look of confusion flashed across Maayang's eyes. "Ah, it's Kimura." Kensai greeted Maayang and was just about to explain. "Hey. It's Kimura." Kunimashiro jumped out from behind Kensai and ran to Maayang. She said with her mouth raised, "It's all because of Kensai, the big fool. He clearly sent the advance team to investigate, and he even sent 10 people. It would be fine as long as they waited for their news, but Kensai, this big fool, insisted on investigating. For some things that he could not figure out, there was no need for the captain to personally take action, right? It's all because of Kensai's impatient personality. Don't be so long-winded. When did I say that I wanted you to come with me? It doesn't matter if you don't come. It was you who insisted on following me, right? Go home and sleep with your big head, idiot. Because Mashiro is the vice captain, how can I not follow the captain? You don't even understand this principle. Are you an idiot, Kensai?" "Idiot, Kensai is a big idiot." Kensai's eyebrows jumped, and he was about to burst with anger. "Hey, don't be angry. Kensai, hasn't Mashiro always been like this? You should be used to it." Maayang pulled Kensai, who was about to go berserk because of her, and asked, "By the way, I still don't know what is going on. Why do you need to take me to investigate?" "Ah, you should have heard about it." Hearing Maayang mention the business, Fist Zai calmed down and no longer looked at Kunimashiro. "Oh? Rukongai soul disappearance case." Hearing the words that came out of Kensai's mouth, a bolt of lightning flashed through Maayang's mind. Kensai did not notice the shock in Maayang's eyes. He said indifferently, "About a month ago, many cases of residents of Rukongai disappearing one after another, and the reason is unknown." "Disappeared?" Suzuki Kusu, who was comforting Kunimashiro who was sleeping on the ground, raised her head and asked in confusion. "Yes, they disappeared. They disappeared, leaving only their clothes in place. If they were dead and transformed into spirit children, they should have disappeared together with their clothes and turned into spirit particles. However, those people were not dead, but they were alive and could not maintain their human form. In the end, they died. For the time being, this is the only speculation. They are clearly alive, but they are unable to maintain their human form." At some point, Suzuki Kusu had already stood up. Could it be that some external force caused their balance to be broken? "I don't know either. I just repeated what Captain Anohana said to me." "So, are you going to investigate the cause of this case now?" Maayang suppressed the emotions in his heart and looked at Kensai. "That's right. It's getting late. Let's go over now. We can talk about it when I come back." "Kensai." Kensai raised his foot and was about to leave when Maayang suddenly reached out and pressed his shoulder. Kensai even felt a faint pain from his shoulder. "Be careful, I feel that this matter is a little unusual." Maayang met the puzzled gaze of Kensai and said with a heavy tone. "I know, don't worry." Feeling the deep worry of Maayang, a trace of warmth flashed in Kensai's eyes. He reached out and patted Maayang's shoulder. Then, he waved his hand and quickly left with his subordinates. "Captain, you." Suzuki Kusa looked at Maayang. She felt that the captain's heart was in a mess like never before. "Nothing, I just suddenly feel a little tired. Let's go back, Kusu." Maayang waved his hand and led the way to the 10th Division. "The Kachiki family." Suzuki Kusu hesitated and said. "Let's forget about it today." Maayang said no more. His feet moved and his body suddenly disappeared. Even Suzuki Kusu did not see the trajectory of his movement. "Captain." The worry in Suzuki Kusu's eyes deepened. Captain seemed to make her more and more unable to see through it. Why did she even feel a trace of fear in Captain's heart at that moment? What was Captain thinking in his heart? Maayang's heart was extremely messy at this time. Originally, he did not know how to face the original story where Shinji and the others were experimented on by Aizen. He also thought that he would know what to do when the time came. He did not expect that now was really the time, and his heart was even more confused. What should he do? Follow the development of the plot? His heart was in a mess. Maayang did not discern his direction. He just recognized a direction and kept running. When he stopped, he found that he had already arrived at Sokyoku without him knowing. Standing on top of Sokyoku and looking at Sairi Itai, Maayang's heart gradually calmed down. There might be a few hours left. When it was night, Kensai and the others should be completely wiped out, and they would be sneak attacked by Tao Kanem. Then there were Hori, Shinji, Love, Rose, Lisa, and the less familiar Ushida Hikajin, then the framed Kisuke and Tsukubishi Tessai, and Yoruichi who defected to rescue Kisuke. So annoying. Maayang found a big tree to sit down, and a sense of loneliness suddenly emerged in his heart. Sure enough, in the end, he was still lonely, just alone. Even if there were more friends, it was not possible to tell them this secret of his, and could only be buried in his heart. Even if he encountered these things, he could only think hard in his heart. In this world, could he only be alone in the end? Thinking of this, Ma Yang subconsciously touched his Zanpakuto, which was at his waist. Perhaps only his Zanpakuto would accompany him like this. Putting his Zanpakuto flat on his knees, Ma Yang relaxed his body and his mind gradually sank into his Zanpakuto. I knew that you would come. Kaznosora stood on the treetop with a paper fan in his hand and looked at Ma Yang indifferently. I can only talk to you. Ma Yang smiled helplessly. But, you don't have to do this. Huh? For this world, you are not an outsider, not a spectator, nor a hurried passerby. Here, you have too many bonds, even deeper than your previous life, whether it's Kimura Kazuya, or Hikai Funkiryo, or Yamamoto Genryuzai, and Shun Sakuraku, not to mention Shinji, a group of your closest friends. You are already part of this world. You should have changed your mind a long time ago. Don't treat yourself as someone who is beyond the game. You should know that you are also in the game. You are now a person in a game. Don't think about the original story. This is not a manga, this is the real world. Everything you see, hear, feel, everything is real. Go, don't be confused anymore. Just do what you think in the depths of your heart. You are Kimura Ma Yang, captain of 13 Division of Imperial Guards, and no longer he Ma Yang. Ma Yang was shocked. He slowly retreated from the inner world and opened his eyes. There was no longer a trace of confusion in his eyes. Full of determination he leaped. Chapter 90, Bloodstained Night. Bang 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 bang. Emergency call, captain of each team, please immediately gather at 1st Division building. There is an abnormal situation in 9th Division. 6th Division Captain Muguru Makinsai, and Vice Captain Kunamashiro spiritual power reaction disappeared, and this is an emergency meeting of the captain. What? Hearing the sudden sound, Ma Yang was shocked. Only then did he notice that it was already late, a crescent moon hanging in the sky. The sky looked a bit strange. I repeat, captain of each team, please immediately gather at 1st Division building. Damn, it actually happened. Ma Yang did not have time to think, he stamped his foot, his figure flashed in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at 1st Division building. Kimura. Yes, Kiraku. Don't be too nervous. Maybe things haven't reached that point yet. There may be other situations on the side of Captain Kensai's team. Kiraku Shunsui saw the heaviness on Ma Yang's face and tried to calm him down. Although he knew that since such a notice was issued, then something really happened to Captain Muguru Kensai and Kunamashiro. However, he also knew that the relationship between Ma Yang and him was very good. At this time, Ma Yang must be very worried, so he could only comfort him like this. Yes. Ma Yang nodded, but his face did not relax at all. Although he knew that in the end, Kensai and the others did not die, and because they could holofy and increase their strength, it was hard to guarantee that there would be no butterfly effect because of his arrival, resulting in some things that he did not want to see happen. Shinji. Let's go in first. The people are almost here. Captain Commander should also be here. In a short time of a few words, all the captains had arrived. After all, the information in the notice was too shocking. A captain and a deputy captain spiritual powers reaction suddenly disappeared, and they did not feel the slightest situation. They could not help but be anxious. Therefore, when they heard the order, the captains put down all the things at hand and quickly rushed to 1st Division. Seeing that the captains were almost here, Yamamoto Genryuzai directly stepped into the topic. This time was the most serious thing in the past 100 years. According to the camp report of 9th Division on the front line, the captain of the team in the night camp, Muguru Makinsai's and his vice-captain's spiritual power disappeared. The reason is unknown. This is one of the worst situations that we can predict. Until yesterday, this case can only be regarded as an ordinary case in Rukongai. Now it has become a case that trampled on the dignity of 13 Division of Imperial Guards and must be solved quickly. Therefore, I'm sending 5 captain level from here. Please rush to the crime scene immediately. Shuehi came too slowly, Kisuke. Ma Yang glanced at Kisuke, whose face was covered with anxiety and sweat. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Please let me go. Kisuke took a breath and looked up at Yamamoto Genryuzai, his eyes full of sincerity. No. Yamamoto Genryuzai eyes opened and said without permission. My vice captain is now rushing to the scene, and I. Kisuke. Yoruichi put her hands on her hips and shouted, waking Kisuke from his worry. Behave yourself. You chose your adjutant to go to the scene, right? Don't you understand that your panic is also an insult to her? Seeing Kisuke, who was woken up by Yoruichi and stayed in the same place in a daze, Ma Yang sighed. At the beginning, he was also confused. According to his experience as captain for more than 100 years, he should not be so flustered when encountering such a thing. It was just that he was confused because of concern, and he did not expect that the time was so fast that he did not even have the time to prepare. Taking 2 steps forward, Ma Yang pulled Gisuke, who was standing in the same place, and said, "Well, don't stand here foolishly. Come and line up and stand first. Let's listen to the captain's arrangements. I will continue." Seeing Gisuke standing in his place, Yamamoto Genryusai turned his head and continued to arrange. 3rd Division Captain Itabashi Rojiro, 5th Division Captain Hiroko Shinji, 7th Division Captain Akawa Love. The above 3 will immediately go to the crime scene. 2nd Division Captain Shiyuin Yoruichi is on standby before other orders are issued. 6th Division Captain Jinrai Kuchiki, 8th Division Captain Kiraku Shunsui, 11th Division Captain Kenpachi Zaraki, 13th Division Captain Joshiro Yukitake. Appeal to 4 people in charge of guarding Sairi Itai. 4th Division Captain Retsuo Nohana. Prepare in advance for the treatment needed when the wounded are transported back. Stay in the comprehensive rescue mission room. Please wait a moment, Captain Commander. If you consider the possibility of treatment for the wounded, I think the person should go to the scene. The situation is not yet clear. There is no reason for the head of the treatment department to personally go. I will let others replace you to the scene. Old man Yama, are you talking about me? My medical keto is also good. Ma Yang suddenly interrupted. Shut up, it has nothing to do with you. Hey, why didn't you arrange a task for me? Your 10th Division is responsible for the patrols in the Sairi AI. In this situation, you have to pay attention to the security of the area. If there is an emergency, you still need the alarm documents signed by 10th Division and 1st Division. Do you want me to tell you these things again? Yamamoto Genryusai glared at Ma Yang and then looked at the door of the conference room. Come in. Is it Tsukubishi Tessai? He has not shown his face for a long time. Looking at the 2 people who appeared at the door, Joshiro Yukitake said with surprise. It seems that the situation is really serious. Kiraku Shunsui's eyes under the bamboo hat glanced at the 2 people at the door and murmured. The words are passed on. I hope you 2 go to the crime scene. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at the 2 people at the door and said in a deep voice. Understood. Hey, old man Yamamoto. Shun Sekiraku glanced at Gisuke Urahara, who lost his mind and suddenly took action to interrupt Yamamoto Genryusai. Huh? The captain commander opened his eyes slightly and looked at Kiraku Shunsui. Oh, sorry, I said. Everything on the front line is still unknown. Don't you think it is inappropriate to let the Grand Keto Chief and Vice Keto Chief be dispatched together? Then what do you think should be better? Let the vice captain of my team should replace them. Do you want to call her over now? Joshiro Yukitake looked at Kiraku Shunsui strangely. This meeting only summoned the captain. That's right. Kiraku Shunsui nodded and then shouted out the window, Hello, Lisa. What are you doing? As soon as he finished speaking, Lisa had already appeared at the window. Look. Kiraku Shunsui proudly pointed to Lisa at Joshiro Yukitake at the window. Didn't I tell you not to peep at the captain meeting? It can't be helped. The more secretive things are, the more they want to peek. This is human nature, right? Lisa explained with an indifferent expression. How much do you know about the situation? Kiraku Shunsui's expression suddenly became solemn. I heard it all. Can I ask you? Of course. Then I'll have to trouble you. Yes. Lisa gave him a thumbs up, looking confident. Lisa. Huh? Lisa was just about to move when she heard a sudden voice and looked at Ma Yang strangely. This is not a simple matter. Be careful. TSK Lisa curled her lips, a look of disdain on her face, but a hint of warmth flashed in her eyes. Who do you think you are talking to? How dare you make a decision? After all, this kind of big case is very hard to come by, isn't it? This is because I want my young subordinates to accumulate more experience. I hope you will understand. Don't worry, don't look at her like that. My team's Lisa-chan is quite powerful. Kiraku Shunsui turned his head and looked at the 2 people at the door. So can you also take a step back, Mr. Grand Keto Chief? I don't care. Then I will respectfully obey. I will take my leave and rest first. Tsukubishi Tessai turned and left. He glanced at the stunned Gisuke. Then, Itabashi Rojiro, Hiroko Shinji, Love Akawa, Ashida Hikajin, Lisa Yadomaru, those 5 will investigate the disappearance case. Several people who were selected nodded and then disappeared in the conference room. Now disband. Hearing the order to disband, Ma Yang looked at the stunned Gisuke, and did not have the mind to comfort him. Things had developed to this point, and he had to go back to prepare some things. Worry is very strong. Don't show such a worried expression. Believe it and wait. This is also the work of the captain. Kiraku Shunsui patted the shoulder of the soulless Gisuke and said. Captain, you. Seeing Ma Yang coming back, Suzuki Kusu stepped forward and said with concern. I am fine, Kusu. Ma Yang waved his hand. Get the patrolling team to be alert. This is an unusual night. Huh? Suzuki Kusa looked at Maayang in confusion. It's nothing, Kusu. Tell them to come to the garden to find me. There are some things I need to tell you. Chapter 91, Bloodstain Night Part 2. In the 6th district outside the western suburbs. After rushing over, Hirako Shinji saved Tori, who was being chased. Love took the lead and went forward to restrain the raging Kensai. Lisa and Rose held their Zanpakuto in front of Hirako Shinji and looked ahead vigilantly. Don't worry, Hori, you can stop him, but you don't have to kill him. There are so many ways. Lisa pulled out her Zanpakuto in her hand and aimed at Kensai, who stood in the sky and confronted Love. The tendons of the hands and feet, I'll leave them to you. Alright. Lisa exerted force with her feet and suddenly rushed towards Kensai. With a twist of her hand, her Zanpakuto slashed towards Kensai's waist. Shua, 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 shua. The Zanpakuto in her hand slashed down continuously, drawing streaks of blade light. However, Kensai was truly strong. Although he had lost consciousness at this moment, he had easily neutralized Lisa's attacks with his body's instincts. After being forced back by Lisa, before Kensai could even stand firm, Rose, who had been waiting for an opportunity, had already fallen from the sky, and the Zanpakuto in his hand ruthlessly slashed towards Kensai. Dang! Kensai extended his arm, and his Zanpakuto, which had blocked Rose, actually let out a sound that was like the sound of swords clashing. Rose's Zanpakuto actually didn't even scratch Kensai's skin. Got it. Lisa was delighted to see that Kensai blocked Rose's attack, which means that he was busy fighting against Rose. She held the knife with both hands and raised it above her head, slashing it towards Kensai. Dang! Kensai swung his right fist and collided with Lisa's Zanpakuto, blocking Lisa's sneak attack. Then, he exerted force with both hands and flung the two of them away. Sizzle! Lisa and Rose were pushed back by the force of Kensai. They retreated a few steps before removing the force from their bodies. As soon as they stood still, Lisa glanced at them and suddenly saw a figure appear behind Rose. The figure leaped up a short distance before swinging its legs and charging towards Rose with great momentum. Be careful, Rose, behind you. Lisa's pupils contracted as a hint of horror flashed in her eyes. Before Lisa could finish her sentence, before Rose could even react, Mashiro, who had fallen from the sky, had already kicked the defenseless Rose on the head. Bang! Rose did not react at all. He was directly smashed by Mashiro's leg and crashed to the ground. Rose. Lisa looked worriedly at Rose, who was lying on the ground, dead or alive. However, it was not the time to be distracted when the enemy was in front of them. She looked up at the person who ambushed Rose. Lisa's eyes narrowed. That outfit was Mashiro. Hirako Shinji held Hori in his arms and was alert. He looked at the figure in the sky with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Mashiro turned in the air, tapped her feet, and her body suddenly accelerated, rushing toward Shinji with a burst of air explosion. Shinji's eyes narrowed. His Zanpakuto crossed his arms in front of his chest and focused. Holding the injured Hori, he could only use one hand to block the attack from Mashiro. Boom! Mashiro's leg collided with Zanpakuto in Shinji's hand, causing a violent collision. With a dazzling light flashing, the ground under Shinji's feet immediately shattered. Damn it! Whether it was spiritual power or her physical strength, both of them had increased a lot. With his strength, it was a little difficult for him to block Mashiro's attack while holding Hori without exerting any strength. He swung his right arm and repelled Mashiro. Hirako Shinji had not yet recovered. Bei, who was thrown away, had rushed up again with the force of the back kick. He attacked Hirako Shinji again and again. The chain of attacks even made Hirako Shinji feel breathless. He had no time to fight back. Shinji, put me down quickly. Seeing that Hirako Shinji was struggling to resist Mashiro's attack, Hori could not help but say. If she was put down, with her strength, she would not be in such a sorry state. Idiot, stop talking nonsense. Be careful of biting your tongue. Hirako Shinji stared at the front, and Zanpakuto in his hand kept blocking the attack of Mashiro. In this situation, if Hori was put down, looking at the injuries of Hori, she would definitely die. Ah! Just as Hirako Shinji was talking and he could not help but be distracted. Mashiro kicked his Zanpakuto to the side, and then raised her other foot high, and then suddenly chopped down on Hirako Shinji's face. Goshu! Just as Hirako Shinji was shocked, a voice sounded from behind them, and then 5 huge iron pillars fell from the sky, and Mashiro, who was about to attack, was pressed to the ground. Everyone runs so fast. There was Uchiha Hokage gasping for breath, and there was still some sweat on his face. Hokage. Hirako Shinji looked at Uchiha Hokage, who hurried over. If not for him, he would never have been able to escape from that blow. Even if he could take that blow, with Hori's injured body, he was afraid that it would not be good. Fortunately, I caught up. There was Uchiha Hokage gasping for breath, and then he opened his mouth to say, and it was difficult for him. With such a huge body, his flash steps was naturally inferior to others. After a sigh of relief, Uchiha Hokage looked up at Kensai, who was confronting love in the sky, and stretched out his arm. Bakudo number 63, Ethereal Binding Chain. A golden chain appeared out of thin air, tightly bound to the unprepared Kensai, and the bound Kensai suddenly fell from the air. Captain Shinji, what is going on here? Seeing that the situation was temporarily under control, Uchiha Hokage turned his face to look at Hueco. Shinji, why did Mr. Kensai and the others? Halfway through his words, Uchiha Hokage stopped and looked at Kensai, who slowly stood up with a horrified face. The golden chain that was tied to him was about to break under the struggle of Kensai. How can it be that the level 60 Bakudo be broken with only brute force? 10th Division, Back Garden Captain. After Maiyang's entrustment, Suzuki Kusa walked to the back garden of 10th Division, but her heart couldn't help feeling a little heavy. The captain gave her a strange feeling this evening, and the atmosphere tonight, she always felt a strange fear. Well? Maiyang responded softly and did not say much. He just looked at the crescent moon in the sky. The moon seemed to be very beautiful tonight. It was a crescent moon, bright and clear. Although it was still the beginning of the month and it was only a crescent moon, it was especially bright. The moonlight scattered on the ground, and for some reason, there was a sense of desolation. Captain. Maiyang just looked at the moon in the sky, and his eyes revealed a trace of sadness. Seeing Maiyang's eyes, Suzuki Kusa did not know why her heart trembled. Oh, Kusu, you are here. Maiyang seemed to have just seen Suzuki Kusu. He turned to greet her and pointed to the seat next to him. Come and sit down. Don't stand there. Suzuki Kusu hesitated for a moment and then sat next to Maiyang. Her body unconsciously leaned toward Maiyang, as if she could draw warmth from there. Hey, Kusu, you have been with me for more than 100 years. Yes. Suzuki Kusu gently nodded her head. Unknowingly, more than 100 years had passed. Time flies. Maiyang sighed and sighed. Why did the captain suddenly? The uneasiness in Suzuki Kusu's heart was getting stronger and stronger. I originally wanted to wait until you learned Bankai. Now it seems that there is not enough time. What time is not enough? Suzuki Kusu's heart jumped. She only felt that she seemed to be getting closer and closer to the truth. Perhaps the captain was going to say what she had been deeply buried in his heart. The thing that had always troubled the captain, but for some reason, Suzuki Kusa was not happy at all. Instead, there was a trace of panic. The 12th Division Kisuke put on his specially made coat that could completely block spiritual power. He buried his head and slowly walked to the place where the case was. You really made something strange. The Grand Kido Chief, Tsukubishi Tessai, walked out from the shadow of the corner and looked at Kisuke. You actually specially made a coat that can completely block spiritual power. It seems that the matter is not simple. Hee what a headache, you found out. Kisuke chuckled and gently lifted a corner of the hat on his head. His face revealed a helpless expression as he said with a smile. You are going to save someone, right? When I saw your reaction at the captain meeting, I had a hunch that things would develop like this. Man, you're so sharp. We used to work in His Highness Yoruichi's mansion. Do you think I can't predict such a small thing? Then can you make way? You are making things too difficult for me. How can I let you go alone? Huh? Kisuke raised his head and looked at Tsukubishi Tessai in surprise. I also feel an indescribable horror tonight. Come on, let's hurry up and rush to their side. Chapter 92, Bloodstain Night Part 3 Night. The moonlight was bright, but it was sad. Outside the 5th Division, the two Shinigamis were carefully patrolling outside the division building. They heard that something big happened tonight. They heard that the vice captain of 9th Division's and captain of 9th Division's spiritual power had disappeared. They had to be careful. Huh? Suddenly feeling someone coming over, the two Shinigamis raised their heads and saw a flowery coat. The two Shinigamis immediately crossed their legs and saluted. Captain Kiraku. What's the matter? It's so late and you haven't slept yet. No, I just can't fall asleep. Kiraku Shunsui said indifferently, but the eyes buried under the bamboo hat looked at the upper floor of 5th Division building, and a figure was walking in the corridor with a dozen documents in his hand. Seeing Aizen in the corridor, Kiraku Shunsui eyes flashed a glimmer of light, and he did not know what to think. Feeling Kiraku Shunsui looking at his eyes, Aizen turned his face and nodded to Kiraku Shunsui without a trace of expression on his face. Am I thinking too much? Kiraku Shunsui nodded to Aizen, his face buried under the bamboo hat, and the expression on his face could not be seen clearly, making people not know the real thoughts in his heart. What? The Shinigami standing on the side heard Kiraku Shunsui's faint voice and asked. It's okay, but Vice Captain Aizen seems to not be able to sleep as well. Ah. Hearing Kiraku Shunsui's words, The two Shinigamis quickly turned their faces and ran a few steps forward. They respectfully saluted Aizen and said, "Good evening, Vice Captain Aizen. You also need a good rest." Putting down the worry in his heart, Kiraku Shunsui also turned around and walked back to 8th Division. When he left, he did not forget to show concern to the two Shinigamis. "Good night, Captain Kiraku." "Good night." Kiraku Shunsui put his hands in his sleeves and slowly walked back. The uneasiness in his heart for no reason seemed to relax. There should be no problem. Lisa-chan will definitely solve the problem and then come back. Just entering 8th Division from the side door, Kiraku Shunsui saw a little Lilai with glasses holding a thick book in her arms, standing in the yard and looking at herself. "Excuse me." The little Lilai in front of him spoke with a soft accent. "I remember your eyes." Kiraku Shunsui slightly bent down and looked at the cute little Lilai in front of him. "Ah. Yes. I am really honored that you can remember me." When she heard Kiraku Shunsui accurately call out her name, eyes said with excitement and caution on her face. "Oh haha, because you are now the youngest member of our team. As long as it is the name of the young girl, I remember everything." Kiraku Shunsui smiled, "And you will specially come to see me every month." "Ah, right, today is the 1st. Kiraku Shunsui looked up at the sky and suddenly remembered something. "Yes." I shook the book in his hand with a look of loss, "So I want to say that this month I will also be studying with the vice captain of Yodomaru." "I see." Kiraku Shunsui had a trace of realization on his face. He looked at the cute little Lilai lovingly and then looked up at the crescent moon hanging in the sky. "But I am very sorry, Lisa is not here tonight." "May I ask why?" Eyes raised her head. She said with an innocent expression on his face. "Because she has a very important job." "It's okay. I think she will come back at dawn." "Definitely." Kiraku Shunsui touched Aizen's head and said with a certain expression. "West Outskirts, 6th District Lisa spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground with a bang. As soon as he shot Lisa down, his feet kicked off, and his body suddenly accelerated, punching at Lisa who had been knocked down. Bing! Just as Kensai's fist was about to hit Lisa, a Kido attack came from the side, stopping Kensai's attack. "Ha! Ha!" Rose stretched out his hand with a tired look. "Stop it quickly. Kensai, you shouldn't be a weak man who would attack a girl, right?" "Whoa. Whoa." Kensai turned his face and let out a beast-like low cry. "Hey, are you alright, Lisa?" Hirako Shinji looked worriedly at Lisa, who was getting up from the ground. "I'm fine." Lisa breathed heavily and said stubbornly. "No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it's fine." Shinji couldn't help but complain when he saw Lisa gasping for breath. "Shut up. In short, if this goes on, we won't be able to hold on no matter what." Rose struggled to stand up from the ground and said worriedly. "Huki, do you have no other way?" Lisa turned to look at Ashida Hokujin standing on the side and asked. "Yes, my Kido was broken that easily. This time, we must use the strongest attack." There was Ashida Hokujin who remembered the situation of using brute force to break free from number 60 Bakudo, and he could not help but feel a burst of horror in his heart. "But this needs everyone to help me create an absolute opportunity to use Bakudo, but in this case, my Bakudo might affect everyone," Ashida Hokujin said with concern. It turned out to be such a thing. Love. Everyone looked at Love, who had suddenly opened his mouth. "I will pin down Kensai. You will use this period of time to catch Kensai." Love tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto, a trace of determination flashing through his eyes. "I will support you." "Me too. The two of you are already covered in bruises. Don't say such things anymore. I alone will be enough, but I will leave the support behind to you." Love rejected Lisa and Roth's help. "You really love to be in the limelight," Lisa said indifferently. "Who is the one who loves to be in the limelight?" Love was halfway through his sentence when his body rushed out like a whirlwind. "Rose." "Yes." Hearing Lisa's cry, Rose had already raised his right hand and released a few Kido attacks in succession to cover for Love's attack. Dang! Using Rose's cover, the Zanpakuto in Luowu's hand landed on Kensai's body, but it did not even cut through his clothes. On the contrary, Kensai seized the opportunity and gathered a force in his right hand. He suddenly punched Love in the abdomen, sending him flying. "Ah!" Lisa suddenly fell from the sky. Before the Zanpakuto in her hand could swing down, Kensai had already sent Lisa flying with a backhanded punch. Just as Kensai sent Lisa flying, Love, who had already flashed back to his side, fiercely punched Kensai back a few steps. "Huki." Seeing that Kensai was repelled, Lisa hurriedly called out to Ashida Hokujin. "Bakudo number 99, Prohibition." There was a seal of Ashida Hokujin, and then several black cloths appeared out of thin air, wrapping up Kensai, who had not yet reacted. Kensai had not yet had time to respond, and had been tightly bound to the ground by the Kido of Ashida Hokujin. Hado number 90, Black Coffin. Without chanting, what a guy. Seeing that Kinsai had been tied up, the crisis was temporarily lifted. Shinji turned his head and looked at the breathless Uchiha Hokage and praised. But it took a lot of my energy. There was Uchiha Hokage gasping. Then what should I do next? Hirako Shinji looked at the two bound by Kido and turned to look at Uchiha Hokage. Can't you use Kido to think of a way? I mean, I could. But if you don't find out the reason, you can't. Uchiha Hokage walked over to see the two people who had fallen to the ground and gasped in their mouths after hearing Hirako Shinji. Cough cough middle dot middle dot middle dot. What's wrong, Hori? Are you okay? Hirako Shinji looked worriedly at Hori, who was being held by him. Well, in short, you should treat this girl first. Let me go. Hori seemed to be enduring great pain as she struggled to speak. Some unknown white objects came out of her mouth. Before Hirako Shinji could react to what had happened, with a roar, a knife light flashed, and Hirako Shinji suddenly spat out a blood mark on his chest. The sudden change shocked everyone present. They looked at Hori with surprise. They found that Hori was wearing a mask that was very similar to the mask of Hollow. Her whole body was emitting a kind of hollow-like spiritual power,